Liora Fenwick was given to a vampire lord to settle a debt. Instead of death, she was bound to him in marriage, her blood tied to his. Over time, the bond began to change her, awakening something dark inside. What happens when the only person who offers kindness is the one you can't trust? Bloodsalt Bride, a web novel, vampire romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The carriage smells of salt and old wool. Liora keeps her hands still in her lap, the way Chalvik taught her. Palms flat, shoulders square, fingertips pressed together so nothing trembles. The blind matriarch cannot see posture, but she hears its absence, the creak of a restless joint, the rasp of a sleeve against a nervous thigh. Chalvik hears everything. The carriage windows are blacked out. Liora has not seen the city since they left the mortal quarter, only felt the cobbles shift to smooth stone, then to iron grating that rang beneath the wheels like a bell tolling underground. The Gloam Bastion rises around her without her once glimpsing its silhouette. She touches the hem of her dress. The blue glass bead is still there, sewn into the seam by her own hand 3 nights ago, when she still believed she was traveling to sign a renewal of trade terms. That was before Chalvik sat her down in the salt-cracked parlor and explained the debt. Before she learned that House Belisar has been bleeding Belisar silver for 19 years, and that the blood and salt treaty signed before she was born had a clause. A bride clause. A payment clause. "You will survive," Chalvik had said, blind eyes aimed at the window as if she could see the black stone of the bastion already. "You have always survived." Liora did not ask what survival would cost. She was too busy not screaming. The carriage stops. The door opens without a knock. A servant in black linen holds the night air back with his body. He does not look at her face. He looks at her hands, her wrists, the line of her throat, as if cataloging her for someone else's report. His eyes are pale blue, almost colorless, and they do not blink enough. "Lady Fenwick?" She is not Lady anything. She is an apprentice glassblower whose grandmother traded her to settle accounts. But she steps down onto the iron bridge without correcting him, because correction is a luxury of people who have not been sold. The Gloam Bastion rises above her, obsidian and black slate, windows cut thin as blade slits, no light leaking from any of them. The bridge leads to a gate that opens before she reaches it. No guard, no challenge. They have been expected since before she was born. The servant leads her through a hall where the walls sweat cold, through a chamber lined with silver sconces holding candles that burn blue, up a staircase that spirals so tightly her shoulder brushes the stone on every turn. She counts the steps. 47, 48, 49. It keeps her from thinking about what waits at the top. At the landing, the servant stops. "Lord Belisar will receive you in the marriage chamber." Liora's throat closes. She forces it open. "And if I refuse the chamber?" The servant's expression does not change. "Then the treaty defaults, House Belisar dissolves, and your grandmother is executed for debt fraud before sunrise." She was not expecting a different answer. She asked anyway, because asking is the only form of disobedience she still has. The marriage chamber is round, windowless, and lit by a single brazier in the center of the floor. The walls are black slate carved with names, hundreds of them, thousands. Names layered over names until the oldest are illegible, worn smooth by time and ritual and the weight of all the treaties sealed in this room. A table stands beside the brazier. On it, a silver basin, a silver knife, a cloth the color of dried blood, and a bowl of black salt. Aurec Belisar stands on the far side of the table. He is taller than she expected, lean, not broad, but his stillness makes him look like something carved into the architecture. Black hair, worn straight and long, pale silver eyes that hold her without blinking. A thin claw scar crosses the right side of his throat, and his left hand rests on the table with an iron signet fused into the smallest finger, the metal grown into the bone. He does not greet her. He does not need to. "Liora Fenwick." His voice is low, precise, with no edge of warmth. You understand the terms? She understands that she is standing in a room full of her ancestors' names, about to have her wrist cut open over a basin, while a vampire watches her bleed for the privilege of being his property. I understand I am here. Something flickers behind his eyes. Not approval. Recognition, maybe. The acknowledgement of an answer that did not waste breath on complaint. He gestures to the table. The seal requires blood from both houses. Yours will commit you to the marriage contract for 1 year. Mine will anchor the bond. After the ceremony, your chambers will be separate. Your body will remain untouched unless you consent. Public appearances are mandatory. Private life is your own. She stares at him. I am not a monster, Liora. He says it without irony, as if stating a measurable fact. I require an alliance. You require survival. We can achieve both without cruelty. The words are so reasonable. That is what frightens her most. He is not threatening her. He is offering terms, the way he would offer terms to a trade delegation, as if she is a sovereign entity instead of a woman who was told she was going to renew trade permits and ended up here. And if I refuse the terms, the treaty defaults. House Belisar dissolves. Your grandmother is executed. He tilts his head, and the brazier light catches the scar on his throat. I would prefer we not reach that outcome. She chews the inside of her cheek. The taste of blood, faint and metallic, settles on her tongue. Then let us proceed. The witnesses file in as if they have been waiting behind the walls. Sister Cabria Morn in gray robes carrying a ledger and a brass stylus. Matthias Rook in formal black, his face a mask of professional neutrality. And behind them, a man she does not know, younger than Aurec, with honey-brown hair and eyes that meet hers with something like alarm before he schools his features flat. Emeric Drosselmar. She learns his name when Calara reads it from the witness list, but she knows him already by the way he stands, braced, like a man who has watched a collapse begin and cannot stop it. Sister Calara lights the bowl of black salt. The flame turns green. The room smells of iron and winter herbs. On behalf of House Belisar and House Belisar, Calara intones, the treaty of blood and salt is sealed this night. Lord Aurea, Lady Liora, approach the basin. She does not feel like Lady Liora. She feels like Liora Fenwick, who once held a glass-blowing pipe for 8 hours straight and collapsed asleep on the furnace floor, who hums under her breath when she is afraid, and who is humming now so quietly that only she can hear it. She holds out her wrist. Aurea takes the silver knife. His fingers brush her skin. Cold is the blade, and she does not flinch. She refuses to flinch. The cut is clean, precise. It stings less than the furnace burns that ladder her forearms, and the blood wells dark against the brazier light, dripping into the silver basin with a sound like rain on slate. He watches her blood pool. Then he sets down the knife and draws his own blade across his palm. His blood is darker, thicker. It falls into the basin and does not mix with hers at first, coiling in separate currents like oil and water. Then Calara sprinkles the black salt, and the two streams twist together, binding into a single dark ribbon that steams in the cold air. The seal takes hold. Liora feels it as a pulse of cold that starts in her wrist and travels up her arm, across her chest, down into her stomach. It settles behind her heart, a frozen knot the size of a fist, and when she breathes, the air tastes different, sharper, older. Rise, Lady Belisar. She looks at Aurec. His eyes are on her wrist, where the cut is closing, faster than mortal blood should close. The skin knits itself together, and when she touches the place, it is warm and whole, as if she was never cut at all. The bond. It is already working. The feast is a formality. Liora sits beside Aurec at a table long enough to seat 40, eats food she cannot taste, and answers questions she cannot remember. Someone asks about the glassworks. Someone else asks about House Belisar's current alliances. She says the right things. She does not know how she knows they are right, only that the bond whispers the shape of the acceptable answer, and her mouth obeys before her mind catches up. Emeric Drosselmar finds her during the final course, when Aurec has risen to speak with Matthias and the other guests have turned to their own conversations. Walk with me. It is not a request. She follows him to the edge of the hall where the light from the candelabras does not reach. Lady Belisar. He says the title like it tastes wrong. I am Emeric Drosselmar, blood brother to Lord Aurec. I will be your escort through court custom and household law. If you have questions, you direct them to me. Questions? She hears how flat her voice sounds. About what? Everything. He steps closer, and his voice drops, so low she feels it in her chest rather than hears it. Here is your first lesson, Lady Belisar. In House Belisar, every mercy has a cost. The separate chambers, the untouched body, the private hours. They are not kindnesses, they are scaffolding for something larger. Learn to see the price before you pay it. He turns and walks away before she can answer, leaving her alone at the edge of the celebration, one hand pressed to her chest where the bond has already made its home. She hums under her breath. The tune is the one she always hums when she is afraid. The one Chalvaig used to sing over the furnace when Liora was small and the glass was too hot and the world felt like it was about to end. The world still feels like it is about to end, but for the first time, she wonders if the end is coming from outside the bastion or from inside her own ribcage, where a frozen knot beats in time with a heart that no longer sounds entirely human. Chapter 2. The feast ends when Aurec rises from the table and the air in the hall changes. The guests understand ceremony. They do not rise with him, but they go still, hands suspended over goblets, conversations dissolving into the space he has created. He offers Liora his arm. Lady Belisar. She takes it. His forearm is cold through the sleeve of his coat, and she feels the bond pulse where their skin touches, a recognition that has nothing to do with choice. He leads her through the obsidian corridor. Matthias follows 3 paces behind, his footsteps soundless on the black stone. The torches gutter as they pass, and Liora counts the windows. 7. No moon. The city below is a scatter of pinprick lights, mortal wards and court towers tangled together in the dark. The marriage chamber is the same round room she entered hours ago. The brazier still burns. The silver basin has been removed, but the scent of the ceremony lingers. Iron, salt, winter herbs. The carved ancestral names on the walls seem to watch her in the firelight. Aurec releases her arm. He crosses to the brazier and stands with his back to her, one hand resting on the stone mantel. You will have the West Tower chambers. His voice is flat, administrative. They are separate from my quarters by 3 floors and a locked gate. The door wards will recognize only you and my bloodkin. She waits. He is not finished. Your rooms are inviolate. No servant enters without your permission. No summons will compel you to open the door. He turns to face her. You are not a prisoner in this house, Lady Belisar. You are a treaty signatory. Your body is your own, unless you choose otherwise. The words land like stones. Clean. Precise. She should feel relief. Instead, she feels the cold shape of the cage taking form around her. And my duties? Public appearances. He counts them on his fingers. Court dinners, ritual observances, 2 delegations before the winter solstice. You will stand beside me, speak when addressed, and conduct yourself according to Belisar custom. A pause. Emeric will teach you the protocols. That is all? That is the visible portion. She understands. The invisible portion is the bond, the seal, the thing taking root behind her heart that has already closed a wound faster than human flesh should close. She steps closer to the brazier. The heat barely reaches her now. The cold inside her is stronger. I have terms of my own. He raises an eyebrow. The claw scar on his throat catches the firelight. I will cooperate publicly, she says. I will learn your protocols. I will stand beside you and perform the role you need me to perform, but I will not be turned. I will not be made into a weapon. I am a glassblower's daughter. I will survive this year and leave this house still human. The words feel thin in the vast room. She said them anyway. Aurec studies her. His stillness is unnatural, like a predator mid-strike, holding itself perfectly still before the decision to move. You may find that harder than you think. That is not an agreement. It is the truth. He steps away from the brazier, circling her at a distance that is not threatening, but deliberate. The bond is not a switch you can toggle. It has its own momentum. I can promise you my restraint. I cannot promise you that your body will obey your will. Then what is the point of the boundaries? They protect you from me. His voice drops. They do not protect you from yourself. A knock, 3 sharp beats. Matthias's voice comes through the door. Lord Aurec, Sister Liora requests entry. The seal requires a first inspection. Aurec does not look away from Liora. Enter. The door opens. Sister Liora Morn steps through in her gray robes, a leather ledger tucked under one arm and a brass stylus in her hand. Her face is serene. Her eyes are hungry. Lady Belisar, she bows. I will not take long. The initial hours of the bond are critical for documentation. A moment of your wrist, please. Liora extends her arm. Liora takes it in both hands, turning it toward the brazier light. The cut from the ceremony is gone. The skin is smooth, fresh. Remarkable. Carrie's voice is soft, almost reverent. The integration is unusually rapid. Lord Aria, have you felt the resonance? It is adequate. More than adequate. Carrie releases Liora's wrist and makes a note in her ledger. The mortal vessel is exceptionally receptive. At this rate, the first blood rite could be advanced by several weeks. No. The word comes from Liora's mouth before she can stop it. Liora looks up, stylus frozen. I did not consent to a blood rite. Carrier's smile is patient, condescending. The bond is not a matter of consent, Lady Belisar. It is a matter of law and biology. The seal you accepted carries certain obligations. Then those obligations were not explained to me. A silence. Carrier looks at Aurec. Aurec looks at Liora. The first blood rite is diagnostic, he says. It measures the bond's depth and trajectory. It does not consume you. It does not alter you beyond what is already occurring. It simply tells us where the bond is leading. And if I refuse? Then the bond progresses blind. He holds her gaze. That is your choice. I will not force the rite. Carrier's stylus taps once against the ledger. Lord Aurec, I must note my objection for the record. Proceeding without baseline data compromises the treaty's accountability framework. Note it, Carrier writes. Her stylus scratches across the page. Lord Aurec, I must note my objection for the record. Proceeding without baseline data compromises the treaty's accountability framework. Note it, Carrier writes. Her stylus scratches across the page. Liora feels the cold knot in her chest tighten. The inspection is complete. Carrera closes her ledger. Lady Belisar, you are remarkably well for a mortal in the first hours of bonding. I will return tomorrow to monitor your appetite, your sleep, and your temperature. The changes will be subtle at first. Do not dismiss them. She bows and leaves. The door clicks shut behind her. Liora stands in the firelight, her wrist still warm where Carrera touched it. She feels the bond pulsing, a second heart beating beneath her own. Matthias will escort you to your chambers. Aurec does not move. You are safe tonight. Rest. He says it like an order. She takes it like the warning it is. The West Tower is 4 floors up a spiral stair. Matthias leads her in silence, holding a lantern that throws their shadows long across the walls. The gate he mentioned stands at the second landing, black iron, cold to the touch, etched with wards that gleam faintly in the lantern light. Place your palm here, Lady Belisar. She does. The wards flare silver, then settle. She feels the gate recognize her, a shift in the air like a held breath released. They climb. Her chamber is round like the marriage room, but smaller, warmer. A fire burns in a stone hearth. A bed with black linens occupies the far curve of the wall. A desk, a chair, a window that overlooks the courtyard. I will leave you now. Matthias sets the lantern on the desk. If you need anything, pull the bell cord. Someone will answer. He leaves. The door closes. The lock engages with a soft click. She is alone. She crosses to the window. The courtyard is empty, paved in black stone, edged with frosted shrubs. The moon has risen, a thin crescent that offers no light. And then she sees her. Sister Liora Morn stands in the shadow of a carved pillar, her gray robes blending with the stone. She is not moving. She is not looking at the tower. She is looking up, directly at Liora's window, her face a pale oval in the dark. She is watching. Liora steps back from the glass. Her hand finds the blue glass bead sewn into her hem, and she holds it between her fingers like a talisman, like the last piece of herself she still recognizes. The bond pulses. The fire crackles. Sister Liora does not move, and Liora understands that the cage is not the gate, or the locked door, or the wards. The cage is the bond, and the bond is already inside her, humming with cold patience, learning her rhythm, settling into her bones the way frost settles into stone before the long winter. Chapter 3. Dawn comes gray through the narrow window, a light that does not warm. Liora has not slept. She sat in the chair by the hearth through the hours, watching the fire burn down to ash, listening to the bastion settle around her. The bond was busy all night. She feels it now, coiling beneath her ribs like a living thing tracing the shape of her organs. Her heartbeat is wrong. Not faster, not slower, but different. A syncopation that does not match the rhythm she has known for 24 years. She touches her wrist where Liora inspected it. The skin is smooth. No tenderness, no trace of the cut. A knock at the door. 3 sharp beats. "Lady Belisar." Emeric's voice, low and careful. "I am to escort you to the eastern corridor for the house orientation, if you are ready." She is not ready. She will never be ready. But she rises, her palms flat against her thighs to steady herself, and opens the door. Emeric stands in the corridor with a lantern, though the daylight filtering through the high windows is sufficient. He has changed clothes since the feast. A dark coat, silver buttons, no ornament. Honey-brown hair pushed back from his face. He looks at her with the same attention he gave her last night, as if she is a document he is learning to read. "You did not sleep," he says. "Is that a question or an observation?" Observation. He steps back, giving her room to exit. The bond often disturbs the first night. The body is learning to share its rhythms with another heartbeat. It passes. She steps into the corridor. The stone is cold through her shoes. "How do you know that?" "Because I was born into a bonded house. I have watched 7 treaty brides enter these halls." He begins walking, slow enough that she can match his pace. The first night always costs them sleep. The ones who survive learn to bargain with it. The ones who survived. Emeric does not answer. The eastern corridor is a different world from the marriage chamber. Here, the walls are lined with tapestries, woven scenes of battles and treaties and hunts, the threads so dense they seem to move in the corner of her eye. Sconces hold candles that burn with a steady, scentless flame. The floor is polished obsidian, black as still water, reflecting her own pale figure back at her. "The bastion has 7 levels above ground and 3 below," Emeric says. "You will be confined to the first 4 unless escorted. The lower levels are restricted to House Belisar blood and senior military officers." Confined. Protocol. He does not apologize for the word. "You are a treaty bride, Lady Belisar. Your presence in certain areas would be read as a political signal. The eastern corridor, the Great Hall, the West Tower, and the sealed garden are your permitted range. And if I need to go elsewhere, you send for me. Or for Matthias. Someone will escort you." She files the information away, testing the shape of it. 4 levels. Escorted movement. Permitted range. "Where is Liora this morning?" "Liora performs the dawn observances in the crypt chapel. She will join us for the midday seal inspection." "Another inspection?" "Daily for the first week, weekly thereafter." He stops at a junction where the corridor splits 3 ways. The bond must be documented. Liora is meticulous. That is not cruelty, it is procedure. It feels like surveillance. Because it is. He meets her eyes. Every treaty bride is watched. Every breath, every meal, every change in your voice or skin or appetite. The houses need to know the bond is progressing correctly, because a broken bond means war. She wants to ask what progressing correctly means. She wants to ask if the women before her are still alive. She wants to ask if he is watching her for the houses or for himself. She asks none of those things. Instead, she follows him down the left fork, past a gallery of portraits whose subjects have the same silver eyes as Aurec. Ancestors, watching her from gilt frames with expressions that range from disdain to hunger. "The first delegation arrives in 6 days, Emeric says. "House Sarka. You will attend the formal dinner and perform the welcome ritual." What is the welcome ritual? You will stand beside Lord Aurec. You will not speak unless spoken to directly. You will hold a cup of mulled blood wine to your lips without drinking. You will smile. I do not smile well on command. Then practice. He says it without cruelty. The delegation will test you. They need to see that the Belisar bride is stable, willing, and controllable. Controllable. The word lands like a slap. Emeric must see something shift in her face because he stops walking and turns to face her fully. I'm telling you this so you are prepared, not so you are afraid. You survived the marriage chamber. You survived the first night. You can survive a delegation dinner. How do you know? Because I have seen what happens to brides who are not prepared. His voice drops, and I do not want that for you. She holds his gaze. The bond pulses, a low hum in her chest, and she wonders if he can feel it too. If the blood-brother bond between him and Aurec lets him sense the rhythm of her bond. Is there anything else I should know before the delegation arrives? He hesitates. It is a small hesitation, a fraction of a second, but she catches it. The sealed garden, he says. I will show it to you now. It is the only place in the bastion where the wards do not record sound. She follows him through a narrow passage, down a winding stair, past a door that requires a key he produces from his coat. The garden is small, enclosed by high walls of black stone, roofed with a glass dome that lets in the gray morning light. Frost has touched the plants, silvering the leaves of shrubs she does not recognize. A fountain sits at the center, frozen. The garden was built for a bride 2 centuries ago, Emeric says. She was homesick for the surface world. The glass dome was her request. What happened to her? She lived long enough to bear 2 children. Then she was killed in the coup that scarred Aurac's throat. Liora's hand moves to her own throat, an unconscious echo. The garden is safe, Emeric says. The wards here are old and quiet. If you need to speak without being heard, you can speak here. Are you telling me I will need to speak without being heard? I am telling you the garden exists. He looks at her, and there is something in his expression that she cannot name. Not quite warmth, not quite grief. Use it or do not, but know it is here. The bond whispers. It does not whisper answers, not this time. It whispers, trust him. She presses her thumb against the blue glass bead in her hem and says nothing. They return through the bastion in silence. Emeric points out landmarks, the archive door, the kitchens, the servants' stair, the bell that rings for court gatherings. Liora memorizes each one, building a map in her mind of locked doors and permitted routes. When they reach the West Tower gate, Emeric stops. Your chamber is warded, he says. No one can enter without your permission or Aurec's blood key. You are safe here. She looks past him, down the corridor she has already learned to navigate. 4 levels, escorted movement, eyes everywhere. I will return before the midday inspection, Emeric says. Rest if you can. He leaves. She stands at the gate, watching him walk away, the lantern swinging at his side, until he turns a corner and disappears. She places her palm on the gate. The wards flare silver. The iron groans open. She steps through and stops. At the threshold of her chamber door, someone has scattered salt. Not in a line, not in a seal, in a pattern, a deliberate arrangement, a spiral that ends at the iron grate of the cold hearth. Black salt, mixed with ash, mixed with something dark that might be dried blood. She does not touch it. She stands in the doorway, her pulse loud in her own ears, and she understands that someone was in her chamber while she sat in the chair by the fire, while the bond hummed beneath her ribs, while she thought herself alone. The spiral of salt leads to the hearth where the fire has burned to cold ash, and nestled in the ash, half concealed, something small and white catches the light. A tooth, a human tooth. Liora does not scream. She does not move. She stands in the doorway of her own chamber, her hand still pressed to the gate wards, and she feels the cage tighten around her. Chapter 4. She finds the hearth empty when she returns from burning the tooth in the sealed garden furnace. The salt is gone too. The ash, the spiral. Someone has cleaned her chamber while she stood in the cold with a human molar dissolving in the flames. No, someone cleaned it before she came back. While she was still in the garden, The servants, or whoever controls this floor, entered her warded room and erased every trace of the message except the memory of it. The gate wards should have stopped them. The gate wards only open for her palm in Aurec's blood key. She stands in the center of the empty room, her hands shaking with a fine tremor she cannot stop, and she understands two things at once. The gate wards are not absolute, and whoever left the tooth also removed the evidence, which means the tooth was never meant to be found by anyone except her. A warning, not a threat meant for discovery. A threat meant only for her. The bell rings. 3 peals. Court gathering. She has no time to think. She has time to braid her hair with fingers that still tremble, to press her palm flat against her sternum until the bond steadies its pulse, to smooth the dark wool gown that appeared in her wardrobe while she was gone, laid out like an accusation. She meets Emeric at the base of the tower. He looks at her once, twice, and his brow tightens. "Are you well?" "No." He waits. She gives him nothing else. They walk the eastern corridor in silence. The bastion breathes around them, servants pressing against walls, courtiers gliding past with eyes that slide over her like cold water, cataloging every detail of her stride, her dress, her face. The hall is vast. Iron chandeliers hang from chains so thick they could moor a river barge. The table is black stone, polished to a mirror sheen, and the wine in the goblets is the color of arterial blood. Aurec stands at the head of the table. He wears formal black, an iron collar at his throat, the signet fused into his left hand catching the candlelight. When he sees her, something passes across his face, too fast to name. Then it is gone, replaced by the still mask she is learning to know. He extends his arm. She takes it. The touch is light, formal, her fingertips resting on the wool of his sleeve. The bond thrums where they connect, a low vibration that travels up her arm and settles behind her teeth. She feels the room track the gesture, the weight of dozens of eyes, the calculations happening behind every face. Controllable. She keeps her smile in place. The dinner unfolds in courses she does not eat, wines she does not drink, conversations that flow around her like water around a stone. She is introduced to names she forgets immediately, faces she will need to map later, alliances encoded in seating arrangements and the angle of a goblet. Then the first blade falls. The speaker is a woman with silver threading her dark hair and a house crest she does not recognize pinned to her collar. She addresses Aurec directly, but her eyes keep sliding to Liora. "I had heard the Antrasep girl brought nothing but herself. I did not realize even her lineage was negotiable." The table quiets. Liora feels the silence land, feels the room lean into it, waiting to see what the Belisar lord does with a public insult aimed at his marriage. Aurec's face does not change. House Andresek carries a blood and salt debt that has been honored for 19 years. That is not negotiable. That is law. "Law," the woman repeats, and her mouth curves. "And sentiment. I hear the treaty bride has her own chambers, her own schedule, her own terms." She tilts her head, a predator showing teeth. "It sounds like sentiment, Lord Belisar. And sentiment is a weakness in a house that must hold the river gate against Sarka's ambitions." The room holds its breath. Liora looks at the woman, reads her. Old Belisar loyalist, probably military faction, threatened by a mortal presence in the house she helped build. The insult is not about Liora. It is about Aurec's judgment, his authority, his right to bind the house to a stranger. Aurec opens his mouth. Liora speaks first. House Belisar did not secure the river gate by rejecting assets that appear modest on first inspection. She keeps her voice even, pitched to carry without rising. The Andresek debt includes access to the salt trade routes through the northern estuaries. My grandmother held those routes for 30 years. She surrendered them as part of the treaty. She lets the silence stretch. "I am not the dowry. I am the seal that locks it." The silver-haired woman's eyes narrow. Liora does not look away. The bond whispers approval. She ignores it. Aurec's hand moves, a fraction, his fingers brushing her wrist beneath the table. A signal, a confirmation. She has said the right thing. He picks up the thread as if they rehearsed it. The northern routes have been unstable since the thaw. House Andresek's access has been dormant but not cancelled. When the treaty matures, those routes revert to Belisar control. He lifts his goblet. The bride secures what force alone could not. The woman inclines her head, conceding the point without grace. The conversation shifts. Liora breathes. She feels the room recalibrate around her, the courtiers recalculating the value of the mortal bride who speaks with Belisar precision. She is no longer just the undrosek girl. She is the woman who answered a blade with a ledger. Arfdik's thumb presses against her wrist, once, brief. She does not look at him. The dinner continues. Courses come and go. She drinks water, not wine, and the room notices that too. The mortal bride does not touch blood wine. The mortal bride is still human. Then she feels eyes on her that do not calculate, that assess differently. She looks up. At the far end of the table, a man watches her with the stillness of someone who has already found what he came looking for. He is handsome in a way that feels deliberate, polished, his dark hair swept back, his collar unmarked by any house crest she recognizes. He smiles. Not a warm smile, a patient one. I found the fracture, the smile says. I am just deciding how to widen it. Even Sarka. It has to be. He lifts his goblet to her. A private toast. A promise. The bond pulses, hard, a warning that does not need words. She looks away first. The dinner ends 2 hours later. Liora rises when Aurec arises. She accepts his arm for the walk back through the hall, through the corridors, past the servants who press against the walls. At the base of the west tower, he stops. You handled that well. I read the room. That is not something most mortals learn in 3 days. She does not answer. She does not tell him she learned to read rooms in glassworks, where one wrong word could cost a week's wages or a beating, where the furnace foreman's mood mattered more than the weather. He watches her with those pale silver eyes, and she wonders what he sees. A tool functioning correctly, a seal holding. Rest, he says. Tomorrow you will have less than 6 days before the Sarka delegation. I want you ready. I am always ready. Something flickers in his expression, almost amusement. Yes, I am beginning to see that. He leaves. She climbs the tower stairs alone, each step taking her closer to a chamber she no longer trusts, to gate wards that do not hold, to the memory of a tooth dissolving in garden flames. She places her palm on the gate. It opens. She steps through. The hearth is empty. The salt is gone. The ash has been swept. But on her pillow, placed precisely in the center, a single black salt crystal catches the dim light. She did not leave it there. She stands in the doorway, the bond ringing in her ears, and she understands that whoever left the tooth is not finished. They are only beginning to speak. Chapter 5. She does not sleep. She sits in the chair facing the door, the black salt crystal cupped in her palm, and watches the hearth where the tooth burned. The chamber is silent except for her own breathing, too loud in her ears, and the distant creak of stone settling. The gate wards did not hold. Someone walked through them as if they were mist. She turns the crystal over in her fingers. It is rough, unshaped, nothing like the fine ground salt used in the marriage seal. A fragment, a piece of something larger. A message she cannot read. She is still holding it when gray light seeps through the tower window. Dawn. She did not notice it arriving. She tucks the crystal into the seam of her mattress, beside the blue glass bead she sewed into her hem weeks ago. 2 talismans now. One she chose, one she did not. The bell rings. She stands, smooths her gown, and braids her hair with hands that have stopped trembling. Emeric waits at the base of the tower, his honey-brown hair catching the dim corridor light. He looks at her for a long moment, then says nothing about the shadows under her eyes. You are summoned, he says. By whom? Aurec, his study. He wants to discuss the dinner. She falls into step beside him. The corridors are quiet, the household still settling after the late night. Servants press against the walls as they pass, eyes down, and she feels the weight of their attention like a second skin. How bad was it? She asks. Bad enough. Emeric keeps his voice low. The woman who challenged you, Nerita Vas, she is old Belisar, military faction. She has been waiting for a reason to question Aurec's judgment since the coup. The one that scarred his throat? He glances at her. You remember. I remember everything. They reach a door she has not seen before, black iron studded with silver, no handle visible. Emeric stops 3 paces back. He will open it when he is ready. She waits. The door swings inward without a sound. Aurec stands behind a desk cluttered with maps, ledgers, a silver inkwell shaped like a coiled serpent. The room smells of old paper and cold stone. No hearth, no windows. A war room dressed as a study. He looks at her, and she feels the bond stir, a recognition that is not her own. "Close the door," he says. She does not look at Emeric. She steps inside and pulls the iron shut behind her. "You assessed the room correctly last night?" Aurec does not sit. He stands with his palms flat on the desk, his pale silver eyes fixed on her with an intensity that feels like pressure. "You identified the threat, neutralized it, and allowed me to redirect the narrative." He pauses. "That is not a skill most treaty brides develop in their first week." "I am not most treaty brides." "No." He tilts his head. "You are not." The silence stretches. She does not feel it. She learned long ago that silence is a hinge, and the person who speaks first is the one who turns it. "Nerida Voss will not try again openly," he says, "but she will find another angle. The Sarka delegation will probe every seam. I need you ready for what they will ask." "What will they ask?" "Whether you are a willing participant or a hostage, whether our alliance is real or staged, whether I married a woman or a weapon." She holds his gaze. "What answer do you want me to give?" "The truth, shaped to serve." He straightens. "You are my wife by treaty. You speak with my authority in public. The court must believe you chose this role, even if you did not choose the circumstances." The words land like a blade placed on a table. Honest, precise, uncomfortable. "And if I do not want to be believed?" "You are already believed." He steps around the desk, closer now, close enough that she sees the thin scar across his throat, the unnerving stillness of his posture. "The bond does not lie. When you spoke last night, the room felt your conviction. They do not need to know the conviction is for survival, not loyalty. They only need to feel it." She understands then what he is offering, not trust, not partnership, a stage, a role that comes with real power if she can play it well enough. "Tell me what you need from me," he says, "to make this believable." She considers the question, not because she does not know the answer, but because she wants to see how he reacts to being asked. "I need information," she says, "a list of every delegation arriving this season, the political alignments of each house, the debts and grudges that matter. If I am to speak with your authority, I need to know what your authority actually includes." He watches her for a long moment. "Matthias will deliver a briefing packet by midday. Before midday, I have less than 6 days. Something flickers across his face, almost respect. Before midday. She nods, once, and turns toward the door. "Liora?" She stops. "You could have stayed silent last night. Let me handle Vass myself. You chose to speak." His voice drops. "Why?" She thinks about the tooth burning in the garden, the salt crystal on her pillow, the bond whispering in her chest like a second heartbeat. "Because silence serves no one who is already trapped." She leaves before he can answer. Emeric is waiting in the corridor. He does not ask what happened. He just falls into step beside her, and they walk in silence until they reach the sealed garden. "His study has no windows," she says. "No." "Why?" Emeric stops. He looks at the garden gate, at the frost rhyming the iron hinges, because the man who tried to kill him entered through a window. She does not ask who that man was. She does not ask what happened to him. She is learning that in the Gloam Bastion, every absence is a story, and every story costs something to hear. "I need to see the archives," she says, "before the briefing packet arrives." His eyebrows rise. "The lower archives? Those require clearance." "You have clearance." "I have clearance to escort you to the first level. The third level is where the treaty precedents are stored." She looks at him. "I need to understand what I am bound to before someone tells me what I am bound to become." He holds her gaze for a long moment. Then he nods. "Tonight, after the household settles," he lowers his voice. "But if we are caught below the second level, I cannot protect you. I am not asking you to protect me. No, he says it quietly. I know. She turns to leave, and she hears him breathe something that could be a question or a warning. Liora. She looks back. He does not speak. He only stands there, honey-brown hair catching the pale light, his hands loose at his sides, his expression open in a way that tells her nothing. She holds his gaze for 3 heartbeats. Then she walks away, the bond humming in her chest, and she does not look back a second time. Matthias intercepts her at the tower base. He is immaculate, as always. Formal black robes, face a mask of professional neutrality, a leather folder tucked beneath his arm. Lady Belisar, your revised appearance protocols. She takes the folder. It is heavy, too heavy for a single sheet of instructions. The schedule begins tomorrow morning, Matthias says. Breakfast in the public hall, midday audience with the household steward, afternoon wardrobe fitting with the seamstresses, evening attendance at the gallery reception. I do not recall agreeing to a gallery reception. Lord Belisar's instruction. His tone does not change. You are now a public participant in the house's political life. The reception is considered mandatory. She opens the folder. Inside, the schedule is dense, hour by hour, day by day, with no gaps wide enough to breathe. No time for the archives, no time for Emeric, no time for anything but the role. She closes the folder. I will be ready. Matthias inclines his head. I never doubted it, my lady. He leaves. She climbs the tower stairs with the folder pressed against her chest, and she understands that Aurec's respect is not a gift. It is a leash, gilded and measured and precise, and she is already wearing it. Chapter 6. The knock comes before dawn. Liora has not slept. She sits in the chair facing the cold hearth, the black salt crystal warm against her palm, and she has been testing its weight for hours, trying to read a language she does not yet speak. The second knock is harder. She opens the door. Matthias stands in the corridor. Behind him, 2 Belisar ward keepers in charcoal gray, carrying silver-chased instruments she does not recognize. The protections on your chamber, Matthias says. I am required to inspect them. Now? The seal was compromised. Lord Belisar wants answers before the Sarka delegation arrives. She steps aside. The ward keepers enter without meeting her eyes. They move through the tower room with practiced silence, passing their instruments over the threshold, the window casements, the gate mechanism. One kneels at the hearth and draws something from the ash with a pair of brass tongs, a fragment of salt. Black. The same crystalline structure as the piece in her hand. She closes her fingers around it before anyone notices she is holding anything at all. Found something? She asks. The ward keeper looks at Matthias. Matthias looks at the fragment. Salt residue, he says. Consistent with the mineral signature used in the outer gate wards. Meaning? Meaning whoever bypassed your protections did not break the wards. His voice is flat, professional. They passed through them as if the wards recognized them as authorized. The room goes still. House Belisar, she says slowly. Or House Andrasek. Matthias's expression does not change. Either, or neither. The wards read blood and intent. If someone carried blood that matched the original seal, the wards would not resist. Whose blood is in the original seal? Yours and Lord Belisar's, mixed with the salt binding. She looks at the fragment in the tongs, looks at her own hands. She did not bring any salt into this room. No one offered her salt, unless the bond itself carries the signature, unless the change inside her is already writing her name into the wards. Calera arrives before Matthias finishes his inspection. She wears her gray robes, her ledger tucked beneath her arm, her brass stylus catching the low light. She does not knock. She simply appears in the doorway, takes in the ward keepers, the instruments, the ash on the hearth, and her mouth tightens into something that is not quite a smile. The marriage bond, she says, may have been targeted. No greeting, no courtesy, just the diagnosis, delivered like a reading from scripture. What does that mean? Liora asks. It means someone attempted to destabilize the seal, a subtle interference, not designed to break the bond but to redirect its trajectory. Calera's gaze is cold, clinical, to make it develop faster than intended. or toward a different purpose. Whose purpose? That is what the archives will tell us. She turns to Matthias. The lower crypts, precedent cases. I want to see the records of every treaty bride whose seal was tampered with in the 1st century. Matthias hesitates. Level 3 requires clearance from Lord Belisar. Then get it. Liora has already begun writing in her ledger, her stylus scratching across the page, and Liora understands that the Blood-Scribe is not asking permission. She is documenting what she believes is already necessary. Emeric finds her in the corridor an hour later. Lower crypts, he says. I have clearance. You do not, officially, but you are the subject of the inspection. That counts as relevance. What does Kyria expect to find? He does not answer immediately. He looks at the door to her chamber, at the ward keeper still moving through her rooms, at the gray light creeping through the corridor windows. The bond is settling faster than it should, faster than any bride in the records. Kyria thinks someone accelerated it deliberately. And the tooth? The salt crystal? I do not know. His voice drops. But if the seal was tampered with, the records will show how. And who. The descent into the lower crypts takes them through 3 locked gates, each one requiring a different key. Emeric carries all of them. The first gate opens onto a narrow stairwell, stone worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. The air changes, colder, damper, carrying the mineral smell of old salt and older stone. The second gate leads deeper, past alcoves filled with ledgers stacked to the ceiling, their spines cracked and faded, their titles inscribed in a script she cannot read. The third gate is iron. It has no visible lock. Emeric presses his palm to a recessed panel. The metal warms beneath his hand, and the gate groans open. Blood key, he says. Aurec, given under seal. You have his blood? I have his trust. He meets her eyes. They are not the same thing. The gate closes behind them, and the sound of its sealing is the sound of a tomb door shutting. The crypt archives are a cathedral of silence. Rows of stone shelves stretch into darkness, each one filled with leather-bound volumes, scroll cases, and boxes sealed with wax and ribbon. The ceiling is low, the air thick with dust and the cold that never leaves. Liora's breath fogs in front of her. She can hear her own heartbeat. She can hear Emeric's too. She stops. Liora? Quiet. He goes still. She listens. The bond pulses behind her ribs, and beneath it, through it, she hears something else. Movement. Deliberate. Through stone. Footsteps on the other side of the wall. You hear that? Emeric listens, shakes his head. There is nothing. There is. She presses her hand to the stone wall. The cold seeps through her palm. The bond thrums. Someone is walking. Below us. Deeper than the archives. Emeric's face changes. The crypts proper, he says. The tunnels beneath the bastion. They run under the river. Who uses them? Traders, smugglers, people who do not want the wards to record their passage. She looks at the nearest shelf. At the thousands of volumes, the sealed records, the knowledge buried in stone. Then we are not alone down here. No, Emeric says. We are not. He does not reach for her, but he steps closer, and the space between them narrows, and the bond whispers something she does not want to translate. Start with the third shelf from the left, he says. Treaty records from the 4th century. If someone tampered with the seal, the signature will be there. She does not move. Liora, I hear them, she says. I hear them breathing. Emeric looks at the wall. He looks at her. You should not be able to hear that. I know. The bond pulses, and beneath her feet the stone floor shudders once, faintly, as if something underground has answered. Chapter 7. The stone floor shudders once more, then stills. Liora presses her palm flat against the cold wall. The vibration fades into silence, but the echo of it lingers in her bones, in the bond's restless pulse beneath her ribs. Tunnels, she says. You said they run under the river. Emeric nods. His face is half lit by the lantern he carries, shadows pooling in the hollows beneath his eyes. How far do they go? No one knows the full extent. The bastion was built over older structures, catacombs, trade routes, Things the houses sealed off when they stopped trusting the ground beneath them. She turns back to the shelves. Thousands of volumes, centuries of records. Somewhere in this stone cathedral of silence, the truth of what is happening to her sits waiting. "The third shelf," she says. "Treaty records." He leads her down the aisle, his footstep deliberate, measured. The lantern swings, casting long shadows that stretch and contract with every step. Liora counts her own heartbeats to keep the fear from settling into her throat. The third shelf runs the length of the wall, its contents bound in black leather, each spine stamped with a house crest and a date. Emeric runs his finger along the dates until he finds the century he wants. Here. He pulls a volume free. The leather is cracked, the pages soft with age. He opens it on a reading stand bolted to the stone, and Liora leans in to see. The script is cramped, formal, the ink faded to brown. She can read the dates, the names, but the legal terminology slips past her comprehension. "Tell me what it says." Emeric reads in silence for a moment. Then he translates, his voice low, careful. "This is the record of a treaty bride from House Belisar, bound to a Belisar lord in the 4th century. Her bond was accelerated by external intervention, a ritual tampering meant to force the conversion early. What happened to her?" He turns the page, reads. His jaw tightens. "She was declared unstable. The bond did not complete correctly. She was put into the crypts to sleep until the seal could be undone." "Undone?" "It never was. She is still down here." The words land like a stone dropped into still water. Liora looks at the wall, at the dark beyond the lantern's reach. Somewhere in this cold, in this silence, a woman who was once a bride lies sleeping because someone tampered with her bond. Is that what Liora expects to find? A way to undo it? Emeric closes the volume. Liora expects to find proof that someone is accelerating your bond toward the same failure. She wants to prevent it from happening again. Or she wants to document it, for the record. He looks at her, does not deny it. "Emeric," she keeps her voice steady, "if the bond is tampered with, if I am being accelerated, what happens to me?" He is quiet for too long. "I do not know," he says finally. The records show a range of outcomes. Some survived, some were put to sleep like the Verand bride, some were turned, but the turning broke something in them. They became dangerous. Dangerous to whom? To everyone. He says it without inflection, but she hears the weight beneath it. The warning he does not want to give. She turns back to the shelf, runs her hand along the spines until she finds a volume that feels different, thinner, newer. The date is recent, 40 years ago. She pulls it free. The cover bears no house crest, only a single word, redacted. "What is this?" Emeric's face changes. "That should not be here." "Then why is it?" He takes the volume from her hands, weighing it as if testing its reality. This shelf was supposed to be cleaved. Every record that did not belong to an active house was supposed to be moved to the 3rd level. Then someone left it here deliberately. He does not answer. He opens the cover, and Liora sees the first page. A list of names, 24 of them. All women. All dated within the same year. "What is this?" Emeric reads. His thumb traces each name. When he reaches the bottom of the page, he stops. "These are treaty brides from the year of the coup," he says. "The year Aurec's father was killed." "There were 24 brides that year?" "No." He closes the volume. "There were 4. These are the women who were brought into House Belisar in secret, off the records. No treaty, no legal bond. Brought here and turned. Liora's blood runs cold. Turned for what? For war." He sets the volume down as if it burns. The old lord was building a hidden army, blood-bound soldiers who owed loyalty to no house. He was killed before he could finish. And Aurec ended it, or tried to. Emeric's voice drops. "But if someone is tampering with your bond now, it means the work may not have ended, only paused." The lantern flickers. Liora feels it before she hears it, a deep vibration through the stone floor, stronger than before. The shelves tremble. Dust sifts from the ceiling. "What was that?" Emeric looks up. The tremor comes again, and this time there is sound with it, a grinding deep and rough, like stone tearing against stone. Cave in, he says. No, the lantern goes out. Darkness drops over them like a hood. Absolute, suffocating. Liora cannot see her own hands. She hears Emeric move, hears his breath catch, hears the scrape of his boot on stone. Stay still, he says. Do not move. She does not. She stands frozen in the black, her heart hammering, the bond pulsing against her ribs like a second heartbeat. The grinding stops. Silence. Then, from somewhere beyond the wall, a sound that does not belong to settling stone. Footsteps, deliberate, coming closer. Emeric. Her voice is barely a whisper. Someone is moving. He does not answer. She hears him breathing. She hears her own pulse. The footsteps stop. The silence stretches, thin as a blade, and then she hears it. A voice, low and muffled, speaking words she cannot understand, coming from the wall itself. Stay behind me, Emeric says. She cannot see him. She can only hear his voice, and the bond whispering something she does not want to translate. Emeric, I said, stay behind me. The voice from the wall continues, rhythmic, almost liturgical, and Liora realizes she has heard it before. In the garden. The morning after the tooth appeared. A prayer. Someone is speaking a prayer through the stone. Emeric's hand finds hers in the dark. His grip is warm. Steady. Hold on to me, he says. And whatever happens, do not let go. The prayer stops. The bond in Liora's chest flares cold, and the wall beside them groans. Chapter 8. The wall groans again, and Liora feels the vibration through her bones before she hears the stones settle. Absolute dark, thick enough to taste. She grips Emeric's hand harder. His fingers are warm, his grip steady, but she feels the tension running through his arm like a wire pulled tight. The lantern, she says. Do you have another? No. His voice comes from somewhere to her left. She cannot place him by sight, only by sound, by the bond's faint directional pull. Then we find the wall, she says, and we work our way, Liora, toward where the sound came from. If there's a cave in, there may be a gap. I know what you are doing. She stops. You are thinking, he says, calculating, treating this like a problem you can solve with motion. What else is there? The prayer from the wall has stopped. The silence that replaced it feels alive. Breathing. Stay still, Aurec says, and listen. She does. At first, nothing. Only her own heartbeat, the bond pulsing beneath her ribs like a second pulse in counter-rhythm. Then she hears it. From beyond the stone, very faint, a scraping sound, regular, deliberate. Someone is digging, she whispers. Yes. Then we call out. Let them know we are here. No. She turns toward his voice. Why not? Because I do not know who is digging. His grip tightens on her hand. And because the last voice we heard through that wall was praying over a tooth. The scraping continues, steady, methodical. Liora forces herself to breathe. The dark presses against her eyes, against her skin, and the bond hums something she cannot quite hear, like a word caught at the back of the throat. We need light, she says. I know. Feel for the fallen shelf. There may be... She steps forward, one hand outstretched, and her palm meets something sharp. Rock. A broken edge. The pain blooms before she registers the cut. Sharp and clean across the fleshy part of her palm. She hisses and pulls her hand back. You are bleeding. Emeric's voice changes, goes flat, careful. It is nothing. Let me see. She hears him move toward her. His hand finds her wrist in the dark, and his fingers slide over her palm, searching for the wound. She feels him stop. Emeric. He does not answer. His thumb presses gently against the cut. The touch is careful, almost clinical, but it lingers a beat too long. The bond, he says. Your blood. It should smell like iron, like any blood. And? It does not. She hears him swallow. It smells warm, he says. Like the glass works, like the moment before glass sets. His thumb releases the wound. His hand stays on hers. I should clean this, he says. There is grit in it. It will scar if I do not. Then clean it. She does not understand why her voice sounds steady. She does not feel steady. He lets go of her wrist, and she hears fabric tear. His sleeve, she thinks, or the hem of his coat. Hold out your hand. She does. His fingers find hers in the dark again. He wraps the torn fabric around her palm, pressing it against the cut, and the pressure sends a fresh pulse of pain through her hand. Keep pressure on it, he says. It will. He stops. His breath hitches. A small sound, barely audible, but the bond carries it to her like a shout in a quiet room. Emeric. I am fine. You are not. She says it quietly, without accusation. His hand is still on hers. She feels the slight tremor in his fingers. Your blood, he says, and his voice is rough now. The scent of it. I should not be able to. He pulls his hand away. The absence of his touch feels colder than the dark. Emeric. Do not say my name right now. She hears him step back, heard the scrape of his boot on stone. I am not going to hurt you, he says. But if you say my name again, in that voice, with your blood in the air, I do not know if I can promise. He stops himself. Liora stands frozen in the dark, her hand wrapped in torn fabric, the cut still bleeding. And she understands. It is not disgust that made him pull away. It is fear. Fear of what he might do if he stays close. The bond whispers something she does not want to hear, something about trust, about hunger, about the line between safety and danger. She ignores it. Emeric, she says his name deliberately, quietly. I know you will not hurt me. Silence. You do not know that. Yes, I do. She takes a step toward him. Her hand finds his chest in the dark. She feels his heartbeat under her palm, fast. You, he says. You recoiled, she says. Not in horror, in refusal. Those are the same thing. No, they are not. She holds his gaze even though she cannot see him. She feels his heartbeat under her palm, fast, unsteady. If you craved my blood without care, she says, you would not have stepped away. You would have taken. But you stepped away. Liora, you stepped away because you would rather hurt yourself than hurt me. His hand comes up, covers hers where it rests against his chest. You cannot promise a thing like that, he says. I am not promising. You already did it. He says nothing, but his hand presses hers harder against his heart, and she feels the rhythm of it, the heat of his skin through the fabric. The scraping from beyond the wall stops. They both freeze. What? She starts. Quiet. He lets go of her hand, moves past her in the dark. She hears him crouch, hears his palm against the stone floor. 3 directions, he says. The fall came from the corridor behind us. The wall where we heard the prayer is to our left, and the scraping is coming from ahead. And ahead is where? He is quiet for a moment. The lower crypts, he says. The 3rd level. The level you said you could not protect me on. Yes. She hears him stand. The digging stopped, he says. But I do not think it means they stopped digging. I think it means they heard us. The silence stretches, and then, through the stone, a voice. Low, muffled. The same rhythm as the prayer she heard in the garden. But this time, there are words she can almost understand. Almost. What is it saying? Emeric's hand finds hers in the dark, squeezes once. It is saying your name. The voice through the stone speaks again, and Liora hears it clearly this time. Liora Fenwick. It knows her name. The bond in her chest flares so cold she gasps, and the stone beneath her feet trembles, and somewhere ahead, the scraping resumes. Faster now. Closer. Emeric. Hold on to me. Who is that? His grip tightens until it almost hurts. I do not know, he says, but I think they are coming for you. The scraping stops again, and a new sound takes its place. The sound of stone grinding against stone, as something on the other side opens a door. Chapter 9. She does not remember leaving the crypts. Emeric carried her. That much she pieces together from the bruise across her ribs where his arm braced her, the torn sleeve wrapped around her hand, the way her boots are scuffed with dust that does not match the upper corridors. She woke in her tower chamber with dawn leaking through the shutters, and the bond coiled quiet in her chest, as if it had fed on whatever happened below and was now satisfied. She sits up. The movement costs nothing. No stiffness, no resistance. The cut on her palm is closed. A thin pink line, days old instead of hours. She stares at it. The blue glass bead presses against her hip through the mattress. She reaches for it, holds it in her palm, feels the smooth curve against her skin. Real, tangible, something that belongs to the life before. She tucks it back beneath the seam and dresses. Breakfast arrives on a tray carried by a servant whose name she does not know. Bread, cheese, cold meat, a small pot of honey. Liora sits at the narrow table by the window and takes a bite of the bread. It tastes like ash. She chews and swallows because her body needs fuel, but the flavor is wrong. Dead. The cheese is worse, chalky and flat, and the meat sits on her tongue like something already spoiled. She sets down the bread. The salt cellar is at the corner of the tray. She picks it up, pours a stream across the bread, over the cheese, into the honey. The servant makes a small sound, a warning or a question, and Liora ignores her. She bites again. The salt burns, clean, sharp, alive. She eats the rest of the meal that way, drowning each piece in salt until her tongue feels raw, until the food tastes like something rather than nothing, until the plate is empty and her hands are steady. The servant takes the tray and leaves without meeting her eyes. Liora sits in the quiet. The dawn light is thin through the shutters, a gray-gold line across the floor. She should feel tired. She spent hours in the dark, trapped, bleeding, held by Emeric's hand while something called her name through stone. She is not tired. Her thoughts are sharp, clear, edged like a blade that has been ground too fine. She does not want to name what that means. Matthias comes for her before the bells. He wears the same immaculate black. His face carries the same neutral composure. But his eyes linger on her palm, the one she cut, and she sees him note the healed skin. "You are summoned to the hall, my lady." "For what purpose?" "Lord Belisar will address the household regarding the security breach in the crypts." She follows him down the tower stairs. The corridors are colder than she remembers, or she is warmer, or the distance between her skin and the air has changed. She notices details she did not notice before: the grain of the stone, the faint mineral scent of the wall sconces, the rhythm of Matthias's breathing, measured and precise, 3 beats per stride. She can hear his heart. She stops walking. Matthias turns. "My lady?" She forces herself to move again. "Nothing," I stumbled. He does not believe her. She sees it in the slight tilt of his head, the pause before he resumes walking. But he says nothing. The hall is half full. Household officers, senior servants, a few faces she recognizes from the dinner. Nenita Vathas among them, standing near the far pillar with her arms crossed. Emeric is not here. Aurec stands at the dais, still, composed. His silver eyes find her the moment she enters, and she feels the bond twitch, a recognition she did not consent to. "Lady Belisar." She nods, takes her place beside him as the protocol expects. He addresses the room in a voice that carries without effort. The crypt tunnels have been sealed, the breach is contained, an investigation is underway. Security protocols will be updated. No further access to the lower levels without direct authorization from his hand. He does not mention what they found. The redacted volume, the sleeping bride, the voice that knew her name. He does not mention that someone is still down there. When he finishes, the hall disperses. Nerita holds his gaze for a moment longer than necessary, then turns and walks out. Aurec touches Liora's elbow. "Come." He leads her not to his study but to a small chamber off the hall, a room she has not seen before. Narrow, windowless. A table, 2 chairs, a brazier burning low. He closes the door. "You need to understand what is happening to you." She does not sit. "Then explain it." Aurec's jaw tightens, the first crack in his composure she has seen since the marriage chamber. "The bond is accelerating, faster than I anticipated, faster than the treaty timelines allowed for, because someone tampered with it. Yes, and you do not know who." He pauses. "I have suspects. I do not have proof." The honesty surprises her. She lets it show. "You are changing," he says. "You feel it, the sleep patterns, the appetite, the sharpening of your senses. These are not abnormalities. They are the bond settling into your blood the way it was designed to. Designed to." She keeps her voice flat. "I was told the bond was a seal, a legal marker, not a transformation. The seal and the transformation are the same process. One cannot exist without the other. The seal binds the marriage. The bond binds the blood. The blood binds the bride." She hears the echo of Kalira's voice in those words. The same phrasing, the same reverent certainty. You knew. Aurec meets her gaze. I knew that the treaty terms required the bond to mature. I did not know someone would force it faster than the natural timeline. That is not an answer. It is the only answer I have. She wants to push, wants to force him to say the words aloud, that he always intended for her to become something other than human, that the marriage was never designed for her survival, only for her use. But the door opens before she can speak. Sister Kalira enters without knocking. Her gray robes sweep the floor. Her ledger is open in her hands, the brass stylus catching the brazier light. My lord, my lady, I have completed the preliminary readings from the crypt disturbance. Aurec's expression does not change. Report. The bond's resonance shifted during the incident. The acceleration factor has increased by approximately 12%. Lady Belisar's physical integration is now ahead of the projected schedule by nearly 3 weeks. Kalira looks at Liora as she says it, not with concern, with satisfaction. You have begun to experience symptoms, Kalira says. Dawn alertness, dietary changes, heightened perception. These are normal, expected. They indicate the bond is taking proper hold. Liora's hands are steady at her sides. She keeps them there. And if I do not want the bond to take hold? Kalira's smile is thin. The bond does not consult preference, my lady. It progresses. The only question is whether it progresses under controlled conditions or in crisis. The crypt incident was a crisis. We must not repeat it. Aurec moves between them, not physically, but his presence shifts, drawing Kalira's attention. What do you recommend? A stabilization rite, Kalira says. A controlled blood exchange to anchor the bond's trajectory and prevent further spontaneous acceleration. It is standard procedure for treaty marriages at this stage. It was scheduled for week 8 of the contract. Liora was not informed of that schedule. No, she was not. Kalira says it without apology, as if Liora's knowledge of the proceedings is optional. Liora looks at Aurec. You told me I would have a voice in what happens to my body. I told you I would not force consummation. This is not that. But you knew about this, right? The silence answers her. You knew, she repeats, and you did not tell me. Aurec's jaw works. I intended to tell you when the schedule required it. And when would that have been? Tonight. The word lands like a stone in still water. Kalira closes her ledger. The rite requires consent. The treaty is explicit on that point. But I will note for the record that refusal to stabilize carries consequences. Uncontrolled acceleration can damage the bond, damage the vessel, damage the treaty. She looks at Liora with something that might be pity. You have until dusk to decide, my lady. After that, the choice becomes more complicated. Kalira leaves. The door closes. Liora stands in the narrow chamber with her husband, the bond humming under her skin, and she understands that every choice she thought she had was an illusion. The only real choice is how much of herself she is willing to trade. The rite, she says. What does it require? Aurec does not meet her eyes. Your blood and mine. Consumption? Exchange. A shallow cut on the forearm, a shared cup. The blood is mixed with salt and wine, then drunk. It binds the bond's direction. And if I refuse? Then the bond continues its current trajectory. The tampering that already accelerated it will not be corrected. You will continue changing without stabilization. Which means, Aurec's voice drops. It means the transformation will be faster, more erratic, less controlled. It may hurt more than it needs to, and it may complete before the year ends. The year, the single year she was promised. You lied, she says quietly. Not with words, with silence, but the shape of it is the same. I kept the terms I agreed to. Your body is untouched. Your chamber is inviolate. You have authority in the court. You did not tell me I was changing. You did not ask. The answer is so cold, so precise, so perfectly calibrated to her own bargain that she has nothing to say. She turns and walks out. The corridor is empty. The bells are ringing for midday. She climbs the tower stairs with her hand on the cold stone, and she feels every heartbeat in the building, every footstep, every whisper, and she cannot make it stop. The blue glass bead is waiting beneath her mattress. She sits on the edge of the bed and holds it in her palm. Dusk is 6 hours away, and she does not know what she will decide. Chapter 10. The fitting room is on the second level, north wing, 3 doors past the solar where the morning light never reaches. A long chamber with mirrors along one wall and a cutting table in the center, bolts of black and silver fabric stacked on every surface like the inventory of a funeral house. Liora stands on the measuring platform, while 2 seamstresses circle her with pins in their mouths and measuring tapes around their necks. They do not speak to her. They speak around her, discussing hemlines and sleeve widths as if she is a dress form that happens to be breathing. The taller one lifts Liora's left arm to measure the seam. The burn scars catch the light. The seamstress does not flinch, but her fingers go still for half a beat before she continues. Liora keeps her face empty. She has been measured before. In the glassworks, the master used to measure her hands for the iron grips, tracing the spread of her fingers against a leather template. She learned then that being measured means being assessed for utility. The seamstresses are no different. They are assessing her for display. The door opens. Emeric enters with a cup of tea in each hand, steam curling from the rims. He is wearing his formal coat but has loosened the collar, and there is dust on his sleeves from somewhere Liora does not recognize. The household seamstresses, he says, setting one cup on the edge of the cutting table, are the most dangerous people in the Bastion. They control how the court sees you, and they remember every fitting where a lord or lady flinched. The taller seamstress looks up. Lord Drosselmar, we were not informed you would attend. I was not informed Lady Belisar would be fitted without an escort present. The seamstress's mouth tightens. The schedule was delivered this morning. Then the schedule was incomplete. Emeric picks up the second cup and holds it out to Liora. Tea. It is not warm enough to burn, but it is warm enough to remind your hands they belong to you. Liora takes the cup. The ceramic is smooth, unadorned. She wraps her fingers around it and feels the heat seep into her palm. The seamstresses wait, pins suspended, measuring tapes loose at their sides. She drinks. The tea is bitter, oversteeped. She has never tasted anything more welcome. Thank you, she says. Emeric inclines his head. The archives were quiet this morning. No tremors, no voices through the stone. I thought you should know. The seamstresses exchange a glance. They do not ask what voices he means. That is interesting. The new delegation wardrobe requires 3 formal gowns, the taller one says, reclaiming the room. 2 for court appearances, 1 for the reception hall. House Belisar expects silver and black for the first appearance. The reception gown may carry Ondrasek blue as an accent, provided the primary silhouette remains Belisar. House Belisar expects a woman who looks like she belongs, Emeric says. What does Lady Belisar expect? The seamstress hesitates. Liora sets down the tea. I expect sleeves that let me move my arms, and a hem that does not catch on stairs. The shorter seamstress, who has not spoken, writes something on a scrap of paper. Pockets, Liora adds. The taller seamstress blinks. My lady? Pockets. Hidden, in at least one of the gowns. Emeric's mouth twitches. It is not quite a smile, but it is close. The taller seamstress looks at him as if expecting him to overrule the request. He does not. He picks up the teacup Liora set down and drinks from it himself, unhurried, as if he has every right to stand in a fitting room and sip from a treaty bride's abandoned tea. The seamstresses resume their work. They are faster now, less clinical. Liora's request has unbalanced something in the ritual, and they are recalibrating. The door opens again. This time it is a servant carrying a bolt of deep blue fabric, Ondrasek colors, held in arms scarred from wrist to elbow with the pale lines of old glass cuts. Liora knows those scars. She has seen them form, bead by bead, on the riverside workbench, where they both learned to pull molten sand into shape. Tamsin Quill. She looks up as she enters, and recognition hits like a fist between Liora's ribs. Tamsin is thinner than she was at the glassworks. Her hair is pinned tight, the way household servants wear it, and her hands are clean of cobalt stain. But her eyes are the same, sharp, calculating, unafraid. She does not speak. She crosses to the cutting table, sets down the fabric, and begins unrolling it with the practiced efficiency of someone who knows her way around cloth. As she passes the measuring platform, her fingers brush Liora's wrist. A single touch. Brief. Deliberate. Then she steps back and becomes invisible again, a seamstress among seamstresses, hands busy with the Andresek blue. The taller seamstress clears her throat. The first fitting will take 2 hours. After that, the reception gown pattern must be approved by Lord Belisar's steward. The schedule did not mention approval, Liora says. The steward added it this morning. Emeric sets down the empty cup. Then the steward can attend the fitting himself if he wants to change the hemline. Lady Belisar is not a parcel to be dressed and stamped for delivery. The taller seamstress goes still. The shorter one stops writing. Timson does not look up, but her hands slow on the fabric. I will accompany Lady Belisar to the steward's office after the fitting, Emeric continues, his voice pleasant, unhurried. If the steward wishes to revise the gown, he may do so in conversation with her. Is that understood? Yes, Lord Drosselmar. The measurements resume. Liora raises her arms when directed, turns when directed, stands still while pins mark the fall of fabric across her shoulders. But something has shifted. She is not a dress form anymore. Emeric made sure of that. When the fitting ends, the shorter seamstress gathers the pinned fabric and retreats to the cutting table. The taller one gestures toward the door. The steward will expect you within the hour. Liora steps off the platform. Tamsin is folding the blue fabric, her back to the room. As Liora passes, Tamsin speaks without turning. Your pulse, Liora. It changed when you saw me. Fast, then slow. Too fast for human, too slow for fear. She folds the last corner of the cloth. The Blood-Scribes will notice, if they haven't already. Then she picks up the fabric and walks toward the storage room, and the moment is gone. Liora stands in the doorway with the cold air of the corridor touching her face and the bond humming under her skin, and she understands what Tamsin just gave her. A warning, a recognition, a crack in the wall between her mortal life and this one. Emeric appears at her elbow. You know that one. From the glassworks, we apprenticed together. He does not ask how long it has been since she saw Tamsin last. He does not ask why Tamsin is in the Bastion. He only nods, once, and steps into the corridor beside her. Then she is a friend, he says quietly. Guard that carefully. Liora follows him toward the steward's office, and behind her, through the storage room door, she hears the faint sound of someone humming a tune from the riverside. A glassblower's rhythm. Slow, steady, patient. The bond pulses. She keeps walking. Chapter 11. The steward's office consumes the hour in paperwork. 3 gown patterns approved. 1 hemline dispute settled when Emeric points out the original measurement would tear on the grand staircase. The steward concedes without warmth, his quill scratching amendments into a ledger that will outlive everyone in the room. By the time Liora steps back into the corridor, the light has changed. The high windows of the bastion show a sky deepening toward violet, the first stars pricking through like pinpricks in dark silk. Emeric walks her to the tower stair. He does not speak of Thompson again. He does not need to. The warning is already buried in Liora's chest, next to the hum of the bond and the cold weight of the black salt crystal still hidden in her mattress. Rest, he says at the stair foot. The delegation arrives at dusk tomorrow. You will need everything you have. She wants to ask him what that means, what the Sarka envoy will demand, what Aurec expects her to say, what happens if she fails. But his face is closed now, the warmth of the fitting room banked like coals, and he turns before she can speak. She climbs the tower stairs alone. The gate wards pulse as she passes through them, recognizing her blood, letting her into the silence of her chamber. The fire has been laid but not lit. The bed is made. The blue glass bead is still sewn into her hem. She sits on the edge of the mattress and presses her palms flat against her thighs, trying to feel the shape of her own body beneath the bond's constant hum. 6 hours until dusk. That was what Aurec gave her to decide about the stabilization rite. She has not decided. She is still sitting there when a knock sounds at the door. Not the sharp rap of a servant or the measured pattern of Matthias Rook. Something else. 2 knocks, spaced apart, unhurried. She rises, crosses to the door, opens it. Aurec stands in the corridor. He is not in formal court attire. His coat is dark wool, unadorned, his hair pulled back simply. He looks almost ordinary, if a man shaped like a blade can ever look ordinary. Walk with me, he says. It is not a request, but it is not a command either. It is something in between, a boundary he is offering her the chance to cross voluntarily. The bond whispers go with him. She goes. He leads her down the tower stairs, past the level of the grand hall, through a narrow passage she has never noticed, hidden behind a tapestry of the Belisar crest. The passage opens into a courtyard she recognizes only from the map Emeric showed her on the first day. The sealed garden. Moonlight spills over it like water. Silver-leafed shrubs border a central path of pale stone, and a fountain at the center catches the light in a way that makes the water look like molten glass. The air smells of night-blooming flowers, sweet and heavy. She stops at the threshold. "This garden was built for a bride," she says. Aurec turns to face her. The moonlight sharpens the angles of his face, the claw scar across his throat a pale line against his skin. "Yes. She died in the coup." "She was killed in the coup, not the same thing." Liora's throat tightens. She steps onto the path, and the fountain's murmur fills the space between them. "Why are we here?" Aurec gestures toward a stone bench beside the fountain. She does not sit. He does not sit either. They stand on either side of the water, the moonlight dividing them. "The Sarka delegation arrives tomorrow," he says. "Even Sarka will test you. He will test us. He will look for the crack in the alliance and drive a wedge into it if he finds one." "I remember." "Do you?" She holds his gaze. "He toasts me from across the table. He watches me like I'm a piece he might acquire. He smiles when other people insult me so that I know he is enjoying the performance. I remember." Aurec is still for a long moment. Then something shifts in his expression. Not quite surprise, not quite respect, but a recalibration. "You see more than I was told." "I was a glassblower's apprentice," she says. "I learned to read heat before it burned me. A court is just a different kind of furnace." He looks at her as if she has just said something he did not expect and does not know how to categorize. Then he moves to the fountain and trails his fingers through the water. "Even will ask you about your grandmother's health. He will ask about the salt trade debt. He will offer sympathy for the hardship of your position and frame it as concern for your welfare. Every question is a probe. Every kindness is a trap." "I know." "You know because you are intelligent," he says. "But intelligence is not enough. You must also be seen to believe what you say. Even reads micro-expressions the way you read heat. If you flinch, he will see it." She steps closer to the fountain. The water catches the moonlight, throwing silver patterns across his hands. "What do you want me to tell him?" "That you are content, that the treaty is sound, that House Belisar has treated you with the honor owed to a treaty bride. And if he asks about the bond," Aurec's hands still in the water, "what do you mean?" "He is a vampire lord. He will smell the change in me. He will hear my pulse, see the way I move, notice that I have not eaten in front of anyone since I arrived. The delegation dinner lasts hours. I cannot hide what is happening to me." The silence stretches. "Tell him it is progressing normally," Aurec says finally. "Tell him the bond is stable and the marriage is on schedule. And if he asks about the stabilization rite?" Aurec turns to face her fully. The moonlight catches the silver of his eyes, cold and bright. "He will not know about the rite. But if he asks, he will not." She holds his gaze. "You are certain?" "I am certain of very little," he says, and his voice drops, losing its formal edge. "But I am certain that even Sarka does not have access to the Blood-Scribe's records. I am certain that no one outside this household knows how far the bond has progressed. And I am certain that if he suspects the truth, he will use it to destroy the alliance and drag House Belisar into a war it cannot win, while the tunnels beneath the city still run with enemies." The word tunnels lands between them like a stone. He knows she heard movement below the crypts. He knows she saw the redacted volume. He knows she understands more than she is supposed to. He is telling her anyway. "Why are you telling me this?" she asks. Aurec steps away from the fountain. He moves to the edge of the garden, where the silver-leafed shrubs cast shadows on the pale stone. When he speaks, his voice is low. because I need you to understand what is at stake. Not the treaty, not the alliance, the city. Every mortal in the lower wards, every house that depends on the peace, every life that would be consumed if the old factions rise again. That is what I am trying to prevent. She stares at him. The moonlight has turned everything to silver and shadow, and he looks like something from a story. A king in a tragedy. A man who believes he is the only one who can carry the weight. And the bond, she says. My transformation. Is that also what you are trying to prevent? He does not answer. She waits. The fountain murmurs. The bond is a tool, he says finally. I will not pretend it is anything else. But tools can be wielded with precision or with cruelty. I am offering you precision. You are offering me a cage with padded walls. He turns to face her, and his expression is unreadable, carved from the same stone as the bastion. I am offering you a choice, he says. You can refuse the stabilization rite and let the bond consume you on its own terms, faster, wilder, more painful, and less controlled. Or you can consent to the rite and keep enough of yourself to decide what you become. That is not a choice, she says. That is a hostage negotiation. He is quiet for a long moment. Then he steps closer, close enough that she can smell the cold stone scent of him, the night air, something ancient and patient. It is the only choice I have to give you, he says. The bond was sealed the night we married. It will complete itself whether you consent or not. The only question is whether you will have a voice in how. She wants to hit him. She wants to run. She wants to find Emeric and let him lead her down into the dark again, where the walls are honest and the danger has a name. Instead, she holds her ground. Tomorrow, she says, I will give you my answer tomorrow. Aurec nods once, then he turns and walks to the garden's entrance, pausing at the threshold. The delegation arrives at dusk, he says, without looking back. By then, I need to know whether you are willing to become necessary. He leaves. She stands alone in the sealed garden, surrounded by moonlight and the scent of night flowers, and the question hangs in the air like smoke. Necessary. The word is a promise, a threat, a key to a door she is not sure she wants to open. She presses her palm to her chest, where the bond hums beneath her ribs, and she feels the shape of the answer forming. But before she can follow it to its end, a sound cuts through the garden's silence. Footsteps. Not from the passage or Ig used, from the far wall where the silver-leafed shrubs grow thick against ancient stone. She turns. A shadow detaches itself from the wall, human-shaped, moving with deliberate slowness toward her. The voice that speaks is low and familiar. You should not be here, Lady Belisar. It is Tamsin. She steps into the moonlight, her hands empty, her face unreadable. She is wearing servant's gray, but she moves like someone who knows where every guard stands and every ward hums. How did you get in here? Liora breathes. Tamsin does not answer. She stops a few feet away and looks at Liora with the same sharp, calculating gaze she wore in the fitting room. The delegation arrives tomorrow, Tamsin says. Even Sarka is not the only one you need to worry about. What do you mean? Tamsin glances toward the garden entrance, then back at Liora. She lowers her voice. There are people in this house who want the bond to fail. Not the marriage. The bond. They want it to collapse so violently that it takes you and Aurec and half the treaty with it. Leora's blood goes cold. Who? Tamsin's jaw tightens. I do not have names yet, but I know someone has been moving through the tunnels beneath the bastion, someone with access to the old wards, someone who knows what the garden was built for. What was it built for? Tamsin holds her gaze. The moonlight catches the glass-cut scars on her arms, pale lines that shine like threads of silver. Not for a bride who wanted to remember home, Tamsin says. For a bride who needed to scream where no one could hear her. The words hang in the air, cold as grave earth, and from somewhere deep beneath the garden, through layers of stone and centuries of silence, a voice rises. Not words, a hum. The same glassblower's rhythm Tamsin was humming in the storage room. But this time, it is not Tamsin making the sound. It comes from below. Chapter 12. The delegation arrives at dusk, and Liora is not ready. She stands in the formal receiving hall with her hands clasped at her waist, wearing the silver gown with the hidden pocket sewn into the inner seam, and she has not given Aurec her answer about the stabilization rite. She told him she would decide by tonight. Midnight is still 4 hours away. That is not a plan. It is a delay dressed as deliberation. Aurec stands at her left shoulder, a handbreadth closer than protocol requires. He has not questioned her silence. He has not asked for the answer she promised. He simply appeared at her chamber door at the appointed hour and offered his arm like a blade sheathing itself. "They will test the seam," he said quietly as they walked through the corridor. "Every visible edge. Do not let them find one." She did not reply. Now the doors open. The Sarka delegation enters in a spray of dark velvet and polished silver, 6 figures moving with the synchronized grace of predators who know exactly where the kill is kept. At their center, even Sarka walks like a man who has already won whatever game is being played. He is beautiful. That is the first thing Liora notices, the way beauty in Noctis Vey is always a weapon worn openly. His dark hair is swept back from a face that belongs on a coin, and his smile is the exact temperature of a blade drawn across skin. He stops before them and inclines his head, not quite a bow. "Lord Belisar, Lady Belisar." His gaze rests on Liora a beat too long. "I have heard much about you," he says. "The mortal bride who silenced Nirita Vas with the salt trade route." Liora keeps her hand still. "I merely answered a question, Lord Sarka." "Oh, I doubt that." His smile widens. "Women who merely answer questions do not survive in this city." It is a compliment wrapped in a thread, and she feels the court's attention sharpen. Aurec's voice cuts through the moment, smooth and unhurried. "I would not underestimate my wife's capacity for survival, Lord Sarka. She has proven resourceful." Evan's eyes flick to Aurec, and something passes between them, old knowledge, old hostility. "Indeed," Evan says, "resourceful is exactly what I have heard." He offers Liora his arm. "Shall we?" The dining hall is a furnace of candlelight and murmured conversation. Liora sits of Aurec's right, Evan Sarka at his left, and the seating arrangement is a battlefield disguised as etiquette. The first course arrives. Blood wine for the vampires, a pale broth for Liora. She does not touch it. The last time she tried to eat, the food tasted like ash and salt, and she cannot afford to show weakness tonight. Evan watches her over the rim of his glass. "You do not eat, Lady Belisar?" "I am not hungry," she says. "Fasting before a feast." He sets the glass down. "A mortal custom or a Belisar one?" Aurec answers before she can. "My wife prefers to eat lightly before formal events. It keeps her sharp." Evan's smile does not waver. "Sharp is good. Dull women are easy to read." The conversation moves in spirals. House Sarka's trade routes. The Winter Solstice Treaty Review. A question about the lower river wards, asked with an innocent tilt of Evan's head that makes Liora's skin prickle. "I hear the tunnels beneath the bastion have been closed," Evan says, offhand, as if discussing the weather. "A security concern?" Aurec's expression does not change. "A maintenance issue. The crypts require reinforcement after the last storm season." "Ah." Evan nods slowly. "I had heard something else, but rumors are rarely reliable." He turns to Liora. "You must find the bastion quite different from your home, Lady Belisar. The glass works, was it?" She feels the question land like a stone in still water. "Yes," she says. "I was a glassblower's apprentice." "A demanding craft." He leans back in his chair. "Heat, pressure, the risk of shattering. I imagine it requires a steady hand." "It does." "And a clear eye for which shapes will hold and which will crack under strain." He holds her gaze. The subtext is not subtext. "I have always admired glasswork," he continues, "the way light passes through it, the way it can be molded into something beautiful or sharp, depending on the maker's intent." Aurec sets down his glass with a soft click. "The glassworks are a fine trade," he says, "but my wife's skills extend beyond the furnace. She has proven herself a capable strategist in Belisar's interests." Ivan's eyes glitter. He reaches for his wine, then stops, a deliberate pause. "I confess, Lord Belisar, I am curious. Your marriage is unusual. A mortal bride, a blood bond, a treaty sealed in salt and ceremony. Powerful marriages always hide wounds, do they not? The room goes still. Liora feels the words land, feels the court's attention shift, feels the weight of the accusation wrapped in silk. Before she can answer, her gaze drifts across the hall. Emeric stands near the far wall, half in shadow, his arms crossed. He is watching her with an expression she has never seen before, a mixture of recognition and grief, and something that looks almost like prayer. He is not watching the performance, he is watching her survive it. The bond hums beneath her ribs, cold and insistent, and she knows that if she lets herself look at him another second, the mask will crack. She turns back to Even. Powerful marriages hide nothing, she says. They simply refuse to let strangers read them. Even's smile sharpens. Then I will stop trying to read yours, he says, and simply watch it burn. He laughs, a sound like breaking glass, and the dinner continues. But Liora feels the hum beneath her feet, the same hum from the garden, the same rhythm that Basin hummed, and that something below answered. And she knows, with a certainty that chills her blood, that the night is not over. Not by half. Chapter 13. The fire is wrong. Liora stands at the hearth of her chamber, hand extended toward the flames, and the heat feels like a blade drawn across her skin. She pulls back. The sensation lingers, an oily burn that radiates up her forearm, and she presses her palm to the cold stone of the mantle until the throbbing fades. 3 days since the delegation dinner. 3 days since she gave Aurec her answer. Yes, I will take the right. She told herself it was strategy. Buy time, keep control. Let them believe she was cooperating while she found another way. But the morning after the ceremony, when Kalira had pressed the blood-mixed wine into her hands and watched her drink, something shifted in Liora's chest like a lock clicking home. Now the heat hurts. She tries the bath chamber. The water is warm, tepid from the pipes, and it makes her skin prickle. She douses herself with the cold pitcher instead and stands dripping, breath shallow, until the pain subsides. The kitchens are worse. She goes there at dawn, hoping to find Tamsin, and the blast of oven heat hits her at the threshold. The cooks move through steam and fire like they are made of different substance, but Liora's eyes water, her throat tightens, and she retreats to the corridor before anyone notices her face. The cold halls become her territory. She maps them by temperature. The outer wall corridors where the river drafts seep through stone, the north stairwell that no one uses because the torches gutter there, the sealed garden with its frosted gravel and skeletal trees. She spends hours there now, breath clouding, the cold a balm against her bones. Tamsin finds her on the 4th day, wrapped in a wool cloak that feels too heavy against her overwarm skin. You cannot keep hiding in the cold, Tamsin says. The servants are talking. Let them talk. They are. That is the problem. Tamsin steps closer, voice dropping. The seamstresses noticed you do not eat. The ward keepers noticed you walk the outer halls at all hours, and the scullery girls heard the kitchen staff say the Belisar bride looked ill when she came near the fire. Liora presses her fingers to her temples. The bond coils beneath her ribs, cold and restless. I am not ill. I know. Tamsin's eyes are sharp. That is worse. Illness passes. This does not. She reaches into her apron and pulls out a small jar of salve, pale and waxy. For the burn marks, she says. If anyone asks, you are treating a rash from the river drafts. It will explain why you avoid warm rooms. Liora takes the jar. The glass is cool against her palm. Why are you helping me? Tamsin's jaw tightens. Because I know what happens to women who disappear inside these walls. And because you were the only person at the glassworks who did not flinch when I picked up a hot rod wrong. She is gone before Liora can answer. The whispers spread anyway. Liora hears them through the walls now, the bond's sharpened hearing picking up fragments meant to stay private. A chambermaid in the east hall says ripening faster than the last one. A footman in the lower pantry answers the Blood-Scribes say her pulse is nearly twice what it should be. She does not flinch. She files each whisper away like a piece of broken glass, sharp and transparent, and keeps walking. But that afternoon, wandering the north stairwell, she hears a voice that stops her cold. Sister Kalira. The priestess is in a small alcove 2 floors below, speaking to someone Liora cannot see. Her voice carries up the stone shaft, clear and clinical. 7.3 weeks ahead of the base projection, the first stage markers appeared at day 11 rather than month 3, and the thermal sensitivity is already pronounced. A pause. A murmur Liora cannot catch. Yes, Kalira says. She is matching the upper curve precisely. The schedule holds. The schedule. Liora presses herself against the wall, heart hammering. The slate blue fabric of the black salt binding. The entries she was never shown. What schedule? The murmur below again, and Karia's answering laugh, soft and satisfied. We planned for this, sister. Every milestone is exactly where the projections placed it. The bride is on time. Liora does not wait to hear more. She turns and climbs, blind and cold, until she reaches the garden gate and slips through into air that tastes like frost. The garden is silent. She stands in the center, on the gravel path, and wraps her arms around herself. She is not cold. She has not been cold in days, but she shivers anyway, because the woman who could sit by a furnace and breathe through the heat is gone, and in her place is someone whose own body has become a stranger. The bride is on time. Time for what? She looks down at her hands. The cobalt stain on her thumb is still there, the only mark that still belongs to her old life. But the burn scars look different now, paler, as if the bond is eating them too. She presses her palm to the frozen earth, and she feels it, the hum. Deep beneath the garden, rising through stone and root, the same rhythm Tamsin hummed, the same vibration that answered from below. It pulses against her hand like a heartbeat, slow and patient, waiting. Liora kneels. She presses both palms to the ground. The hum strengthens. She closes her eyes, and then she hears footsteps, not from below, from the garden entrance. A tread she knows, measured and careful, and she looks up to find Emeric standing at the edge of the gravel, his face half in shadow. He looks at her, kneeling in the frozen earth, hands pressed to the ground like she is listening to something only she can hear. He does not ask what she is doing. He just says, very quietly, "You heard it too." And from beneath the garden, the hum rises 1 octave higher, like a voice learning to speak. Chapter 14. Emeric does not move from the garden entrance. His hand rests on the iron gate, fingers loose, but his whole body is angled toward her like he is listening for the same hum. "You heard it," he says again. Not a question. Liora stays kneeling. The frozen gravel bites through her skirts. The hum has dropped back to a bass thrum, barely perceptible, but she feels it still, vibrating up through her palms like a second pulse. What is it? I do not know. He steps onto the path, slow, deliberate. But I have heard it for weeks, always from the garden, always below. And you did not tell me. He stops 3 feet away. I did not know if you could hear it. I did not know if it was meant for you, or if I was imagining what I wanted to find. She rises. Her knees ache from the cold stone. What do you want to find? He holds her gaze for a long moment. Then he looks away, toward the frost-crusted wall, proof that I am not the only one who feels this place changing. He leads her through a service corridor behind the kitchens, past steaming pipes and storage rooms where the air smells of salt and dry grain. She follows without asking where they are going. The bond settles under her ribs, quieter now, as if it recognizes the rhythm of his pace. You should not be walking the bastion alone, he says over his shoulder. Not after the delegation, not with what the servants are saying. I can manage servants. The Sarka delegation is still in the city. Ivan has not left. He is waiting for something. She thinks of Ivan's smile, the blade sharp edge beneath every compliment. He is waiting for me to break. Yes. Emeric turns into a narrow stairwell she does not recognize, which is why you need to know what you are actually bound to. The lower archive is colder than she remembers. The lamps are unlit, the air still, and the shelves stretch into shadow like rows of sleeping sentinels. Emeric strikes a match and lights a bracket lamp. The flame catches, throws yellow light across the ledger spines. "Ceremony study," he says flatly. "That is the official reason I am bringing you here. The steward approved it this morning." "Did he?" "He approved it before the delegation. I asked just in case." Emeric pulls a heavy leather volume from the shelf, opens it to a page marked with a strip of black ribbon. "But that is not what we are here for." Liora steps closer. The page is covered in crimped script, ink faded to rust brown. A list of names, dates, notes in a hand she does not recognize. "Treaty brides," Emeric says. 7 of them. Every woman House Belisar has taken through the Salt Sea in the last 3 centuries. She reads the names. 3 she has never heard. 2 she recognizes from dinner gossip. 1 is crossed out entirely, the ink scratched so deep it has torn the page. Who is the crossed one? Emeric does not answer. He turns 2 pages forward and points to a single entry. Taria Belisar, House Variant, bound year 342. The same bride whose sleeping body lies in the crypts below. She was not supposed to survive the turning, Emeric says quietly. The bond was accelerated too fast. Her body could not complete the transformation, but it could not die either. She has been down there for 4 generations, caught between, because someone inside this house decided she was more useful as a warning than as a finished weapon. The hum prickles at the edge of Liora's awareness. Not from the garden this time, from the floor beneath her feet. They used her as a deterrent? They used her as a demonstration. Emeric closes the volume. His hands are steady, but his jaw is tight. Every bride after her knew what happened when the bond was pushed too hard. It kept them compliant. Liora's throat is dry. "And me?" "You are ahead of schedule, faster than any of them." He meets her eyes. "Someone wants you compliant too." He does not say more. He does not have to. Instead, he reaches into his coat and pulls out a small iron key, tarnished and warm from his body heat. He presses it into her palm, folds her fingers over it. The restricted cabinet is behind the 3rd shelf, loose stone in the wall. "Do not open it here. Do not let anyone see you carry it." She closes her hand around the key. The metal bites into her skin. What is in it? Records that were supposed to be destroyed. Correspondence between your grandmother and the Belisar scribes from before the treaty was signed. He holds her gaze. Including the supplemental clauses the steward told you did not exist. Her blood goes cold. "Chalveg, you have had this the whole time." "I have had it since the morning after the crypt collapse. I found it in the wreckage before the ward keepers sealed the level." His voice drops. "I should have given it to you sooner, but I needed to know if you could be trusted with what it says." "Could I?" He does not look away. "You are still choosing for yourself. That is more than most people in this house ever manage." The footsteps come from both ends of the aisle at once. Liora's head snaps up. The bond flares, recognizing the tread before her eyes do. Heavy, measured, accompanied by the rustle of robes. Emeric moves before she can speak. He takes her wrist, pulls her behind the nearest shelf, presses her against the stone. His body blocks her from view, coat falling around them like a curtain. "Say nothing," he breathes. The footsteps stop. "Scribe Drosselmar," Sister Kalira's voice, sweet and sharp as a needle. "I was told you were conducting ceremony study with the bride, but the steward's office says no formal session was logged." Emeric does not step back. His hand stays on Liora's wrist, thumb pressed to her pulse. "The steward's office does not log every conversation, sister, only the ones that matter." A pause. The air thickens. "Then perhaps you would not mind if I observed. I have a professional interest in the bride's education." Liora feels the key biting into her palm. She cannot move, cannot breathe. Emeric's thumb presses harder against her pulse. Once, twice, a signal she does not understand. "By all means," he says, and his voice is ice. "Observe." But his free hand finds hers in the shadow of his coat, and he pries the key from her grip, sliding it into his own sleeve with the smoothness of a pickpocket. Then he steps back, releases her wrist, turns to face Karia with a smile that does not reach his eyes, and Liora stands frozen, empty-handed, as the priestess approaches with her ledger open, and the hum beneath the floor rises like a held breath. Chapter 15. Sister Kalera's shadow falls across the floor in a long, gray wedge. She stands at the end of the aisle, ledger open, brass stylus catching the low light. Her gaze moves from Emeric to Liora and back, reading the space between them like a sentence. "The bride looks pale," Cowrie says. "The lower archives are cold from mortal blood." Liora keeps her hands still at her sides. Empty. The key is gone, hidden in Emeric's sleeve, and she has never been more aware of the absence of weight in her palm. "I was explaining the salt seal protocol for the reception ceremony," Emeric says. His voice carries no strain. "The bride has questions about the order of witnesses." Cowrie's mouth does not change, but something in her posture shifts. She knows he is lying. "How conscientious." She steps closer, and the air thickens with the scent of old paper and dried ink. "But the steward's office has updated the ceremony schedule. Perhaps I should escort the bride back myself, save you the walk." It is not a question. Emeric does not move. His body remains between them, shoulder squared, coat still arranged to hide the shape of the key against his forearm. "The bride is my charge tonight, sister, per the Lord's instruction. And I am the covenant witness attached to this marriage, per the same authority." Kalera's smile is thin as a blade. "We both served the treaty, Scribe Drosselmar. The question is whether we served the same part of it." The hum beneath the floor falters. Liora feels it stop, a held breath released, and the sudden silence in the stone is worse than the sound. She does not know what it means. She only knows Kalera does not react to it at all. That tells her everything. Kalera cannot hear it. The priestess is blind to the thing living below, which means she is not the source of the acceleration, which means someone else is. "I will escort myself," Liora says. Both of them turn to look at her. She steps out from behind Emeric, keeping her spine straight, her face composed. The lie comes easy because it is half true. "I am tired. I want my chamber. If Sister Kalera wishes to accompany me, I will not refuse a walking companion." Emeric's jaw tightens. He understands what she is doing, letting Kalera watch her go to ground while he stays behind with the key. Kalera considers her for a long moment, then she closes her ledger. "Very well." They walk in silence through the service corridor. The torches gutter as they pass, and Liora counts her own footsteps to keep the panic from climbing her throat. Kalera does not speak until they reach the tower stair. "You are adapting quickly," she says. "Faster than I expected." Liora does not answer. "The bond suits you. Some vessels resist. You do not." The words land like stones. Liora keeps walking. "I am not a vessel. You are a treaty bride. That is what the word means." Kalera's voice is gentle, almost kind. "Resistance only prolongs the pain. Acceptance shortens the road." They reach the gate to the west tower. Liora places her palm on the wards. They pulse once, warm, and the lock clicks open. "I will consider your advice," Liora says, and steps through before Kalera can follow. The gate swings shut between them. Through the iron bars, Kalera watches her with an expression Liora cannot name. Not satisfaction, not concern, something older, hungrier. "Sleep well, bride." She turns and walks away. Liora waits until the footsteps fade. Then she counts to 60. Then she strips off the reception gown, pulls on the darkest dress she owns, and slips back into the corridor. The bastion breathes around her. Distant voices, the clatter of a kitchen below. Somewhere above, a door opens and closes. She moves through the servant passages, keeping to the shadows, following the route Emeric showed her earlier. The lower archives entrance is unguarded. The steward's office is 3 turns away, and Matthias Rucco is likely still finishing the delegation's departure paperwork. She has maybe 10 minutes. The cabinet is exactly where Emeric described it, behind the 3rd shelf, loose stone in the wall. She slides it aside and finds the iron lock, cold and waiting. She has no key, but she has watched Emeric's hands for weeks now. She knows how he moves, how he conceals. She presses her palm flat against the stone beside the cabinet and lets the bond stretch, reaching for the impression of his fingers, the shape of the key in his grip. The bond shivers, does not answer. Of course, it does not work that way. She is about to retreat when she hears it. Soft footsteps, single set. Coming from the direction of the scribe alcove, she presses herself into the shadow of the shelf. Emeric rounds the corner. He stops when he sees her. Says nothing. Crosses the distance in 3 steps, pulls the key from his sleeve, and fits it into the lock without a word. The cabinet door swings open. "You have 7 minutes," he breathes. "I will watch the door." She does not waste time thanking him. Inside the cabinet, a stack of correspondence bound in leather. Old paper, brittle at the edges. The seal on the top letter is Andrasek blue, cracked and faded. She opens it. Shalvade Andrasek to scribe Patrice Belisar. Dated 5 years before the treaty. Regarding the bride clause, the girl will be 24 at signing. Old enough to bear the transformation. Young enough to shape. I have raised her to obey necessity. She will not resist when the time comes. Liora's hands go cold. She pulls the next letter. The obedience channels must be embedded in the primary seal. Standard bride accords only bind the body. We need the bond to bind the will. The girl cannot be permitted to refuse conversion when the house requires her service. The word repeats in her skull. Obedience channels. She finds the fragment among the papers. A partial accord, written in a different hand, annotated in the margins. The ink is faded, but the language is unmistakable. A clause buried in the salt seal ritual, designed to create a pathway through the bond that could later be activated to compel the bride's compliance. Not a marriage. A leash. She turns the page. There is more. She cannot read it fast enough. A footstep in the corridor. Emeric's head snaps up. He signals with his hand. Come. She shoves the fragment into her sleeve, closes the cabinet. Emeric locks it, slides the stone back, and they are both turning toward the exit when the footsteps stop. Lady Belisar, Theteus Rook stands in the doorway of the archive. His face is immaculate. His hands are clasped behind his back. He looks at her, then at Emeric, then at the wall where the cabinet is hidden. He does not ask what they are doing. He does not have to. "The records room is closed for the evening," he says. "May I ask who gave you authorization to be here?" The lie rises in Liora's throat. It tastes like blood. She cannot swallow it. Chapter 16. Matthias Rook does not move. He stands in the doorway with his hands clasped behind his back and his face arranged into professional blankness, and the silence stretches long enough for Liora to feel the fragment in her sleeve like a second skin. "Lady Belisar." His voice carries no accusation. That is worse. "Lord Drosselmar requested my assistance with ceremonial records," she says. The words come out steady. She has been lying to survive since she could speak. "The steward's office was closed, and I did not wish to delay the morning briefing." Rook's gaze flicks to Emeric, then back to her. "The ceremony archive is 3 corridors east. This is the closed records room." "I made a wrong turn." "You made several." He steps aside, clearing the doorway. His posture says he will not force the issue tonight, but he will remember it. That is how men like Rook operate. They file every breach, every hesitation, every flinch, and they produce the file when leverage is required. Liora walks past him. Her spine is straight, her breathing is even. The fragment presses against her wrist. Emeric follows a half-step behind, and Rook lets them both pass without another word. They do not speak until they reach the servant stairs. "He will report it," Emeric says quietly. "I know. He will not report it tonight because he does not know what you took. But he will watch you more closely now, and he will tell Aurec." Liora stops at the base of the stairwell. The stone is cold through her thin shoes. The fragment in her sleeve feels heavier than paper. "Then I have until morning to decide what to do with what I learned." Emeric's jaw tightens. He looks at her, and there is something raw in his expression, something he is holding back by sheer discipline. "Liora." His voice breaks on her name. "The obedience channels. If they are embedded in the primary seal, they are already part of you. Breaking them may not be possible without breaking the bond entirely. And breaking the bond could kill me," she finishes. "I know." She knows. She has known since she read Chaveg's letter. Her grandmother chose her, shaped her, raised her to obey necessity. The obedience channels were not an afterthought. They were the design. She climbs the stairs alone. Her chamber is dark when she enters. The hearth has burned low. She does not light a candle. She sits on the edge of the bed and pulls the fragment from her sleeve. The paper is thin, brittle, the ink faded to brown. She reads it 3 times, hoping the words will rearrange themselves into something less damning. They do not. The bride shall be bound by will as by blood, and shall not withhold consent when the house requires her service. This clause is sealed by the authority of House Belisar, represented by its matriarch. Chalveg's seal, Chalveg's signature. The grandmother who held her after her mother died, who taught her to read numbers, who told her, the night before she left for the Bastion, that she was strong enough to survive anything. She was not preparing Liora to survive. She was preparing her to comply. The blue glass bead presses against her hip through the hem of her dress. She touches it, runs her thumb over the smooth surface, and feels nothing. A knock at the door. She folds the fragment into her sleeve before her body finishes standing. Who is it? A delivery, my lady. A servant's voice. Young, female. From the north quarter, it bears the Belisar seal. Liora opens the door. The servant holds a wooden box, plain and unadorned, small enough to fit in 2 palms. The seal on the lid is blue wax, stamped with the Belisar salt mark. 3 horizontal lines, a stylized wave, the symbol of a house that built itself on trade and survived on debt. Liora takes the box. Who delivered it? A courier from the river gate, my lady. He said it was sent 5 days ago, before the delegation arrived. 5 days ago. Before the delegation dinner. Before the lower archive. Before Liora knew what her grandmother had signed. She thanks the servant and closes the door. The box sits on her palm. Light. She turns it over. No sound inside. Nothing shifts. She breaks the seal. Inside, a letter and a small leather pouch. She opens the letter first. The handwriting is steady, deliberate, the hand of a woman who has been blind for a decade and learned to write by touch alone. Liora, by the time you read this, the Sarka delegation will have come and gone. I trust you held the position I raised you to occupy. I write to you now, not as your grandmother, but as the matriarch who must answer to the weight of our house. You have felt the bond advancing. You have felt the seal shaping you. I know your nature. You will resist. You will believe there is another path. There is not. The debt House Belisar carries was not incurred through recklessness. It was incurred through survival. The same survival I taught you in every furnace room and ledger hall. Belisar holds the salt roots. Belisar holds the river. Belisar holds our future in its treaty books. I gave you to them because you are the only thing I have that they would accept as payment. You are not a victim. You are a vessel, and vessels are made to hold what they are given. The transformation will take what it takes. Let it. The woman you were was never going to survive this house, but what you become can. Endure. That is the only command I have ever given you that matters. The pouch contains a token of your mother's line. I kept it for the day you would need to remember what you are carrying forward, not what you are leaving behind. Do not write back. I will not answer. Chalved Belisar Liora's hand is shaking. She does not realize it until the paper trembles in her grip. She sets the letter down carefully, precisely, the way she sets hot glass on the cooling table. Then she opens the leather pouch. A ring, silver, tarnished, set with a stone the color of dried blood. The inside of the band is inscribed with characters she cannot read. Old Belisar script, the language of salt covenants and sealed debts. She slips it onto her finger. It fits perfectly. She wonders if Chalveg measured her hand before she left, if the matriarch knew, when she embraced her at the carriage, exactly how wide her knuckles were, exactly which finger would carry the weight of her mother's legacy. Of course she did. She raised Liora to be measured. Liora sits in the dark for a long time. The fire dies. The cold creeps in. She does not notice. She turns the ring on her finger over and over, feeling the weight of it, the history of it, the obligation baked into every tarnished curve. She thinks of her mother. She barely remembers her face, just the shape of her hands, the sound of her voice humming while she worked glass, the smell of salt and smoke on her clothes. Her mother died when Liora was 7. Fever, fast. Shalveg had taken over the household within a week. Liora never asked what her mother thought of the treaty. She was too young to know there was anything to ask. Now she wonders if her mother would have recognized the woman she is becoming. Now she wonders if it matters. She is still sitting in the dark when the hum starts. Low, under the floor, under the stone. The same rhythm she felt in the garden, in the crypt archives, in the marrow of her bones, while Emeric watched her with grief in his eyes. The ring vibrates against her finger. She pulls her hand away from her lap. The hum rises, not louder, closer. She presses her palm flat to the stone floor. The cold bites, the hum bites deeper. She hears nothing, sees nothing, but she feels something, below her, below the bastion, below the river, turning toward her like a creature scenting blood. It knows she is wearing the ring. It knows she read the letter. It knows she is afraid. She does not move. She does not breathe. The hum holds for one more heartbeat, two, then recedes, fading into the stone like water into sand. She is alone again, but she is not alone. And she is beginning to understand that the ring is not a gift. It is a key, and something beneath the bastion has been waiting for her to put it on. Chapter 17. The ring hums against her finger. Liora has not slept. She has not moved from the cold stone floor since the hum receded, her palms still pressed flat, her knees aching, her breath shallow in the dark. The ring is warm now, warm against her skin, warm like something alive. She pulls her hand back and stares at it. The blood-red stone catches no light, but she swears it pulses. A slow, patient rhythm, not her heartbeat. Something older, something that knows she is wearing it. She should take it off. She does not take it off. The room is too close. The walls press. The ceiling sits too low, too heavy, too full of shadows that breathe. She rises on stiff legs, crosses to the door, and steps into the corridor without a plan. The cold hits her first. Good. Clean. The bastion's upper halls rung with drafts from the river, and she follows them, barefoot, still wearing the dark dress from the archive, the ring a point of heat on her finger. She walks. The torches burn in iron sconces every 12 paces. She counts them. 12. 12. 12. The rhythm steadies her. The cold numbs her feet. She walks until the corridor dead ends at a narrow stair she has never taken, spiraling down into darker stone. She stops. Listens. Nothing. But the ring vibrates. A single note, low and brief, like a finger drawn across glass. She turns away from the stair and hears it. A heartbeat. Not hers. Through the wall to her left. Steady. Slow. The heartbeat of someone sleeping. She presses her palm to the cold stone, and the sound sharpens. She hears the blood move, hears the lungs rise and fall, hears the pulse in the throat, in the wrist, in the deep chambers of the chest. She pulls her hand back. The sound does not stop. She hears another, 3 doors down, faster. A servant already awake, moving through a kitchen. She hears the clink of metal, the hiss of water, the scrape of a boot on stone. She hears it, all of it, through the walls. She takes a step backward, then another. The ring hums. The heartbeats keep beating. She can hear them like she can hear her own. Layered, separate, each one a signature she is learning to read. She is shaking. She does not know when she started. The corridor stretches ahead, empty, torchlit, silent, except for the blood song only she can hear. She presses her back to the wall and breathes. Slow. In through the nose, out through the mouth. The way she learned to steady her hands before a gather. The way she learned to hold a bubble in molten glass without letting it collapse. Her hands are not steady. She looks down at them. The burn scars. The cobalt stain on her thumb. The ring. The ring is still warm. She hears footsteps, not through the wall, behind her. She spins. Emeric stands at the far end of the corridor, half in shadow, half in torchlight. He is not dressed for the hour. His shirt is untucked. His hair is disordered. He looks like he has been awake as long as she has. He does not approach. He looks at her bare feet, her pressed hand against the wall. The ring. "I heard you," he says. She does not know what he means. Heard her walking? Heard her breathing? Heard the hum that follows her through every hall. I can hear them, she says. What? Heartbeats, through the walls. I can hear everyone in this corridor. I can hear the guard 3 floors down. I can hear someone crying in a room I have never entered. She says it flat, factual, the way she would describe a flaw in a gather. Emeric's face does not change, but something in his posture softens. The bond is deepening, he says, quiet. Eye careful. Senses sharpened first, hearing, smell, then appetite. I know what it means. Do you? He takes a step closer, 1 step, then stops. Do you understand what it means that you can hear a guard 3 floors down, Liora? That your body is already learning to track prey by heartbeat? The word lands like a stone in still water. Prey. She feels it settle in her chest. It is not prey until I hunt it, she says. Is that what you tell yourself? He is close enough now that she can see the shadows under his eyes, the tightness in his jaw, the same grief she saw at the delegation dinner, the same prayer, the same recognition of something already lost. I tell myself a lot of things, she says. Most of them are lies. I learned that from your house. He flinches. She watches it happen, the tiny break in his composure, the way he looks at her like she has cut him with a blade he did not see her draw. You are not wrong, he says. The silence stretches. The ring hums. What is it? She says. What were you going to tell me in the archive before Karia found us? He shakes his head. Do not. I have a right to know what is being done to me. You have a right to choose how you face it. Then let me choose. He is close now. So close she could reach out and touch him. She does not. But she wants to. She wants to press her hand to his chest and feel his heartbeat the way she felt the others, separate from them, hers alone to know. The entity beneath the bastion, he says. The hum, the ring, they are connected. I do not know how, but I know the ring was not meant to be worn before the transformation completed. She looks down at her finger. Chalvig measured her. Chalvig knew. Then why did she send it? Because she wants you ready, he says. Before you are ready, before you have a choice. A fall, not from the walls, from the corridor behind Emeric. They both turn. Aurec stands at the end of the hall. He is fully dressed. Black coat, hair drawn back. The iron signet on his smallest finger catching the torchlight. He looks like he has been standing there for longer than a moment. Liora. His voice carries no anger, only observation. The same careful tone he uses when he reads a treaty clause. Why is my wife wandering the corridors at this hour, unescorted, barefoot, in the company of my blood brother? The ring pulses. The hum rises beneath her feet. And Emeric says nothing. Chapter 18. Aurec does not move. He stands at the end of the corridor like a blade that has already been drawn, watching them, and the silence between the 3 of them stretches until it becomes a 4th presence in the hall. I asked a question. Emeric steps back. Not hurried, deliberate. He puts distance between them with the care of a man who knows exactly how dangerous proximity looks at this hour, in this light, to this witness. Your wife could not sleep, he says. I heard her moving and came to check. And yet here you are, Aurec says. Not checking, standing. The ring pulses against Liora's finger. She feels the vibration travel up her arm, settle in her chest, and she wonders if they can see it. If the hum beneath her feet is visible in the set of her shoulders. I asked her to come to me, she says. Both men look at her. The lie tastes clean. No blood, no resistance. The bond lets it pass her. I needed answers, she continues. Emeric has been honest with me. No one else in this house has been. Something flickers in Aurec's expression, not anger, something older, something that looks like recognition. Then you have your answers, he says. Come, it is nearly dawn. You have a schedule to keep. He turns and walks away without waiting to see if she follows. She follows. The Rite chamber is smaller than she expected. White stone, silver basins. A single window set high in the wall, showing the first pale bruise of morning light. Sister Kalira stands beside the central table, her gray robes immaculate, her ledger already open, her brass stylus catching the glow of candles she has arranged in a precise circle. Liora stands in the doorway, still wearing the same dress from the corridor. She did not sleep. She did not try. Aurec is already inside, standing at the far wall with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the window as if the sunrise holds answers he cannot read in treaties. The bride has not consented to the terms, Cowra says without looking up. The steward's report noted no formal acceptance. She is consenting now, Aurec says. Liora feels the weight of both their expectations settle on her shoulders. The ring is warm. The hum beneath her feet is faint but present, a second heartbeat she cannot silence. I want 3 conditions, she says. Cowra's stylus pauses. Name them. The cut is shallow. No more than I would take for a gather. I set the depth. Cowra's mouth thins, but she nods. Second, I do not drink from Aurec directly. The wine and salt mixture, as described. I will not take his blood from his wrist. Aurec turns from the window. His expression is unreadable. Third, Liora says, after this is done, I want access to the upper archives without a scribe present. Cowra's stylus resumes. The first 2 are acceptable. The third is not standard protocol. The bride has stated her conditions, Aurec says. She has accepted the right. Grant the third. Cowra looks at him. Something passes between them too fast for Liora to read. Very well. She gestures to the table. Approach. The blade is silver, thin as a needle, curved like a glass cutter's tool. Liora holds out her left arm, scarred from furnace work, and watches Cowra position the edge just below her elbow. Shallow, Liora says. Cowra cuts. The pain is precise, sharp, and brief. Blood wells along the line, and Cowra tilts Liora's arm over a silver cup where wine and black salt have already been mixed. 3 drops fall, then 4. The wine darkens and the salt dissolves, and when Cowra presses a clean cloth to the wound, Liora feels the skin already beginning to knit. Aurec steps forward. He rolls up his left sleeve, exposing the pale inside of his forearm, and takes the blade from Cowra without looking at her. He cuts himself. The same line, the same depth. His blood is darker than hers, thicker, and when it falls into the wine, the mixture turns the color of old iron. Drink, Cowra says. Liora lifts the cup. The smell hits her first. Warm, metallic, alive. It smells like the moment before glass sets, like the heat of the furnace on her face, like the hum beneath the garden. She drinks. The liquid is thick on her tongue, salt-crusted and bitter, and it burns going down. Not like heat, like cold, like the river in winter, like the frost garden, like the deep dark beneath the crypts where the Engetical called her name. She sets the cup down. The room looks different. The candle flames are sharper, each one a distinct layer of gold and blue. She can hear Cowra's heartbeat, slow and measured, a scribe's rhythm. She can hear Auric's, steady as a drum, controlled as everything else about him. She can hear her own. It is faster than theirs, and she likes it. Afterward, Aurec escorts her back through the corridors in silence. The sun is fully up now, pouring through the high windows, and the bastion is waking around them. You fought well tonight, he says. She does not answer. Even Sarka will test you again. The Rite strengthens your position, but it also confirms to the court that the bond is holding. He will try to find the crack in it. There is no crack. Aurec stops walking. He turns to face her, and for a moment his mask slips. She sees exhaustion beneath it, something that looks almost like grief. I know, he says. He walks away. She is alone in her chamber when the box arrives. No knock, no announcement. She simply turns from the window and finds it sitting on her dressing table, wrapped in black silk, sealed with a stamp she does not recognize. She opens it. Inside is a mask, carved from pale bone, polished to a sheen, shaped into the face of a woman with empty eyes and a mouth frozen open in a silent scream. The note beneath it is written in a hand she has not seen before. Every house keeps copies of its lies. Wear this at the masked rite. Your husband will not recognize the truth when it speaks to him. My eyes. She turns the mask over in her hands. The ring hums, and for the first time since she entered the Gloam Bastion, Liora Fenwick smiles without knowing why. Chapter 19. The smoke hangs in layers, blue-gray and sweet, threading through the chandeliers until the crystal drips like wet bone. Liora moves through the crowd in her silver gown, the hidden pocket empty against her thigh, the ring warm beneath her glove. The bond has sharpened everything. She hears the rustle of silk before fabric shifts, catches the pause between a compliment and its true meaning, reads the flicker of eyelids the way she once read cooling glass. The court entertainment is a ritual of indirection. Musicians play from a balcony draped in black velvet. Servants circulate with trays of salt-crusted wine. Conversation hums beneath the music, layered and predatory, and every smile carries a blade. She feels Ivan Sarka before she sees him. The bond warns her, a pulse beneath her ribs, a chill along her scarred forearms. She turns, and there he is, emerging from the smoke like he owns the air in Vobstru. Lady Belisar. His voice is silk over stone. He bows, but his eyes never leave hers. Lord Sarka, you honor us with your presence so soon after the rite. He straightens, and the smile he gives her is beautiful and wrong, like a blade polished to mirror finish. I confess I watched for you all evening. The silver suits you. It catches the light the way water catches hunger. She does not answer. She has learned that silence is armor in this house, that words given freely are weapons returned. He steps closer. The smoke curls between them, and his voice drops to something almost intimate. I wonder if House Belisar told you what the ceremony actually strengthens. The bond, yes. The treaty, yes. His head tilts. But also the flavor. The blood takes on the character of the one who drinks it first. You will taste of Aurec as for the rest of your existence. Every vampire who ever feeds on you will know you are his. The words land like a slap. She keeps her face still. That is a strange thing to say to a treaty bride, Lord Sarka. I say it because no one else will. He smiles again. The Belisar court prefers its truths wrapped in ceremony. I prefer mine bare. He reaches out and touches the edge of her glove, where the ring pulses beneath the fabric. He did not marry you for alliance alone, Lady Belisar. You know this. Your grandmother knew this. The only question is whether you will learn what you are for before it is too late to choose otherwise. She pulls her hand back. If you will excuse me, Lord Sarka, the smoke is thick tonight. He steps aside, but his voice follows her as she moves past. The masked rite is in 3 nights. I hope you will wear something memorable. She does not look back. The side gallery is empty. Liora presses her paw against the cold stone wall and breathes. The smoke is thinner here, filtered through a narrow window that opens onto the river. She can hear the water moving below, dark and patient, and the sound steadies her. The ring pulses. The hum beneath the floor is faint, but present, a thread of sound that matches the rhythm of her blood. She closes her eyes. She does not hear him approach. She feels him. The bond shifts, a current in the dark, and when she opens her eyes, Aurec stands 3 feet away, watching her. You left the hall quickly. Even Sarka found me interesting. Something flickers in his pale eyes. He finds everyone interesting. It is his method. He presses until something breaks, then studies the fracture. He told me I will taste of you forever. Aurec's jaw tightens. The mask slips for an instant, something raw beneath the composure before it settles back into place. He should not have told you that. But it is true. A pause. Yes. She turns to face him fully. The gallery is dim, lit only by a single candle at the far end, and the shadows make him look older than she has ever seen him. You should know, she says, that I do not intend to be anyone's flavor. Not yours, not his, not the court's. I know. Then what are we doing here, Aurec? Playing alliance while your enemies hand me truths you would rather I learned in private? He is silent for a long moment. Then he moves closer, and she does not step back. We are surviving, he says. One night at a time, one rite at a time, one public appearance where we look like the threat this house needs us to be. He gestures toward the hall, where the smoke and music and murmuring crowd wait. Even Sarka cornered you because he wanted to see if you would break. You did not. He wanted to see if you would run to me for comfort. You did not. A beat. He wanted to see if we would emerge from this gallery looking like lovers or like allies. Which are we? Aurec's expression does not change. We are what the treaty requires. Tonight, that is enough. He offers his arm. Walk back with me. Let them see you choose my side. She looks at his hand. The iron signet fused into his smallest finger catches the candlelight. The bond whispers trust him, and she cannot tell if it is her own judgment or the seal speaking. She takes his arm. They step back into the hall together. The music continues. The smoke still hangs in blue-gray sheets, but something shifts as they enter, a subtle recalibration, a collective adjustment. Eyes track them. Whispers adjust their course. Aurec leads her through the crowd with the ease of long practice, pausing to exchange words with a faction leader here, an old military loyalist there. Each time he keeps her at his side, includes her in the conversation, lets her speak when the topic touches her domain. She watches him negotiate. He's good at it. He makes the other person feel heard while giving nothing away, and the mask never cracks. They reach a dark glass display near the far wall, a case of antique treaty seals, yellowed parchment under glass. He stops, and for a moment they stand side by side, reflected in the dark surface. She sees them both. Him in black, tall and still, the claw scar across his throat, a pale line against his skin. Her in silver, burn scars hidden under gloves, the ring warm against her finger. They look like they belong together. They look dangerous. She does not know when she started fitting this shape so naturally, does not know if the bond is smoothing her edges or if she is choosing to fit. The reflection does not answer. It only shows her what the court sees, a lord and his lady, unbroken, untouchable, united. Aurec's voice drops low, meant only for her. You are doing well. She does not look at him. I am performing. That is what survival looks like in this house. She holds his gaze in the glass. Then I am learning. He nods once, and they turn, and the crowd parts before them as they move back into the smoke. But beneath her glove, the ring pulses, and beneath her feet, the hum waits. Chapter 20. She finds Tamsin in the lower kitchen corridor at dawn, before the servants rise. The seamstress is already working, a basket of mending at her feet, needle moving through black silk with practiced precision. She does not look up when Liora approaches, but her hands slow. You should not be here. You said you owed me. Tamsin's needle pauses. She lifts her eyes, and for a moment the mask slips, showing the woman who once worked beside her at the furnace, sweat-soaked and laughing. I said I owed you a debt. I did not say I would help you burn yourself alive. Then help me see clearly first. Tamsin studies her. The kitchen corridor is cold, the stones damp, and the only light comes from a single oil lamp hung on a hook. Liora feels the ring pulse beneath her glove, a second heartbeat she cannot quiet. What do you need? Tamsin asks. Access to the household inventories, the ceremonial accounts, anything that predates my arrival. That is not seamstress territory. That is Steward's work. You know where the copies are kept. Tamsin's jaw tightens. She sets the needle down and rises, brushing dust from her apron. There is a copying room off the east record corridor. The scribes use it for duplicate ledgers before they are archived. The door is not warded, but it is locked, and if anyone sees you enter, I cannot protect you. I am not asking you to protect me. Then what are you asking? Liora meets her eyes. I am asking you to show me the door. Tamsin holds her gaze for a long breath. Then she nods once, sharply, and turns. The east record corridor is narrow, lined with closed doors and the smell of old paper. Tamsin moves ahead of her, footsteps sure, and stops at a door near the far end, indistinguishable from the others. The lock is ceremonial, Tamsin says. It answers to blood and intention, not a key. Whose blood? Yours. The treaty binds you to House Belisar. The House records recognize Belisar blood as authorized access. Liora looks at her gloved hand. The ring pulses beneath the fabric. She pulls the glove off with her teeth. The silver band catches the dim light, the blood-red stone dark as dried wine. She presses her palm flat against the door where a locking mechanism should be. Nothing happens. Then the ring warms. The wood groans, a sound like stone shifting underground, and the door swings inward. Tamsin stares at the door, then at Liora's hand. "That is not Belisar blood," she says. "No." "What is that ring?" Liora does not answer. She steps into the copying room. The room is small, windowless, lit by a single oil lamp on a scribe's desk. Shelves line 3 walls, stacked with ledgers, loose pages, and rolls of parchment bound with leather straps. A half-finished copy sits on the desk, the ink still wet. She moves to the shelves. The ledgers are organized by year, each spine stamped with the Belisar salt mark. She pulls the oldest one she can reach, a volume bound in cracked leather, and opens it. The handwriting is precise, spidery, the ink faded to brown. She reads quickly, skimming for anything that does not match the official narrative. Household expenditures, ceremonial costs, bride-keeping expenses for previous treaty women listed as line items, with notes on feed, lodging, salt allocations, and a final entry for each one that reads, "Account settled." She pulls another volume, a list of inter-house shipments, glassware, salt, iron, blood reserves. A name catches her eye. Andresek, sealed under Salt Accord, year 89 of the Covenant. She flips forward. A separate page, inserted later, in different ink, reads, "Supplemental clauses appended to Andresek Treaty. Authority granted by Chalveg Andresek, witnessed and sealed before the Covenant Council." Her breath catches. She reads the clause. It is not in Belisar's hand. It is in Andresek's script, the same cramped letters she saw on the fragment in the cabinet. The words confirm what she already knows. Obedience channels, conversion protocol, military service rights. But there is more. A provision she has not seen before. A blood right clause. It states that any child born of the treaty marriage, whether conceived in the year of the bond or after full transformation, belongs to House Belisar as blood property, with no claim from House Andresek, no right of refusal from the mother, and no legal standing as heir to any title outside Belisar's war holdings. She reads it twice. The ring burns against her finger. She hears footsteps in the corridor. She shuts the ledger, shoves it back onto the shelf, and turns toward the door. The footsteps stop outside. A hand tests the door. It does not open. She locked it behind her, but the handle rattles once, twice. Then footsteps retreating. She exhales. Her hands are shaking. She presses them flat against the desk and counts to 10. That is when she smells it. Smoke. Thin at first, barely there. The ghost of something burning. Then thicker, acrid, rising from beneath the door. She crosses the room in 3 strides and pulls the handle. It does not move. She pulls again, harder. The wood is warm now, the heat seeping through. Someone has barred the door from outside. The smoke curls under the gap, gray and hungry, and the lamp on the desk flickers as the air shifts. The ring pulses, the hum beneath her feet rises, and the copying room has no windows. Chapter 21. The smoke bites first. She drops to her knees before conscious thought, a survival reflex older than the bond, older than this house, older than anything Belisar has put inside her. The air is cleaner near the floor. She crawls toward the door, one hand outstretched, and finds the seam where smoke pours through in a thin, hungry stream. The wood is hot. Not burning yet, but warming. Someone is standing on the other side. She feels the weight of their presence through the crack, the way the light shifts, the soft pressure of a body waiting. She presses her palm flat against the door. The ring flares. Not warm this time, but hot, a line of pain across her finger, and the wood groans in answer. The lock mechanism clicks, once, twice, and the door swings open 6 inches before something stops it. A bars. Wood against wood. She shoves her shoulder into the gap. The bars holds. Smush pours past her into the corridor, and she hears a cough, a sharp intake of breath from whoever stands beyond the bars. Then footsteps running. Away. She slams her full weight against the door. The bars gives an inch. Her lungs burn, her eyes stream, and the ring on her finger pulses like a second heart, demanding, pushing. She hears a voice. Emeric. From the other side of the door, muffled, urgent. Step back. She scrambles backward, pressed against the far wall, and the door explodes inward. Wood splinters across the room. The bars clatters against the floor. Emeric stands in the doorway, one shoulder braced where he drove through, his hair dark with sweat, his eyes finding her in the smoke. Come, he says. She does not ask how he knew. She does not ask who barred the door. She crawls toward his voice and his hand finds hers, and he pulls her into the corridor where the air is still thick but breathable. He does not let go. He leads her to run, not toward the main corridor but deeper into the east record wing, past doors she has never seen, past a narrow stair that descends instead of climbs. She follows because her lungs are too raw to speak, because the ring is still hot on her finger, because the only thing that feels real is his hand gripping hers. He pulls her through a low door, ducking his head, and she follows into a passage that smells of damp stone and old river silt. No lamps here. The dark is absolute. He stops. She hears him breathing hard. She hears her own pulse, too fast, too loud in her ears. Emeric. He does not answer. Her eyes adjust. There is a dim light at the far end of the passage, a gray slit where another door does not quite seal. She can see him now, his silhouette against that faint glow, his shoulders rising and falling. How did you know? She asks. I smelled the smoke. That is not what I mean. He turns. His face is half in shadow, half in that thin gray light, and she cannot read his expression. I was already in the east wing, he says. Why? A beat. Because I saw Tamsin lead you there. She stares at him. You followed me. I watch you, Liora. I have been watching you since the night you arrived. His voice is low, rough, stripped of the careful courtesy he wears in court. I watch who enters rooms after you. I watch who leaves. I watch the servants who glance too long at your door and the guards who change their patrol patterns when you walk past. You watch me? Someone has to. The words land like a blow. She thinks of the bars on the door, the smoke, the footsteps retreating. Who barred the door? She asks. I do not know yet. But you have a guess. He says nothing. She steps closer, close enough to see the tension in his jaw, the way his hands are still half raised, ready to catch her if she falls. What are you hiding from me, Emeric? I am not hiding. You are. You have been since the crypt, since the archive, since the night you found me in the corridor. Her voice cracks on the last word. You tell me just enough to keep me alive, but not enough to let me choose. Why? He looks at her for a long moment. Because if you learn too late, you will belong to this house forever. She waits. The sentence hangs in the damp air, unfinished. And if I learn too soon? She presses. Then you might do something that gets you killed. His voice breaks on the word killed, and she sees it then, the thing he has been holding back since the archive, since the crypt, since the first night he warned her that kindness in this house costs too much. He is afraid for her, not the distant, strategic fear of a negotiator losing an asset, the raw, personal fear of someone who has already lost people he loved to this house and cannot watch it happen again. Tell me what you know, she says. All of it. He shakes his head. Not here. Then where? When? The masked Rite is in 3 nights. Even Sarka has already, I know, positioned himself as the only person telling me the truth, and if you will not tell me, I will go to him. The words come out sharper than she intended, a threat she did not know she was carrying until it left her mouth. Emeric goes, still. The gray light from the far door catches his face, and she sees something shudder behind his eyes, a door closing that she may not be able to open again. Even Sarka will use you, he says quietly. Everyone in this city will use me. At least he is honest about it. That is not honesty. That is a better strategy. He steps back, putting distance between them. The passage leads to a service stair that empties into the lower kitchen courtyard. Go left. Take the covered walkway back to the west tower. Tell anyone who asks that you were inspecting the morning bread delivery. He is already moving toward the far door, the one that leads out of the passage, away from her. Emeric. He stops, does not turn. Who barred the door? His voice comes back to her, hollow, exhausted. Someone who knows what you found in that room. Someone who knows what the ring means. Someone who wants you dead before the masked Rite. He opens the door. "And if I find out who it is," he says, "I will tell you. But I will not let you walk into Vivenzarka's game with your eyes half open." He steps through. The door closes behind him. She stands alone in the dark passage, the ring cooling on her finger, the taste of ash still sharp in her throat, and realizes he did not deny it. The bars on the door, the smoke, the footsteps running. He knows who set the fire, and he walked away rather than tell her. Chapter 22. She stands in the center of her chamber and shapes nothing. Hands rise, palms cup. The old motion, the one her body remembers better than any court bow. The glassblower's cradle. She learned it at 9, arms barely long enough to reach the bench, and the master said she had good hands for a girl, steady, no tremor, like she already knew what heat could do to flesh. She does this now because she must still the part of her that wants to run. The chamber smells of ash from her own clothes. The guard outside her door is new, a man she does not recognize, and he did not meet her eyes when she passed him at dawn. Hands rise again, wider this time. She imagines the gather on the end of the blowpipe, the molten weight of it, the way the glass sags toward the floor before the blower turns it into intention. That is the trick. You cannot fight the heat. You let it fall where gravity wants it. Then you breathe into the pipe at the exact moment the glass is ready to accept your shape. If you breathe too soon, the bubble collapses. If you breathe too late, the gather stiffens, and you must crack it off the pipe and start over. She breathes now, shallow, measured. The ring on her finger pulses once, a slow beat that does not match her heart. She has been standing here since Emeric left her in the passage, since she walked back through the lower kitchen courtyard, past servants who did not look at her, up the service stair, into this room where the cold hearth holds nothing but old ash. The sun climbed. The bells rang the morning hour. Someone left a tray outside her door. She has not eaten. She does not think she can. Her own hands. She looks at them now. The cobalt stain on her left thumb is still there, a crescent of blue that no bond heat has erased, and she clings to that mark like a prayer. The door opens without a knock. Tamsin slips through, closes it behind her, stands with her back to the wood. She is wearing servant grays, her hair pinned tight, her arms bare enough to show the pale glass-cut scars that run from wrist to elbow on both sides. "You look alive," Tamsin says. "Barely. That is better than the alternative." She crosses the room, stops an arm's length away. Her eyes move over Leora's face, her hands, the hem of the gown Liora has not changed out of. "You smell like a fire." "I was in one." "I know. I heard the door was barred." Leora's throat tightens. "Did you know it would be?" Tamsin's jaw sets. "No. I led you to that room because you asked. I did not know someone was waiting to seal it behind you." She says it flat, honest, the kind of honesty that does not try to soften the blow. Liora has heard that tone before, in the glassworks, when a gather cracked on the bench and the master said, "Start over," and no one was allowed to pretend it did not happen. "I believe you," Liora says. Tamsin nods once, then she reaches into her sleeve and pulls out a folded piece of paper, creased and flattened against her wrist. She holds it out. "I copied this last night, after I heard about the fire." Liora takes it. The paper is warm from Tamsin's skin. She unfolds it and sees script, tight and slanted, the ink black and even. A single heading at the top, Annex to the Aurec Belisar Accord of Salt and Blood. She reads the first line, then the second. Her hand drops to her side. "This is signed," she says. "Yes." "By Aurec Belisar and Shalvate Andresek." Tamsin watches her. "Keep reading." Liora lifts the paper again. The light from the narrow window catches the page. The words are precise, legal, the kind of language that makes horror feel ordinary because it wears the shape of procedure. The undersigned affirm that the treaty bride, Liora Fenwick of House Andresek, shall be bound to House Belisar, not by duration, but by conversion. Upon completion of the blood bond transformation, her mortal status shall be deemed null. Her blood right, labor, and issue shall belong to House Belisar in perpetuity. The initial 1-year term serves solely as a maturation interval. No clause within this accord permits the bride to retain mortal status or to withdraw from House Belisar following the transformation's completion. She reads it twice. The third time, her eyes catch a phrase she missed. Maturation interval. Not a year of marriage. A year of ripening. She thinks of the servant who said ripening faster than the last one and wants to be sick. How did you get this? Her voice does not sound like her own. The copying room is not the only place records live. Tamsin crosses her arms over her chest, cradling her scarred forearms. There is an annex in the lower household ledger, bound in with the Linden accounts. Someone thought no one would look there. Who bound it in? Someone who wanted it found. Liora stares at her. You. Tamsin does not answer. Her face is still, her eyes holding something that looks like grief dressed as patience. How long have you been copying House Belisar records? Long enough to know that the first year was never the end of the bargain. Tamsin steps closer. You were never going to walk out of this house, Liora. Not because you failed. Because the house never built a door that let you leave. The paper trembles in Leora's grip. She looks at the signatures again. Helvedig's is the smaller one, cramped and slightly uneven, the handwriting of a blind woman who learned to write by touch. Aurec's is clean, deliberate, each letter placed with the precision of a man who never signs anything he does not intend to keep. They both signed. They both knew. The one-year contract was never a term of service. It was a countdown. And someone in this house just tried to kill her before the count could reach 0. She looks up. Tamsin is watching her with an expression she cannot name. There is more, Tamsin says. The Annex names a place. A holding annex, they call it. A secondary chamber beneath the Bastion where treaty brides are kept during the final stage of transformation. It says the chamber was prepared before the marriage contract was signed. Prepared before she arrived, before she agreed. Before she stood in the silver basin and let Aurec's blood answer hers. She folds the paper slowly, crease over crease, until it is small enough to close in her fist. Where is this chamber? Tamsin hesitates. I do not know exactly. The annex does not give a location. It only says the chamber is accessible through the lower crypts, past the third seal, where the warkeepers do not go. The third seal. The level Emeric warned her about. The level he said was too dangerous for him to protect her. Something cold settles in Leora's chest, deeper than fear, older than the bond. You should not go there, Tamsin says, as if reading the thought. I know. Liora, you should not go there. She looks at the paper in her hand, at the signatures, at the date beneath them, written 3 months before she was brought to the Bastion. 3 months. They planned this before she ever saw the black stone walls. Thank you, she says, and the words feel too small, too thin to carry the weight of what Tamsin has just given her. Tamsin's jaw tightens. Be careful who you trust. She turns and is gone, the door closing soft behind her. Liora stands alone in the cold chamber, the ring humming against her finger, the folded paper pressed into her palm. She thinks of the glassworks, the gather on the end of the pipe, the moment when the heat is ready and the breath must be true or the whole piece shatters. She breathes, and she feels, for the first time, not the weight of the trap she is in, but the shape of the cage she has been living inside, without knowing its bars. Chapter 23. She finds Emeric in the lower gallery, 3 doors from the east record wing, standing before a case of sealed scrolls he is not reading. His shoulders shift the moment she enters. He knows her step now. Tamsin gave me the annex, she says. No greeting, no softness. The full text, the maturation interval, the holding chamber prepared before I arrived, both signatures. He turns. His face does the thing she has learned to read, the careful smoothing of every muscle, the way he locks his grief behind his eyes before it can surface. You knew. I suspected. His voice is quiet. I did not have proof until you found it. You let me find it. I let Tamsin lead you to the copying room. He holds her gaze. I could not hand you the truth myself, not without knowing what Kalira would do if she caught me feeding you evidence against the house that raised me. Liora steps closer. The ring pulses warm against her finger. It is more. The annex says the holding chamber is in the lower crypts, past the third seal, Where you told me you could not protect me. I told you I could not protect you there. He says it slowly, as if testing each word for hidden weight. I did not tell you I had already been there. The air between them changes. When? She asks. The night after the crypt collapse, while you were unconscious, while Kalira was cataloging your accelerated pulse rate. He looks down at his hands. I went past the third seal. I wanted to see what the ward keepers were sealing away from the rest of the house. And I found the chamber. His voice drops. It is empty now. But it was prepared. There are salt lines on the floor, a basin set into the stone, restraints bolted to the walls, velvet cushions, Liora. Someone arranged it to be comfortable. She feels the glassblower's cradle reflex start in her hands. She stops it. How far past the third seal? A half-mile tunnel, sloping down. The air changes. It tastes older, like iron and dust and something that has not been disturbed in centuries. He meets her eyes. The hum is louder there. You can feel it through the stone, like standing on a drum. The hum, the entity beneath the bastion. The ring on her finger pulses in answer to his description. Take me there. No. Emeric, no. He steps toward her, close enough that she can see the tension in his jaw. Not yet. Not until we know what we are walking into. The ward keepers sealed that level for a reason, and it was not only to hide a holding chamber. Then what else? He hesitates. The hesitation is worse than any answer he could give. There are things beneath this bastion that predate House Belisar, he says. Old things. Things that were here before the black stone was laid. The house was built on top of them deliberately. To contain them, or to feed from them, I do not know which. The ring burns warmer. She thinks of the hum, learning to speak. Of the entity that turned toward her when she put the ring on. Of the way it answered the same rhythm Tamsin once hummed over hot glass. The entity, she says. The thing beneath the floor. It is connected to the holding chamber. I think so. He runs a hand through his hair. I think the chamber was placed where it is because the transformation requires proximity to whatever is down there. I think every treaty bride who came before you was kept in that room during her final turning. And the ones who did not survive? He does not answer. She does not need him to. Then we need to see the records. She pulls the folded annex from her sleeve. Tamsin copied this from the lower household ledger. She said the annex was bound in with linen accounts. Someone wanted it found. If there is a full set of sealed ledgers, they will tell us what happened to the others. Emeric studies her for a long moment. You want to break into the steward's private record vault? I want you to tell me where it is. It is in the West Foundation alcove, behind a false wall. The lock answers to Belisar blood. She looks at the ring on her finger. Then let us see if mine is close enough. He stares at her. Then something shifts in his expression. Not fear, not caution, but a slow, reluctant respect. You are not the woman who arrived here. No. She turns toward the corridor. I am not. The West Foundation alcove is smaller than she expected. A narrow corridor behind the kitchen stores, past a rusted door that Emeric eases open with practiced silence. The air smells of salt and cold stone and something metallic she cannot name. The false wall is a panel of fitted stone that looks indistinguishable from the rest. Emeric presses a seam near the floor, and a section slides inward a fraction. Bloodlock, he says, on the inner mechanism. She presses her gloved hand to the exposed plate. Nothing. She pulls the glove off with her teeth and presses bare skin to the metal. The ring flares. The lock clicks. The panel slides open. Emeric exhales. That ring is not Antisaric craft. It is older. She does not answer. She steps into the dark. The vault is a narrow chamber lined with shelves, ledgers stacked 5 deep, scroll cases sealed with wax. A single desk in the center holds a lamp and a stack of correspondence tied with red cord. She lights the lamp with hands that do not shake. They search in silence. Liora pulls ledgers from the lowest shelf, where dust has settled thick enough to show no one has opened them in years. The spines are stamped with year marks. 342, 351, 367. The years of the treaty brides. She opens the first. Inside, a woman's name, her house, her age, the date of her arrival, the date of her first blood rite, the date of her final transformation, and the date of her death. She reads through them in numbing order. 7 women, 7 entries, 7 final dates. The last entry is Liora Belisar, year 342. Her final date is blank, because Liora is still there, still sleeping, still trapped between life and death in the crypts as a warning. She closes the ledger and opens the next. This one is different. The handwriting is newer. The pages are clean, touched more recently than the others. The entries are not historical records, but projections. Projected transformation timelines, projected bond acceleration curves, projected survival probabilities based on age, blood type, resistance markers. Her name is at the top of every page. Liora Fenwick, age 24, André salt line. Projected completion, 11 months. She flips to the back. There's this section she does not recognize. A separate hand, Shalveg's cramped, touch-taught script, observations on the subject's psychological profile. She reads her grandmother's assessment of her. The subject has been conditioned from childhood to comply with authority and to earn safety through usefulness. She will resist over control, but can be led through measured courtesy and the illusion of choice. She forms attachments slowly but loyally, which can be exploited by positioning a trusted figure as her primary emotional resource within the household. The ring feels hot enough to burn. It is recommended that the subject be isolated from her original social connections before the transformation deepens. The glassworks apprentice, Timson Quill, may be a stabilizing influence and should be removed or neutralized if the subject's compliance wavers. She cannot breathe. Liora, Emeric's voice is sharp. We have company. She looks up. He is standing at the vault entrance, head turned toward the corridor. His posture has changed, shoulders drawn, weight shifted, the readiness of a man who has heard something she has not. Then she hears it too. Footsteps, many of them, moving in unison. Guards, he says, coming this way. She looks at the ledger still open in her hands, at Shalveg's handwriting, at the last line she read where her grandmother calmly recommends the removal of the only friend she has left. Liora? Emeric's voice is urgent now. We need to move. The footsteps are closer, boots on stone, the clink of metal. She closes the ledger, shoves it into her sleeve, and turns toward the vault entrance. The first panel is wide open. The corridor beyond is dark, but the footsteps are no longer distant. They are in the corridor, coming from both directions. They knew we were here, she says. They were waiting. Emeric's hand finds hers. Someone set a trap. The first guards round the corner, 5 of them, armed, moving with the synchronized precision of House Belisar's personal detail. Their eyes land on her, on the open vault, on the ledger in her sleeve. One of them draws a blade, and behind them, the corridor door slams shut, sealing them in. Chapter 24. The first guard reaches for her. Liora moves without deciding to. Her body knows something her mind has not yet accepted. She sidesteps, and the blade passes where her ribs were. The ledger in her sleeve weighs against her arm, Shalveg's words still burning behind her eyes. Remove her. Neutralize her. Emeric meets the second guard with his forearm, bone against bone, and the crack echoes off the vault stone. He does not have a weapon. He did not come armed. He came to help her read, not to fight, and the realization hits her in the same breath as the smell of the guard's blood, sharp and metallic, filling the narrow corridor. She can smell them. She can hear their hearts. 5 of them. 4 still standing, 1 on the ground where Emeric put him, but Emeric is favoring his right arm now, and the next guard is already swinging. The blade catches him across the ribs. The sound is wet. Emeric goes down on one knee, and Liora hears herself scream, not in fear, in fury. The ring on her finger blazes so hot it sears her skin, and beneath her feet, deep in the stone, something answers. The hum she has felt for weeks, the pulse she thought was her own heartbeat twisted by the bond, rises through the floor and into her spine. She feels the marriage seal, not as a memory, not as a contract, as a living thing beneath her sternum, a second heart beating in time with the ring, and it is hungry. The guard raises his blade over Emeric's exposed throat. Liora reaches, not with her hands, with the bond, with the seal, with the channel she swore she would never open, the one that leads straight through the blood she shares with Aurec Belisar, straight down into whatever waits beneath the bastion, and she pulls. Power floods through her like furnace heat. It burns, it fills. Her vision goes white at the edges, then sharpens into something she has never seen before. The guard's blade moves in slow arcs. She sees the hesitation in his shoulder, the micro-adjustment of his grip, the exact angle of the strike before it falls. She catches his wrist, her fingers close around his arm, and she feels his pulse through the leather of his guard's cuff, his blood moving beneath his skin, the rhythm of it, the taste of it, and she twists. The blade clatters, the guard screams. She does not stop. She moves through them like a glassblower's rod through flame, precise and remorseless. The second guard falls, the third. The ring leaves trails of heat in the air, and the bond inside her chest pounds like a war drum, and she does not recognize her own body moving, does not recognize the strength that sends a grown man into the stone wall, does not recognize the sound that comes out of her when the last guard raises his hands in surrender. It is not a human sound. It is the sound of something that has stopped asking permission to exist. The corridor goes quiet. 5 guards on the ground, 4 unconscious, 1 holding his broken wrist against his chest, backing away from her with his eyes wide and white-ringed. She stands in the center of them, breathing, and the ring is so hot it has branded a red circle into her palm. She does not feel the pain. Emeric is still on his knees. He has one hand pressed to his ribs, and blood seeps between his fingers, dark and slow. He is staring at her, not with fear, with relief, with heartbreak. "Liora," he says. His voice is soft. It sounds like a goodbye. She looks down at her hands. They are steady. They are strong. They are not the hands of the woman who arrived at the Gloam Bastion 6 months ago, expecting to die before dawn. The ledger is still in her sleeve. The bond is still singing in her chest, a note she has never heard before, a harmony she did not know she could make. She pulled power through the marriage seal. She drank from it. She broke her vow. "I had to," she says, and her voice sounds distant, like someone else speaking through her. "He was going to kill you." Emeric gets to his feet slowly. He does not take his hand away from his ribs. The blood has soaked through his jacket and is dripping onto the stone. "You did what you had to," he says, but it changes nothing about what it was. She knows. The woman who said she would leave this house untouched and human is gone. She killed her in this corridor, with her own hands, with a power that answered her faster than she had a right to ask. And the worst part? The part she will not say aloud is that it felt good. The ring pulses against her burned palm. The bond settles beneath her ribs like a cat finding its place by a fire. And somewhere, in the sealed chamber past the 3rd seal, in the holding annex that was built before she ever agreed to this marriage, the entity beneath the bastion turns fully toward her for the first time. She feels it, a presence, aware, waiting. Liora. Emeric is beside her now, his good hand on her arm. "We need to move, more will come." She looks at the guards on the ground, at one of them still alive, still conscious, still staring at her like she is something he has never seen before. She could kill him. The thought arrives clean and practical. No witnesses, no report. The corridor sealed, the bodies hidden. No one to tell a wreck which she has become. She could do it. Her hand twitches. She does not. "Leave them," she says, and her voice sounds almost like her own again. "Let them tell the house what they saw. Let them be afraid." Emeric's hand tightens on her arm. "That is not a Belisar decision," he says. "That is not anything a Belisar would say." "I am not Belisar." She meets his eyes. "I am not anything House Belisar made. I took the power. I chose the channel. But I will decide what I become with it." He stares at her for a long moment, then he nods. "Come on," he says, "before the next patrol finds us." They move into the dark corridor, leaving the guards behind, leaving the vault open, leaving the ledger with Chaveg's handwriting still warm in Liora's sleeve. Behind them, the wounded guard watches them go. His hand shakes as he reaches for the signal whistle at his belt. He blows it. The sound echoes through the stone. And far above them, in the Lord's private chambers, Aurec Belisar sets down his pen and listens to the alarm rise through the bastion like a second heartbeat. He does not move. He does not call for guards. He simply closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, there is something new in his stillness, something that looks like satisfaction. The bond pulses beneath Liora's skin as she runs, and in the back of her mind, clear and cold as a blade drawn across glass, the bond whispers a single word she cannot unhear. Finally, Chapter 25. They run through the dark corridor with Emeric's blood dripping between his fingers, and the alarm still ringing through the stone. Liora's legs move faster than they should. The bond feeds her steps, brightens the shadows into gray shapes she can navigate without slowing. She does not think about how she knows which turn comes next. She does not think about the warmth still humming in her chest like a second heart beating in counterpoint to her own. She just runs. Emeric keeps pace beside her, one hand pressed to his ribs, his breath coming in short, controlled pulls that she can hear too clearly. The blood smell hits her before she registers it as a problem. Iron. Salt. Something deeper that makes her teeth ache. She shoves the sensation down and keeps moving. They emerge into a service corridor lined with empty storage crates. Dust coats the floor in an undisturbed layer. No guard patrols. No footstep. Liora pulls Emeric into the deepest shadow between two stacked shelves and presses her back against the cold stone. They listen. The alarm fades into the distance, swallowed by the bastion's thick walls. No running boots follow. No shouted orders search the dark. Silence settles like ash after a fire. Emeric slides down the wall until he is sitting, his back against the crates, his hand still clamped over the wound. The blood has stopped seeping between his fingers, clotting. Whatever he is, whatever the bond made him, he heals faster than a mortal man. But not as fast as her. "The guards," he says. "You broke them." "I broke 4 of them." "You broke them with the bond." She does not correct him, does not say that she broke them with the marriage seal Aurec put in her blood, with the channel Shalvig designed, with the power that answered her faster than she had a right to ask. "You should not have been able to do that," he says. "Not yet, not without months more bonding. Months more." She hears the flatness in her own voice. "We do not have months, Emeric. The Annex was signed before I arrived. The holding chamber was built. Shalvig wrote a profile on how to make me compliant. There was never going to be a choice at the end of the year." He looks at her. The grief is still there, the heartbreak she saw when he first set her name in the vault corridor, when he watched her move through the guards like they were children playing at violence. But something else shifts behind his eyes now, something harder. "No," he says, "there was not." She should feel something at the confirmation, despair, fury, the cold terror of a trap closing. Instead, she feels the bond pulse beneath her ribs, steady and patient, and the ring against her burned palm. And she realizes the old Liora would be weeping by now. She is not weeping, she is planning. "How long until they find us?" "An hour," he says, "maybe less. Matthias will coordinate the search. He knows these corridors better than anyone." "Then we have an hour to decide what to do." He meets her eyes. "You already decided. You used the bond. You broke your vow. I saved your life. You did." His voice softens. "And I will carry that debt until I die. But it does not change what the bond is now. It tasted you. It knows the shape of your will. Every time you reach for it, the reaching will get easier." She knows. She felt it. The way the power slid into her hand like a tool she had been holding wrong her whole life, and then suddenly right. The way her body understood violence faster than her mind could consent. The way the guards fell, and the ring burned, and the bond whispered finally, like a lover who had been waiting in the dark. She does not tell him how good it felt. She does not tell him that she is not sure she would resist if the chance came again. "I need to see Aurec," she says. Emeric's head snaps up. "Liora, he knows. The guard blew the whistle. He heard the alarm. If I do not go to him, he will come for me, and he will bring Kalira. and she will record whatever she sees as sacred advancement whether I consent or not. You cannot face him alone, not after what you did. Then do not let me face him alone. She holds his gaze. The bond thrums between them, not the marriage channel, but something older. Something that grew in the dark of the crypt archives and the sealed garden and the corridor where he bandaged her bleeding hand and recoiled from her blood because he wanted it too much. Emeric Drosselmar is not Aurec's instrument. He is a man who has been disobeying his blood brother for months to keep her alive. And she is done letting the house decide what happens next. "Help me stand," he says. She takes his good hand and pulls him to his feet. His ribs protest. She sees the wince he tries to hide, but he does not let go of her hand when he is upright. 1 hour, he says. We present ourselves before Aurec finds us through the search. We control the story. What is the story? He holds her eyes. The truth, he says. That someone set a trap in the steward's vault, that guards cornered us, that you defended yourself. The bond is accelerating faster than Karia's projections. Someone wanted you dead before the masked Rite, and they failed. Aurec needs to know the attack came from inside his own house. He will ask how I defended myself. Then tell him. Emeric, you used the bond to survive. It is true. It is the only story that does not collapse under questioning. She wants to argue, wants to tell him that Aurec will take the information and file it somewhere in his war calculations, that he will use it as proof the treaty is functioning, that he will look at her with that cold satisfaction she heard in the bond's whisper. But he is right. The truth is the only story that holds. 1 hour, she says. Then we go to him together. They move through the service corridor in silence. The bastion wakes around them. Footsteps echo in distant halls. Voices call orders in clipped Belisar cadence. The search is spreading, methodical and precise, and every corridor they pass feels like a narrowing noose. But they reach the storage room at the edge of the west wing before the patrols find them, a narrow chamber filled with old furniture and the dust of years. Liora closes the door behind them and presses her forehead against the wood. She does not think about the bond. She does not think about the way her hands moved through the guards like they were glass. She does not think about the word the bond whispered, the word she cannot unhear, the word that rises in her chest every time she breathes. Finally, she thinks about the woman who arrived at the Gloam Bastion 6 months ago, who expected to die before dawn, who swore she would leave this house untouched and human. She thinks about the fact that woman is gone, and she does not know if she should mourn her or thank her. The door rattles. Liora's hand snaps to the handle before her mind catches up. She yanks it open. A page stands in the corridor, young, pale-faced, wearing the gray livery of the household staff. He holds a sealed document in both hands as if it might burn him. Lady Fenwick, his voice cracks. Lord Belisar requests your presence in the East Solar, immediately. He says the steward's report requires your account of the... He stops, swallows. Of the incident. Emeric appears at her shoulder, his jacket buttoned over the torn fabric, his face composed. We will attend, he says. The page hesitates. His eyes flick to Emeric, to the blood still darkening Emeric's sleeve, to the calm on Liora's face. Then he bows and retreats down the corridor, walking fast. Liora watches him go. The East Solar, not the war chamber, not the private study where Aurec receives bad news in controlled silence. The East Solar is where Aurec holds court for visitors, for delegations, for witnesses. The East Solar is where the house watches. He is making a show of it, Emeric says quietly. Of course he is. She steps into the corridor. The bond pulses beneath her skin, ready, waiting, and she does not push it away. When she catches her reflection in a darkened window pane, she is smiling. She does not know why. She does not know what she is smelling on the air that makes her lips curve and her heart beat faster. But the woman in the glass looks wrong. Too calm, too sharp, too much like someone who has already decided what she is willing to become. The old Liora would not trust that expression. She is not sure she trusts it herself. She turns away from the reflection and walks toward the East Solar with Emeric beside her, and the bond whispers approval in a language that tastes like hunger. Chapter 26. The East Solar did not kill her. That is the first fact Liora records as she steps back into the corridor with Emeric at her shoulder, the heavy doors closing behind them like a lid on a coffin. Aurec listened. Aurec asked questions. Aurec noted the blood on Emeric's sleeve, the brand on Liora's palm, the calm in her voice when she described breaking 4 guards with speed no mortal should possess. He did not punish her. He did not touch her. He looked at her for a long beat, his pale eyes unreadable, and said, "The masked rite is tomorrow night. You will attend. House Belisar must be seen as unified." Then he dismissed them. Liora walks now through the Bastion's lower corridors with Tamsin at her side, the seamstress measuring her with a strip of black silk around her ribs. The gown is already cut, already sewn, already waiting on a form in the fitting room, silver-threaded black with a high collar and sleeves that fall past her wrists. "It was ordered before the incident," Tamsin says, her voice flat. "Before the East Solar, before any of it." Liora does not ask who ordered it. The answer is written in every stitch, in the precision of the fit, in the way the fabric smells of Belisar salt and old money. Aurec planned this before she broke the guards. He planned this before the trap in the vault. He planned this before she arrived. The knowledge sits in her chest like a second heartbeat, and she does not push it away. "Hold still." Tamsin pins the sleeve at Liora's wrist, her fingers quick and unflinching. "The mask comes from the Rite Masters. You do not choose it. It chooses you." "And if I already have a mask?" Tamsin's hands pause. Her eyes rise to Liora's face, and something flickers there. Recognition, wariness, the look of someone who sees a stranger wearing a familiar face. "Then you wear the one the Rite gives you," she says. "You do not speak of the other. Not here." Liora holds her gaze. The bond hums beneath her skin, approving. The fitting room empties. Tamsin gathers her pins and silk scraps and retreats toward the storage corridor with a last look that says more than words could carry. Liora stands alone in the silver-threaded black, the fabric cool against her changed skin, and studies her reflection in the polished steel of the fitting mirror. The woman in the glass is not the glassblower's apprentice. The woman in the glass has cheekbones that catch the light too sharply, eyes that hold too still, a mouth that curves without permission. The burn scars on her forearms have faded to pale lines. The cobalt stain on her thumb remains, a single point of color and a composition of shadow and silver. She touches the stain. Her reflection touches it back. "You look like a Belisar bride." The voice comes from the doorway. Liora does not startle. She does not flinch. She meets the reflection's eyes and watches the doorframe behind her fill with a lean silhouette. Ivan Sarka steps into the fitting room without knocking, without announcement, without the smallest pretense of accident. He is dressed for the rite already, deep blue, his bun mask hanging from his fingers by a silk cord. "You should not be here," Liora says. "I should not be anywhere in this house." He smiles, and it is the smile she remembers from the delegation dinner, beautiful, sharp, made of blade work and patience. But the rite opens every door for 3 nights. Old covenant law. Hospitality is sacred. He stops 3 paces from her. The bond stirs, wary, watchful. "I came to see if you would wear my gift." Liora does not answer. Even tilts his head, studying her with the same predatory stillness she has seen in Aurec, in Emeric, in every vampire who has ever measured her for a purpose she did not choose. "You used it," he says. "The bond. I can smell it on you, the guards, the vault, the moment you stopped pretending." "I do not know what you are talking about." "You lie." He says it without accusation, without triumph. "And you lie better than you did 6 months ago." "But I have been reading lies for 300 years, Liora Fenwick. You are singing in a key the whole house can hear." Her hands stay still at her sides. The bond whispers caution. "Tomorrow night," Even says, "the rite will ask you to wear a mask. It will ask you to walk between the screens where the old covenant binds speech to silence. And in that silence, Aurec Belisar will not be able to hear a single word you speak. He holds the bone mask up. It is the same one he sent her, pale, carved with script she cannot read, the surface smooth as river stone. "Wear mine," he says. "Speak the truth you have been swallowing, and I will show you what House Belisar has been building in the dark beneath your feet." Liora meets his eyes. She thinks of the holding chamber, the ledgers, the 7 dead women, the entity that turned toward her when she wore the ring. She thinks of Emeric's voice breaking when he said goodbye. "Put it on the table," she says. Evan's smile deepens. He sets the mask on the fitting bench, steps back, and is gone before she can draw another breath. The corridor outside the fitting room is empty. Liora walks toward the east wing, the silver-threaded black still cool against her skin, Evan's mask wrapped in silk and hidden in her sleeve. She does not know if she will wear it. She does not know if she will burn it. She knows only that the bond is humming, and the bond is hungry, and the bond has been waiting for tomorrow night longer than she has. At the turn to the east gallery, a hand catches her arm and pulls her into a recessed alcove. Emeric. His face is sharp with urgency, his ribs bandaged beneath his coat, his eyes tracking the corridor behind her before they settle on her face. Evan was in the fitting room. "I know. You cannot trust anything he offers." "I know." He holds her gaze for a long, taut second. Then he reaches into his collar and pulls out a thin cord of braided silver, a small disc of black salt hanging from it like a pendant. "Then take this." She looks at the disc. It is carved with a pattern she does not recognize, angular, dense, like a lock mechanism drawn in miniature. "What is it?" "A counter-sigil." His thumb brushes the edge of the disc. "The Rite uses anonymity to strip your defenses. You will not know who touches you, who speaks to you, who watches. The mask is supposed to protect your identity, but it also isolates you. You cannot call for help by name, cannot refuse by title. The old law makes the Rite a sealed space." He presses the disc into her palm. "This will let you break the seal, if you need to run, if you need to fight, if you need to speak and be heard by someone who knows your voice." She closes her fingers around it. The silver is warm from his skin. "Why do you have this?" He does not answer for a long moment. His eyes hold hers, and in them she sees the thing he has been carrying since the crypt archives, since the first moment he warned her that kindness in House Belisar costs more than cruelty. "Because I have attended 7 masked rites," he says, "and have watched 7 treaty brides walk behind the screens and come out changed." His hand covers hers, the disc pressed between their palms. "Tonight is the 8th. You are the 8th, and I will not watch you disappear." He releases her, steps back, and disappears behind a service door that leads to the chambers where only the faithful are permitted to pass, leaving her alone in the alcove with the counter-sigil burning against her skin and the bond whispering a single word in the back of her skull. Finally. Chapter 27. The maxed ride chamber is smoke and silk and 100 faces that are not faces. Liora stands at the threshold with Ivan's bone mask pressed against her skin, the cold seeping through the fine carved script she still cannot read. She chose to wear it. She does not know if that was her decision or the bond's. The chamber stretches wide and low, ceiling lost in incense haze, walls draped in black silk that moves without wind. Candles burn in iron cages suspended from chains, casting shadows that shift and overlap until nothing holds still long enough to trust. The floor is polished obsidian, and through the smoke she sees her own reflection dark and distorted, a stranger in pale bone. Dozens of masked figures move through the haze. Some wear animal faces, birds of prey, wolves, serpents cast in tarnished silver. Others wear smooth white ovals with no features at all, expressionless as death. No one speaks. The only sound is a low drum pulse, steady as a heartbeat, coming from somewhere beneath the floor. The bond thrums in answer. Finally. She steps forward, and the crowd parts around her like water around a stone. No one touches her. No one meets her eye through the mask slits. The anonymity is absolute, and it is designed to strip her, She cannot call for help by name, cannot refuse by title. In here, she is only a woman in bone, and that woman could be anyone. She walks. The drum pulse deepens, the incense thickens. She passes masked figures standing in pairs, in triads, their heads tilted toward one another in conversations she cannot hear. She passes a figure in a wolf mask, whose hand brushes her sleeve, and she flinches before she recognizes the gate. Emeric. He wears a mask of hammered bronze, plain, unadorned, the face of a soldier or a servant, but she knows the angle of his shoulders, the way he holds his weight, the particular stillness of a man who is watching danger approach and choosing not to step aside. He does not speak. The Rite binds speech, but his hand finds hers in the smoke, fingers lacing through hers, and he pulls her sideways between two hanging panels of black silk into a space so narrow their shoulders brush the fabric on both sides. Behind the screens, the drum pulse is muffled here, the incense thinner, the darkness deeper, lit only by the glow filtering through the silk, turning everything the color of old blood. He does not let go of her hand. She cannot see his eyes through the bronze mask, but she feels him studying her, reading what he can through the bone covering her face. She reaches up and pulls the bone mask away. The air hits her skin like cold water. A beat. Then his hand rises and he lifts the bronze from his own face. His eyes find hers in the dim red light. And the thing that has been building since the crypt tunnels, since the bandaged hand, since the first time he warned her that kindness in House Belisar costs more than cruelty. The thing that has no name and no treaty clause and no legal standing in any covenant ever written, breaks the surface between them. He does not speak. Neither does she. But his hand cups her jaw, thumb tracing the line of her cheekbone where the bond has sharpened it, and his forehead presses against hers in a gesture that is not quite a kiss, and is more intimate than any kiss she has ever received. She feels his breath, feels the tremor in his fingers. "I have watched 7 of them," he whispers, his voice raw, barely audible, breaking the Rite's silence because he no longer cares about the cost. "I will not watch you." She kisses him. It is not gentle. It is not careful. It is the collision of everything they have swallowed for months. The hunger that has no name, the grief that has no legal category, the refusal to let another woman in a mask disappear behind screens and come out someone else's instrument. His hands find her waist, her shoulders, the curve of her spine through the silver-threaded black. She tastes smoke and salt and something older, something that might be him or might be the bond recognizing what it cannot own. The kiss breaks for air. His forehead stays pressed to hers. "I love you," he says. "I have loved you since the crypt, since you bled on my hands, since you looked at me like I was the only person in the Bastion who had not already decided what you were for." She cannot answer. Her throat is closed. The bond is roaring in her skull. She kisses him again, and behind them, on the other side of the silk screen, a voice cuts through the drum pulse. "Liora!" Aurec's voice. Calm, precise, close enough that the silk must be brushing his shoulder. She freezes. Emeric's hands tighten on her waist. "Liora," Aurec says again, the name a measured blade. "The Rite requires your presence at the inner screen. I am told you have not arrived." The silk between them is black and thin, a single layer of fabric, no barrier at all. She can feel the heat of Emeric's body. She can feel the cold of the Counter-Sigil against her sternum, hidden beneath the gown. She can feel the bond whispering what it wants her to do. She does not know which mask she is wearing anymore. Emeric's thumb traces a single line down her wrist, a question, a farewell, a promise. And Aurec's silhouette shifts against the silk, waiting for her answer. Chapter 28. 2 heartbeats. Liora counts them in the space between Auric's voice and her own response. One for the man whose forehead is still pressed to hers, one for the man waiting on the other side of silk. Emeric's hands fall from her waist. The motion is quiet, deliberate, almost ceremonial, the withdrawal of a man who knows exactly what is at stake and chooses to make her escape possible rather than fight for a moment that will only get them both killed. He steps back. The fabric of his dark coat settles. His face goes smooth, not cold, but disciplined, the expression of a negotiator who has just lost a round and is already calculating the next one. She understands what he is doing. He is giving her the room to walk out of this alcove alone. The bond pulses under her sternum, hungry and possessive, and she is not certain whether it wants her to stay with Emeric or step toward Aurec. The two impulses feel the same in her chest, both demanding, both edged with a heat she does not trust. She pulls the bone mask back over her face. The carved eye holes narrow the world to a strip of smoke and candlelight. She cannot see Emeric's expression now, only the angle of his shoulders, the way he holds himself still as she steps past him and pushes through the silkscreen. The incense hits her like a wall. The masked Rite chamber opens around her, vast and pulsing with low drum beats and the shuffle of feet on stone. Figures in black and silver stand in loose clusters, faces hidden behind bone, beaten copper, painted wood. Candles flicker in iron sconces, casting shadows that slide across the walls like living things. Aurec stands 3 paces away. He wears a mask of polished obsidian, featureless except for 2 narrow slits where his eyes should be. He makes him look ancient, inhuman, a figure carved from the dark between stars. His hands are clasped behind his back. His posture is patient. He tilts his head. Liora. The name sounds different through the mask, muffled and resonant, as if spoken from a great distance. My lord. She keeps her voice steady, lets the mask do its work, lets the anonymity of the Rite make her words feel detached, formal, the speech of a woman who has nothing to hide. But he studies her for a beat too long. The drum pulse fills the silence between them. A figure in a fox mask glides past, close enough that the fur brushes Liora's sleeve. She does not flinch. The inner screen awaits, Aurec says. You will stand beside me. Not a question, not a request. She follows him through the crowd. The inner screen is a wall of black silk stretched across the far end of the chamber, lit from behind so that the figures moving beyond it appear as silhouettes, fragments of ceremony she cannot fully see. A podium waits before it, low and draped in silver cloth. 2 chairs flank it, one for Aurec, one for her. He gestures for her to take her place. She sits. The silk of her gown whispers against the chair. The bone mask presses against her cheeks, warm now from her skin, and she is acutely aware of the counter-sigil hidden beneath the silver-threaded fabric, pressing against her sternum like a second heartbeat. Aurec does not sit immediately. He stands beside her chair, facing the crowd, his obsidian mask catching the candlelight in planes of black and deeper black. When he speaks, his voice carries, amplified by the chamber's acoustics, by the hush that falls as the masked figures turn toward him. House Belisar has held the Salt Covenant for 3 centuries, he says. Through war, through famine, through the betrayal of houses that swore eternal alliance and broke their oaths when it suited them, we have held. A murmur of approval ripples through the masks. Liora watches the crowd, watches the way they lean toward him, the way their attention focuses like a blade. He is not merely speaking to them, he is reshaping them, reminding them why obedience to House Belisar is not submission, but survival. This night, under covenant law, we renew what binds us. He turns slightly, gestures toward her. My bride, of House Belisar, sealed in blood and salt, witness to the compact, vessel of the alliance. Vessel. The word lands like a stone in still water. She keeps her spine straight, keeps her breathing even. She is smiling beneath the bone mast, she realizes, the same unconscious smile she saw in the window glass after she used the bond, the smile that is not quite hers. The drum pulse quickens. A figure approaches the inner screen from the far side, a silhouette carrying something long and curved, a blade or a horn. The ceremony is moving toward whatever threshold Emeric warned her about, the moment where treaty brides walk behind the screens and come out changed. But Aurec is not finished. He steps closer to her chair, close enough that his voice drops below the drum pulse, meant for her alone. You emerged from that alcove composed, he says. Well done. The court saw nothing. A pause. But I know my blood brother's posture when he has been touched. Her hands go cold beneath the gloves. I will not ask what happened, Aurec continues, his voice still soft, almost kind. Because I do not need to know. What matters is that you are here, beside me, visible. That is sufficient, for now. He straightens, turns back to the crowd, and raises his hand in a gesture of command. Let the compact be witnessed. The drum pulse crests, the inner screen parts. The figure beyond steps forward into the candlelight, carrying a silver chalice, and the crowd presses closer as the ceremony swallows the moment whole. Liora sits beside her husband, heart hammering, the taste of Emeric's kiss still on her lips, the weight of Aurec's words settling like a chain around her throat. She does not know which man she is betraying anymore, or which one is betraying her. Behind the mask, behind the smile that is no longer entirely hers, she presses her thumb against the inside of her palm where the ring branded its circle, and she feels the bond pulse in answer. Hungry, patient, waiting for what comes next. Chapter 29. The delegation arrives before the midday bell. 3 figures in House Sarvek colors, charcoal gray, silver thread, a sigil of crossed rivers on their collars. They're not announced to the formal hall. They are brought to the war chamber, where Aurec already stands before a polished obsidian table, maps spread beneath his palms. Liora is summoned without explanation. She finds the chamber guarded at both doors, Matthias standing at the far wall with his ledger open, Clara already seated in the corner like a permanent fixture. The 3 Sarvek delegates face Aurec across the table, and the air between them carries the particular stillness of a room where something has already been said that cannot be unsaid. Aurec looks up when she enters. "Come," he says. "Stand beside me." No pleas, no explanation, but his voice carries a thread of command meant for the delegates, not for her, and she understands in the same instant that he needs her visible. That her presence here is a statement she was not consulted about. She crosses the room. The bond pulses once as she takes her place at his right hand, a low thrum beneath her ribs that matches the rhythm of his breathing. The tallest delegate, a woman with silver-streaked hair and a face like a sealed door, speaks first. "We have heard the reports, Lord Belisar. 3 houses are mobilizing along the eastern tributary. Casca has withdrawn its trade garrisons. The salt routes are fracturing." She pauses. "And House Belisar offers us a marriage ceremony and a masked rite while the river burns." She is correct. Aurec's voice cuts the air like a blade laid flat. Casca is moving. The eastern tributary will be contested within the season, and House Belisar has spent the last year securing an alliance with House Undrisek through blood and salt, an alliance that now binds 2 houses instead of 1, with a blood bond that matures faster than any treaty negotiation in living memory. He turns slightly, not toward the delegates, toward her. "Tell them what you observed at the river market, Liora." She has never been to the river market, but she sees the shape of what he is doing, the trap he is setting, the role he needs her to fill, and she does not hesitate. "I saw salt merchants emptying their warehouses," she says, and the lie comes so cleanly that she almost believes it herself. 3 guilds, all Sarvek licensed, all moving inventory toward the eastern road instead of the western depots. That is not a trade adjustment. That is a withdrawal of assets before a siege. The silver-haired woman's jaw tightens. Liora holds her gaze. The bond whispers beneath her words, lending her voice a weight she did not consciously summon, and the Sarvek delegate looks away first. "Your bride is well briefed," the woman says, and the words sound like an accusation. "My bride is House Belisar," Aurec answers. "What she observes, I observe. What she knows, this house knows. If your salt merchants are stripping the eastern depots, then your house has already chosen its position in the coming conflict. The question is whether you came here to explain that choice, or to deny it." The chamber holds its breath. The Sarvek delegate exchanges a glance with her companions, a flicker of calculation that Liora reads as cleanly as she once read the temperature of a furnace. They came to probe weakness. They found a wall. "The eastern depots were moved for routine maintenance," the woman says, but her voice has lost its edge. "We will provide documentation." "See that you do," Aurec says. "The Steward's Council will expect it within the week." He does not dismiss them. He waits, letting the silence stretch until the delegates are forced to offer their formal leave-taking, bowing with the particular stiffness of those who came to wound and left wounded instead. Matthias shows them out. The door seals behind them with a sound like a tomb closing. Liora exhales. She did not realize she had stopped breathing. Aurec turns to her, and for a moment, his expression is not the mask she has learned to read. It is something raw, a flicker of assessment that borders on genuine regard. "You handled that well," he says. "Better than half my council would have managed." "I lied about the river market." "I know." He does not smile, but something in his voice shifts, a note she has not heard before. "You lied quickly and well, and you read the room correctly. That is not a skill I can teach." The praise lands like a blade she did not see coming. She should feel satisfaction. She should feel the warmth of having proven useful, of being seen as more than a vessel or a line item in a treaty. Instead, she feels the weight of his approval settling around her like a chain wrapped in silk. "You wanted me here because I am useful," she says. "I wanted you here because you are intelligent, and because the court needs to see that I trust you." He holds her gaze. "Those are not the same thing." "Then tell me the difference." He studies her for a long moment. The candlelight catches the claw scar at his throat, the old wound that Tamsin said came from a coup, from someone who trusted him once and learned what happens when trust breaks in House Belisar. "The difference," he says slowly, "is that usefulness can be replaced. Intelligence cannot. And trust," he pauses, "trust is the only thing that makes either of them dangerous." He leaves before she can answer. She stands alone in the war chamber, the maps still spread across the table, the candle flame reflecting off polished obsidian. The bond hums beneath her skin, satisfied, as if it is learning to read her moods. She presses her palm flat against the table and feels the cold stone grounding her. Useful, she thinks. I am useful again. But the thought tastes wrong, like the answer to a question she did not want to ask. She leaves the war chamber and walks the east corridor toward the records gallery, needing distance from the map room, from the shape of Aurec's approval hanging in the air like smoke. The gallery is empty when she arrives, or it seems empty, until she hears the sound of paper turning, a page being lifted and replaced with deliberate care. She steps behind the nearest column and peers through the gap. Emeric stands at the far table, his back to her, a ledger open before him. His hand moves over a document, precise, practiced. He lifts a sheet from beneath the binding and slides a new one into its place, then picks up a pen and writes something in the margin. The correction is subtle, fast, the work of someone who knows which records will be checked and which will not. She watches his hand as it makes the alteration, and she understands with a cold certainty that he is lying about his obedience to Aurec, that whatever he has been doing in secret, he is still doing it now. He finishes writing and closes the ledger, and then he turns. His eyes find her between the columns, and the expression on his face is not surprise, not guilt, but something worse. It is relief. Chapter 30. The gallery is silent, except for the sound of her own breathing. Emeric stands frozen at the table, one hand still resting on the closed ledger. His relief is still there, softening the lines around his mouth, and that is what stops Liora from speaking. Relief, not fear. He wanted her to see this. "How long?" she asks. He does not pretend to misunderstand. "Since before you arrived." She steps out from behind the column, her feet silent on the stone. The bond hums beneath her skin, feeding her details she does not want. The slight tremor in his fingers, the way his pulse jumps at the base of his throat, the smell of salt and old paper rising from the ledger. "What have you been changing?" "Right timings, access records, deployment orders for the ward keepers." He says it flatly, like a man reciting charges at his own trial. 3 ceremonial schedules, 2 ledger entries linking the holding chamber to the main house accounts. A report Liora filed last month about your bond progression. The air leaves her lungs. "You falsified Blood-Scribe reports." "I delayed them." He finally moves, rounding the table, and she sees the exhaustion he has been hiding. The shadows beneath his eyes are deeper than she realized. Liora wanted to accelerate the 3rd phase before the masked Rite. I made sure her documentation went missing for a week. By the time she reconstructed it, the window for the accelerated schedule had passed. "Why?" He stops a few feet from her, close enough that she could touch him if she reached out. He does not try. Because every rite they push you through binds you deeper. Every seal they activate gives the bond another channel into your will. I have watched 7 women walk into those ceremonies and come out with Belisar carved into their blood. His voice drops. I was not going to watch you become the 8th. The words land like stones in her chest. She thinks of the masked Rite, of Emeric's confession behind the silkscreen, of the way he held her like she was already slipping through his hands. She thinks of the Counter-Sigil pressed into her palm, the angular black salt pendant that can break the Rite's seal. She thinks of what it must have cost him to carve that pendant, to carry it for months, to prepare for a moment he prayed would never come. You have been doing this alone, she says. Matthias suspects. I cannot tell if Kalira knows or is waiting for proof. And Aurec. He stops, looks away. Aurec has been my brother for 2 centuries. He knows my handwriting. He knows the way I think. Every alteration I make is a risk that he will read the shape of my disobedience in the records I leave behind. Then why do it? He meets her eyes and she sees it. Not duty, not tactics, grief. Because I could not save the others, he says. I did not know what was happening until they were already gone. But I knew about you. I knew before you arrived. And I swore to myself that if I could do nothing else, I would at least make sure you had a choice. The bond whispers something that might be warning or might be recognition. She ignores it. Show me. He blinks. What? Show me what you have been changing. All of it. He hesitates, then turns back to the ledger and lifts the cover. His hands move with the same practiced precision she saw from the column, turning pages, pointing to marginal notes, to crossed-out dates, to replacement sheets whose ink is slightly darker than the originals. She reads quickly, her mind catching the patterns the way she once caught flaws in a glassblower's batch. 3 Rite dates adjusted, 2 ward schedules rerouted, a record of her bond progression that lists the 3rd phase as incomplete when Kyria marked it as begun. Kyria will find this, Liora says. Eventually. I have been buying time, not invisibility. How much time? He closes the ledger. I do not know. I had hoped to get you through the masked Rite before anyone noticed the pattern. But after the vault corridor, after the guard trap, after Aurec summoned you to the East Solar, he shakes his head. I do not know how long I have left before he pieces it together. She studies him. The honey-brown hair is slightly disheveled. His collar is loose, as if he has been working through the night. The exhaustion in his face is not the healthy tiredness of someone who has pushed too hard for a day. It is the deep weariness of someone who has been running a quiet war for months, alone, in the dark. Tell me one thing, she says. Anything. Was any of it real? The warnings in the crypt, the hand on the staircase, the way you looked at me when I bled. She swallows. Oh, was that all part of the strategy too? Something breaks in his expression. Liora. His voice catches. I have been lying to my brother, to Kilara, to every record keeper in this house. I have committed treason against 2 centuries of blood oath. I have put myself in a position where Aurec could have me executed, and the Covenant Council would call it justice. He steps closer. But I have never lied to you. Not once. She believes him. That terrifies her more than the trap in the vault corridor, more than the whispered approval of the bond, more than Aurec's satisfaction when the alarm sounded. Because if he is telling the truth, then she has someone in this fortress who would burn for her. And the worst part, the part she cannot speak aloud, is that she is beginning to understand that kind of love. The desperate, terrible kind that makes you alter records in the dark and sacrifice your only remaining honor. She reaches out and touches his wrist. He flinches, then stills. Thank you, she says. Do not thank me yet. This is not a rescue. It is a delay. It is a choice. She holds his gaze. That is more than they gave the other 7. The sound of footsteps in the corridor breaks them apart. Emeric steps back, his hands finding the ledger, closing it with a practiced motion that makes him look like a man returning to work. Liora turns toward the door, her heart hammering, her face smoothing into the mask she has learned to wear. Matthias Rook appears in the doorway. His gaze moves from Emeric to Liora, cataloging their positions, the closed ledger, the too careful stillness in the air. He says nothing about what he sees. Lady Fenwick. His voice is neutral, precise. Lord Belisar requests your presence in the private council chamber, immediately. The words land like a blade. Emeric's face goes pale. What council? Liora asks. Matthias's expression does not change. The Steward's Council will not be attending. This is a private audience. He pauses. Lord Belisar has asked that you come alone. Emeric's hand tightens on the ledger. Liora feels the bond pulse beneath her skin, hungry and patient, waiting to see what she will do. She walks toward the door. She does not look back at Emeric, because if she does, she will see the terror he is trying to hide, and she does not want to know what it means. The private council chamber is at the end of the east corridor. Its door black iron banded with silver, 2 guards flanking it. They step aside as she approaches. The door opens before she can knock. Aurec stands at the far end of the room, silhouetted against the single tall window. The candlelight catches the claw scar at his throat, the iron signet fused into his smallest finger. He does not turn to face her. Close the door, he says. She does, and the lock clicks behind her, like a sentence being sealed. Chapter 31. The lock clicks like a sentence being sealed. Liora stands with her back to the iron door, her palm still warm where Emeric's wrist touched hers, her lips still carrying the ghost of his kiss from the alcove. The council chamber stretches before her, long and narrow, its walls lined with maps and ledgers and the cold precision of a man who thinks in decades. Aurec has not turned to face her. He stands at the far end, silhouetted against the single tall window, the candlelight catching the claw scar across his throat. His hands rest on the edge of a long oak table, and between them lies a map of the eastern river tributaries, marked with black salt pins and red ink circles. You know what the Sarvek delegates did not say, he says, still not turning. You read their posture, their refusal to meet your eyes, the way they mentioned the salt depots twice in the same breath. Tell me what conclusion you drew. She blinks. This is not the accusation she expected. Their depots are empty, she says slowly. And they know you know. Correct. He turns now, and his silver eyes catch the candle flame. Cask is gone. The salt roots are fracturing. House Sarvek has already picked a side, and it is not mine. He gestures to the map, and she steps forward despite herself. The eastern tributary is marked with a dozen small pins, each one representing a garrison, a depot, a fortress. 3 of them are struck through with red ink. She counts the gaps in the defensive line, the exposed corridors where a determined force could push through to the river's heart. How long? She hears herself ask. Weeks, maybe less. His voice is flat, deliberate. The treaties that held the 7 houses together for 3 centuries were never designed for peace. They were pause, a breathing space between wars, and the breathing is over. She looks up from the map. You knew this was coming. That is why you signed the Annex, why you had the holding chamber built before I arrived. I knew conflict was coming. He holds her gaze. What I needed was an instrument capable of surviving the first blow. A treaty bride, blood-bound to House Belisar, carrying Andrasek Sotdet and Belisar authority, is not a weapon you can buy or forge in a season. It takes decades to build the conditions. And by the time I found them, I had run out of years. Leora's throat tightens. So I was never a choice. I was a supply chain. You are a solution. He steps around the table, closer now, and she forces herself not to retreat. You can stand in a room with even Sarka and make him doubt his own intelligence. You can read a delegate's silence and name the lie they did not speak. You can survive a sealed fire and a guard trap, and the worst this bastion can throw at you. His voice drops. I am not offering you a cage, Liora. I am offering you significance, by turning me into something I did not choose to become. Every person in this room chose their role under pressure. He gestures to the maps, the ledgers, the war table. I chose to become the lord who builds weapons instead of waiting for slaughter. Emeric chose to serve a house that would discard him the moment he became inconvenient. Your grandmother chose to sell you because the alternative was watching House Andrasek starve. Silence. Liora feels the bond pulse beneath her sternum, patient, waiting. And me? She asks. When do I get to choose? Aurec's expression does not change. His stillness is absolute, a predator's patience, and she watches something shift behind his silver eyes, something that is not cruelty and not kindness either. You chose when you used the bond to break those guards, he says. You chose when you lied to the Sarvik delegates with the bond's weight behind your words. You chose when you put on that ring. He gestures to her hand. Every time you drew on what I gave you, you made a decision. And every time, you chose to keep the power rather than refuse it. The words land like salt in a wound. She wants to deny it, wants to tell him the bond forced her hand, that she had no choice in the crypt, that the guards would have killed her, that the lie was survival, that everything she did was necessity and nothing more. But she remembers how it felt. The heat flooding her limbs, the slow-motion arc of the blade, the satisfaction that coiled in her chest when she threw the first guard into his brother's. She remembers smiling at her own reflection and not knowing why. "Tell me one thing," she says, her voice quieter than she intended. "If I had refused, if I had come to you on the first night and told you I would not wear the ring, would not drink from the cup, would not step into the bond, would you have let me go?" Aurec says nothing. The silence stretches, and in it, she hears exactly what he will not speak aloud. "No." She nods, once. "Thank you," she says, "for not lying." "I am not your enemy, Liora." He steps closer, and she does not retreat. "I am the only person in this city who will tell you the truth without dressing it in mercy. War is coming. The treaties that kept you alive will not survive it, and when the houses fall apart, being useful to House Belisar will not be a cage. It will be the only reason anyone lets you keep breathing." She studies his face, the claw scar, the iron signet, the unnatural stillness of a man who has learned to hide everything except the shape of his ambition. "What do you want from me tonight?" she asks. "I want to know where you stand." He holds her gaze. Not as a hostage, not as a vessel, as the woman who walked out of a burning room and lied to the Sarvek delegates with my authority humming in her throat. He pauses. "I am offering you a place in what comes next, a role that matters, a seat at this table. And if I refuse, then the table will be set without you, and you will live or die on whatever shelters you can find when the house falls." She looks at the map, at the red pins and the black salt markers, at the gaps where armies will march and the depots where supplies will burn, at the shape of a war that has been coming for years, engineered by men who thought in centuries, who treated brides as supply lines and mortal lives as interest payments. And she thinks of Emeric, altering ledgers in the dark, buying her weeks instead of years, telling her this was not a rescue, only a delay. She thinks of what Aurec said about significance. "You said you were giving me significance, not theft," she says slowly. "But significance cannot be given. It has to be chosen." Aurec watches her with those silver eyes. "And if I chose to stand with you," she says, "what would you ask of me?" He does not answer immediately. Instead, he reaches into his coat and draws out a sheet of vellum, folded and sealed with black wax. He holds it toward her. "The masked rite does not end with the ceremony," he says. "There is a confirmation compact, a final seal that binds the blood bond into fixed form. It was due to be signed tonight, before the Sarvek delegation arrived and made other work necessary." She takes the vellum. Her fingers are steady, even though her heart is not. "You are asking me to sign it. I am asking you to choose." His voice is flat, but there is something beneath it, something that might be hope or calculation, or both. "You can sign it and take your place at the war table, or you can refuse and walk out that door, and I will find another way to hold the line." She looks at the seal. The black wax bears the Belisar crest, a tower above a sought-knot. "Tonight?" she asks. "Tomorrow, after the rite is completed. I wanted you to see the full picture before you decided." He wanted her to see the war, to know that refusing him is not freedom, only vulnerability, that the houses will tear each other apart, and the ones who survive will be the ones who chose a side. She folds the vellum into her sleeve. "I will think about it," she says. Aurec inclines his head, a gesture that is not quite a nod, not quite a bow. "The door is unlocked," he says. "Go, rest. The rite begins at Moonrise." She turns and walks toward the door. Her hand finds the iron handle. She pauses. "Aurec?" "Yes." She does not turn around. "Emeric altered those records because he believes I deserve a choice you never intended to give me. If you punish him for it, I will know exactly what your significance is worth. The silence behind her is absolute. Then, softly, his voice. Emeric altered those records because he believes he loves you. But love and truth do not always point in the same direction. She opens the door and walks out. The corridor is empty. Her hand trembles as she closes the door behind her, the vellum burning against her wrist, the bond humming a low, patient note that sounds, for the first time, almost hopeful. Chapter 32. The corridor is empty when she steps out, but the silence feels wrong, thinner than it should be, like someone has been holding their breath and only now remembered to exhale. Liora walks. The vellum burns against her wrist, a weight that has no business feeling so heavy. The bond hums beneath her ribs, that new, hopeful note she does not trust, does not want to trust, but cannot silence. She passes the first junction. A guard stands at the far end. Not one she recognizes. He meets her eyes, holds them a beat too long, then looks away. She passes the second junction. 2 more guards. Same unfamiliar faces, same watchful stillness. The net is tightening. She can feel it in the way the air moves, in the way the shadows seem deeper than they were an hour ago. She reaches her chamber door. The wards are intact, the salt line unbroken. She pushes the door open and steps inside, and the click of the latch behind her sounds like a prison bars sliding home. The fire has been lit. She did not light it. Liora stops in the center of the room, staring at the flames. The heat hits her skin like an insult. She has not needed fires for weeks, has not wanted them. The bond has made warmth unbearable, has turned every hearth into an enemy. Someone built it for her anyway. Someone who does not know. Or someone who knows exactly what they are doing. She crosses to the hearth and smothers the flames with the iron cover. The smoke curls up, bitter and thin. She watches it rise until there is nothing left but ash and the memory of heat. Then she sits on the edge of her bed and pulls the vellum from her sleeve. The black wax seal catches the candlelight. The Belisar crest, the tower above the salt knot. She turns it over in her hands, feeling the weight of what lies beneath the wax. A compact that would bind her blood bond into fixed form, that would make her Aurec's weapon in law as well as in flesh. She could tear it. She could burn it. She could walk out of this room and find Emeric and run, and let the houses tear each other apart without her. But she saw the map, the red pins, the empty depots, the shape of a war that has been coming for years, engineered by men who thought in centuries, who treated brides as supply lines and mortal lives as interest payments. Running would not stop it. Running would only mean dying somewhere else, in some other darkness, without having chosen anything except fear. She slides the vellum back into her sleeve, and then she hears it. Footsteps in the corridor. Not one set. 3, maybe 4, moving with the precision of people who know exactly where they are going. They stop outside her door. A pause, then a knock, sharp, official. The rhythm of someone who expects the door to open. Liora rises, crosses to the door, opens it. Sister Kyria Morn stands in the corridor, her gray robe catching the torchlight, her ledger tucked under one arm. Behind her, 2 Blood-Scribes Liora has never seen, both holding wax tablets and styluses. Lady Fenwick. Kyria's voice is smooth, too smooth. I apologize for the late hour. Lord Belisar has authorized an accelerated schedule for the remaining blood bond phases. I am here to conduct the preliminary assessment. Liora's hand tightens on the doorframe. Now? The timing is unfortunate, but the Sarvek disruption has created gaps in the progression window. We must compensate before the bond begins to stabilize in its current incomplete state. Kyria steps forward, not waiting for an invitation. The Blood-Scribes follow. Liora does not move. She stands in the doorway, blocking their path, and meets Kyria's pale gaze. I was not informed of any change in schedule. Lord Belisar signed the authorization an hour ago. Kyria holds up a sheet of vellum, sealed with the same black wax Liora now carries in her sleeve. The household was informed. Your participation is expected. Expected. Not requested, not offered. Expected. Liora looks at the vellum, at the seal, at the precise, unblemished signature that confirms Aurec has set this in motion while she was still standing in his council chamber, while he was offering her a choice with one hand and taking it away with the other. "May I see that?" Kauria extends the vellum. Liora takes it, studies the script, the date, the phrase "by order of the Covenant Council" in the margin. It is real. She hands it back. "Very well." Her voice is steady. She does not let it shake. "But I want a copy of that authorization for my records." Kauria's mouth twitches, almost a smile. "Of course, Lady Fenwick." She steps past Liora into the chamber. The Blood-Scribes follow. The assessment takes an hour. Kauria measures her pulse at 3 different points on her neck, records the temperature of her skin, checks the color of her tongue and the whites of her eyes, asks her to hold still while a Blood-Scribe presses a cold brass instrument to her sternum and counts the beats she cannot hear. Liora endures it. She does not resist. She does not flinch. She watches Kauria's pen move across the ledger, recording each measurement as sacred progression, as if Liora is not a woman but a specimen, a crop being measured for harvest. When it is over, Kauria closes the ledger. The bond is advancing rapidly, faster than the original projections indicated. She looks at Liora with something that might be satisfaction. "The accelerated schedule should bring you to full stabilization within 6 weeks. 6 weeks, not 11 months, not 1 year, 6 weeks. Liora does not let her face change. "Thank you, sister." Kauria inclines her head. "I will return at dawn for the first rite. Please ensure you have eaten nothing after midnight." She turns and leaves. The Blood-Scribes follow. And Liora is alone again. The door clicks shut. She stands in the center of the room, her hands steady at her sides, her pulse calm, her breathing even. Inside, something is screaming. 6 weeks. She touches her sleeve. The vellum, the compact. The choice Aurec offered her with one hand while Kauria was already sharpening the knife with the other. She should have known. She should have seen that the question was never whether she would sign, only how quickly she could be made to believe it was her idea. A knock at the door. 3 quick raps. The rhythm of someone who does not want to be heard. Liora crosses to the door, opens it a crack. Tamsin. Her face is pale. Her hands are shaking. "Liora." She keeps her voice low, barely a whisper. "Ivan Sarka is gathering witness statements. He's been talking to the ward keepers who patrol the lower archives. He knows someone has been moving through the restricted levels at night, altering schedules, opening doors that should be locked." Leora's blood goes cold. "Emeric. Emeric." Tamsin's throat works. "Ivan has 3 statements already. He is waiting for a 4th before he takes them to the Covenant Council. He wants proof of conspiracy before he moves." Liora stares at her. "How long?" "A day, 2 at most." Tamsin grips the doorframe. "He has someone inside the household, someone who has been tracking Emeric's movements for weeks." Someone. The same someone who built a fire Liora did not add for. The same someone who reassigned the guards on her corridor. The same someone who serves the house, not the people inside it. "Matthias." Tamsin's silence is answer enough. Liora closes her eyes. The net is closing. Kauria accelerating the rites, even collecting evidence. Matthias watching from the shadows, reporting every step, every breath, every stolen moment in the dark. And Emeric, standing alone in the crosshairs. "I need to see him." Tamsin shakes her head. "He is in the lower gallery, but the guard rotation has changed. There are 4 new ward keepers patrolling that corridor. They have orders to detain anyone without authorization." "Then I will get authorization." "From who?" "Aurec already knows. He is waiting to see what you do." Liora looks past Tamsin, down the corridor. The guards are still there, watching, waiting. She thinks of the compact in her sleeve, the seal she has not broken, the choice Aurec offered her, knowing she would come to him eventually, knowing the net would tighten until the only door left open was the one he held. She thinks of Emeric, altering ledgers in the dark, buying her weeks she is already running out of. She thinks of what Aurec said. He altered those records because he believes he loves you. And she knows, with a certainty that settles like stone in her chest, that if she does not move now, if she does not choose, there will be nothing left to choose. She reaches for her cloak. Tamsin, I need you to do something. Anything? Go to the lower gallery. Find Emeric. Tell him to meet me in the sealed garden at the hour before dawn. Tamsin's eyes widen. The garden is watched. Everyone knows it is unwarded. If Even has witnesses already, then make sure no one follows you. Liora pulls the cloak over her shoulders. I will handle the rest. Tamsin hesitates. Then she nods and disappears into the darkness of the corridor. Liora stands in the doorway, the cold air from the hall brushing her face. The bond hums beneath her ribs, hopeful, waiting. She steps out and locks the door behind her. The guards at the far end of the corridor turn to watch as she walks toward the stair. She does not look back. Chapter 33. The fitting room smells of beeswax and cold ash. Tamsin does not look up when the door opens. She stands at the long table, hands pressed flat against a spread of black silk, her posture wound tight as thread about to snap. I found him. Liora closes the door behind her. The lock clicks. He will meet you. Good. Tamsin's hands do not move. The silk beneath them is the color of ceremony, black with silver threading that catches the candlelight like veins of frozen mercury. The gown Liora wore at the masked rite. I need to adjust it. Liora steps closer. Now? He will not be in the garden for another hour, and you cannot walk through those corridors in daylight wearing what they expect you to wear. Tamsin finally looks up. Her eyes are red at the rims. You have changed. The fit is wrong. The words hang. The fit is wrong. Liora understands what Tamsin means before she finishes crossing the room. The gown was tailored 3 weeks ago, cut to her mortal measurements. The shoulders will pull now. The waist will hang loose in one place, strain in another. Small changes, invisible to anyone who has not dressed her from the skin out. But Tamsin sees. Tamsin has been measuring Liora's body since the glassworks, when they shared a cot and a blanket through winter, when Liora's ribs pressed through her skin because there was not enough bread. And Tamsin sees that the girl she knew is disappearing. Take it off. Liora's jaw tightens. I do not have time for fittings. You do not have time not to. Tamsin's voice is flat. The guards are watching every seam. If you walk out of this tower in a gown that pulls at the shoulder, they will know your bones have shifted. They will report it to Calera before you reach the garden. Liora's hands go still at her sides, because Tamsin is right. The bond is changing her structure. She has felt it. The way her collarbones sit differently, the way her spine no longer aches after standing too long, the way her reflection shows a woman whose cheekbones have grown sharper, whose eyes hold in stillness that was not there a month ago. She reaches for the fastenings. The silk slides from her shoulders. She stands in her underdress while Tamsin circles her, chalk in hand, marking the fabric where it needs to be taken in, let out, reshaped. You are faster, Tamsin says. I have watched you move. You used to hesitate before turning, checking the space around you. Now you just go. Is that a problem? It is, Belisar. Liora's spine stiffens. Tamsin's chalk stops moving. You walk like them now, like you own the air you breathe, like nothing in this room could hurt you. Maybe nothing in this room can. Tamsin looks at her, and Liora sees it. The grief. Not anger, not fear, grief. The same look Emeric gives her when he thinks she is not watching. The look of someone who has already begun to mourn a person still standing in front of them. Something in Liora's chest twists. I am still here, Tamsin. Parts of you are. The words hit like a slap. Liora's hands clench. The bond surges beneath her ribs, feeding on the spike of anger, offering her heat, speed, the urge to strike. She forces herself still. Breathes. Counts. The anger drains, leaving something colder behind. She sees herself through Tamsin's eyes. A woman who almost lashed out at the only person in this house who has not lied to her. A woman who felt her body hunger for the violence before her mind could stop it. I am sorry. Tamsin's throat works. I know. I did not mean to. I know. The room is quiet. Tamsin turns back to the gown. Her chalk moves again, marking the seams where Liora's ribs have grown, where her shoulders have broadened, where the Belisar calm has reshaped her into something the Glassworks girl would not recognize. I have something else. Liora waits. Tamsin reaches into her sleeve and pulls out a folded paper. The edges are worn. The seal on the back is already broken. I was not going to show you, but you will. Tamsin's jaw works. Because if I keep it from you, I am no better than Kalira, no better than Aurec. She holds out the paper. Liora takes it, unfolds it. The handwriting is tight, precise, the script of someone trained to record facts without emotion. It is a Blood-Scribe report, one of Kalira's, dated 10 days ago. Subject's bond progression accelerated beyond projection. Initial third phase markers observed at week 6 of 12. Suggest immediate stabilization protocol to prevent spontaneous integration. Kalira wrote this. And below it, in a different hand, a note. Report delayed by 7 days. Rite timings altered in records 342, 351, and 367. Recommending internal review of archive access protocols. Liora's blood goes cold. Record 342, 351, 367. The years of the 7 treaty brides. Emeric did not just delay a single report, he altered the Rite timings of the women who came before her. 3 official records, 3 falsified timelines. If Ivan's investigators find those alterations, they will not just accuse Emeric of protecting Liora, they will accuse him of tampering with the histories of the dead. That is the 4th witness statement Ivan is waiting for, Tamsin whispers. He does not know about this report yet, but he will. Matthias is looking for it. Liora stares at the paper. The candle flickers. The bond hums beneath her ribs, patient, hungry, waiting for her to decide. Where was this filed? Lower archive, the steward's vault, the same vault where the guards trapped you. Liora folds the paper, slips it into her sleeve beside the confirmation compact. Destroy it, Tamsin says. Burn it. Swallow the ash if you have to. No. Liora, this is proof. If I destroy it, I destroy the only evidence that someone else knows what Emeric did. Tamsin's face pales. Proof of what? That he falsified records? That he tampered with bride transitions? That is a death sentence. Liora looks at her. Unless I use it before he does. The words hang in the cold air. Tamsin takes a step back, and Liora sees it in her eyes. The moment Tamsin realizes she is not looking at the glassworks girl anymore. She is looking at a woman who has already begun to think like Belisar. Chapter 34. The fitting room door closes behind Tamsin. The candle flame steadies. Liora stands alone with the Blood-Scribe report in her hand and the truth of what Emeric has done settling into her bones like frost. She does not go to the garden. She goes to the records gallery. The corridors pass in a blur of torchlight and guard shadows. She moves without thought, without calculation, the paper burning against her palm. The bond hums beneath her ribs, tracking her pulse, waiting to see what she will do with this knowledge. The gallery door is unlocked. Emeric stands at the same table where she caught him before, a ledger open in front of him, a stylus in his hand. He looks up when she enters. His face does not change. He has been expecting her. You found it. She holds up the report. You delayed Kalira's findings by 7 days. You altered the Rite timings of 3 dead women. Yes. The word lands like a stone dropped into still water. No defense, no explanation, just yes. She crosses the room in 3 steps and slaps the paper onto the table between them. Tell me everything. Emeric sets the stylus down. His hands rest flat on either side of the ledger. For a long moment he does not speak, and Liora watches him choose which truth to offer first. The morning you arrived, he says, Aurec summoned me to his study. He told me you would be bonded within the year. He told me to make you comfortable, to earn your trust, to ensure you did not fight the process, to groom me, to escort you. His jaw tightens. I agreed. Leora's chest goes cold. You were part of it from the beginning. I was assigned to it from the beginning. He meets her eyes. There is a difference. Show me. He reaches into his coat and pulls out a folded paper. Older than the report. The ink has faded at the edges. He places it on the table beside Carrera's findings. Liora unfolds it. It is a sealed directive dated 3 months before she arrived. Aurec's signature is at the bottom. The text is precise, bureaucratic, and damning. Steward Emeric Drosselmar is assigned to supervise the Undersec bride's acclamation and compliance. All schedule modifications require his authorization. All record access requires his signature. He will report directly to the Lord of House Belisar on her physical and psychological progression. She reads it twice. "Do you understand?" he says. "I was the gate, every ledger, every timing, every Blood-Scribe report. They all passed through my hands before reaching Calera or Matthias or the Covenant Archive. And you altered them. I altered every one that could hurt you." The bond shudders beneath her ribs. She forces herself to breathe. "How long?" "Since before you arrived. The first alteration was the Rite calendar. I shifted the third phase projection from 6 months to 11. I told Aurec the bond was slow to take. He believed me because he wanted to believe me. He wanted you compliant, not broken." Liora's fingers curl around the edge of the table. "The ward schedules," she says. "The access records, the deployment orders, all of it. Every document that could bring you closer to the holding chamber before you understood what it meant, I delayed, misfiled, or rewrote." "Why?" His gaze holds hers. The question is vast, and he answers it with a single word. "Because I have watched 7 women walk into that chamber, and 6 of them have never walked out." The room goes very still. "And the 7th? Liora Belisar. She walks the crypts. She does not speak. She does not remember her own name. The transformation consumed what was left of her will and left a body that breathes without a soul." Liora's throat closes. Emeric's hands are shaking. "I did not know how to stop it," he says. "I knew it was too young, too low in the house to change what was happening. I watched them go in and I recorded their names in the ledgers, and I told myself each time that the law required it, that the treaty demanded it, that I had no power to refuse." He looks at her. "Then you arrived, and you looked at me like I was the first person in this house who had not yet lied to you." She remembers. The wedding feast, the warning he gave her. "In House Belisar, every kindness has a cost. You told me the truth from the beginning. I told you as much as I could without getting you killed." His voice drops. "But I have been lying to Aurec for months. I have been falsifying Belisar records. I have committed treason against a house I swore blood oath to serve. If On's investigation finds the 4th witness statement, they will execute me before the moon sets." "The report," Liora says. "Calara's findings. That is the 4th statement." Emeric's eyes close. She watches him absorb the knowledge, the weight of it, the end of the road he has been walking since she arrived. "Basin gave it to me," she says. "Matthias is looking for it. Ivan is waiting for it." "And you kept it." "I kept it." He opens his eyes. "Why?" She could give him 100 answers. Because she needs leverage. Because knowledge is power. Because the glassworks girl who survived by being useful learned to keep her weapons close. She gives him the only one that matters. "Because I will not let them use your love against you." His breath catches. The bond pulses. Emeric crosses the space between them, and his hand cups her jaw with a tenderness that feels like devastation. "I would do it again," he says. "Every alteration, every lie. I would burn every record in this house to ash if it meant you walked out of the bastion still yourself." His forehead presses to hers. The touch is featherlight, intimate, more sacred than any vow she has spoken since arriving. "I love you," he whispers. "I love you, and I have been failing to protect you since the moment you arrived, and I am sorry. I am so sorry I could not do more." She closes her eyes. The bond pulses warm beneath her skin, and for a moment, it does not feel like hunger. It feels like hope. Then the footsteps come, heavy, precise, multiple sets, moving down the corridor toward the gallery door. Emeric pulls back. His face goes pale. Liora's hand closes around the report in her sleeve. The footsteps stop outside the door. Chapter 35. The footsteps stop. Liora counts them. 3 pairs, maybe 4. The corridor outside the gallery is stone and echo, and she has spent enough weeks in this house to know that multiple boots at this hour mean official business, not a servant passing. Emeric steps back from her, the space between them turning cold. The door swings open. Matthias Rook stands in the frame. His ledger is closed, tucked beneath his arm, and his face carries the precise neutrality of a man who has already seen everything he needs to see. Lady Fenwick, Lord Drosselmar. His gaze moves across the room, the table, the papers, the distance between them that is still too small. The household bell will sound within the hour. Lord Belisar has called a full assembly in the East Hall. What reason? Emeric's voice is steady. Matthias does not answer immediately. He looks at Liora, and she feels the weight of the report in her sleeve, the paper warm against her wrist. Evidence of internal disloyalty has been brought to his attention, Matthias says. He intends to address it before the household. The words land like stones. Liora keeps her breathing even. Her hand does not move toward the report. I will attend, she says. Your attendance is expected. Matthias's tone is unchanged. But I am instructed to inform you that you will stand beside your husband, not among the household. The distinction cuts. Beside Aurec means visible, means claimed, means the treaty bride on display as the Lord's chosen partner, not a member of the house being investigated. It means she cannot hide. Understood. Matthias inclines his head and withdraws. The door stays open behind him, an invitation that is also a command. Emeric does not move. The report, he says quietly. He did not ask for it. He did not have to. She meets his eyes. Matthias knows something. He did not search the room tonight because he already knows what we are holding. How, I do not know, but he is not the one I am worried about. Emeric's jaw tightens. The assembly, even, will be there. I know. He will watch you. He will watch Aurec. He will watch for the crack in the stone, and if he sees it, he will drive a blade through. She breathes. Then I will not let him see it. The East Hall fills slowly. Liora stands at the front, a half step behind Aurec's shoulder where Matthias positioned her. The household spreads before her in ranks. Servants, scribes, ward keepers, minor house officials she has seen in corridors but never spoken to. All of them waiting. The summons bell sounds once, twice. The doors close. Aurec does not raise his voice. He stands at the center of the raised dais, and when he speaks, the hall stills. Someone in this household has been altering records. The silence deepens. Rite schedules, access logs, deployment orders, documents that govern the movement of people, information, and law within these walls have been changed, delayed, misfiled. He pauses. I do not know yet who is responsible, but I will know. Liora keeps her hands still at her sides. The report in her sleeve feels like a brand. I am giving the household one opportunity, Aurec continues. If the person responsible comes forward now and returns what was taken, they will face exile rather than execution. No one moves. The hall is a held breath. I will count to 10. Aurec begins to count. The numbers fall like hammer blows. 4, 5, 6. Liora's pulse beats against the paper in her sleeve. 8, 9, 10. Aurec stops counting. He looks across the hall and the stillness in his face is worse than anger. So be it. He turns to Matthias. Begin the household investigation. Every ledger, every room, every movement logged for the past 3 months. By your command. The hall stirs. Whispers rise like smoke. Liora feels the weight of Ivan's gaze before she sees him. He stands near the back, half-shadowed, and when their eyes meet, he smiles. It is not a kind smile. He knows something. He does not have the proof yet, but he knows. The household disperses in waves. Liora does not move from her position until Aurec steps down from the dais and walks toward the side door. He pauses beside her. You will remain in your chambers until the investigation concludes. For how long? As long as it takes. He does not wait for her answer. She walks back through the corridors with the report still pressed against her wrist, and every servant she passes looks at her with a new kind of attention, measuring, watching. The summons bell sounds again. This time, the pattern is different. 2 short rings, 1 long. Matthias appears at her elbow. That is for you, Lady Fenwick. I heard it. The investigation requires a preliminary statement from every senior member of the household. You have been scheduled first. She stops walking. The investigation has not even begun. Protocol requires a baseline interview before the search commences. Matthias's voice is perfectly level. Lord Belisar requested that I conduct it personally. Liora looks at him. The steward holds her gaze without blinking. Shall we proceed? She could refuse. She could demand witnesses, invoke treaty rights, stall until she finds Emeric and decides what to do with the report. But the report is in her sleeve, and Matthias is watching. Yes, she says. Let us proceed. She follows him toward the council chamber, and the door closes behind them with a sound like a seal breaking. Chapter 36. The East Hall holds its silence like a wound that is not finished bleeding. Liora stands at Aurec's shoulder and feels the weight of every gaze in the room. The household has reassembled, not for a second chance at confession, for a demonstration. Aurec waits until the last whisper dies. I have completed my review of the household records. He does not raise his voice. He does not need to. 3 discrepancies remain unaccounted for. A Rite schedule moved by 4 days, an access log with a missing entry, a deployment order that was filed, then refiled, then filed again in a different hand. He pauses. These are small things. Individually, they could be mistakes. Collectively, they form a pattern. Liora keeps her breathing even. Her sleeve presses against her wrist. The report is still there. She should have destroyed it. She should have burned it in the sealed garden, fed it to the river, swallowed the ash. Instead, she kept it. And now she stands beside the man who would use it to execute the person she loves. Ivin Sarka stands near the back of the hall. He is not hiding his attention. The person responsible, Aurec continues, is still inside this room. A murmur ripples through the household. Servants shift. A scribe's stylus clatters to the stone floor. I want you to understand what happens next. Aurec steps down from the dais. He walks slowly through the ranks, not looking at anyone, letting his presence settle over them like frost. Every record will be compared. Every movement cross-referenced. Every hand that touched a ledger will be identified. He stops beside a young scribe. The woman goes rigid. When I find the person responsible, I will have their name. I will have their method. I will know exactly how far their betrayal reached. He moves on. The doors of this hall are not locked. No one is being detained, but everyone should understand that I already know more than I am saying. Liora watches him work the room and feels something cold settle in her chest. This is not an investigation. This is a hunt. The hall disperses in waves. Even does not leave. He walks toward the dais with the unhurried grace of a man who has nowhere to be and everything to watch. Lord Belisar, Envoy Sakar. A masterful performance. Even's smile does not reach his eyes. The loyal household, the patient lord, the promise of mercy for confession. Very traditional. Aurec's face does not change. Is there something you wished to contribute to the investigation? Only an observation. Even turns his gaze to Liora. Your bride stands very still when you speak of betrayal. I admire her composure. It must be difficult standing beside a man who suspects everyone, including the people closest to him. Liora meets his eyes. I have nothing to hide. No, Even's smile sharpens. Of course not. He inclines his head to Aurec and withdraws, but his glance lingers on Liora a half-second too long, and she knows. He does not have the report, but he knows something. Aurec dismisses her without a word. She walks back through the corridors alone. The servants she passes step aside, eyes lowered, and she feels the space they leave around her like a moat. The bond hums beneath her skin. Good. She stops walking. The word was not hers. It came from somewhere deeper, somewhere that should not have language, and yet it was perfectly clear. You stood beside him. You did not break. Good. She presses her palm against her sternum and feels the pulse of the bond, warm and satisfied. She is not sure whether she is controlling it anymore, or whether it is learning to control her. The door to her chamber is ajar. She did not leave it open. Liora stops in the corridor and listens. No sound from inside. No movement. She pushes the door with the tips of her fingers. The fire is out. The room is dark. She steps inside and sees the feather. It lies on the pillow, a single crow's feather, black and oil slick, and beneath it, a strip of linen torn from a servant's apron, stained with something dark. Blood. She picks it up with 2 fingers and reads the message scratched into the fabric in a hand she does not recognize. Choose before the next moonrise. No signature, no mark, but the blood is still wet. She turns the linen over. On the reverse, a single salt grain, black as coal, pressed into the weave. The same black salt as the crystal that appeared on her pillow weeks ago. The same salt as the spirals. The same salt as the messages that came from someone who can bypass every ward in the bastion. Liora stands in the dark chamber with the blood-marked linen in her hand, and for the first time since she entered the Gloam Bastion, she does not know whether the message is a threat or an offer. Chapter 37. The blood on the linen has dried by the time Liora sets it down. She does not burn it, does not hide it. She places it beside the crow's feather on her writing desk and stands at the foot of her bed, staring at the strip of fabric as if it might speak again. Choose before the next moonrise. The ink is not ink, it is blood, and the blood is not hers. She touches her sternum where the bond pulses, steady and warm, and remembers how it whispered, "Good," when she stood beside Aurec without breaking. She should be afraid of the message. She is afraid. But beneath the fear, something else stirs. A thread of cold curiosity that feels like it belongs to her and does not belong to her at once. She turns from the desk and walks to the chamber door, the salt wards. She has passed through them 100 times without looking. White salt ground into the mortar of the doorframe, a line at waist height, a second line at the floor. Standard Belisar seal. Every threshold in the bastion carries them, but she has never studied them. Liora kneels. She runs her finger along the lower line, feeling the grate, the way the salt catches the lamplight. A boundary, a threshold. Who may cross, who may not, who must ask permission. The salt does not stop the intruder. The intruder bypasses it like water through a cracked dam, leaving messages on her pillow, feathers, salt grains, blood. But the salt stops her. She presses her palm flat against the doorframe and feels the ward's pulse, faint and cold, married to the bond beneath her ribs. The bond and the wards speak the same language. Law, blood, invitation. She feels it now, the architecture of it, how the threshold oath works. The salt does not enforce by strength, it enforces by consent. Every time she crossed this threshold and did not resist, she agreed. Her finger traces the mortar line again. 24 days. She has crossed this threshold 24 days, and each crossing was a contract renewal. The bond is not an enchantment, it is an ongoing signature. She straightens slowly, something new settling into her understanding. The bond is not a static seal, it is habit. It is thousands of small acceptances layered until the refusal becomes unthinkable. You can refuse, the thought comes, and she does not know whether it is hers or the bond's. But refusal has a cost. She remembers the first pulse of power in the vault corridor, how it felt to draw through the seal, how the bond opened like a door she had been standing in front of her whole life without knowing it was unlocked. She looks at her hands. The burn scars have faded to pale lines. The cobalt stain on her thumb is still there, stubborn, unerasable. She touches the stain, an anchor to what she was. She turns back to the room. The fire is dead. The lamp is low. The feather and the blood linen sit on her desk like accusations. She sits on the edge of the bed and closes her eyes. The bond thrums beneath her skin. She has felt it before, the pulse, the warmth, the way it settles when she is still. But now she listens. She follows the thread of it inward, past the surface of her own heartbeat, past the familiar rhythm of her blood, deeper, into the place where the bond anchors to bone, to something older than memory. There, she finds it, a channel. Not the wide, obvious pathway that opened when she drew power through the seal in the vault, something narrower, hidden, a seam in the architecture like a crack in a wall that could be widened into a door. She touches it with her attention. The bond shivers. She does not pull. She only observes, runs her awareness along the hidden channel, tracing its length, its depth, its direction. It leads somewhere, not outward toward Aurec, not downward toward the entity beneath the bastion, but inward, toward a place inside herself she did not know existed, a chamber within her own body that has been waiting to be unlocked. The Bond knows this chamber. The Bond has been circling it for weeks, and the Bond does not want her to find it. She feels the resistance the moment she tries to open the channel. Not pain yet, but pressure. The weight of a sealed door that has never been breached. The Bond is not protecting her. It is protecting itself. The pressure intensifies as she pushes harder, refusing to retreat. The hidden channel resists her like a muscle clenching against a blade. She tastes copper on her tongue, feels a sharp cramp in her chest that tightens and spreads. The Bond is fighting her. No, the Bond is punishing her for looking. Pain blooms behind her eyes. She gasps and pulls her awareness back, but the seal does not release. The channel clamps down, and the Bond twists, and something cracks inside her ribcage like a joint forced past its limit. She opens her eyes. The room tilts. She is on the floor. She does not remember falling. The stone is cold against her cheek, and her hands are numb, and she cannot feel her heartbeat, only the Bond's pulse, thudding too fast, too loud, filling her ears like blood. She tries to push herself up. Her arms will not obey. The Bond pulses once, hard, and the pain redoubles, a wave of it washing through her chest, her throat, her teeth. She clenches her jaw against a scream, and then she hears it. A key in the lock. The door. Someone is unlocking the door. She is on the floor, unable to move, the Bond still coiled in agony beneath her ribs, and the lock is turning, the bolt sliding, the latch lifting. The door swings open. Light spills across the threshold. Liora cannot raise her head to see who stands in the frame. Chapter 38. The floor is cold against her cheek. The light from the open door spills across the stone, painting her vision in pale gold. She cannot move. Her arms lie useless at her sides. Her chest rises and falls in shallow gasps, but the rhythm is wrong, too fast, too shallow, the Bond's pulse drowning out her own. The figure in the doorway steps forward. Boots. Dark leather. The hem of a coat that brushes the threshold. Liora tries to lift her head. Her neck will not obey. The Bond coils beneath her ribs, still pulsing with residual pain, still warning her not to reach for that hidden channel again. You should not have pushed. The voice is low, familiar. Emeric. He kneels beside her, his hands finding her shoulders, turning her gently onto her back. His face swims into focus above her, worry tightening his jaw, his honey-brown hair catching the lamplight. I found the door, she whispers. Her voice sounds distant, as if it belongs to someone else. Inside me, a hidden chamber. The Bond has been circling it for weeks. Emeric's hand moves to her wrist, checking her pulse. His fingers are warm against her skin. And it punished you for looking. Not a question. He helps her sit up, supporting her weight as the room stops spinning. The Bond pulses once, softer now, retreating like a tide pulling back from shore. Can you stand? She tests her legs. They hold. He leads her through the darkened corridors, avoiding the main arteries where servants and guards still move. She knows this route. They have walked it before, toward the sealed garden, toward the archives, toward places where walls could not hear. But tonight, he takes a turn she has never seen. A narrow stair descending past an iron door with no handle. He presses his palm to the lock plate, and the metal groans, admitting them into a low-ceilinged room lit by a single hooded lantern. Maps cover the walls. Not decorative maps, not ceremonial charts of the 7 houses' territories. Working maps. Tactical maps. The ink is fresh on some, faded on others, but every one shows the same territory. The bastion, the river, the tunnels beneath the city. Emeric closes the door behind them. This is where I planned, he says quietly. Every alteration, every delay. I traced your escape routes before you arrived. She moves to the nearest wall. A map of the bastion's lower levels shows passages she has never seen, marked in red ink with timestamps and access points. The river crypts sprawl beneath the foundations like roots, connecting to drainage channels, market tunnels, and a narrow vein leading east toward the mortal quarter. How long have you been drawing these? Since Aurec sealed the directive, 3 months before they brought you here. She traces the eastern vein with her finger. The ink is fresh. These roots, are they still open? Emeric does not answer immediately. He moves to the table at the center of the room and lights a second lantern, revealing a spread of documents, sketches, and a single folded letter bearing the Undrosek seal. The river crypts flood at high tide. The market tunnels are watched by House Saka's informants. The drainage channels are navigable for about half a mile before they narrow to nothing. He pauses, and every gate out of the bastion is keyed to Belisar blood. The wards know who crosses them. She turns from the map. Then how do we leave? The question hangs between them. It is the first time either of them has spoken of flight as something real, as a plan instead of a desperate fantasy. Emeric holds her gaze, the same way the treaty brides were brought in, through the crypt passage beneath the holding chamber. She remembers the chamber, the restraints, the salt lines, the velvet cushions arranged like a bed. That passage connects to the river. Directly, unwarded, the old builders sealed it with stone and salt, not blood. Stone can be broken. Salt can be washed away. She studies his face, the exhaustion carved into his features, the certainty in his voice. You have already planned this, down to the river. I have been planning it since I met you. She steps closer to the table. The folded Undrosek letter catches her attention. She does not touch it. What is that? He hesitates. Then he unfolds the letter and lays it flat beneath the lantern light. The handwriting is familiar. Haveg Undrosek. Your grandmother sent this to House Belisar 6 weeks before your arrival. She listed your habits, your fears, your weaknesses. She recommended that Tamsin Quill be removed from the bastion before you arrived, because your attachment to her could be used to control you. Liora reads the words. They are clinical, precise, the observations of a strategist studying a resource. She sold you knowing what you would become, Emeric says, but she also wrote a second letter, private, addressed to me. He slides a second sheet from beneath the first. It is shorter. The ink is unsteady, as if Shalveg's hand had trembled while writing. Emeric Drosselmar, you are the only person in that house who remembers that treaties are made of people, not lines. If she must break, let her break free. There is an Undrosek passage beneath the eastern foundation that no Belisar has ever mapped. The river will carry her home if you can reach it in time. H.O. Liora reads the words twice. Her grandmother, who sold her, who profiled her, who recommended Tamsin's removal, also left a door. Why show me this now? Emeric folds the letter and returns it to the table. Because the choice is no longer theoretical. The intruder's deadline is real. Aurec's investigation is closing. Ivan has enough suspicion to move against me within days. He meets her eyes. I need to know whether you will take the river when the moment comes, or whether you will stay and fight for what is left of your humanity. She opens her mouth to answer, and then she sees it, a shadow falling across the frosted glass panel beside the door. Not a guard silhouette, too deliberate, too still. The shadow does not move. It has been there long enough to hear everything. Emeric sees it too. His hand moves to his belt, where a blade is hidden beneath his coat. The shadow holds its position, and then the glass clears. Miss Astroka stands on the other side. His face is unreadable, his ledger tucked beneath his arm. He does not knock. He does not leave. He waits. Leora's hand finds the blue glass bead sewn into her hem. Her fingers close around it. The question hangs in the air between her and Emeric, unanswered, as the steward's silence fills the room. Chapter 39. Matthias Roque does not move. His silhouette holds the frosted glass like a second frame, ledger tucked beneath his arm, face a cipher in the dim corridor light. Emeric's hand stays at his belt. His breathing has gone shallow, controlled, the posture of a man calculating distances and angles rather than outcomes. Leora's fingers tighten around the blue glass bead. The seconds stretch. Then Matthias reaches for the door handle. The latch clicks. The door swings inward, and he steps over the threshold without waiting for invitation. He does not look at the maps, does not glance at the Undrosek letter still lying open beneath the lantern. His gaze finds Liora first, then Emeric, and holds there with the patience of someone who has already decided what he will say. Lord Aurec has ordered a private sealing rite for tomorrow night. The words land like stones dropped into still water. Small circle. Immediate household only. Sister Kalira will officiate. Matashas closes the door behind him. The sound is soft, deliberate. A man sealing a room rather than announcing himself. Liora keeps her hand on the bead. You overheard. I heard enough. Matashus adjusts his ledger, shifting it from one arm to the other. The river crypts flood at high tide. The market tunnels are watched. The drainage channels narrow to nothing after half a mile. Your assessment of the exit routes is accurate, though I would note that the Onchaset passage beneath the eastern foundation has not been used in 83 years, and its structural integrity is unverified. He says it like a man reading from a report. Neutral. Professional. Emeric's blade hand does not leave his belt. What do you want, Matashus? The steward meets Emeric's gaze without flinching. I want the treaty to hold. He turns to Liora. The lantern light catches the hollows beneath his eyes, the fine lines at the corners of his mouth. He looks tired. He looks like a man who has been carrying something heavy for a long time. The sealing rite tomorrow will fix the bond at its current depth. If you submit to it, if you stand beside Aurec and let Kalira complete the ceremony, the investigation into the altered records will be framed as a purge of old Belisar loyalists who resisted the alliance. You will not be touched. Emeric will not be touched. And if I refuse? Madius's expression does not change. Then I will be required to report what I have seen in this room. Lord Aurec will find Emeric's maps. He will find Talveg's second letter. He will connect every altered ledger, every delayed report, every lie told in good faith to the man standing beside you. He pauses, and he will execute him before midnight. The words settle into the space between them. Liora's hand cramps around the bead. One narrow path, she says. That is what you are offering. I am offering a contained scandal, a treaty that survives, a husband who still believes his wife chose loyalty over flight. And in exchange, Matthias opens his ledger. The pages are filled with neat columns, dates, times, observations. He does not read from them. He knows the contents by heart. You return to your chambers within the hour. You attend the sealing rite tomorrow night. You let the investigation find its target among the old faction loyalists who have already been identified for reassignment. He closes the ledger. And you stop meeting him in unwarded rooms. The silence that follows is not empty. It is filled with everything Matthias has not said, that he knows about the alcove, about the laboratory, about the kiss behind the screens. That he has been watching longer than anyone realized. Emeric moves before Liora can speak, 3 steps forward, placing himself between her and the steward. You are asking her to complete the transformation, to let the bond lock into place, to become what Aurica designed her to be. I am asking her to survive. That is not survival. That is surrender. Matthias's composure does not crack, but something in his voice shifts, a frayed edge beneath the polish. I have served House Belisar for 37 years. I have watched 7 treaty brides enter that holding chamber. I have written the death notices for 6 of them, and I have written the living inventory entry for the 7th, the one who walks the crypts and does not know her own name. He looks at Liora. I am not offering you a better fate. I am offering you a longer one. The bond will not stop advancing. The war will not wait for your consent. What I am giving you is time to choose how you meet what is coming, rather than having it taken from you in the dark. Liora's thumb finds the bead again, the familiar shape worn smooth by weeks of holding. The sealing rite is tomorrow night. At the 11th hour, in the white stone chamber. Aurica has already signed the order. She releases the bead. And if I agree to your terms, if I stand beside him and let Kalira finish the rite, what happens to Emeric? Matthias's gaze moves to the man in question. He will be reassigned to the northern salt depots, out of the Bastion, out of the investigation's reach. Exile, not execution. A door that closes behind him and does not open again. Emeric makes a sound low in his throat, not quite a word, not quite a protest. You want me to let her walk into the chamber alone. I want her to walk out of it alive. The steward tucks his ledger back beneath his arm and moves toward the door. He pauses with his hand on the handle. You have until dawn to decide. After that, the choice is no longer yours. He opens the door. The corridor beyond is empty, the lamps burning low. One more thing, Mistress Fenwick. She looks up. The intruder who left the blood linen on your pillow, the one who demands you choose before the next moonrise. He does not turn around. I have identified him. The words land like a blade slipped between ribs. Who? Matthias steps into the corridor. Dawn. The door closes behind him. His footsteps recede, steady, unhurried, the measured tread of a man who has said everything he came to say. Liora stands in the map room's yellow lamplight, the Ontasek letter still open on the table, the escape routes drawn in ink beneath her fingers. Emeric has not moved. His hand is still at his belt, the blade untouched. He knows about the intruder. He knows about everything. She looks at the maps, the river, the tunnel, the passage Chalveg left open. Dawn. She has until dawn. Emeric steps closer. His hand finds hers, fingers threading together, calloused palm against calloused palm. What do you want to do? The question is not about the Rite, not about the investigation, not about the steward's offer. It is about whether she will let them finish writing her body for her. Liora looks down at their joined hands. The cobalt stain on her thumb catches the light. The blue glass bead presses against her palm from inside the seam. She thinks of the holding chamber, the restraints, the women who walked in and did not walk out. She thinks of Aurec Belisar, walking the crypts without memory. She thinks of Emeric, standing between her and execution, offering maps instead of chains. I want to know who left the bloodline. Emeric's grip tightens, and then she meets his eyes. And then I want to break the cage before they finish building it. Chapter 40. The map room's yellow light bleeds across the papers as Liora stands at the table. The Ontaseka letter still open, the escape routes drawn in ink beneath her fingers. Dawn. She has until dawn. Emeric watches her, his hand still in hers, calloused palm against calloused palm. He does not ask again what she wants to do. He waits. I am not signing. The words come out clean, sharp, like glass cut from the furnace rod. I am not letting Liora finish the Rite. I am not letting Matthias trade my body for Emeric's exile. I am not letting Chalveg's passage be the only door left open. Emeric's grip tightens. Then what do we do? She looks at the maps, the river, the tunnel, the passage beneath the eastern foundation that has not been used in 83 years. We find out who left the bloodline. We make Matthias name the intruder before dawn, and then we use what he knows to break the cage before they finish building it. Emeric releases her hand and moves to the table, tracing the river route with his finger. Matthias said he would name the intruder at dawn. That is still hours away. If we push him before he is ready, then we do not push. We find the intruder ourselves. How? Leora's thumb finds the cobalt stain. She thinks of the blood linen, the crow's feather, the black salt grain pressed into the weave. The message that demanded she choose before the next moonrise. The message was not a threat. It was a test. Emeric's brow furrows. A test of what? Of whether I would tell Aria, whether I would hide it, whether I would come looking. She meets his gaze. I am going to find the one who left it, before Matthias names him, before the sealing rite. I am going to find him and ask him what choice he wanted me to make. Emeric's jaw tightens. If he is inside the bastion, he is dangerous. If he bypassed the wards, he has access I do not understand. Then you will come with me. He does not argue. He reaches beneath his coat and pulls out a second blade, smaller than the first, and offers it to her hilt first. Take it. She wraps her fingers around the leather-wrapped handle. It is warm from his body. They move through the servant passages, Emeric leading, his steps silent on the stone. The bastion breathes around them in low creaks and distant water sounds. No guards, no lamps. The darkness is absolute except for the pale glow of Emeric's hand against the wall. He stops at a junction. A narrow stair descends to the left. The crypt level. The holding chamber is below them. The passage to the river. The intruder bypassed the wards on my chamber. If he is still inside the bastion, where would he hide? Emeric's voice drops lower. There is a chamber beneath the old kitchens, disused. No wards because no one remembers it exists. How do you know about it? Because I mapped every unwarded space in this bastion before you arrived. He starts down the stair. Liora follows. The air grows colder, thick with stone dust and the faint salt tang of the river. The steps narrow until they must pass single file. Liora counts 28 steps before the stair ends in a stone archway with no door. Beyond it, a chamber the size of a small pantry, empty. A rusted iron ring in the floor. Emeric kneels, runs his fingers along the edge of the ring. Locked from below. Can you open it? I can try. He sets his blade on the stone and works his fingers beneath the ring. The iron groans. Liora holds her breath, a sound behind her. She turns, blade raised. Nothing. The corridor is empty. The darkness presses against the archway's opening, unmoving. Emeric grunts. The iron ring shifts. A scrape of metal against stone. Almost. Another sound. Closer. Footsteps, deliberate, unhurried, coming down the stair. Liora moves to the archway's edge, pressing herself against the stone. The footsteps grow louder. A single person, moving with confidence. Emeric looks up. His eyes catch hers. He does not stop working the ring. The footsteps reach the bottom of the stair. A pause. Then a voice, soft, familiar. I thought you might come here. Leora's grip on the blade tightens. Tamsin steps into the archway's light. Her hair is unpinned, falling loose around her shoulders. Her hands are empty. Her eyes are red-rimmed but dry. Tamsin, I told you Chalveg recommended my removal. I told you someone inside the Bastion wanted the bond to fail. Tamsin's voice cracks. I did not tell you I was the one who wrote that recommendation. The blade wavers in Leora's hand. You. I was Chalveg's scribe before I was a glassworker. She sent me to the Bastion to watch you, to report on your compliance, to ensure the treaty moved forward. Emeric rises from the iron ring, his blade in his hand. Then why warn her? Why give her the ledgers? Tamsin's gaze does not leave Liora. Because I watched you walk into this house and refuse to become what they wanted. Because you were the only person in 37 years who did not kneel the first time Aurec spoke to you. She steps forward. The blood linen was mine, the crow's feather, the black salt grain. Leora's throat tightens. You left the tooth, the crystal, the spiral. Yes. Why? Tamsin's hands curl into fists. Because I needed to know if you were still the girl from the glassworks. If Chalveg had already broken you before you arrived. I needed to know if there was anyone left inside this house worth saving. She looks at Emeric, at the blade, at the open iron ring in the floor. The choice before the next moonrise is not mine. It is yours. Chalveg sent me here to ensure you completed the bond, to report if you resisted, to remove you if you became a liability. She breathes in, raw and unsteady. I am choosing to disobey her. I am choosing to tell you the truth. Liora lowers the blade. Why now? Because Matthias Rook knows who I am. Because he will name me at dawn. Because if I do not speak first, he will tell Aurec that Chalveg's agent has been inside the Bastion since before you arrived, and I will be executed before I can explain. The confession lands like a blow. Liora thinks of the blue glass bead sewn into her hem, the one thing she brought from the glassworks, the one thing Tamsin would recognize. You could have told me weeks ago. I could not risk it. Not until I knew you would not turn me over to save yourself. Tamsin meets her gaze. Will you? The question hangs in the cold air. Liora looks at Tamsin, red-eyed and hollow, the same woman who measured her for the right gown, who smuggled ledgers, who grieved the glassworks girl. She looks at Emeric, blade still raised, watching her for the signal. She looks at the iron ring in the floor, the passage to the river, the escape that might still be open. I will not turn you over. Tamsin's breath escapes in a shudder. Then we have until dawn to decide what to do with the truth before Matthias names me. A distant sound cuts through the stone. A bell. Not the summons bell, not the alarm bell. A bell Liora has never heard, deep and hollow, ringing from somewhere below the crypt. Emeric's face goes pale. That is the holding chamber bell. Tamsin's eyes widen. Someone has entered the holding chamber. Leora's blood turns cold. The sealing rite is not until tomorrow night. Emeric shakes his head. That bell means someone is in the chamber now, with the wards active, with the bond still unfinished. He looks at Liora. Whoever entered that chamber is trying to complete the bond without you. Chapter 41. The bell stops. The silence it leaves is worse, thicker, heavier, pressing against Leora's ears like the pressure before a storm surge. She stands at the iron ring with Tamsin's confession still raw in the air between them and Emeric's hand frozen on the passage lock. That bell, Emeric says, means the holding chamber wards are active. Someone crossed the threshold with intent to bond. Can they finish it without me? No, he shakes his head. But they can open the channel. Prepare the vessel. When you enter, the completion takes seconds instead of hours. Tamsin moves past Liora to the iron ring, crouching beside Emeric. Who would do this? Aurec would not move the Rite without witnesses. Kalira would not act without a seal. Someone who wants the bond locked before dawn. Emeric's voice is flat. Before Matthias names you. Before Liora can choose anything. Another sound cuts through the stone. Not a bell this time. Footsteps, many of them, coming from the corridor above the servants' stair, heavy and synchronized. Guards. Liora's hand finds the blade Emeric gave her. They are coming. The map room. Emeric rises. They are heading for the map room. How do you... Because I am the one who drew those maps. I am the only person in this house who knows where they are hidden. If someone is moving toward them now, it means my planning has been exposed. He looks at the iron ring, at the passage beneath it, at Liora. I cannot go with you. What? If the guards find the map room and I am not there, they will know I fled. They will seal every exit. They will hunt you through the crypts with bloodhounds. He steps toward her, close enough that she feels the heat of him. I need to be seen. I need to give you time. You will be caught. Then you need to move faster than I can be broken. Tamsin stands. I can take her through the lower passages. The old seamstress routes. They do not know those. Emeric's gaze stays on Liora. The holding chamber is beneath the west crypt. There is a secondary entrance through the cistern drain. If you reach it before the rite completes, you can stop whoever is inside. And if I do not reach it? Then you will feel the bond lock without your consent, and you will become whatever they designed you to be. The footsteps grow louder. A shouted order echoes through the stone. Someone is directing the search with military precision. I will not let them finish it. Liora's voice is steady. Not tonight. Not without me choosing. Emeric's hand finds hers. His fingers are cold. Then go. He releases her, steps back, turns toward the stair without another word. Liora watches him climb into the corridor above, his footsteps deliberate, unhurried, the stride of a man who belongs exactly where he is. He does not look back. Tamsin grabs her arm. This way, fast. They move through a gap in the stone wall that Liora did not see, a seam between two blocks that opens into a passage so narrow she has to turn sideways. The walls scrape her shoulders. The air tastes of rust and old water. Above them, the alarm changes pitch. Not lockdown, discovery. Someone has found the map room. Liora's chest tightens. She keeps moving. The passage angles down, steps cut into the stone, worn smooth by generations of feet. No light except what filters through cracks in the masonry. Tamsin moves ahead of her, sure-footed, navigating by touch. How far? Through the cistern, then down. You have done this before. I mapped the seamstress routes when I arrived, before Shalvig told me to watch you, before I knew what I was supposed to report. Tamsin's voice catches. I did not plan to stay loyal to her. I planned to survive. Liora says nothing. She follows. The passage opens into a stone chamber shaped like a bell jar, domed ceiling, damp walls, a shallow basin in the center where water drips from an iron pipe. The cistern. The air is cold enough to mist. Tamsin points to a grate in the floor. Below that, the holding chamber's outer antechamber. Liora crouches beside the grate. The metal is rusted, the bolts softened by moisture. She works the first one loose with her blade. It falls into the darkness below with a distant clink. The second bolt resists. She presses harder. The blade slips. Her hand hits the grate and the sound echoes through the cistern like a struck bell. Silence. Then from below, a voice. Soft, female, familiar. Liora. The name rises through the grate like smoke. Liora's blood freezes. Liora, I know you were there. I felt you cross the cistern threshold. Sister Kalira. The third bolt gives way. Liora lifts the grate and lowers herself into the darkness below, landing on stone that hums with old warding. The antechamber is lit by a single candle on a stone shelf. Kalira stands before a closed door, her gray robes streaked with dust, her ledger tucked under her arm. How did you get here before me? Kalira's smile is thin. I never left. She gestures to the door behind her, the holding chamber door. Liora can feel the heat of it from here, the pulse of active wards thrumming through the stone. Someone entered the chamber intending to complete your bond, Liora says. I came to stop them. I have been here since the first ward lit. Who is inside? Liora's gaze does not waver. Why do you not ask him yourself? She steps aside. The holding chamber door swings open. Inside, standing beside the silver basin with blood already pooling in its curve, is Matthias Rook. His ledger is open on the basin's edge. His sleeves are rolled past the elbows. His hands are wet. Liora, his voice is calm. I was beginning to think you would not come. The candle gutters. Liora's hand closes around Liora's wrist. Now, she murmurs, you will learn what you were made for. The door swings shut behind them. Chapter 42. The holding chamber door closes with a sound like a tomb ceiling. Liora's pulse slams against her ribs. The silver basin glows with blood, fresh, still warm, steam rising from the surface. Matthias Rook stands beside it, sleeves wet to the elbow, his ledger open on the basin's edge like a scribe at a signing. Lioria's hand is still around Liora's wrist. The grip is not gentle. Release me. You are not here to give orders. Lioria's voice is soft, almost reverent. You are here to receive what your blood has been preparing for. Liora twists free. The movement sends pain up her arm. The bond is still punishing her from earlier, the hidden chamber's resistance coiling through her veins like glass splinters. The rite has not been authorized. Aurec has not. Aurec ordered the sealing. Matthias speaks without looking up from his ledger. His pen moves across the page, recording something. The ceremony is scheduled for the 11th hour tomorrow. What happens here tonight is preliminary, calibration. Then why is the basin full? Matthias lifts his gaze. His eyes are flat, professional. Because I needed to confirm the vessel's readiness before the formal rite. Vessel. That is the legal term. He sets the pen down. The blood bond requires a prepared channel in the anchor body before the sealing can fix. The preparation can be done in advance, without the bond's subject present. Liora's stomach turns. You drew my blood without me? Not yours. Matthias gestures to the basin. This is not yours. This is the channel's diagnostic. The blood was already in the chamber from the original bonding. I reactivated it to measure how deeply the bond has settled. And? Liora answers before Matthias can. Deep enough. The third phase markers are fully integrated. The stabilization protocol your grandmother recommended would have slowed the progression. But Emeric's interference prevented that. The bond has had no resistance for weeks. The name hits like a blade. Emeric did not interfere. He delayed a report. He delayed the protocol that would have kept you human longer. Liora's tone is patient, as if explaining scripture to a novice. You should thank him. The bond is stronger for having been left to mature without suppression. Liora's hand moves to her sleeve. The second blade Emeric gave her is still there, flat against her forearm. Where is he now? Matthias closes his ledger. The map room was discovered. Lord Aurec is conducting the interrogation personally. The air leaves Liora's lungs. You knew. I knew someone was drawing maps of the Bastion's vulnerabilities. I did not know who until tonight. Matthias tucks the ledger under his arm. Your blood brother was careful, but careful is not invisible. Liora's fingers brush the blade's hilt. If you have him, why am I still here? Because you are the subject of the rite. Liora steps closer. And because Lord Aurec asked to speak with you before the sealing. The words land like a second blow. Asked. Requested. Liora's smile is thin. I would advise you to answer honestly. The holding chamber door swings open before Liora can respond. Aurec stands in the threshold. He is still in his assembly clothes, black coat, silver fastenings, the claw scar across his throat pale against his skin. His posture is still, unnaturally still, the stillness of a predator deciding whether to strike. His gaze finds Liora first, holds, then moves to Matthias. Leave us. Matthias inclines his head. He collects his ledger, rolls down his sleeves, and steps past Aurec into the antechamber without a word. Carria does not move. Lord Aurec, the preliminary calibration can wait. She should not be left unattended. The bond is fragile at this stage. The bond. Aurec's voice is ice. Is none of your concern tonight, sister. Calira's mouth tightens. She looks at Liora, then back at Aurec. For a moment, something passes between them. A tension Liora cannot read, a history she has no access to. Then Calira bows. As you wish, my lord. She follows Matthias through the door. It closes behind her with a soft click. Liora and Aurec are alone. The room shrinks. The basin's glow casts long shadows across the stone. The blood steam curls upward, obscuring the edges of his face. The map room was discovered, he says. I know. Emeric Drosselmar was found inside it, surrounded by tactical drawings of every unworded passage in the bastion. Drawings that match the route you used to reach the holding chamber tonight. Do you have an explanation? He was trying to keep me alive. Aurec's jaw tightens. By mapping escape routes, by altering ledgers, by lying to his blood brother for months, by doing what you should have done. The words come out before Liora can stop them. Treating me like a person instead of a weapon. The silence that follows is absolute. Aurec moves. 1 step. 2. He stops at the basin's edge, his reflection rippling in the blood surface. I asked you once, he says quietly, whether you had something to confess. I asked you in the council chamber, before the compact, before I told you what war requires. And you looked me in the eye and said nothing. Leora's chest tightens. I am asking you again. Her hand finds the blade beneath her sleeve. The weight is grounding. I have nothing to confess. Aurec's gaze lifts, and she sees it. The knowledge. He knows. He knows about the reports, the alterations, the kiss behind the ceremonial screens, the maps in the hidden room, the conversation in the garden. He knows, and he has been waiting. Very well. His voice is flat. Then you will be confined to your chambers until the sealing rite. Guards at every door. No visitors, no messages. And Emeric? Aurec's expression does not change. Emeric will answer for his actions before the household council at dawn. Answer how? Truthfully, or finally. The word lands like a blade. Leora's hand tightens on the hilt. The bond hums beneath her skin, urging her to speak, to bargain, to surrender, anything to soften the blow. She does not move. If you hurt him, you will what? Aurec's voice is quiet. Refuse the right? Let the bond destabilize and destroy you both. He steps closer. You have no leverage here, Liora. You ever did. The truth of it settles like ash. You are my wife by treaty, my weapon by design, and the only mercy I can offer is to make that weapon powerful enough to survive what is coming. I do not want your mercy. I know. He turns. His hand rests on the doorframe. The sealing is at the 11th hour. Be ready. He leaves. The door closes. Liora stands alone in the holding chamber, the blood steam curling around her, the blade cold against her arm. Above her, the alarm has stopped. Silence. And then, from the corridor beyond, the sound of footsteps. Not Aurec's. Lighter, faster, running. The door does not open, but someone is coming. Chapter 43. The chamber is smaller than she remembers. Or perhaps it is only that she has never stood in it knowing she cannot leave. Liora moves to the window. The glass is black with night, her own reflection staring back, gray-green eyes, dark hair coming loose from its braid, the cobalt stain on her thumb catching the candlelight as she presses her palm flat against the cold pane. Guards at every door, no visitors, no messages. Aurec's voice still sits in her skull like a blade left in flesh. The sealing is at the 11th hour. Be ready. She turns from the window. The room is a cage built of silk and stone. Her marriage bed, the desk where she signed the original terms, the hearth, unlit, the ashes cold. Every surface polished, every shadow watched. She crosses to the bed. Her hand finds the edge of the mattress, slips beneath. Her fingers close around the cold weight of the second blade, still there, still hidden, still hers. She does not draw it. She kneels instead. The Counter-Sigil. Emeric pressed it into her hand before the masked Rite, a black salt pendant on a thin leather cord, small enough to hide beneath her collar. He told her it would break the Rite's silence. She wore it through the ceremony, felt it pulse against her sternum when the bond reached for her voice. She never tested what else it could do. Liora pulls the cord from beneath her dress. The pendant rests in her palm, black salt crystallized into a spiral, the same pattern as the first message left in her chamber, the same pattern Tamsin drew in ash. She holds it. The bond hums beneath her ribs, a warning, a question. She closes her fingers around the pendant and presses it against the marriage seal just below her collarbone. The sensation is immediate. Not pain, not the bond's usual cold pulse. Something else, a softening along the pathways she has learned to feel, the channels through which the bond whispers, urges, reaches, like a door cracking open inside a sealed room. Liora's breath catches, the command layer. She can feel it now, distinct from the rest. A lattice of pressure lines woven through the bond's deeper currents, designed to guide, redirect, and compel. She did not know it was there until the Counter-Sigil touched it, and the tension eased. The relief lasts 3 heartbeats. Then the pendant grows warm. Too warm. Liora's hand jerks open. The pendant swings on its cord, cooling against her throat. The bond seals over the softened pathway, the lattice hardening again, the pressure returning, but different now. She felt it. She knows it exists. And the Counter-Sigil touched it. She is reaching for the pendant again when the door opens. Liora Morn stands in the threshold. Gray robes, brass stylus in her belt. A silver basin in her hands, steam rising from its surface. I have come to begin the preparatory prayers. Leora's hand drops from her collar. The sealing is not until the 11th hour. The sealing requires preparation. Caria steps inside. The door does not close behind her, but a servant pulls it to, leaving a crack of light from the corridor. The bond must be settled. The vessel must be calm. The old words must be spoken over the seal before the rite can proceed. I am calm. You are terrified. Caria sets the basin on the desk. The water ripples. I can taste it. Liora says nothing. Caria's gaze moves over her, lingers on her throat, on the pendant hidden beneath her collar. What did you do? Nothing. You touched the seal. Caria's voice is flat. I can feel the shift. The pattern is different. Liora's heart slams against her ribs. I don't know what you mean. Caria reaches into her robe and draws out a brass instrument, a stylus with a needle-thin point, designed for blood-scribing. She holds it up. The marriage seal responds to interference by changing its resonance. The bond and the seal are connected. The pattern I recorded an hour ago is not the pattern I feel now. She steps closer. What did you use? Leora's hand finds the blade beneath the mattress. Caria stops, her eyes narrow, and then she sees it. The pendant. The black salt spiral, visible now where it slipped from Leora's collar, resting against the hollow of her throat. Caria stares at it. A Counter-Sigil. Her voice is barely a whisper. You have been carrying a Counter-Sigil. The basin's water stills, and Caria smiles. It is the worst thing Liora has seen tonight. Emeric gave it to you, Caria says. At the masked rite, when the bond tried to silence you. Liora does not confirm, does not deny. Caria's smile widens. He has been more inventive than I gave him credit for. She sets the stylus down beside the basin. Do you know what that pendant actually does? Leora's fingers tighten on the hilt. It dampens the command pathways, she says. Yes, but that is not all it does. Caria's voice is soft. It also records. Every time the seal shifts beneath its influence, the pendant remembers. The pattern of your resistance, the pathways you touched, the precise frequency of your refusal. Caria picks up the stylus. Emeric did not give you a tool. He gave you a witness. The words land like lead. Liora looks down at the pendant, at the black salt spiral that has been pressed against her skin for days. A witness. If the sealing proceeds with that pendant still active, Caria says, every layer of the bond you attempted to sever will be documented and fed into the ritual. Aurec will know exactly which doors you tried to open, and he will seal each one before you reach it. Liora's hand moves to the leather cord. Take it off, Kara says. Give it to me, and I will not mention the interference to Lord Aurec. Liora's fingers still. The bond hums. The pendant is warm against her throat. Emeric would not have given her something that could be used against her. She holds the thought like a prayer. Kara extends her hand. The sealing is at the 11th hour, Liora. You have until then to decide whether you want to face it armed with a weapon that will betray you, or disarmed and clean. Liora does not move, and from the corridor beyond the cracked door, she hears the guards shift. Footsteps. Slow. Measured. Approaching. Chapter 44. The footsteps stop at the door. Liora's hand is on the blade beneath the mattress. The pendant burns against her throat. Kalira stands between her and the corridor, silver basin still steaming on the desk, stylus in her grip. The door swings open. Not Aria, not guards. Matthias Rue fills the threshold, ledger tucked beneath his arm, face as flat as a sealed vault. His gaze moves past Kalira, past the basin, past the tension in Liora's shoulders, and settles on the pendant visible at her collarbone. He sees it. He does not react. Loteria requests your presence in the North Council chamber. His voice is polished wood. The sealing arrangement requires formal witness designation before the 11th hour. Kalira's jaw tightens. The preparatory prayers will wait. Matthias steps aside. The corridor behind him holds 4 guards in Belisar black, hands clasped, eyes forward. Nowhere else. Liora's fingers loosen on the blade. She rises. Kalira's hand closes around the basin's rim, knuckles white, but she says nothing as Liora crosses the room. The pendant shifts beneath her collar, still warm, still recording whatever the seal remembers. Matthias does not check her for weapons. He does not touch the pendant. He simply turns and walks, expecting her to follow. The North Council chamber is smaller than the Great Hall, paneled in dark wood, lit by a single iron chandelier. A long table dominates the center, scarred with ink rings and blade nicks. 5 chairs are arranged on one side. 3 are already occupied. Even Zarka sits at the far end, arms crossed, smile like a blade drawn across skin. Beside him, an older woman Liora does not recognize. Gray-streaked hair, copper pins at her collar, a scribe's badge on her breast. House Zarka colors. And at the table's head, alone, Aurec Belisar. He does not rise when Liora enters. He watches. Matthias pulls out the chair opposite Even and gestures for Liora to sit. She does, because standing feels like being measured for a kill box. The sealing rite, Matthias begins, taking his place beside Aurec's shoulder, requires a witness circle of no fewer than 3 under interhouse accord. Lord Aurec has designated myself and Sister Kalira as primary witnesses. 3, Even says. You have named 2. The 3rd will be a neutral observer appointed by the Covenant Scribe's office. Neutral. Even's smile does not change. Appointed by Belisar. The appointment will be certified by Salt Seal and delivered before the ceremony. Even leans forward, elbows on the table. The Treaty Bride's transformation affects all 7 houses. The alliance was built on her blood. I have standing to observe under Article 12 of the Akkadak Accords, any ritual that alters the balance of a sworn peace may be witnessed by a delegate from each signatory house. The chamber goes still. Aurec's voice is quiet. The sealing is a private household rite. The household rite completes a blood bond that was sold as a temporary marriage seal. When she emerges from that chamber tomorrow, she will no longer be mortal. She will be Belisar's creature. Ivan's eyes find Liora. That changes the treaty. The treaty allows for the natural progression of the bond. The treaty assumed the bond would mature over years, not weeks. Ivan's hand moves to the table, palm flat. Your accelerated schedule creates a material change in the alliance's terms. I have a right to verify that the woman who enters the rite is the same woman who signed the initial accord. Liora's hand finds her thigh beneath the table. She is the woman who signed, but she is not the woman who arrived, and even knows it. The request is noted, Aurec says. It is not an acceptance. Even's smile tightens. The gray-haired scribe beside him draws a folded sheet from her sleeve and sets it on the table. The paper is thick, cream-colored, sealed with black wax. The emblem pressed into it is not a house sigil. It is a salt crystal. Angresek. I was instructed to deliver this before any witness designation was finalized. The scribe's voice is rasping, unused. House Angresek claims blood right over the treaty bride's outcome under the original Annex. The clause grants the maternal lineage authority to approve or reject any permanent alteration to the bride's legal status. Liora's stomach drops. Shalvik. The scribe slides the document across the table. Macias takes it, breaks the seal, reads. His face does not change, but the pause before he speaks is longer than a heartbeat. The Annex clause requires the maternal lineage to certify that the transformation does not violate the original debt terms. If they refuse certification, the Rite cannot proceed until an arbitrator reviews the claim. Evan's smile returns, wider now. Well? Aurec's hand moves to the table's edge, fingers still, but the movement is deliberate, controlled. Who speaks for House Angresek? The scribe's eyes meet his. The matriarch has designated an intermediary. She will arrive before the 11th hour to deliver the certification or the refusal in person. The room breathes around the words. Liora's pulse pounds in her throat. Chalveg is coming. The grandmother who sold her, who sent a clinical profile of her weaknesses, who recommended Tamsin removed before she could interfere, is coming to the Gloam Bastion to decide whether the sealing continues. Liora's hand finds the cobalt stain on her thumb, the blue glass bead in her hem, the pendant still warm against her throat. She chose me because I was strong enough to endure being used. Evan rises. I look forward to meeting the matriarch. He inclines his head toward Aurec, a gesture that holds no deference. If House Angresek refuses certification, the sealing cannot proceed tonight. And if the sealing cannot proceed, the bond remains unfinished. And if the bond remains unfinished, he lets the silence stretch. The treaty is still a living contract, not a closed one. He walks past Liora without looking at her. The gray-haired scribe follows. The door closes behind them. The chamber holds 4 people now. Aurec, Macias, Liora, and the folded letter on the table, black wax broken. Angresek's salt scattered across the wood like the first grain of a rising tide. Macias speaks first. The matriarch's intermediary will arrive within the hour. Aurec says nothing. He is looking at Liora, and in his silver eyes, she sees something she has never seen before. Not certainty, not calculation. A question. Chapter 45. The chamber settles into a different kind of silence after Ivan leaves. Not the held breath quiet of contest, the hollow sound of ground prepared for a grave. Macias gathers the scattered salt crystals from the table with precise, unhurried fingers. Each grain goes into a small leather pouch. He does not look at Liora. He does not look at Aurec. You have an hour, he says. Perhaps less if the intermediary travels light. Aurec remains standing at the table's head, his silver eyes fixed on the broken seal, the folded paper, the salt that Macias is still collecting. His stillness is absolute. The claw scar across his throat catches the low light. Liora's hand stays on her thigh, fingers curled around the seam of her gown where the blue glass bead is sewn into the hem. She thinks of Chalveg's hands, thin and certain, measuring her before the carriage came. The same hands that signed the debt, the same hands that wrote the clinical profile of her weaknesses. She chose me because I was strong enough to endure being used. What does the Annex actually say? The words leave her before she plans them. Aurec's eyes shift to her face. The Annex states that the maternal lineage retains certification authority over any permanent alteration to the treaty bride's legal status. It was included as a courtesy clause, standard language in salt debt marriages. Courtesy. Liora tastes the word. You mean it was included because Chalveg demanded it? Aurec does not answer. Macias stops collecting salt. Your grandmother, he says quietly, insisted on the clause during the final negotiation. Lord Belisar's father accepted the terms because no one expected the clause to ever be invoked. The maternal lineage was understood to be cooperative with the sealing. Liora turns the words over. cooperative, meaning Shalvig was supposed to sign whatever Belisar put in front of her, meaning Shalvig was not supposed to send an intermediary, meaning something has changed. The door to the council chamber opens before anyone can speak again. The woman who enters is not old. That is Leora's first thought, the wrong thought, because she expected someone ancient, lined, carrying the weight of salt and debt and years. This woman is perhaps 50, with iron-gray hair pulled tight from a narrow face and eyes the color of winter river water. She wears no house colors, no sigil, only a traveling coat of dark wool still damp at the shoulders and a leather satchel strapped across her chest. She stops at the threshold. The guards behind her do not follow her in. She closes the door herself. Sister Kalira Morn sends her regards, the woman says. He's preparing the Rite chamber and asked me to inform you that the silver basin has been consecrated. Her voice is low, unhurried, carrying the flat accent of the northern salt flats. She looks at Leora, not at Aurec, not at Matthias, at Leora. Liora Fenwick. I am Ilara Ven, House Drosselmar's Covenant Scribe. Your grandmother sent me to deliver the certification or the refusal, depending on what I find here. Leora's throat tightens. What are you looking for? Ilara Ven's eyes do not leave hers. Evidence that you are still the woman who signed the initial accord. The words land like salt on an open wound. Because Ivan said the same thing. Because the bond has already changed her. Because she is not the woman who signed. Ilara Ven crosses to the table, unstraps her satchel, and sets a single sheet of paper on the wood. The paper is thick, cream-colored, sealed with a salt crystal. Same as before. Undisgraced signature. This is the original Annex language, transcribed from the copy held in the Undisgraced vault. The Belisar archive holds a different version. Matthias' hand stops moving. Different how? Ilara Ven's mouth tightens. The Belisar archive records the clause as a courtesy provision. The Undisgraced original records it as a veto. The room tilts. Aurec's voice cuts through the shift. A veto was never agreed to. A veto was never written into the copy you signed. Ilara Ven's tone does not change. But the original treaty was negotiated in 2 languages, Lord Belisar. The Belisar scribes recorded the terms in court dialect. The Undisgraced scribes recorded in salt tongue. The 2 versions have different grammatical structures, different legal weight. The Covenant Council recognizes court dialect as the binding language of all inter-house treaties. The Covenant Council also recognizes that when a clause exists in the original language of the signing house, and that clause was not translated or included in the secondary copy, the treaty may be considered incompletely executed. Ilara Ven's eyes meet his. Your father knew this. He signed anyway. The silence that follows is not hollow. It is the silence of a blade drawn and not yet cutting. Leora's pulse is loud in her ears. She looks at the paper on the table, the salt seal, the Drosselmar emblems pressed into the waux. What does the veto allow? She asks. Ilara Ven turns to her. The maternal lineage may refuse any permanent alteration to the treaty bride's legal status, including, but not limited to, blood bond completion, conversion, and reclassification of person as house property. Person as house property. The words are precise. They have been written and rewritten, checked and measured, weighed like salt on a scale. And if the maternal lineage refuses, Ilara Ven's expression does not change. Then the bride retains the legal status she held at the time of the treaty's signing. A free mortal woman under the protection of inter-house law. A free mortal woman. Leora's chest constricts. Then refuse, she says. Certify that I am not the woman who signed. Ilara Ven looks at her for a long moment. I cannot. Why? Because I am not here to decide. I am here to observe. The certification or the refusal will come from your grandmother herself. Leora's stomach drops. Shalvig is not sending a message. Shalvig is coming. When? Ilara Ven's hand moves to her satchel. She is already in the bastion. The words land like a blow. Aurec's posture adjusts, the first shift in his stillness since Ilara Ven entered. His hand moves to the table's edge. She was not announced. She used the Drosselmar passage beneath the eastern foundation, the one that has not been used in 83 years. Ilara Ven's eyes find Liora. Your grandmother has been walking beneath the city since midnight. She is in the crypt chapel now, waiting for you. The crypt chapel, where Liora Belisar walks without memory, where the holding chamber bell rang, where the bond's command layer was forged. Liora's hand finds the cobalt stain on her thumb, the blue glass bead in her hem. 2 anchors, 2 pieces of the woman she was. You have until the 11th hour, Liora Ven says. Your grandmother will certify the sealing or refuse it, but she will not do it without speaking to you first. The room breathes around the words. Aurec's silver eyes meet Liora's. The question is still there. Not certainty, not calculation. A question, and Liora realizes, with a clarity that cuts through the bond's hum and the chamber's cold, that she has something neither house expected her to have. Time. Not much, but enough. Enough to walk to the crypt, enough to face the grandmother who sold her, enough to choose what she brings back. Chapter 46. The Blood-Scribe stands alone, gray robes catching the sconce light, a silver basin cradled in both hands like a sacrament. Her face is pale. Her jaw works once before she speaks. The crypt chapel is not your destination tonight. Liora's hand finds the cobalt stain on her thumb. My grandmother is waiting. Your grandmother is irrelevant to what happens at the 11th hour. Kaura's voice trembles at the edges, a crack in the polished stone. The sealing will proceed with or without her certification. The bond has reached 3rd phase integration. It no longer requires maternal approval to complete its natural course. Then why do you look afraid? The word lands. Kaura's fingers tighten on the basin's rim. A faint tremor runs through the silver. I am not afraid. I am certain. She straightens, and the crack seals itself. Certain that every obstacle placed in this Rite's path has been a test. The altered records, the delayed reports, the hidden clauses. Each one was meant to break the vessel before the seal could set. She steps closer. And you are still standing. That is not coincidence. That is design. Liora does not move. You think the veto clause is a threat to the Rite? It is not. Kalara's eyes are bright now, fever bright. It is proof. The old language, the Sot-tongue version that House Undresek kept hidden for 20 years, it was never an oversight. It was a contingency, a safeguard placed by the same hand that prepared the vessel. Prepared. Your grandmother did not sell you blindly, Liora. She chose you because you were strong enough to endure being used, and you have endured. The bond's command layer has not broken you. The accelerated timeline has not destroyed your will. You reached the 3rd phase without stabilization protocols, without sedation, without the careful conditioning that every previous bride required. Kaura's voice drops. That is not weakness. That is the vessel proving itself worthy of the seal. The silver basin catches the light as she lifts it. Tonight, I will open the Rite in the white stone chamber, with or without Ontresek certification, with or without witnesses. The bond will either complete its natural integration, or it will reject you and destroy what remains of your mortal self. She tilts her head. But I do not believe it will reject you. I have never believed that. Liora's pulse is steady. She does not want to believe Kaura. She does not want to hear that Chavig's betrayal was layered with intention, that the sale was also a selection, that the cage was designed to fit her measurements before she knew she was being measured. But something in the Blood-Scribe's fervor rings true. The bond stirs beneath her ribs, not the command layer, something deeper. A current that does not pulse with Aurec's signature or Kalria's liturgy. A thread that has been there since the first night, waiting. Come. Kalri turns and walks toward the white stone chamber. The hour is nearly on us, and you deserve to see what you were made for before the certifiers arrive to tell you what it means. Liora follows, not because she trusts Kalria, because the bond is pulling her forward, and for the first time, she wants to know where it leads. The white stone chamber is cold. Silver braziers burn at the 4 cardinal points, their flames colorless, smokeless, casting no shadow. The walls are bare marble, unadorned, no sigils, no salt lines, no wards visible to the eye. A low altar stands at the chamber's center. No basin, no blade, only a recessed circle worn smooth by decades of kneeling. Kalira sets her basin on the floor beside the altar and gestures for Liora to stand in the circle's center. No binding, no restraint, Tonight, you consent or you refuse by standing still or stepping out. Liora steps into the circle. The moment her feet touch the worn stone, the bond flares. Not the familiar hum she has learned to carry beneath her ribs. A pulse, a heartbeat that does not belong to her. It rises through the marble, through the soles of her shoes, through the bones of her legs, climbing toward the seal at her collarbone. Kalera begins the opening. She does not chant. She does not cut. She presses her palm to the stone and speaks in a language that is not court dialect, not salt tongue, but older. A rhythm that sounds like water moving through underground stone. The pulse beneath Liora's feet answers. Then the seal on her collarbone opens. Not the physical mark, the channel beneath it. The pathway that has been pressing against her will for months, demanding access to the hidden chamber inside her, her true self, the room the bond has circled and feared. She feels it reach, but it does not reach for her power. It reaches for her submission. The command layer unfurls like a hand opening, each pressure line a finger, and behind it the bond's deeper current flows, warm, dark, promising that if she lets it in, she will never have to choose again. The house will protect her. The war will use her. The duty will define her. She will be significant without effort, loved without risk, safe without vigilance. The promise is beautiful. Liora's knees begin to bend, and then she feels the second current. It was hidden beneath the first, folded into the bond's architecture like a secret seam, older, raw. It does not pulse with promise. It burns with hunger. Not hunger for blood, hunger for freedom. It does not want her to submit. It wants her to take. The pulse changes. The altar stone beneath her feet vibrates with a frequency that does not match Kalera's chant. A frequency that matches Liora's own heartbeat, the one she has carried since before the bond, before the treaty, before the bastion. Her eyes open. Kalera's hands are still pressed to the stone, her lips still moving, but her face has gone gray. She can feel it too, the shift, the second current rising. What is that? Liora's voice is not her own. It is lower, colder, laced with something that was not there before. Kalera's mouth stops moving. Her eyes find Liora's. I do not know. The words tremble. I have performed this opening 47 times. I have never felt anything like that. The second current pulses again, and in its rhythm, Liora hears a word, not in language, in pressure. Choose. The same word the bond has been whispering since the command layer formed, but now it comes from a different direction, not from above, from the seal, from Aurec's claim, from below, from the stone, from something that has been waiting beneath the white stone chamber since before the bastion was built. Kairos steps back from the altar. Her hand moves to her chest. Step out of the circle. Why? Step out, Liora, right now. Liora does not move. The second current rises through her feet, her spine, her throat, and when it reaches the seal on her collarbone, the command layer flinches. Something beneath the bastion answers. A tremor, not the shudder of old tunnels, something alive. And in the silence that follows, Liora hears footsteps approaching the chamber door. Not Kaura's, not Medius. Heavier, steadier, a stride that does not hurry. Aurec's stride. The door opens. Aurec stands in the threshold, silver eyes fixed on Liora, his face unreadable. Behind him, the corridor lights are extinguishing one by one, as if something is moving through the bastion, turning the flame to ash at its approach. Chapter 47. The second current pulses beneath Liora's feet, and the command layer inside her seal cringes, not recoils, cringes, like a trained thing that has been struck before. Aurec stands in the doorway, silver eyes fixed on her. Behind him, the corridor lights keep dying, one by one, each extinguishing with a soft gasp of displaced air. The chamber holds its breath. Then the first explosion hits. It does not come from above or beside. It comes from below. From the same depth, the second current rose. The stone floor lurches, and the recessed circle beneath Liora's feet cracks in a hairline arc from center to edge. Kairos staggers, one hand catching the altar, the other still pressed to her chest. "Warts," she breathes. "The lower wards, just a second detonation. Closer." The walls groan, and a fine dust sifts from the ceiling joints, settling on the altar, the basin, the worn circle. Aurec moves. He does not run toward the sound. He steps sideways, positioning himself between the chamber door and Liora, his body a shield she did not ask for. "The Eastern Foundation," he says. Not a question, a calculation. Kalira's face is the color of old linen. The Undersec passage. Someone has come through it. Liora thinks of Chalveg waiting in the crypt chapel, of Taria walking the tunnels without memory, of the passage Maitias said had not been used in 83 years. The second current pulses again, and this time she hears it not as pressure, but as instruction. Now, a third explosion, closer still, and the chamber door shudders in its frame. From the corridor beyond, shouting, "Steel meeting steel!" A guard's voice cut short. Kalira reaches for the silver basin, her hands shaking. The rite is not complete if she leaves the circle before the seal. She is not leaving the circle. Aurec's voice cuts like a blade. She is staying exactly where she is until I understand what is happening. Liora looks at the crack beneath her feet. The second current is not attacking the bastion. The attack is answering it. Someone out there knew the second current would rise tonight. Someone planned for this moment. The explosions are not random. They are timed, coordinated. A signal that the thing beneath the stone has finally stirred, and Liora is standing directly above it. A figure appears in the corridor beyond Aurec, running. Not a guard's gait, lighter, faster. A servant's stride. Tamsin. She skids to a halt at the threshold, blood on her sleeve, her pinned hair half loose, her eyes finding Liora before anyone else. They are inside the bastion. Tamsin's voice is raw, breathless. Not the lower wards, the holding chamber. Someone opened the crypt passage and they are coming up through the floor. Aurec turns. Who? I do not know their faces. They are not house colors. Tamsin's gaze flicks to Liora. But they are looking for her. Leora's hands are steady. That is the first thing she notices. Her hands are not shaking. The glassblower's discipline, the old furnace reflex, has returned without her summoning it. She is still standing in the circle. The second current rises through the crack in the stone, warm now, almost body temperature, and wraps around her ankles like a greeting. Kara sees it. Her mouth opens. No sound comes out. Then the chamber door crashes open, and Emeric is there. He is not running. He is walking, fast, controlled. His honey-brown hair is dark with sweat, and there is a gash across his left forearm, bleeding freely, the blood dripping onto the stone floor without pause. His eyes find Liora. Only Liora. You need to come with me, right now. Aurec steps into his path. You are supposed to be in confinement. I was. Emeric does not stop walking. He moves around Aurec like a man navigating furniture, not a man facing his blood brother. The confinement cells are open. The guards are dead. The holding chamber is flooding with Sarka militia, Unresec salt mercenaries, and at least one person I do not recognize who is wearing a mask and giving orders. Aurec's stillness fractures. Just a crack. Just enough. Sarka, someone told even when to move. Aurec reaches Liora. He does not touch her. He stops a handspan away, close enough that she can smell the smoke in his clothes, the blood on his sleeve, the salt and iron and fear he is holding back. This is not a rescue, Liora. This is a capture. They are not coming to save you. They are coming to take you before the seal finishes. The second current pulses. Liora looks down at the crack. The command layer inside her bond is silent, not listening, hiding. Whatever is beneath the stone, it has made the bond afraid. The ceiling, Calrio whispers. If she steps out of the circle, the seal remains open, unfinished. The bond will be vulnerable to any house that knows how to claim a half-sealed vessel. Emeric's eyes hold Leora's. I know. Then you know what you are asking her to risk. I am asking her to choose. His voice does not waver. She has never been given that. Not by Belisar, not by Andresek, not by the bond. I am asking her to choose what happens next. The chamber door shudders again. This time it does not stop. A crack splits the wood from lock to hinge. A blade appears through the gap, withdraws, and the door buckles inward with a sound like a timber breaking in cold weather. Through the gap, Liora sees figures in the corridor. Not guards, not militia in house colors, dark clothes, unmarked steel, and behind them, moving with the unhurried precision of someone who has already won, a shape she recognizes. even Sarka. He is not wearing armor. He is wearing court dress, black silk, his dark hair swept back, his smile a blade drawn across skin. He sees her through the ruined door. Liora Fenwick. His voice carries over the chaos. Your grandmother sends her regards. She also sends a message. The crypt passage is open, and the river is waiting. But only for the woman who chooses to take what the old stone offers. The second current roars, not beneath her feet, through her spine. It climbs her bones like heat through a furnace chimney, and when it reaches the seal on her collarbone, the command layer screams, not in pain, in fury. And Liora understands, in the split second before the door collapses inward, that the bond has been waiting for this night as much as anyone. Not to complete her, to keep her. Chapter 48. Liora does not decide to move. Her body decides before her mind catches up. The second current is still climbing through her spine, hot now, molten, and the command layer inside her seal has gone small, a curled thing waiting for the blow to land. Emeric's hand is extended, not touching her, waiting. She steps out of the circle. The air changes. The seal on her collarbone does not break. It loosens, like a fist that has been clenched so long the tendons forget how to hold. The second current follows her, trailing up her legs, her ribs, her throat, and when it reaches her mouth, she tastes salt and iron, and something older, something that has been waiting long before House Belisar laid its first stone. Liora screams, not in fury, in fear. You have opened the threshold. You cannot. The seal is live. Any house that knows the old route. Emeric's hand closes around Leora's wrist. Run. They run. The corridor beyond the white stone chamber is darkness. The lights have not rekindled. The torch brackets are cold, and the only illumination comes from the chamber behind them, where Liora's silver basin catches the second current's glow and throws it across the walls like a drowning signal. Liora's feet find the stone. She does not stumble. The bond is still there, looser but present, and it feeds her the shape of the floor, the distance to the wall, the breath of someone waiting 3 turns ahead. She feels him before she sees him. A guard in Belisar gray, young, blade drawn. His eyes find her, and his mouth opens to call out, but Emeric is already moving. No weapon, just his forearm across the man's throat, a twist, a choke, and the guard drops without a sound. Emeric does not stop to check if he is dead. This way. He pulls her into a service gap between 2 stone pillars, a passage so narrow she has to turn sideways to fit. The walls are rough-cut, older than the polished corridors above, and the air smells of damp salt and rat droppings. They climb, not stairs, a ramp, spiraling. The sounds of fighting shift around them, above to the left, below to the right, then a crash that makes the stone tremble and sends dust raining down from the ceiling. Hold! Emeric stops at a junction where 3 passages meet, his head cocked, listening. Liora hears it too. Footsteps, multiple, running in unison. Not militia, too organized. House retainers, Emeric says. Belisar loyalists. They are moving to seal the east wing. They are defending. Against Sarka and Andrasek. He turns to her, his face half lit by something burning far below. But not against each other. Listen. She listens. The fighting below him is not one battle, it is 2. The clash of steel against steel, yes, but also the rhythm of retreat. The sound of doors being barred from inside, the shouted orders in different voices giving different directions. The assault is splitting along faction lines. Sarka militia are pushing up through the crypt passage. Andrasek's salt mercenaries are holding the lower archive floor. And somewhere between them, Belisar household guards are trying to hold the central stair, while a third group, unmarked, moves through the servant corridors like they already know where everyone is standing. They are not here to take the bastion, Liora says. They are here to control it. Each faction wants a piece. And you are the piece they are fighting over. Emeric's jaw tightens. Yvain timed this so the seal would be open, unfinished, claimable. He knew the second current would rise. I think he was waiting for it. A door opens above them. They both freeze, but the footsteps that follow are light, hurried, and familiar. Tamsin drops through a ceiling hatch, landing in a crouch, a ring of iron keys clutched in her blood-stained hand. Her hair is fully loose now, her servant's tunic torn at the shoulder, and there is a dark smear across her cheek that she does not bother to wipe away. "You are alive." She says it like a fact, not a relief. Good. The East servant's stare is still clear. Ivan is not leading the assault anymore. He has withdrawn to the upper court gallery. Why? Because he is not here to capture the Bastion. Tamsin's eyes meet Leora's. He is here to accuse. He has called a quorum of the remaining House witnesses. He is going to stand in front of them and name Aurec as a treaty breaker who forged a bride into a war weapon. The words land like a blade. Leora's chest tightens. The seal pulses once, a dull throb, and she feels the command layer stir beneath the second current's weight. Then Aurec will deny it. He cannot. Tamsin holds up the keys. Not when the evidence is already in the chamber. Not when the Salt mercenaries have seized the archive. Not when you are missing from the sealing circle and the bond is still live, and any Blood-Scribe with a half-trained eye can read what has been done to you. Emeric is already moving toward the hatch. How long until he speaks? The court is assembling now. The bells will ring within the hour. Then we have less than that. Liora looks at the hatch, at Tamsin, at Emeric. The crypt passage, she says. The river. It will be watched. Emeric does not slow. Ivan will have posted guards at every exit. He wants us alive, captured, brought before the court as proof. Then we do not go to the river. Emeric stops. Liora feels the second current pulse beneath her feet, warm, patient. We go down. Tamsin's face pales. Liora, the thing beneath the chamber, wants me to take, not submit. Leora's voice is steady. The glassblower's discipline, the old furnace reflex, holds her hand still. Ivan thinks he is using the second current as a trap. He does not understand what it is. Neither does Aurec. Neither does Calera. She turns to Emeric. Take me to the crypt, past the holding chamber, past the flooded passages, to where the old stone breaks open. Emeric's gaze holds hers. He does not ask why. He nods. The hatch closes above them, and they descend. Below, the fighting has not stopped. It has changed. The clash of steel is fainter now, swallowed by the deeper sounds of water moving through stone, of something large shifting in the dark, of a bell tolling somewhere far beneath the river. The second current hums through Leora's bones, and for the first time since she entered the white stone chamber, the command layer inside her seal falls silent, not hiding, listening. Chapter 49. The descent stops on the third landing. Emeric's hand is still on the iron hatch when Liora touches his wrist. He turns, question already forming, and she shakes her head before he can speak. No, the crypts are our only route. I said no. She hears the hardness in her own voice, the glassblower's edge that does not negotiate. I need to see what he is doing first. Liora, Emeric. She holds his gaze. Ivan is standing in a chamber full of witnesses, naming Aurec a treaty breaker, while your blood brother stands silent and I am missing from the sealing circle. If I flee now, I flee into his story. He becomes the one who saved me. Aurec becomes the villain, and I become the proof of whatever Ivan wants me to prove. Tamsin shifts behind them, her torn sleeve dripping onto the stone. Liora, he is a villain. Of course he is, but he is not my ally either. She turns to Emeric. Take me to court. I need to hear what Ivan says. I need to see who stands where when the accusation lands. Emeric's jaw tightens. The fighting echoes below, steel and shouting, the rhythm of retreat and advance. But above them, through the stone, she hears something else. Voices, many of them, raised in argument rather than battle. The gallery above the north court, Emeric says slowly. There is a servant's passage that opens onto it. You will be visible if anyone looks up. Then I will stay in shadow. You will not speak. No. She feels the second current pulse beneath her feet, a warm reminder of what waits below. I will only watch. Tamsin moves first, taking a different hatch, her keys clicking softly. Emeric follows, and Liora follows him, climbing instead of descending. The air changes as they rise. The crypt cold fades. The The smell of blood and wet stone thins. Above, the warm air of the court carries candle wax, perfumed oil, and the sharp tension of a room holding its breath. Emeric stops at a narrow door, iron-bound, barely visible in the wall paneling. He presses his palm flat against the wood, listening. Then he pulls it open, and the sound of the court spills through. Liora steps into the gallery. It is a narrow ledge, high above the north court floor, hidden behind carved stone screens meant for servants to observe ceremonies without being seen. Below, the room is packed. House witnesses fill the benches. Blood-Scribes stand near the Covenant lectern. Household guards line the walls, hands on their weapons, watching each other as much as the speakers. And in the center of the floor, standing alone in court dress, black silk, dark hair swept back, even Sarka addresses the quorum. He does not shout. His voice carries anyway, precise, unhurried. I am not here to accuse Lord Aurec of cruelty. I am here to accuse him of theft. A murmur ripples through the benches. The treaty bride was sold to House Belisar under the Salt Accords as a living bond, a symbol of alliance, a year of hospitality, a year of protection, after which she would return to House Andresek unchanged, mortal, free to marry or serve as her house saw fit. Even pauses. That is what the treaty says. That is what the court was told. That is what every signatory house signed. He turns, slow, deliberate, his gaze sweeping the room. But Lord Aurec has been altering the bond, accelerating its progression, bypassing the stabilization protocols that were written into the original Annex. He has not been hosting a treaty bride. He has been forging a weapon. The room erupts. Liora grips the stone screen, her fingers finding the gap between carvings. Below, she sees Aurec. He stands near the high table, still as stone, his hands resting lightly on the surface before him. Matthias Ruka is beside him, ledger closed, face unreadable. Aurec does not interrupt. He does not deny. He waits. Even lets the noise build, then raises one hand. The evidence is already in the archive. The altered schedules, the missing protocols, the accelerated bond markers that any Blood-Scribe can read. The seal was opened tonight. Not completed. Opened. Because the bond reached a threshold Lord Aurec did not design for, a threshold that belongs to something older than his house. Someone shouts from the benches. What do you claim, Sarka? Even turns to face the speaker. I claim that Lord Aurec Belisar violated the Salt Accords by attempting to convert a treaty bride without maternal consent. I claim he forged records to conceal the acceleration. And I claim that the bride, Liora Fenwick, is now missing from the sealing circle. Because the ritual failed. Because something beneath this bastion refused to let his house claim her. The room goes silent. Aurec does not move. Then he speaks. His voice is quiet. It carries anyway. House Sarka has been trying to fracture this alliance for 3 decades. He does not look at Even. He addresses the witnesses. They failed under my father. They failed after the coup. And now even Sarka stands in my hall, having breached my wards with militia and salt mercenaries, and dares to lecture me on treaty law. Aurec's gaze shifts. Finally, slowly, he looks at Even. You speak of altered records. You speak of an open seal. You speak of a missing bride. But you do not explain why your own house has been tracking her Blood-Scribe reports for months. You do not explain why you arrived tonight with an Undrisec document already prepared, timed to the moment the seal opened. You do not explain why you knew the seal would fail. Even smiles. It is not a warm expression. I knew because I have been watching Lord Aurec. The same way I watched you bury the first bride. The same way I watched you hide the second. The same way I watched you tell yourself that every woman who walked into your holding chamber was a necessary sacrifice. Aurec's stillness fractures, just barely, a flicker in his jaw. The first bride was a Verent, Even continues, his voice softening. The second was a Halver, the third was a Morn. You did not convert them either. They died, or they became something worse. Empty vessels that walk your crypts without memory or name. Liora's breath stops. She knows. She knows exactly where this is going before Even says it. What makes you think, Even asks, that Liora Fenwick was ever meant to survive? The room erupts again, louder this time. Voices clash, accusations fly. A Blood-Scribe rises to question the evidence. A House witness demands to see the original Annex. Matthias opens his ledger, but Aurec places a hand on his wrist to stop him. Liora stands frozen behind the stone screen. Emeric's hand finds hers in the dark. And below, Aurec lifts his head. His silver eyes move slowly across the room, scanning the benches, the Blood-Scribes, the guards, until they stop. On the gallery. On her. He does not blink. He does not betray her, but he sees her. And the second current, waiting beneath the stone, pulses once. Deep. Patient. A heartbeat that does not belong to any house. The torches in the hall gutter load. Even follows the direction of Aurec's gaze. He turns, slowly, facing the gallery. The bride is not missing, he says. She is watching. Every head in the room turns, and the second current pulses again, stronger this time, and the stone beneath Liora's feet cracks. Chapter 50. All eyes find the gallery. Liora stands frozen as the second current pulses through the stone, the cracks spreading beneath her feet like a river finding its bed. She feels every heartbeat in the hall below. The Blood-Scribes at their desks, the House witnesses gripping bench edges. Ivan Zarka, face lifted toward her, satisfaction smoothing his features into a mask of legal piety. Aurec has not moved. He stands at the high table, hands resting on the dark wood, silver eyes fixed on her face. The torches gutter low, shadows stretch and contract across the stone. Then his gaze shifts, just slightly, to the left, to Emeric. The moment stretches thin and sharp as a blade drawn across skin. Liora sees the recognition land. Not suspicion, not calculation, recognition. The full shape of what he has been refusing to see, refusing to name, refusing to accuse. His blood brother standing in the dark. His blood brother's hand holding his wife's. Aurec does not raise his voice. He does not move his hands from the table. He simply speaks. Emeric. The name cuts through the hall's noise like a bell tolling silence. The room stills. Blood-Scribes stop writing. House witnesses freeze mid-whisper. Emeric does not release her hand. "Step down," Aurec says. "Step away from her. Come to me." Emeric's jaw tightens. His fingers press against Liora's palm once, a brief pressure that says everything he cannot say aloud. Then he speaks. "No." The word lands like a stone in still water. Even Zarka's smile deepens. He does not interrupt. He has what he came for. Aurec's stillness fractures, just barely. A muscle moves in his throat, just below the claw scar. "You are my blood brother," he says. The words are precise, measured, carrying the weight of decades. "You are bound by oath, by right, by the same salt that seals this house. I am asking you to stand down." "You are asking me to let you take her," Emeric says. The hall inhales. "Aurec Belisar," Emeric continues, his voice steady in a way that sounds more dangerous than shouting, "has spent the last year engineering the destruction of a woman he swore to protect. He has altered records. He has hidden deaths. He has stood in this hall and spoken of peace while building weapons from the bodies of treaty brides." Aurec's hand moves. A small gesture, a flick of his fingers toward Matthias Ruckel. The steward does not move. Matthias stands beside the high table, ledger closed, face unreadable, and does not respond to the gesture. The silence that follows is worse than any denial. Aurec's gaze never leaves Emeric. "You are choosing her," he says, "over this house, over our blood, over every oath you have ever sworn." "I am choosing what this house should have been," Emeric says. "I am choosing the woman you sold a debt to destroy. I am choosing the truth you buried under courtesy and law." Aurec's jaw tightens. His hands leave the table. He takes a step forward. The room shifts with him. Guards tense. Blood-Scribes press back against their benches. The torches shudder in their brackets as the second current pulses beneath the stone, responding to something. Hunger or anger, or simply the proximity of open space. "I gave you everything," Aurec says, his voice dropping, softer now, more terrible for the softness. "I made you my second. I trusted you with the household. I trusted you with her. The last word lands like a wound. You did, Emeric says, and I used everything you gave me to undo what you were doing. Every report I delayed, every protocol I buried, every moment I bought her. I would do it again. Liora feels Emeric's hand tighten around hers, feels the tremor in his fingers that his voice does not carry. Aurec sees it. His gaze drops to their joined hands, stays there. When he looks up, his silver eyes are flat in a way she has never seen before. Not cold, beyond cold. The stillness of a man who has stopped hoping for what cannot be saved. Matthias, he says. Matthias does not move. Matthias, Aurec repeats. Open the ledger. Matthias's hand rises. His fingers rest on the leather binding. He does not open it. I serve House Belisar, he says, his voice carrying no inflection, as I have served it for 37 years. The ledger records what the house commands me to record. It does not choose sides. Aurec turns to face him fully. The room holds its breath, and below the stone, the second current pulses again, stronger this time, sending a tremor through the gallery floor. Liora feels it in her knees, in her ribs, in the command layer inside her seal, which has gone utterly silent. Even Sarka chooses this moment to speak. The bride stands exposed, he says, his voice carrying through the hall with practiced ease. The blood brother stands beside her. The steward refuses to speak, and Lord Aurec Belisar stands in his own hall, unable to command his own household to silence or obedience. He spreads his hands. The salt accords require a formal statement from the maternal house within the hour. House Andresek's representative is waiting in the crypt chapel. If the bride does not present herself for certification or refusal, the seal defaults to open status, and the treaty becomes void. Aurec's head turns, slowly, toward Even. I am aware of the time, he says. I am sure you are. Even inclines his head. But I wonder if the bride is. The crack beneath Leora's feet deepens. She feels it spreading, spider-thin lines radiating outward from where she stands, tracing patterns through the stone like veins searching for a heart. Chapter 51. The crack beneath Leora's feet deepens as Evin's voice settles over the hall like oil on water. Aurec's gaze does not leave her. She feels it across the distance, across the torches and the guards and the blood-scribes pressed against their benches. The silver of his eyes catches the flame light and holds it, unblinking. Emeric, Aurec says, his voice carrying no inflection at all. Remove her from the gallery. Emeric's hand tightens around hers. No. Then I will have her removed. Aurec's head turns fractionally toward the nearest guard. Take Lady Liora to the council room. Secure the door. The guard hesitates, looks at Matthias, looks back at Aurec. Do it, Aurec says, or I will have you replaced before the hour ends. The guard moves. Emeric steps forward, placing himself between Liora and the guard's approach, and the second current rises through the stone in the same instant, a pulse that shudders through the gallery floor and sends the guard stumbling sideways. Aurec's jaw tightens. I am trying to protect you, he says, and the words are aimed at Liora now, direct, stripped of ceremony. The House witnesses are seconds away from declaring the treaty void. The Andresek representative is waiting with a clock that is already running, and you are standing in an open gallery with the blood bond loose and the thing beneath the bastion reaching for you through every crack in the stone. He takes a step forward. I can still seal this. I can still keep you whole, but I need you out of that gallery, away from him, and in a room that the wards can hold. Liora feels Emeric's hand trembling against hers, feels the silence of the command layer inside her seal, that vast absence where the bond's pressure used to live. She looks at Aurec. You want me to come quietly? She says. You want me to let your guards take me to a locked room while even Sarka convinces every house in Noctis Ve that you built a weapon from a treaty bride. And then you want me to let you complete the seal so I belong to Belisar forever. I want you to survive. Aurec's voice drops. The rest is negotiation. The crack beneath her feet widens. Emeric shifts, positioning himself between Liora and the guard, blood-slicked fingers still tight around hers. The gash across his forearm glistens in the torchlight. The hand that holds hers is shaking. She feels the tremor, feels the grief in it, and the refusal to let go. Emeric, Aurec says, and the name carries an exhaustion that sounds more dangerous than fury. You have already destroyed yourself. Do not destroy her with you. I am not destroying her. Emeric's voice is hoarse. I am letting her choose. The hall goes still. Liora feels the weight of that stillness, feels every gaze in the room pressing against her skin, the blood-scribes watching, the guards waiting for orders that do not come, Ivan Saka standing with his hands folded and his smile like a wound that has not finished bleeding. She looks at Aurec. If I come, she says, what happens to Aurec? Aurec's face does not change. He will be held for judgment. The ledgers will determine the sentence. You will kill him. I will follow the law that I have spent my life upholding. Aurec's voice is flat. The same law that keeps the 7 houses from tearing one another apart. The same law that put you in my household instead of on a pyre the night your grandmother's debt was called. Liora feels the old reflex rise. Make yourself useful. Accept the terms. Pay for safety with a piece of yourself and call it a good trade. She feels it in her throat, in the way her jaw wants to soften, in the way her hands want to loosen from Emeric's grip and step forward into the obedience that has kept her alive so far. She almost does it. She almost lets go. Then she feels the silence where the command layer used to be, and she understands that the bond is not waiting for her to submit. It is waiting for her to see that she does not have to. Your protection, she says, and her voice does not shake, would erase me. It would put Emeric in a cell or on a pyre, and it would leave me alone with a completed seal and a husband who designed my destruction before I arrived. Aurec's silver eyes hold hers. I am offering you control of what remains, he says. That is more than you had when you arrived. Liora steps forward, not toward the guard, toward the edge of the gallery, where the crack spreads beneath her feet and the stone vibrates with the second current's pulse. You offered me a year, she says. You offered me untouched chambers and boundaries I chose, and a promise that I could leave still human. And every offer was a lie designed to bring me here, to this moment, where I must choose between the weapon you made me and the hollow you would leave if I refused. Aurec's hand moves, a small gesture toward the guard. The guard does not move. Mateus, Aurec says. Open the ledger. Mateus's hand rests on the leather binding. His face is unreadable. He does not open it. The hall holds its breath. And the warding glass in the council room door behind Aurec, the room he wanted to lock her inside, cracks. The sound is thin, high. A single shock fracture running from the iron frame to the center of the pane. Aurec turns. The crack spreads. A second line, a third. The glass shudders in its frame, and through the fractured surface something moves on the other side. Not a shape Liora can name, not a face, just a shift of darkness that does not match the torchlight. The second current pulses through the stone beneath her feet, and the warding glass shatters inward. Shards spray across the council room floor. The torches gutter, and from the darkness beyond the broken door, something breathes. Chapter 52. The breathing comes from the broken door. Deep, wet. A sound that does not belong to any lung Liora has ever heard. The council room torches dim. Aurec stands with his back to her, facing the shattered warding glass. His posture does not change, but she sees the scar across his throat catch the dying light, and she understands that he knows what is coming. The guards do not. They step forward, hands on hilts, boots crunching across the glass-strewn floor. Aurec raises one hand. Hold. The word stops them, but it does not stop the breathing. The darkness beyond the door pulses, once, twice, and then a voice emerges from it, not spoken but carried, as though the air itself has learned to shape sound. Liora Fenwick. The name vibrates through her chest, through the seal, through the silent command layer that has been waiting for something to break. Aurec turns. His silver eyes find hers, and for the first time since she entered this hall, she sees something in them that looks like fear. Do not answer it, he says. The darkness shifts. A figure steps through the broken frame. Not the breathing thing, something smaller, older. A woman in a dark traveling coat, iron gray hair pulled tight from a narrow face, eyes the color of winter river water. Liora Fenwick. She carries the leather satchel. Her hands are empty. "The on dissect maternal line," she says, and her voice is calm, unhurried, precise. "Invokes blood right to speak before this seal is claimed by any other authority." Aurec's jaw tightens. The representative was to wait in the crypt chapel. The crypt chapel is compromised. Liora does not look at him. She looks at Liora. The passage is flooding. The entity beneath has risen through the foundation stone. "Your grandmother could not walk to meet you, so she sent me to carry her voice." Liora opens the satchel. She does not draw a document. She draws a blade. Small, curved, the kind used for salt-tongue rites, for cutting open the old agreements. She draws it across her own palm without flinching. The blood wells, dark, almost black. She speaks 3 words in a language Liora does not know, and the blood lifts from her palm, rising into the air like smoke moving backward through water, and it forms a shape. A face. Jalvid Ovrisek's face, rendered in hanging droplets, the blind eyes closed, the lined mouth open. "Granddaughter." The voice comes from the blood, from the air, from somewhere beneath the stone floor. Leora's hand tightens around Emeric's. "You are wondering why I sold you." The blood face shifts, the mouth moves, the droplets tremble. Liora does not answer. "I sold you because you were the only one strong enough to survive being used. Not dear enough to keep, strong enough to endure." The hall is silent. Emeric's grip tightens. "Do you understand what that means, Liora? I watched you learn to read a room before you learned to read a page. I watched you burn your hands on the furnace and refuse to cry. I watched you become someone who could be traded without breaking." Chalveg's voice does not waver. "You were never beloved, but you were always the one who could endure being made into more than human." The seal beneath Leora's collarbone flares. Hot, sharp, a pulse that drives through her ribs and into the marrow beneath. She feels the command layer stir. Not the silence of the last hour, something else. Something that has been waiting for this moment to choose. Aurec steps forward. "Chaveg Ondrisek, you sold this woman to House Belisar under treaty law. You accepted the blood price. You signed the salt seal. You have no standing to claim her now." The blood face turns toward him. The droplets hold their shape. "I sold her to no one, Lord Aurec, and placed her where she was needed. Those are not the same thing." The seal flares again, hotter. Liora feels it reaching, not outward toward Aurec's authority, but inward, toward the hidden chamber she found in the dark, the place the bond has been circling for weeks, the space inside herself that she has not yet entered. Helvig's voice drops. "The bond is reaching for you, child. Not to complete you as Belisar's weapon, to meet what you already carry, the piece of yourself you have not yet claimed." Liora Fenwick's hand is bleeding freely now. The droplets above her palm pulse with Helvig's words. Liora feels the seal pull, feels Aurec's house claim in it, the Belisar lines, the war design, the obedience pathways that have been whispering surrender since the first cut in the silver basin, and beneath it, older, colder, something that tastes of salt and open water. Ondrisek claim, her own bloodline, reaching not for obedience, but for belonging. 2 houses, both pulling. Leora's knees buckle. Emeric catches her. His arms around her waist, his chest against her back, his breath uneven against her hair. "I have you," he says. "I have you." The seal burns. The blood face watches. And from the darkness beyond the broken door, the breathing thing takes another step forward. Aurec moves. He places himself between Liora and the threshold, his back to the breathing dark, his silver eyes fixed on Liora Fenwick, on the blood face, on the claim being spoken in a language that predates his house. "This is my household," he says. "This is my treaty. This woman is my wife, under salt and blood, and no maternal invocation, no crypt passage, no breathing thing from beneath the stone will take her from the authority I hold." Either Ven does not flinch. "Then let her choose," she says. "Let her hear what her grandmother came to say, and let her decide which claim she answers." The blood face turns back to Liora. "I did not come to take you, child." Chalveg's voice softens. I came to tell you the truth you have been circling since you arrived. You were never meant to be Belisar's weapon. You were meant to be the heir House Andrasek could not afford to raise in the light. The seal pulses. The hidden chamber inside Liora shudders, and she feels it open. Just a crack, just enough to know that something has been waiting there all along. Something of her own, placed there before the bond, before the treaty, before she ever set foot in the Gloam Bastion. Her grandmother's voice. I did what I did so you would survive what is coming. Not as property, as power. The breathing darkness behind Aurec shifts again, and Liora understands, with a cold certainty that settles in her bones like the second current's pulse, that she is standing at the center of a convergence that has been building since before she was born. The Belisar claim, the Andrasek blood right, the entity beneath the bastion, the hidden chamber inside herself. All of them reaching for her, all of them waiting for her to answer. The seal flares a third time, and the pain drives her to her knees. Emeric follows her down, his hands on her shoulders, his voice saying her name, but she barely hears him, because something is happening inside her chest, inside the place where the command layer has been silent, where the second current has been waiting, where the hidden chamber has just cracked open. The bond's pathways are moving, not toward Aurec, not toward Shalfig, toward her. The seal is trying to complete itself from the inside, and the breathing darkness from beyond the broken door reaches through the threshold and touches the edge of her awareness with something that feels like recognition. The blood face turns toward the darkness. Ah. Shalvik's voice rises. There you are. The torches gutter. The breathing deepens, and everything in the council room goes still. Chapter 53. The Convergence Holds. Liora kneels on the broken stone with Emeric's arms around her, and the seal burning beneath her sternum like a second heart learning to beat on its own. The breathing darkness waits beyond the threshold. Ilarva Ven's blood droplets hang in the air, Shalvig's face watching from the crimson curve. Aurec stands between her and the dark, his back to the entity, his silver eyes fixed on Liora with an expression she has never seen on him before. Not command, not calculation. Fear. The kind of fear that does not flinch or run, the kind that plants itself in front of a door and refuses to let what is behind it pass. But the door is not the threshold Aurec is guarding. The door is inside her. The hidden chamber has cracked open. She feels it now, a space in her chest where the command layer has been circling for weeks, a room she has never entered because the bond punished her every time she reached for it. But the punishment has stopped. The command layer is silent. The bond's pathways are moving not outward toward Aurec's authority, not sideways toward Jalveg's blood right, but inward, toward the crack, toward the piece of herself she has not yet claimed. Liora Fenwick's voice cuts through the stillness. The council doors will not hold. The fighting reaches the upper hall. You have minutes, not hours. Aurec does not turn. Then seal the threshold. Use the blood right. Close the door. The door is not the problem, Lord Aurec. Ilara's gray eyes find Liora. The problem is what she chooses to do with what she finds inside herself. The breathing darkness shifts. The torches gutter, dim to ember, dim to almost nothing. And in the near darkness, Liora sees something she has never noticed before. The bond's pathways are not random. They are a lattice, a structure, a cage of pressure lines laid down in the first silver basin, reinforced by every rite, every meal, every night she spent in Aurec's house believing she could survive by being useful. But the lattice has a seam. She sees it now, the way a glassblower sees the fault line in a cooling vessel, the place where the structure will break if the pressure is applied from the inside rather than the outside. The Annex language. Severity may be claimed by the vessel's own hand through blood freely given, where the maternal line holds standing. Chaveg knew. Halveg had wrote that clause into the treaty, knowing Liora would one day find it, knowing the bond could be cut not by resistance, but by acceptance, not by fighting the transformation, but by finishing it on her own terms. The seal flares, hot, deep, and Liora understands. The pathways can be cut only by driving the bond inward, by taking what the command layer has been holding and claiming it for herself, by completing the transformation not as Belisar's weapon, not as Andrasek's heir, but as her own. The price is the last clean hope of remaining human. The price is becoming what she has been running from since the first cut in the silver basin. but the price of refusing is staying a vessel forever, a door that other hands can open, a cage with the key held by someone else. Aneric's hands tighten on her shoulders. Liora, whatever you are seeing, whatever you are deciding, I am here. I am not leaving. She turns her head. His face is close enough that she can see the flecks of amber in his brown eyes, the way his jaw is set, the blood drying on his forearm from the gash he took reaching her. What if I choose to become something you do not recognize? His thumb traces the line of her collarbone, light, barely there. I will learn to recognize it. Aurec's voice cuts between them. Do not do this. There are other ways. The treaty can be renegotiated. The bond can be suppressed. I have resources, contacts, methods you do not know about. You lied to me about every one of them. Liora's voice is steady. She feels the truth settling into her bones, colder than the second current, cleaner than the bond's whisper. You told me I had a year. You told me I could leave human. You told me the boundaries were real. And all of it was designed to bring me to this moment, kneeling on broken stone, with every door closing except the one that turns me into what you wanted. Not what I wanted. His voice breaks on the last word. What I needed. And that makes it better? The silence stretches. The breathing darkness behind Aurec takes another step forward. The torches dim further. The entity does not attack, does not reach for Aurec, does not cross the line he has drawn. It waits. It is waiting for her. Ilara Ven lowers her bleeding hand. The blood drops fall, and Javeg's face dissolves into the air, but her voice lingers, a whisper that seems to come from the stone itself. The Sever line is inside you, child. It has always been inside you. I placed it there before the bond, before the treaty, before you ever set foot in this house, because I knew you would need a way out that no one else could close. Liora's breath catches the hidden chamber, the piece of herself she has not claimed. It is not a piece, it is a key. The seal flares one last time, and Liora feels the lattice clearly. Every pressure line, every channel the bond has been using to guide her, redirect her, compel her. She traces them with her mind, the way she once traced cooling glass with her fingertips, reading the fault lines before they could shatter. There, the Sever line. Running from the center of the seal straight through the hidden chamber, straight through the key Chalveg placed inside her before she was ever sold. She can cut it. She can cut every obedience channel at once. But the act will drive the bond inward through the cut, through the chamber, through the key, and the transformation that completes will be hers, not Aurec's, not Chalveg's, not the entity's. Hers. The cost is everything she has been trying to preserve. The cost is becoming the thing she feared, but the cost of refusing is staying a door that other hands can open. Liora reaches for the blue glass bead in her hem. She rips it free. The bead sits in her palm, small and warm, the same cobalt stain as her thumb, the same color as the glass she shaped in another life, when she was a girl who believed survival meant staying small. She crushes it. The shards bite into her skin, and her own blood wells up, and the seal feels it. The bond feels it. The hidden chamber inside her opens wide. Aurec's face changes. He sees what she is about to do. He sees the Sever line in her eyes, the understanding, the choice she is making with her blood already wet in her palm. No. He steps toward her. Liora, no. You do not understand what that will do to you. I understand exactly what it will do. She lifts her bleeding hand. I will become what you tried to make me, but I will not become it for you. The breathing darkness shifts, the torches die, and in the absolute dark, with Emeric's arms around her and her own blood hot in her palm, Liora Fenwick reaches for the Sever line and prepares to cut every chain House Belisar forged around her heart. Chapter 54. The blood is warm in her palm. The shards of blue glass press into her skin, and the seal beneath her sternum answers with a pulse that is not pain, not pleasure, but recognition. She does not hesitate. Her bleeding hand presses flat against her chest, where the marriage seal burns through her dress, through her skin, through the lattice of pressure lines the bond has been weaving for months. Her blood soaks into the fabric, and the seal drinks it. The darkness holds. Emeric's arms are solid around her. He does not try to pull her hand away. He does not speak. His breath is the only anchor in the absolute absence of light, and she feels him choose her again, in this second, without a word. The Sever line opens. It is not a wound. It is not a door. It is a seam she has carried since before she knew her own name. A fault line, Javig laid into her bones the way a glassblower lays a strike line into a finished piece, invisible until the right pressure finds it. Liora presses her palm harder. The seal flares, and the obedience channels begin to snap. The first one goes at the base of her throat, where the bond has been whispering acceptable answers since the night she arrived. It breaks with a sound she feels in her teeth, a harp string cut too hard, and the whisper stops. The second one goes lower, beneath her collarbone, the channel that guided her head down when Aurec entered a room. It does not break. It shatters. She tastes copper. The third channel is deeper, older, wrapped around something she cannot name, a thread that has been pulling her toward compliance since before she understood what compliance meant, a thread that has nothing to do with Aurec and everything to do with being useful, being small, being the girl who survives by making herself invisible. That thread does want to let go. Liora clenches her fist inside her own blood and pulls. The bond screams. Not sound, not vibration. A scream that happens inside her skull, inside her ribs, inside the marrow of her bones. The command layer, the thing that has been circling the hidden chamber for weeks, the thing that wanted her captive, the thing that flinched from the second current, is screaming because she is cutting through it. She does not stop. The Sever line opens wider, and the hidden chamber inside her cracks fully open, and she feels the key Chalveg placed there. Not a piece of herself she lost, not a secret weapon, not a weapon at all. It is a seed, something that was planted before the bond, before the treaty, before she was brought to this house. A seed of what she could become if she chose, something that has been waiting in the dark of her own body for her to reach it. Liora reaches. The chamber floods with light and heat and hunger, a hunger she has been fighting since the first night she woke with the bond under her skin, a hunger for power and blood and the shape of her own becoming. She does not fight it. She lets it rise. The obedience channels snap in sequence, a chain of severances running from her throat down through her chest, through her stomach, through the base of her spine, and each one frees something she did not know was bound. Her heartbeat changes. The rhythm shifts from human to something else, slower, heavier, a drumbeat that does not belong to any house. The cobalt stain on her left thumb burns cold, then hot, then cold again, and she feels the glassblower's marks on her arms, the burn scars, the calluses, the map of a life lived in fire and precision. They do not disappear. They remain, etched into skin that will no longer scar. The hunger deepens. It is not the bond's hunger. It is not Aurec's design. It is not the entity's claim. It is hers, raw and clean. A blade she has forged in her own furnace, a thirst that belongs to no house and no master. She can hear everything. Emeric's heartbeat, steady and terrified and filled with love. The breathing darkness beyond the shattered door, patient, waiting, not claiming, watching. Ilara Ven's pulse, fast and controlled. And Aurec. Aurec's heartbeat is rapid for the first time she has ever heard. He is lurching toward her through the dark. Liora, stop. You are tearing the treaty apart. You are tearing yourself apart. The Sever line is not meant for this. It was meant to cut the bond from the outside, not from within. You will become something even I cannot control. His hand catches her wrist. She is faster. The transformation is not complete. It is not done. But something in her throat has changed. Something in her lungs has changed. And she turns her face toward him in the absolute dark and speaks with a voice that is still hers, but deeper. I was never yours to control. She pulls her wrist free. The Sever line closes. Not sealed, not healed. Closed, like a door she has walked through and can choose to open again if she wishes. The hunger settles into her bones like a second skeleton. Emeric's hands find her face in the dark, cupping her jaw with a tenderness that breaks through the new sharpness in her senses. His voice is rough. Liora, are you still here? She turns toward him. Her eyes have changed. She can feel it, the way the darkness resolves into shapes, the way she can see the heat of his skin, the blood moving beneath it, the pulse at his throat. But she knows his face without needing light. "I am here." Her voice is steady. "I am still myself, but I am not what I was." His thumb traces her cheekbone, light, barely there. The same gesture he used in the dark tunnels weeks ago, when she was still pretending she could leave this house unchanged. Good. Behind them, the breathing darkness shifts, and the council room door explodes inward as armed retainers pour through the threshold, led by Ivan Sarka's voice cutting through the chaos. "Seal the room! No one leaves. The treaty is void, and the bride belongs to whatever house can hold her." Chapter 55. The hunger crests. Not the bond's hunger, not the second current's hunger, not even the hunger she claimed as her own a moment ago. Something deeper, something that was waiting in the seed Jalvik planted, cracks open and pours through her like molten glass through a mold. Leora's spine arches. Emeric's hands are still on her face, but she feels his fingers tremble as her skin temperature drops, as her breath stops in her chest and does not start again, as the rhythm inside her ribs changes from beat to tide. She is not breathing. She counts the seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Her lungs do not demand air. Her heart does not pump. Something else moves the blood now. Something that lives in the hollow where her pulse used to be. And she feels the shift as a falling, as a door swinging open at the bottom of a well she did not know she had been climbing. The room changes, not the light. The room is dark, full of shattered glass and breathing shadows and the heat of bodies pressing through the broken council door. But she can see it all. Every surface, every texture, the grain of the stone floor, the warp in the iron hinges, the dried blood on Ilara Ven's palm where she cut herself to summon Jalvik's voice. She can see the heat. Aurec stands at the edge of the council table and his body glows like a banked coal, red and orange and gold where the blood moves beneath his skin. His heartbeat is a drum she can count, 68 beats per minute, controlled, furious, terrified beneath the control. Even Sarka's retainers flood through the broken door, 7 of them, armed with short blades and crossbows, and their heartbeats are faster, 75, 82, 91, the rhythm of men who expected resistance but not this. The breathing darkness beyond the shattered threshold pulses once, a slow inhale that stirs the torches, and Leora feels its attention settle on her like a hand placed gently on the crown of her head. It does not claim. It waits. Emeric's heartbeat is the loudest, 103 beats per minute, but steady, no tremor in the rhythm, no falter. His hands are still on her face, and she can see the heat of his palms through the cold of her newly changed skin, the blood in his fingers, the pulse at his wrists. "Leora." His voice is low, rough, meant only for her. "Can you hear me?" She turns toward him. The world slides into sharper focus. She can see the sweat on his brow, the tension in his jaw, the fresh blood soaking through the sleeve of his left arm where a blade caught him sometime in the last minute, a wound she did not notice before. "I can hear you." Her voice is different. She knew it would be, but hearing it is another thing. It vibrates in her throat like a struck bell, lower, fuller, carrying a resonance that did not exist before. "You are bleeding. It is not deep. Emeric, I have had worse." His thumb traces the line of her cheekbone, feather light, and she feels it as a pressure, not a pain, not a discomfort, a tenderness that cuts through the new razor sharpness of her senses. "Are you still yourself?" She takes stock. The hidden chamber inside her is open, not cracked, not breached. Open, like a room she has unlocked and can walk through at will. The seed Jalvik planted is not a seed anymore. It is a root system, a lattice of new pathways growing through the space where the blood bond used to hold its command channels. The bond's still there, but it is different. The throat channel that whispered acceptable answers, severed. The collarbone channel that bowed her head to Aurec, severed. The deepest thread, the one that predated the bond, the one that told her to be small and useful and grateful for whatever kindness she was given, severed. What remains is connection without compulsion. She can feel Aurec through the seal, but it is like hearing a voice through a wall instead of having it whisper inside her skull. She can feel the treaty, but it is distant. A document written in a language she used to speak, not the law of her body anymore. She raises her hand and looks at it. The burn scars are still there, the calluses from the glassworks, the cobalt stain on her thumb, cold now, permanent, a mark of the life she chose before she was sold. But her nails have darkened, not black, a deep gray, like the underside of storm clouds, like the stone of the Bastion's oldest foundations. Liora. Emeric's voice pulls her back. The room. Where are you? She meets his eyes. I am here. She holds his gaze. I am myself, but I am not mortal anymore. He does not flinch. He does not pull his hands away. His heartbeat does not change. Good, he says again, and this time the word carries the full weight of everything they have survived to reach this moment. Aurec's voice cuts through the dark. What have you done? She turns toward him. He has not moved from the edge of the council table. His posture is still, controlled, the discipline of a man who has trained himself to show nothing. But she can see the heat in his chest, the furious red pulse beneath his ribs, the way his blood moves faster than his composure lets him admit. I have completed what your treaty began. Her voice is steady, but not on your terms. The Sever line was meant to be used from the outside, from Shalvaig's side. It was a failsafe, not a key, not for this. He takes a step toward her, and she sees the calculation in his face, the rapid reassessment as he tries to fit what she has become into his understanding of how the world works. You do not understand what you have done. The treaty is broken. The seal is incomplete. You are neither Belisar bride nor Ondrasak heir. You are nothing the house law recognizes, and the moment even Sarka's scribe records this, you become a legal nullity, a thing that belongs to anyone who can cage it. I was already a thing that belonged to anyone who could cage me. She stands, and the movement is different, smoother, faster, her body responding before her mind finishes the thought. At least now I know which cage I am refusing. Even Sarka steps through the broken door. He is in full house armor, black steel inlaid with silver, and his dark hair is swept back from a face that looks carved for coins and murder. His smile is thin, pleased, the expression of a man who has won before the game is over. Lord Aurec! Ivan's voice carries through the chaos, silencing the retainers behind him. The treaty is void. Your marriage seal is broken. Your bride has completed a transformation outside the Accords, which, by Article 14 of the Salt Accords, renders her a free legal entity with no enforceable bond to any house. He turns toward Liora, and his smile deepens. Which means, Liora Fenwick, you are no longer property. You are also no longer protected. And there are 7 houses in this city that would very much like to know how you did what you have just done. The breathing darkness pulses behind her. Aurec's hand moves toward his belt. Emeric steps closer, positioning himself between Liora and the room, his shoulder brushing hers, his presence a wall she did not ask for, but will not refuse. And Liora feels the hunger shift inside her, not the hunger for blood, the hunger for choice. She looks at even Sarka, at his armed retainers, at Aurec's controlled fury, at the darkness waiting beyond the broken door. And she speaks with a voice that carries the weight of everything she has cut away. I am not here to be claimed by any of you. Even's smile does not waver. And yet here you are, in a room full of armed houses, with a broken treaty and a transformation that has no legal precedent. You are either the most dangerous woman in Noctis Ve or the most exposed, and I have not yet decided which. He gestures, and the retainers fan out, blocking the door. You have 1 minute to choose a side, Liora Fenwick. After that, I will choose for you. The breathing darkness pulses again, closer this time, and Liora feels it press against the edge of her awareness like a question she has not yet learned to answer. Emeric's hand finds hers in the dark. His blood is warm, his grip is steady, and the hunger inside her, the new hunger, the one that belongs to no house and no master, opens its eyes and looks at the room full of armed vampires and sees, for the first time in her life, not a cage, a field of choice. Chapter 56. Even Sarka's smile holds as his retainers fan out, a semicircle of black steel and silver inlay that cuts the council room in half. The breathing darkness pulses at Liora's back, and she feels it the way she feels her own heartbeat now, distant, steady, hers. "You have 30 seconds, Even says. "Choose a side, or I choose for you." Aurec moves before she can answer. He steps around the council table, his long coat settling like a blade being drawn, and he does not look at Even. He looks at Emeric. "Step away from her." Emeric does not move. "I said step away." "No." Emeric's voice is quiet, not defiant, but the word lands like a stone in still water. He does not raise it. He does not need to. "I have spent months stepping away from her. I have stood in doorways and watched you dress her in chains she did not recognize. I have lied for you, bled for you, buried reports that would have let her see the shape of your design before it was too late to resist it." His hand tightens around hers. "I am done stepping away. You are blood sworn to this house. I am blood sworn to nothing that treats people as currency." The room goes still. Even Ivan's retainers hold, watching the fracture spread between two men who were once brothers. Aurec's face does not change. That is what makes it terrible. No fury, no pleading, no crack in the discipline he has worn so long it has become his skeleton. He simply looks at Emeric the way a general looks at a soldier who has thrown down his weapon in the middle of a battle. "You are traitor." "I am." Emeric's voice holds. "I have been for months. The only question is whether you knew and chose to look away, or did not know and are worse at your own house than you believe." Aurec's hand moves to his belt. The gesture is small, almost unconscious, the way a man checks for a blade he has carried for years. "The marriage was theft dressed as law." Emeric's voice carries now, filling the broken room. "You took a mortal woman who had no choice and told her the cage was a contract. You called it necessary. You called it peace. You called it duty. But it was theft, Aurec. You stole her life by inches and told her each inch was a gift." Aurec's silver eyes do not leave Emeric's face. "I did what I had to do to keep 7 houses from burning. Then let them burn." The words hang in the air like a blade that has not yet fallen. Aurec's composure cracks, just a hair, a flicker in his jaw, a shift in the light across his scarred throat. He looks at Liora for the first time since she spoke, and there is something in his face she has never seen before. Not anger, not calculation. Grief. "You are meant to be more than this," he says, and his voice is low, almost soft. "You were meant to matter. I mattered the moment I stopped letting you decide what that meant." Even Sarka claps. The sound is slow, deliberate, the applause of a man who has watched a theater piece reach its final act and approves of the ending. "Beautiful." He steps forward, his dark hair catching the guttering torchlight. "Truly, I came here expecting a legal dispute, and I have witnessed a tragedy, a romance, and a revolution in the space of a single council chamber. The chroniclers will fight over this night for a century." He stops beside Aurec, close enough that the two lords stand shoulder to shoulder. The old enemy and the old ally, separated by a line Liora can no longer see. But the minute is up. He gestures, and his retainers draw steel. The sound is a single note, 7 blades clearing scabbards in a unison that speaks of training, discipline, and the kind of violence that has been waiting for permission. "Liora Fenwick, you are a free legal entity under Article 14 of the Salt Accords. You are also the most valuable piece of unaligned intelligence this city has seen in 3 generations. I am offering you protection, resources, and a place among 7 houses that will treat you as an equal rather than a vessel." He tilts his head, and his smile sharpens. "Or you can stay here with a broken treaty, a husband who would have turned you into a weapon, and a traitor whose blood is about to paint these walls." Emeric moves. He does not draw a blade. He does not need to. He steps in front of Liora, his honey-brown hair falling across his face, his wounded arm held close to his body, and he faces the semicircle of steel with nothing but his body and his name. "Then paint them." Aurec's voice cuts through the room like a scalpel. "Take him." The retainers surge. Not Even's. Aurec's. The elite guard he dismissed earlier, the ones he sent back when he entered the crypts, they were never gone. They were waiting in the corridor beyond the broken door, and they flood through the threshold now, steel drawn, faces set in the cold obedience of men who have been ordered to kill someone they once called brother. Liora sees it before it happens, the lead guard's blade rising, Emeric's weight shifting to protect her instead of himself. The trajectory of the strike aimed not at his heart, but at the space between his ribs, the place where a blade can end a fight without ending a life, because Aurec wants him alive. She moves. Her body answers before her mind finishes the thought, and the hunger, the new hunger, the one that belongs to no house and no master, opens its eyes and shows her exactly how fast she has become. The guard's wrist meets her hand. She does not think about catching it. She simply catches it, and the impact travels up her arm in a shock she barely feels. The blade stops an inch from Emeric's ribs, and the guard's eyes go wide as he realizes what stopped him. She twists. The blade falls. The guard's arm bends at an angle that makes him scream, and the council chamber erupts into war. Chapter 57. The council chamber becomes a storm of steel and shouting. Liora moves without deciding to move. The broken guard's blade is in her hand before he finishes screaming, and she is already turning, already reading the room by heat and heartbeat, the way a glassblower reads a furnace by color and breath. Emeric has her back. She feels him shift, feels the weight of his body moving in the same rhythm she does, and the understanding passes between them without words. They cannot win this. They can survive it. Even's retainers are pushing against Aurec's elite guard, and the collision of two trained forces in a space meant for council, not combat, creates chaos. Bodies jam, blades catch on stone and furniture, someone overturns a table, and documents scatter into the torchlight like wounded birds. Liora grabs Emeric's collar and pulls him sideways, through the gap where the breathing darkness still pulses beyond the broken door. The entity does not stop her. It parts around her like water around a stone, and she feels its attention brush against the new pathways inside her, the root system that replaced the bond's command channels. Recognition. Not approval, not hostility, acknowledgement. They are through the threshold and into the corridor beyond when the fighting spills after them. Left, Emeric says, and she trusts him, takes the turn at speed, her new eyes mapping the dark in shades of gray and silver. The bastion's lower corridors are a labyrinth she has never memorized, but he has. He has been mapping these halls for months, preparing for a flight he hoped would never come. They take 3 turns, then a stairwell down, then a servant's passage so narrow their shoulders brush the walls on both sides. Behind them, boot steps, multiple sets, gaining. Liora's lungs do not burn. Her heart does not race. The absence of those familiar limits is disorienting, like stepping through a door and finding the ground has vanished. Ahead, the passage opens into a wider service corridor lined with storage alcoves, and Tamsin is there. She steps out of an alcove with a leather pouch in her hand and blood on her sleeve, her hair half loose from its pins, her face set in the expression of someone who has been running faster than the news of disaster. "You made it." Not a question. She is already turning, already leading them deeper into the warren. "This way. There is a gate at the east cistern that the house records do not list." Tamsin. "I know what is happening above." She does not slow. The entire bastion is splitting into factions. Guards are choosing sides. Audrec's elites are trying to hold the council chamber, but Even's men are pressing the east stair. They follow her through a turning that is nearly invisible, a gap between 2 storage racks that opens into a lower hallway lined with old ward torches, their flames burning low and blue. "The steward's chambers are breached," Tamsin says, and her voice changes. "I was in the service passages when the fighting started. I saw what was happening. I saw Matthias Roque standing at his desk, unlocking something, and I saw what he was holding when he turned to face the door." She stops at an iron gate set into the stone. She holds up a brass ring, heavy, old, carrying 3 keys and a sigil that catches the blue light. "His confiscation ring." Liora stares at it. "You stole Matthias Roque." "I took it from his desk while he was looking the other way." Tamsin's jaw tightens. He has been collecting keys from every treaty bride for decades. The Varant, the Halvar, the Morn. He told them it was procedure, that the bastion locks were keyed to their blood and would stop recognizing them once the transformation advanced. He was wrong. He was keeping them locked in. She holds the ring out, and Liora sees the keys. 3 of them. 1 brass, worn smooth by age, 1 black iron with a twisted bow, 1 silver, thin as a needle, with a seal that matches the blood bond crest on Liora's collarbone. But it is the sigil on the ring itself that makes the bottom drop out of Liora's stomach. It is engraved into the brass band, a pattern so fine it could be a scratch or a flaw. But Liora's new eyes see the truth of it. The sigil is deliberate, and it matches the hidden channels inside her seal, the ones Chalveg's Sever line branched through, the ones only Liora should have been able to see. Tamsin, her voice comes out wrong. Put this in the light. Tamsin steps sideways until the blue torch flame falls across the ring's surface. The sigil is unmistakable. 3 interlocking curves, a straight line through the center, a small circle at the base. The same pattern that runs through the deepest layer of Liora's blood bond architecture. Liora's hand closes around Emeric's arm. He is looking at the ring, and she sees the exact moment he recognizes what it means, because his face goes still in a way she has learned to read as the moment before violence. He knew, Liora says. Matthias knew the Sever line existed. He knew how it was designed. He has been holding the keys that could have locked me in or let me out, and he never told anyone. Tamsin's eyes are wide. He gave me the sequence, Liora whispers. When we were in the holding chamber, he gave me the sequence to breach the river crypt wards. He pretended it was procedure. He knew I would need it. He is the steward, Emeric says, and his voice is hard. He has been serving House Belisar for 30 years. He chose to let us be trapped. He chose to let the bond advance. If he knew the Sever line existed, if he knew about the keys, he chose anyway. Liora looks at the ring. He knew what was inside me. He knew what Chalveg had planted, and he gave me a way out while pretending he was following orders. The corridor behind them is still silent, but it will not stay that way. Does it open the gate? Liora asks. Tamsin fits the brass key into the iron gate's lock. It turns with a sound like a held breath, and the gate swings open onto a passage that slopes down into absolute dark. Bride wards, Tamsin says. Archive locks, service gates, and one more thing. She points at the silver key, the one thin as a needle, the one with the blood bond seal. I do not know what that opens, but it is the only key on the ring that still feels warm. Liora takes the ring from Tamsin's hand. The silver key vibrates against her fingers, a low, constant hum, like the note the bond sang when she first cut the obedience channels. It is keyed to her, not to Matthias, not to House Belisar, to her. What have you done, Steward Rook? She asks the empty corridor, and the dark does not answer. Emeric touches her shoulder. We have to move. They will find this gate. She nods, pockets the ring, steps through the threshold, and as they descend into the blue-lit dark, she feels the silver key pulse against her thigh, a heartbeat where her heart used to be, a question waiting to be answered. Ahead, the passage branches. One fork leads down toward the river and escape. One fork leads deeper, toward the vaults where the previous brides were housed, where their empty bodies walked without memory or name. The silver key pulls toward the deeper path, and behind them, the sound of boot steps echoes into the corridor. Chapter 58. The boot steps are closer. Not a single set, multiple. Moving fast, coordinated, the rhythm of trained men who know these corridors. Liora's new eyes see the fork ahead with perfect clarity. Left slopes down, stone worn smooth by water, air carrying the mineral bite of the river. Escape. Right plunges deeper, the passage narrowing into rough-hewn walls, where the blue torchlight does not reach, the silver key pulling like a second pulse against her thigh. The vaults, where the previous brides walked without memory or name. Left, Emeric says. River. We can reach the cistern gate before they... The key. Liora's hand presses against the pocket where the ring rests. It wants the deeper path. Liora. His voice is carefully even. The river means freedom. The vaults mean we do not know what is down there. Tamsin is already at the fork, torch raised, eyes scanning both directions. 7 heartbeats behind us, maybe 8. They're not stopping at the gate. Liora feels the silver key hum against her fingers. Not a demand, a question. She thinks of Taria Belisar, walking the crypts without her own name. The Verant Bride, the Halver Bride, the Morn Bride, all of them collected, used, emptied, all of them left in darkness while Matthias Rook kept their keys in a drawer. If she runs for the river, she survives. If she goes deeper, she might learn what they became, what she almost became, what Chalveg's seed was meant to grow into. "I am not leaving them down there," she says. "Not if the key was meant for me." Emeric looks at her for one breath, two. Then he steps past her, toward the deeper passage. "Then we go together." Tamsin curses under her breath, but she follows. "You owe me new lungs for this. The ones I have were not built for running through crypts." The deeper passage swallows them. The walls close in. The blue torchlight fades to a copper thread as the stone changes from cut blocks to rough, natural rock, water weeping through veins of black mineral. The air grows colder. The silver key pulls harder, and Liora follows it like a thread through a labyrinth. Behind them, the boot steps reach the fork. A pause. Voices she cannot quite make out. Then the pursuit continues. Downward. Emeric takes point, his shoulders brushing both walls as he moves. This passage does not appear on any Belisar map I have seen. It is not supposed to. Tamsin's voice echoes from behind. The old brides were housed in chambers that did not officially exist. Matthias kept them off every record. I only found one reference in a seamstress ledger, a note about stain removal for 3rd floor south, but the 3rd floor south wing does not have stained glass. The 3rd floor south wing was sealed 3 years ago, Emeric says. Exactly. The passage opens into a wider corridor, and Liora stops. The walls here are lined with iron rings, dozens of them, set into the stone at waist height, each one connected to a chain that disappears into a slot in the floor. The chains are clean, recently oiled. Someone has been maintaining this place. The silver key pulses once, hard, and Liora follows its pull to the end of the corridor. A door. Not iron like the others. This one is black salt, fused into the stone frame, its surface rippled like cooled glass. No handle, no lock plate. But the silver key vibrates so strongly now that she feels it through every bone in her hand. "This is where they kept them," she says. "The brides who did not complete the transformation. The ones who became empty." Emeric runs his fingers along the salt door's edge. "This was not made by Belisar. This is older. Anresek work. Chalveg's work." The silver key aches against her skin. She draws it from the ring. It is thin as a needle, warm to the touch, and when she presses it to the salt door's surface, a hairline crack spreads from the contact point, branching through the black material in a pattern she recognizes. The same pattern as the sigil on Matthias's ring. The same pattern as the Sever line inside her seal. The door begins to open. Not inward or outward. It dissolves, the black salt crumbling into fine dust that spirals downward, revealing a chamber beyond that seems to breathe. "We do not have time for this," Tamsin hisses. "There may be 2 turns behind us." But Liora is already stepping through. The chamber is round, its walls faced in the same white stone as the ceiling room above. 5 alcoves line the curve, each one containing a basin of the same pale marble. In the center of the room, a circle is recessed into the floor, worn smooth by kneeling, and in the circle, a figure sits. Gray robes, hands folded in the lap, head bowed as if in prayer. Sister Calria Morn. She looks up when Liora enters, and her face is not the controlled mask of a Blood-Scribe. She looks afraid. "You found it?" Callery says. "I knew you would. I told him the key would not stay hidden." "Told who?" "Matthias." Callery's voice is thin. "He told me to wait here. He said you would come. He said if I tried to stop you, I would not survive the attempt." Liora's hand tightens on the silver key. Behind her, Emeric and Tamsin fill the doorway, their breathing loud in the stillness. Callery rises slowly, her gray robes whispering against the stone. "I have been recording blood bonds for 47 contracts," she says. "I have watched women transform, fade, and empty. I have written down every stage as sacred progress because I believed the covenant was holy. I believed the law was just." She takes a step closer. "I was wrong. The words hang in the cold air. Matthias Roque has been holding the keys to this room for 30 years, Caria says. He knew the previous brides were not failed vessels. They were prisoners. Women who survived the transformation but refused to serve. Women who remembered who they were and would not bend. He kept them here until they forgot. Until they became empty, Liora says. No. Caria's eyes are bright with something like grief. Until they became quiet. The emptiness was a performance, a survival tactic. They learned that resistance meant pain, so they stopped resisting visibly. But they were still inside, trapped in bodies that no longer obeyed them. Liora stares at her. Is that what would have happened to me? If you had let the sealing finish, yes, Caria's voice cracks. You would have become a perfect weapon, obedient, powerful, unable to refuse. I would have written down each stage of your obedience as sacred progress, and I would have believed I was serving the Covenant. The silver key burns. You knew, Emeric says, and his voice is hard as steel. You knew what the sealing actually did, and you performed the rites anyway. I believed. Caria's face twists. I believed the Covenant was greater than the individual women it consumed. I believed sacrifice was the price of peace. I believed. She stops, swallows. I believed because I was afraid not to. Boot steps in the corridor, multiple sets, close. Matthias is coming, Caria says. He has cleared the passage. He wants to speak to you before the decision is made for you. Liora does not turn. What decision? The voice comes from the doorway. Matthias Roque stands there, alone, his ledger tucked under one arm, his face carrying the same careful neutrality she has seen every day since she arrived, but his hands are empty of chains or weapons. I have been serving House Belisar for 30 years, he says. I have kept its secrets. I have recorded its crimes as procedure. I have told myself that the Covenant required my neutrality, that I was preserving order, not complicity. He steps into the chamber. But I also gave you the crypt ward sequence. I left the keys where Tamsin could find them. I told Kalira to wait here because I knew you would follow the silver key to this room. Why? Liora asks. Because I serve the treaty's sanctity, not any single lord. Matthias's eyes meet hers. And what Aurec intended for you was not sanctified by the Salt Accords. He altered the bond's architecture. He accelerated the transformation. He designed a vessel, not a bride. The treaty was broken the moment he decided you would never leave this house. He holds out his hand. Not a weapon, a folded paper. The final sequence for the river crypt wards, he says. The one I pretended to give you earlier was incomplete. This one will open the gate and collapse the tunnel behind you, sealing pursuit. Liora does not take it. Why should I trust you? Because I am standing here alone, without guards, while my lord orders your capture. Matthias's mouth tightens. Because I have been collecting keys from treaty brides for decades, and I have never before given one to a woman who could actually use it. You are the first who cut the Sever line yourself. You are the first who chose. I will not stand between you and the freedom no one else earned. The boot steps are very close now. A voice echoes through the passage. Steward Roque, do you have them contained? Matthias does not look away from Liora. Take the sequence, he says. Go through the deeper vaults. There is a gate at the lowest level that opens onto the river. It has not been used since the coup. No one will expect you to know it exists. Why are you doing this? Liora asks. Matthias Roque, steward of ceremonies, keeper of House Belisar's most dangerous secrets, looks at her with something that might be grief. Because if I do not help you, then everything I have done for 30 years has been for nothing, and I need to believe that I was saving the key for someone who would actually use it. He presses the paper into Liora's hand. Go. Now. Caria steps back into the alcove, her gray robes settling around her like surrender. I will hold them here, she says. I cannot undo what I have done, but I can delay. Liora looks at the paper, at Matthias, at Caria, at Emeric, who is already moving toward the chamber's far wall, where a lower door is set into the stone, barely visible in the dim light. Tamsin is there, her torch raised, her face grim. The silver key, she says. Try it. Zora crosses to the door, fits the silver key into a lock she did not see until the key was nearly touching it. It turns. The door swings open onto a stairwell that descends into absolute black. Behind her, Kalira's voice rises in a formal greeting. "Steward Roos, I was not expecting—" "She is not here, Kalira." Aurec's voice. Liora freezes. "No," Aurec says. "She is inside that chamber, and you are lying to me. Again." Emeric grabs her arm. "Now, Liora." She does not move. Aurec's shadow stretches across the white stone floor, cast by a torch she cannot see. He is not running. He is walking. Slowly. Deliberately. "I have spent my life building a peace that would survive me," he says, his voice carrying through the door. "I have made choices that cost me everything I loved. I have watched women turn to ash and salt in these chambers. I told myself it was necessary. I told myself the end justified the cost." He stops at the threshold. His pale, silver eyes find Liora's through the gap in the door. "But I was wrong." The door begins to close. "The treaty was never worth you," Aurec says. "Run." Chapter 59. The stairwell descends for what feels like a full turn of the Bastion's foundations. The air changes. Warmer, wetter, older. Liora's transformed eyes track the walls in perfect clarity. Black stone gives way to rough-hewn salt rock veined with something dark that glistens when her torch passes over it. The sigils carved into the walls are not Belisar work. They are Undrisek. Jalvig's hand, or her mother's, or her grandmother's. A lineage of women who built passages beneath a house that never knew they existed. Emeric moves ahead of her, one hand on the wall, reading the carvings without slowing. "These are Salt Covenant wards," he says. "Designed to hide what is buried here from anyone who does not carry Undrisek blood. The Bastion's foundations were laid over them. House Belisar built on top of a sealed threshold and never knew." "That means Jalvig knew about this place before the treaty," Liora says. "Before you were born." Tamsin's torch hisses behind them. The corridor opens into something ahead. I can feel air moving. They emerge into a chamber that was never meant to be found. It is round, vast. The ceiling disappears into darkness above. 5 alcoves ring the walls, each one containing the same thing: a stone shelf, a silver basin, and a set of iron restraints bolted into the salt rock. The restraints are not ceremonial. They are functional. Wrist cuffs, ankle cuffs, a collar ring set deep into the stone above each shelf. Liora stops breathing. She does not need to breathe anymore, but the reflex stalls anyway. "It looks like a sealing chamber," Emeric says slowly. "But not for a rite. For containment." Tamsin moves to the nearest alcove. Her fingers touch the collar ring, and she flinches. "These are worn smooth," she says. "Someone was kept here, stabbed at this shelf. For a long time." Liora turns in a slow circle. The evidence is everywhere. Water stains on the stone where bodies lay still for days, scrape marks on the floor where restraints were adjusted. A pile of rusted iron in the corner, newer than the rest, as if someone removed them recently and left them there. She crosses to the center of the chamber. A recessed circle is worn into the salt rock floor, just like the one in the white stone chamber above. But this one is surrounded by 5 smaller circles, each connected by lines carved deep into the stone. A containment lattice. 5 brides, 5 alcoves, 1 master circle. Emeric is studying the walls. There are names here, carved into the stone. Liora joins him. The names are worn but legible. Alara, Sereth, Myron, Vilda, Taria Belisar. "The 7th bride," Liora whispers. "No," Emeric's voice is hollow. "Not the 7th, the 5th. There were more before her. These are the ones who never left." Tamsin is crouched beside the pile of rusted restraints, turning them over with her torch. "These are not Belisar work. The metal is different, older." Liora's vision sharpens without effort. The restraints have sigils etched into them, matching the Sever line patterns, matching the channels Chaveb planted inside her. "They are Undrisek designed," she says. "My grandmother made these." The words land like stones in still water. Emeric looks at her. She built the cages. She built the means to free us, too. Liora's voice is steady, but the truth sits cold in her chest. She made both. the cages, and the key. She made sure I would have a choice. A choice between what? Tamsin asks, becoming one of them or running fast enough to escape. Liora does not answer. She walks to the center of the master circle and kneels. The stone is cold through her palms. The sigils beneath her fingers are identical to the ones inside her own seal. She presses her hand to the circle. The lattice responds. It hums, a vibration that travels up through her arm, through the seal, through the severed channels that still connect her to the bond. The 5 alcove circles pulse with a faint amber light, each one answering the master circle like a web waking from sleep. Liora feels it, the architecture of containment, designed to hold 5 brides in stasis while the bond completed its work, designed to keep them docile, obedient, alive but not living. This was the backup plan, she says. If the brides resisted the transformation, they were brought here, strapped into the alcoves. The lattice would finish the conversion by force. Emeric's hand finds her shoulder. And if they still refused? Liora looks at the rusted restraints. Then they stayed until the refusal was broken. The amber light spreads through the chamber. The walls catch the glow, and more carvings emerge. Names, dates, bloodlines. A record of every treaty bride brought to House Belisar and every outcome. Liora reads them in silence. Celine Vrant, refused completed, converted by lattice, housed in lower vaults 7 years, died of isolation. Rena Halvar, refused completed, converted by lattice, housed in lower vaults 3 years, petitioned for termination, granted. Mira Morn, accepted, served 12 years as house consort, died in childbirth, child retained by House Belisar. Liora's throat tightens. She keeps reading. Tarja Belisar, refused completed, converted by lattice, survived conversion, memory suppressed, walks the crypts without name, status, uncontained. Uncontained, she repeats. They let her walk. Emeric's voice is barely audible, because she could not remember who she was. Tamsin stands, her face is pale in the amber light. How many? Liora scans the wall. The names go back further than she expected. 17, 20, 23 treaty brides brought into House Belisar over the centuries. Some converted willingly, most did not. The lattice was built for 5 alcoves, Liora says, but it was used for more. They rotated them, broke one, moved her out, brought the next one in. Emeric's hand tightens on her shoulder. And now they have you. Liora rises. She looks at the restraints, the alcoves, the worn stone where generations of women lay still and waited to be unmade. The amber light pulses again. The lattice is still active, still waiting for a bride to complete. But Liora is not the woman who walked into this chamber. She turns to face the master circle. The seal beneath her sternum burns with a warmth that is not pain. It is recognition. The lattice was designed to accept a blood-bonded bride and finish the transformation by force. But the lattice was designed for passive vessels, for women whose obedience pathways were intact. Liora's obedience channels are severed. The lattice has never met a bride like her. What are you thinking? Emeric asks. I am thinking that Chalvig built both the cage and the key. Liora presses her hand to the master circle again, but this time she pushes her will into the seal. And I am thinking she built the cage first, but she made sure the key could turn the mechanism against itself. The amber light shudders. Liora opens the Sever line, not to cut, to feed. She pushes her transformed blood through the seal, into the lattice, through the lines connecting the 5 alcoves. The walls groan. The amber light flickers and deepens, bleeding toward red. What did you do? Tamsin asks. I showed it what I am. Liora's voice is calm. The completed transformation, freely chosen, no obedience pathways. The lattice does not know how to contain a bride who was never broken. The red light spreads through the entire chamber. The restraints in the pile begin to vibrate. From the corridor behind them, boot steps, many of them. Tamsin spins toward the sound. They found us. Emeric moves to the corridor mouth, blade drawn. How many? Too many. Tamsin's torch illuminates the first set of boots entering the stairwell. Liora stays at the master circle. Her palm presses harder. The lattice screams in a frequency only she can hear. The 5 alcove circles ignite fully, casting crimson light across the walls. She has a choice. Leave the lattice intact. Let House Belisar use it on the next bride. Or destroy it. Tear the containment mechanism apart so thoroughly that no one ever straps another woman to a salt rock shelf again. Destroying it will alert every ward keeper in the Bastion. It will signal exactly where she is. It will bring the entire house down on this chamber. Emeric is at the threshold, watching her. Liora? She knows what he is asking. How much is this worth? How much time she is willing to trade for a chamber that will hold only ghosts? She looks at the names carved into the wall. Ilara, Sereth, Mirren, Velda, Taria. I am not leaving this standing, she says. She pushes. The lattice shatters. The walls crack. The 5 alcove circles explode outward, sending salt and stone and rusted iron across the chamber. The restraints in the pile seize and snap. The master circle beneath her hand splits in 2. The corridor screams with the sound of collapsing stone and the distant clang of ward bells. Tamsin stares at the destruction. They know exactly where we are. Liora turns from the broken circle. Good. She draws the silver key. The deeper door at the far end of the chamber glows with a pale light that was not there before. The lattice is gone, but something else has opened in its place. Chapter 60. The pale light from the deeper door pulses once, twice, then holds steady. Liora stands at the center of the broken master circle. The lattice's destruction has left a web of cracks radiating across the chamber floor, and the air tastes of salt, stone dust, and something older that the shattered mechanism was holding back. The voices from the corridor grow louder. Guards are calling to each other, coordinating. They will be at the chamber mouth within a minute. Liora! Emeric's voice is calm but urgent. We need to move. She looks at the deeper door. The silver key vibrates in her palm. Whatever lies beyond was sealed by the same Andrasak blood that built the lattice. It has been waiting for the lattice to fall. Tamsin is already at the far wall, running her fingers along the stone. There is a draft here, behind this section. Liora crosses to her. The stone feels different beneath her palm, warmer, vibrating with the same frequency as the river wind. I can feel it. Liora presses her ear to the crack. Air moving. The river is close. There is a wind shaft, Tamsin says. I mapped something like this in the upper levels, ventilation channels that connect to the river face. The records. The walls hold 23 names, but they also hold documentation, ledgers, Blood-Scribe reports, the full accounting of every bride brought to this chamber. Liora steps back and studies the wall. The stone is not solid. It is a facade, fitted panels designed to hide what lies behind them. She drives her fist through the first panel. The stone cracks, splinters, falls away. Behind it is a narrow shaft cut into the rock, angling upward. Cold air rushes past her face, carrying the smell of river water and iron. And stacked against the shaft wall, bound in oiled leather, are the records. Tamsin lets out a breath. She kept them. Lauvig, Liora says. She left everything. The names, the dates, the protocols. She grabs the first bundle. The leather is stiff but intact. She does not open it. She does not need to read it. She knows what it contains. Every detail of every conversion, every woman who was brought here broken and left here empty. The guards' voices are in the outer corridor now. They have reached the stairwell. Emeric is at the chamber mouth, blade ready. Liora! She looks at the records in her hands. 23 bundles, 23 testimonies. She carries them to the wind shaft and begins feeding them into the current. What are you doing? Tamsin's voice is sharp. That is proof. Proof they will burn the moment they take control of this chamber. Liora does not stop. But if the wind carries them through the ventilation system, they will scatter across the lower levels. Servants will find them, ward keepers, visitors. The morning shift will discover evidence scattered through every corridor. The first bundle vanishes into the shaft. She reaches for the second. Tamsin stares for a heartbeat. Then she grabs the third bundle and feeds it into the current beside Liora. They work in silence. The wind takes each bundle, pulls it into the darkness, carries it upward into the bastion's hidden arteries. The guards reach the chamber mouth. "Stop them!" a voice shouts. Emeric moves to intercept, but Liora is already turning. She is faster now, stronger. The hunger that opened its eyes in the council chamber is awake again, watching, waiting to see what she will do with the power she claimed. She meets the first guard at the threshold. He is young. His hand is on his blade. He has not drawn it yet. "Step aside," she says. "I have orders." Whose orders? The guard hesitates. That hesitation tells her everything. The chain of command in the bastion is fracturing. Aurec's orders, Ivan's orders, the wardkeeper's orders. No one knows who to obey. "The lattice," he says. "You destroyed the lattice." "I destroyed a chamber full of restraints," Liora's voice carries. "I destroyed the mechanism that kept women strapped to stone shelves while their minds were unmade. If your lord has a problem with that, he can tell me himself." Behind her, Tamsin feeds the last bundle into the wind shaft. The guard's gaze flicks past Liora to the broken alcoves, the scattered restraints, the shattered master circle. He lowers his hand from his blade. "Move," Liora says. He moves. She steps past him into the corridor, and Emeric falls in beside her, Tamsin close behind. But before they can reach the stairwell, a voice cuts through the stone hall. "Liora Fenwick." Sister Kalira Morn stands at the far end of the corridor. Her gray robes are stained with dust and water. Her face is pale, but her eyes are fixed on Liora with a cold intensity that has nothing to do with fear. She has come alone. "Kalira." Liora does not slow. "You should have stayed in the chamber." "I felt the lattice break." Kalira's voice is flat. "Every ward in the lower bastion screamed when you destroyed it." "Good. You have committed sacrilege." "I have torn down a torture chamber." Liora stops 5 feet from her. "If your covenant considers that sacrilege, then your covenant deserves to burn." Kalira's jaw tightens. "The covenant is older than House Belisar. It is older than the Salt Accords. It binds the 7 houses together, and without it, women would not be strapped to stone shelves and emptied of themselves. It was not meant to be used that way. It was used that way." Liora steps closer. "For centuries, by your hands, you performed the rites. You recorded the transformations. You watched them break, and you called it holy." Kalira's hands tremble at her sides. "I believed." She stops. Her voice cracks. "I believed the covenant was sacred, that the transformation was a gift, that the women who walked into the lattice were being elevated, not destroyed. You knew." Liora's voice is quiet. "You knew because you performed the rites on the ones who survived. You watched them walk the crypts without memories. You watched Ilara pace the same passage for 40 years, and you told yourself she was at peace." Kalira's face crumples. "I was wrong." The words come out broken. "I was wrong, and I have spent 30 years telling myself I was serving something greater than my own complicity." Liora watches her. The priestess's grief is real. But it is not enough. Grief does not unstrap the women. Grief does not give Ilara back her memory. "You can carry that guilt for the rest of your life," Liora says. "Or you can help me prove that sacred law built on stolen consent deserves to break." Kalira's eyes lift to hers. "The records are in the wind shafts now," Liora continues. "They will scatter through the lower levels by morning. Servants will read them. Wardkeepers will find them. The truth will spread through every corridor of this bastion." Kalira stares at her. "You want me to let the truth spread? I want you to stop blocking the path." Liora's hand rests on the silver key. "I am going through the deeper door. What lies beyond it is Andrasek work. Chalveg built it. She left the key for me. I am going to find out what she sealed beneath your sacred chamber." Kalira's breath catches. "You do not know what is down there." "Neither do you." Liora turns toward the deeper door. "And I think that terrifies you more than anything I have done tonight." She walks past the priestess. Emeric follows. Tamsin follows. At the deeper door, Liora presses the silver key to the stone. The pale light pulses once. Then the door swings open, revealing a passage that descends into absolute black. Behind her, Kalira stands frozen in the broken chamber, the wind from the shaft stirring her robes, the scattered records already beginning to surface in corridors far above. And from somewhere deep in the passage ahead, Liora hears a sound. Not the entity, not the breathing darkness. A heartbeat, Slow, steady, ancient, waiting. Chapter 61. The heartbeat pulses from the darkness ahead, steady and unhurried, a rhythm that does not match any living thing Liora has ever heard. She stands at the threshold of the deeper door, the silver key still warm in her palm. Behind her, Calria's footsteps scrape against broken stone. Liora! Calria's voice is steadier now. The cracks are still there, audible as fissures in winter ice, but she has gathered herself enough to speak without trembling. You do not know what that door guards. Then tell me. Liora turns. You have served beneath this bastion for 30 years. You felt the lattice break. You know what Shalvig sealed here. Calria's hands are clasped at her waist, the gray robes stirring in the draft from the windshaft. I know what the records say. She takes a breath. I know what I chose not to read, but to have guesses. I have nightmares. Calria's voice drops. The women who survived the lattice, the ones who walked the crypts without memory, some of them spoke in their sleep. Words that were not in any language I recognize. Names that predate the 7 houses. Emeric steps closer to Liora. His hand brushes her elbow, a warning or an offer. And you never investigated, Liora says. I was afraid. Calria's eyes meet hers. I am still afraid, but I am more afraid of what happens if you go down there alone. Then come with me. Calria's breath catches. I cannot. If I leave my post, the ward bells will register an absence at the Blood-Scribe station. Aurec will know I have abandoned the Covenant. The Covenant. Leora's voice is flat. The same Covenant that kept women strapped to stone for centuries. Yes. Calria's jaw tightens. But also the only system that records what was done to them. If I stay, I can make sure the scattered records reach every house. I can testify before the quorum. I can make yourself useful. Calria flinches. Yes. Liora studies her. The priestess's grief is real. Her terror is real. But so is her capacity for self-deception, the same capacity that let her serve the lattice for 30 years without rebellion. If you stay, Liora says slowly, and if you help the truth surface, then when I come back, if you come back. When I come back, Liora repeats, I will need witnesses who can speak what they saw, not women who looked away. Calria's chin lifts. I will not look away again. You said that once before, when you performed your first sealing on a woman who did not consent. The silence stretches. I know. Calria's voice is barely audible. I know what I said, and I know the weight of breaking that promise. She meets Liora's gaze, but I am standing here, in a chamber I helped build, watching the door open to truths I have spent decades ignoring. That is not nothing. Liora holds her gaze for a long moment. Then she turns back to the deeper door. Stay with the records. Make sure they spread. And when Aurec or Even or whoever tries to bury them, you stand in front of the evidence and you tell them what you told me. Calria nods, a single, grave motion. I will. Liora steps through the doorway. The darkness swallows her immediately. Not the darkness of a room with no light, but something older, thicker, a presence that presses against her skin like warm water. Behind her, she hears Calera's footsteps retreating, then Emeric's breath close to her ear. Shalvig built this. Feels like her work. Tamsin's voice comes from Leora's left. Saltwards, the air tastes like the northern quarries. They descend. The stairwell curves downward, the walls changing from black stone to salt rock veined with mineral the color of dried blood. The heartbeat grows louder with each step, not faster but more present, as if they are walking toward its source. Leora's new eyes adjust. She sees heat shadows on the walls, the faint glow of residual warmth from the stone above. But ahead there is only cold, and the heartbeat. They reach a landing. The passage opens into a chamber carved from the living rock, circular, with 7 alcoves arranged in a pattern Liora recognizes instantly, the same pattern as the containment lattice above, but older, much older. In the center of the chamber, a pillar of black salt rises from the floor to the ceiling, and chained to the pillar, arms spread, head bowed, is a woman. Her hair is white. Her skin is the color of old bone. She wears the remnants of a robe that might once have been gray, now stained black with centuries of salt exposure. She does not move. But the heartbeat is coming from her. Liora steps closer. The woman's head lifts, her eyes open. They are the color of winter sky, pale and vast and utterly empty. And then they focus on Liora, and the emptiness fills with something ancient and aware. Under Resek. The woman's voice is dry as dust, scraping against stone. I wondered when your blood would come calling. Liora's hand tightens on the silver key. I am Liora Fenwick. I know who you are. The woman's lips curve, a smile that has nothing to do with warmth. I have been waiting for you since before your grandmother was born. Emeric steps forward. Who are you? The woman turns her gaze to him. Her smile deepens. The first bride, little brother. The one who survived so the others could be made. Liora's blood goes cold. You are, I am, sister of salt. The woman's chains clink as she shifts. The first Undresek sold to Belisar 300 years ago, and I have been chained to this pillar ever since, keeping the door closed with my own heartbeat. She looks at Liora. You destroyed the lattice above. You opened the deeper door, and now you stand before the seal I have guarded with my life. She raises her chained hands. So I ask you, Liora Fenwick, granddaughter of Javig, did you come to finish what she started? The heartbeat pulses through the chamber, and the black salt pillar begins to crack. Chapter 62. The stairwell narrows as they descend, the salt walls bleeding moisture. Water drips somewhere ahead, not the steady pulse of the sister's heartbeat, but something faster, shallower. River water. Liora moves first, Emeric at her shoulder, Tamsin 3 steps behind with her hand on the salt-crusted wall. The passage opens onto a flooded landing. Black water laps at the bottom step, carrying the smell of iron and rotting rope. The ceiling hangs low, studded with mineral deposits that catch the faint glow from Liora's eyes. This is the old cistern line, Tamsin says. Padias's sequence takes us through the drainage channel, if it's still passable. Liora tests the water with her boot. Cold, moving, not stagnant. She steps in. The water rises to her knees, then her thighs. The current pulls from the right, toward the river. Emeric follows without hesitation, his hand finding the small of her back in the dark. Tamsin joins them, her breath tight. They wade through the first chamber, past stone arches half collapsed, past iron grills eaten through with rust. The sequence Matthias gave them runs through 3 floodgates and a maintenance shaft that opens onto the old river lock. The first 8 is jammed. Liora pulls at the release bars. Rust flakes off in her hands. The mechanism groans but does not move. Let me. Emeric braces his shoulder against the bars and pushes. The metal shrieks, shifts, then holds. There's a secondary release. Tamsin points to a recessed panel on the wall. Behind the plate. Liora crosses to it. The panel is salt-crusted, sealed with a ward mark she recognizes. Undresek work. She presses her thumb to the sigil. The seal cracks. The panel swings open. Inside, a single lever. She pulls it. The gate lurches upward, releasing a surge of black water that slams into them, knocking Tamsin off her feet. Liora catches her arm, hauls her upright. They push through. The second passage is tighter, the walls closing in until they are walking single file through water up to Liora's chest. The cold seeps into her bones, but her new body does not shiver. Her heart does not race. She notices that. Notices how calm the water feels, how the darkness does not press against her the way it once did, how her pulse stays steady while Tamsin stutters with fear. The third gate is open. Beyond it, the passage widens into a vaulted chamber. The ceiling rises into shadow. The water spreads into a pool that reflects no light. And on the far side, standing on a dry ledge with 6 armed retainers behind him, even Sarka waits. He is smiling. That blade-drawn smile, that practiced ease. He wears a dry coat and polished boots, as if he arrived by a different route entirely. Liora Fenwick. His voice carries across the water. I was beginning to wonder if you would take the river path at all. Emeric steps in front of her. Even's smile does not waver. Even, Step reason for the snows long. Ivan's smile does not waver. Emeric, still breathing. That is fortunate. Step aside, Sarka. I will not. Ivan folds his hands behind his back. I have a proposition for your lady. One she would be wise to hear before she makes another choice she cannot undo. Liora moves past Emeric. The water slaps against her ribs. Say it. Ivan inclines his head. Direct. I appreciate that. He takes a step closer, stopping at the ledge's edge. You have destroyed the lattice. You have scattered the records. You have broken the bond that held you to Belisar. All admirable, but you are still a transformed woman with no house, no protection, and a very long list of enemies who want to know how you did what you did. You want to know too. I do. No shame in his voice. But I am also offering you something Aurec never did. A choice. I already chose. I chose myself. And yourself is currently wading through a flooded crypt toward a gate that opens onto open water, where you will emerge in the river quarter with no allies, no army, and a price on your head that every house in Noctis Vey will be eager to collect. Ivan's voice stays warm, conversational, unless you accept my protection. Emeric's hand tightens on his blade. What protection? Full amnesty under House Sarka, legal standing, a seat at the table where the 7 houses decide what happens to the Belisar Treaty and every bride who survived it. Ivan's gaze locks onto Liora. You want to speak the truth? I will give you a platform that reaches every house in the city. You want to make sure no other woman is turned into a weapon? I will put the evidence you scattered into legal hands that will ensure Aurec faces the Salt Accords Tribunal. And what do you want in return? Ivan's smile deepens. Testimony, full testimony, under oath, before the quorum of houses. You will tell them everything. The altered bond, the lattice, the previous brides, Aurec's violation of the Accords. You will let me present you as the living proof of Belisar's crimes. And after? After, you are free to go where you wish. House Sarka will not pursue you. I will not bind you to any contract. He spreads his hands. I am offering you justice, Liora, real justice, public acknowledgement, a reckoning that will shake the foundations of every house that has treated treaty brides as disposable. It sounds perfect. That is what makes Liora's skin crawl. And Emeric? Ivan's gaze slides to Emeric. Emeric Drosselmar is a traitor to House Belisar. That status protects him under no house's law. If he comes with you, he is a fugitive. If he stays in the city, he is subject to Belisar's justice. Then he comes with me. Then he is a fugitive under my protection, which means I am harboring a known traitor. Ivan's tone does not change. That is a political cost I am willing to bear, for a time. But I will not lie to you, Liora. There will be limits. There will be expectations. There will be moments when you must choose between his safety and your principles. You are asking me to trade one cage for another? I am asking you to trade a cage built by a man who wanted you dead or broken, for a cage built by a man who wants you alive and speaking. Ivan's voice drops. They are not the same. Liora feels Emeric's hand find hers under the water, squeezes once. She looks at Ivan's retainers. 6 armed figures in Sarka colors. No sign of Aurec's guard in this passage. No sign of anyone else. She looks at the gate behind Ivan, the river lock. Freedom, if she can reach it. You want to use me, she says. Of course I want to use you. Vance's smile does not flicker. You are the most valuable political asset in Noctis Vey. Every house will want to use you. The only question is whether you choose the usage that serves your purpose or the one that serves theirs. And what serves your purpose? Aurec Belisar's public humiliation, the collapse of his treaty, the redistribution of his strategic holdings. Ivan ticks them off on his fingers. And the precedent that no house may engineer a blood bond beyond the Accords without facing consequences. That is what I want. It is clean, it is legal, and it benefits you directly. Liora studies him. He holds her gaze, patient, amused, unblinking. She sees what he is doing. He is giving her the truth, or enough of it, so she believes she is choosing freely. He is showing her the bars of the cage and calling them a framework for justice, but his smile is the same smile he wore in the council chamber when he told her the treaty was void and she belonged to whichever house could hold her. He has not changed his goal, only his method. If I refuse? Evan's expression does not shift. Then you wade past me, open that gate, and swim for the river quarter, with 6 armed retainers who have orders to follow you at a distance, and every house in the city will learn your location within the hour. You would track me. I would know where you are. That is not the same as pursuing you. He tilts his head. But I will not pretend I would let you vanish. You are too valuable to lose. Emeric's voice is low. He wants you as a weapon no less than Aurec did. Even hears him. A weapon is something you point at your enemy. I am offering you a voice. Evan's eyes stay on Liora. What you do with that voice is your choice, but you cannot speak if you are hunted, and you cannot build a future if you are hiding. Liora feels the weight of the silver key still pressed against her palm. She feels the sister's heartbeat still pulsing in her memory. She feels Emeric's hand in hers, steady and warm. And she looks at Ivan Sarka, standing on his dry ledge with his polished offer and his smiling mouth, and she knows exactly what he is. A different kind of cage, with better curtains. Step away from the gate, she says. Ivan's smile flickers. You are refusing. I am not answering. Liora moves forward, water dragging at her thighs. I am telling you to step away from the gate so I can see what is on the other side before I decide. You cannot open that gate without the sequence. I have the sequence. Ivan's gaze drops to her hand, then rises. You would trust Matthias Ruth's sequence over my offer? I would trust my own eyes over both. She is 10 feet from the ledge now. Emeric moves with her, Tamsin behind. Now step aside. Ivan does not move. The retainer's hands drift toward their blades. The water laps against the stone. And in the silence, Liora hears something new. Footsteps coming from the passage behind her. Not fast, not running. Measured, deliberate. She does not turn. She knows who it is. Ivan's smile returns. It seems, he says softly, you have run out of time to decide. Chapter 63. The footsteps stop 10 feet behind her. Liora does not turn. She does not need to. The rhythm is measured, deliberate, unhurried, a stride that owns every inch of stone it crosses. She has memorized that cadence through long dinners and longer silences, through council chambers and candlelit corridors, where every word was a test and every glance a verdict. Aurec. Ivan's smile deepens, but something shifts behind his eyes. A recalibration, a new calculation slotting into place. He has 2 prizes now, not one. A transformed treaty bride and the lord who broke the accords to make her, both standing in the same flooded crypt. Lord Belisar, Ivan says, and his voice carries the satisfaction of a hunter who has watched the second deer step into the clearing. Your timing is impeccable. I was just explaining to your wife the terms of her survival. Aurec does not answer him. She hears him stop, feels the weight of his attention settle on her spine. Liora. Her name. Not wife, not treaty bride. Her name. She turns. Aurec stands at the mouth of the passage, alone. No elite guard at his shoulders, no retinue. His coat is streaked with salt dust and what might be blood along the cuff, and his hair has come loose from its usual discipline, dark strands falling across his brow. He looks like a man who has walked through collapsing stone to reach her. His silver eyes find hers. Don't, he says. Quiet, almost gentle. Don't what? Ivan's voice cuts in. Don't offer her what you never did? Don't give her a voice, a future, a place among houses that will treat her as an equal rather than a vessel? Aurec's gaze does not leave Liora. Don't make the same mistake twice. The water laps against her thighs. Emeric's hand is still in hers, steady and warm. Tamsin breathes behind her, close enough that Liora feels the small tremor in her ribs. She looks at Aurora, standing in the dark with dust on his coat and desperation bleeding through his stillness. She looks at Ivan, poised on his dry ledge with his polished smile and his 6 armed witnesses. 2 cages, 2 masters. She is done with both. You want to know what I choose? She says, and her voice carries through the vaulted chamber, clear and cold. "I choose neither of you." Even's smile falters. Aurec's expression does not change, but something in his posture shifts, a tension that is not release, but recognition. He has heard this note before. He heard it in the council chamber when she broke his bond. He heard it in the crypt when she told him the treaty was never worth her. He knows what she sounds like when she is done negotiating. "Liora," Even's voice sharpens. "You cannot open that gate alone, and even if you could, where would you go? The river quarter is Sarka territory. Every house in Noctis Vey will know your location before you surface. Then they will know it. And Emeric?" Even's gaze slides to the man beside her. "He is a traitor to House Belisar. No house will shelter him. No house will offer him protection. If you take him into the river quarter, you doom him to a life of hiding in mortal slums, always one step ahead of Belisar justice. Is that the future you want for him?" Liora feels Emeric's hand tighten around hers. She does not look at him. She does not need to. She already knows what he will choose. "Emeric walks where I walk," she says. "That is his choice, and I will not trade his safety for your cage, even Sarka, no matter how finely you drape the bars." Even's jaw tightens. For the first time, the smile slips entirely. "You are being a fool. I am being free." Liora takes a step forward, water dragging at her thighs. "You want me as living proof against Aurec. You want to parade me before the quorum, let me speak my testimony, then install me in a Sarka estate where I will be your asset, your precedent, your instrument. You will call it protection, you will call it alliance, but I will still be a thing you use, and I will still wake every morning knowing my blood answers to a master who is not myself. You would rather die in these crypts? I would rather choose my own death than let you dress my survival in your colors." Yvonne's retainers shift, hands drift toward blades. Emeric moves beside her. Tamsin steps up from behind. 3 of them, standing in chest-deep black water against 6 armed vampires and the Lord of House Sarka. Behind her, Aurec speaks. "Liora, the gate sequence Matthias gave you, it is real. It will open, but it will also trigger a ward bell in the Bastion's gatehouse the moment the first sigil lights. I will know the exact route you take. My house will know. And I will have to decide whether to pursue you or let you go." She turns to face him. His eyes are steady, tired, honest in a way she has never seen from him before. "I am telling you this so you can decide with full knowledge," he says, "not so I can trap you. And if I open the gate?" He is silent for a long moment. "Then I will have to choose whether I am still the man who made you a weapon." The words hang in the salt-crusted air. Liora studies him. She sees the claw scar at his throat, pale against his skin. She sees the dust in his hair, the exhaustion in his stillness. She sees the grief he has been carrying since she broke his bond, the grief of a man who believed he was building something necessary and woke to find it was only cruelty dressed in strategy. She does not forgive him, but she understands him, and understanding is not the same as belonging. She turns back to the river gate. The iron grill looms above the black water, crusted with salt and mineral veins. 3 sigils are carved into the lintel, Andrasek work, the same pattern that burned in the deeper door, the same language that bowed the sister to her pillar. Liora presses her palm to the first sigil. The salt crust crumbles. The stone beneath is warm. She closes her eyes, and she feeds her blood into the gate. The sigil ignites, pale silver light bleeding through the carved channels like water finding its path. The iron grill shudders. A deep groan travels through the stone, the sound of locks turning that have not moved in decades. The second sigil catches. The third. The water around her begins to churn. Behind her, Even is shouting something. Warnings, threats. She does not listen. Aurec is speaking, his voice low and urgent, but she cannot hear the words over the roar of the current. The gate rises. Black river water surges through the opening, dragging at her legs, pulling her forward. And somewhere above, in the Gloam Bastion's gatehouse, a ward bell begins to ring. Aurec knows. He knows the route. He knows the exact passage she is taking, and she has no idea whether he will follow. Chapter 64. The water tears at Liora's thighs as the gate rises. iron teeth climbing into the salt-crusted lintel. The passage beyond yawns black and cold, the current pulling hard toward the river's throat. Behind her, Ivan's voice cuts through the roar. "Take her! Now!" The first retainer moves before the order finishes. Boots splash through the shallows, blade already angled for her shoulder. Not a kill strike, a capture strike. Precision work. Sarka training. Liora does not think. She moves. The retainer's blade passes through the space where her neck was, and she is already 3 steps deeper. One hand braced against the gate frame, the other finding the submerged ledge beneath the surface. Her feet find purchase where no mortal could stand against the drag. She pivots. The retainer's momentum carries him past her. She catches his wrist, twists, and the blade clatters into the water. The break is clean, bone giving under pressure she did not know she possessed. He screams. She shoves him back toward the ledge. He splashes into the shallows, clutching his arm, and the second retainer hesitates. That hesitation is a lifetime. Liora sees the way his weight settles on his back foot, the fraction of a breath before he commits to the lunge. She reads the intention in his shoulders, the angle of his hips, the pulse at his throat. Her new senses paint the moment in heat and motion and the sweet clarity of certainty. She steps inside his reach. Her palm connects with his sternum. The impact shudders through his ribs, drives the air from his lungs, lifts him off his feet. He crashes into the wall behind him and slides into the water, gasping. Emeric is at her side. His blade is drawn, but he has not used it. He was watching her. "I told you," he says, quiet, "that I would follow where you lead." Hamson surfaces from the water beside them, dripping, clutching the satchel of records. Her eyes are wide, but her hands are steady. 3 more in the passage. They are not waiting for orders. Ivan's voice comes from the ledge, stripped of charm. "You think you can outrun 6 houses, Liora? You think that gate leads anywhere I cannot reach?" She does not answer. She turns into the current. The passage narrows. The water rises to her chest, then her throat. Emeric takes point, one hand trailing the wall, reading the stone for hazards she cannot see. Thompson follows close behind, the satchel pressed between her body and the rock. Behind them, someone is shouting, orders, curses. The clash of metal against stone, then a new sound, splashing, fast, closing. Liora turns. A 4th retainer is coming through the water, lower, faster, using the current instead of fighting it. He moves like he was born in these crypts, hands empty but lethal in the close press of stone. Behind him, a smaller figure, a runner, mortal, dressed in Sarka livery, a leather satchel bouncing at his hip. The retainer closes. Liora sees the strike before it forms, the shift of weight, the angle of his shoulder, the line of force that will drive her head against the wall. She drops beneath the surface. The water closes over her. She opens her eyes. The darkness is absolute, but her body knows where she is. The pulse of the river beneath the stone, the heat of the retainer's blood above her, the cold seep of salt through the cracks. She pushes up from the bottom. Her head breaks the surface behind him. Her arm hooks around his throat. She pulls, steady, precise, and the fight drains out of him as the choke takes hold. He goes limp. She lowers him into the water, face clear of the surface. Alive, unconscious, neutralized. The runner has stopped. He stands in the shallows, chest heaving, eyes fixed on her. He is young, 16 maybe. A messenger boy pressed into service because the Sarka needed bodies to fill the crypts. He is holding something. A bundle. Oilcloth. One of the records that scattered through the ventilation shaft must have lodged somewhere he found it. He clutches it like a shield. Liora studies him. She sees the tremor in his hands, the way his gaze keeps flicking past her to where Ivan waits on the ledge. The terror of a mortal boy caught between vampire houses, knowing he will be ground to dust whichever way he falls. She reaches into the current. Her hand closes around another bundle. One of the records, still intact, wrapped in oiled leather. She pulls it free. She holds it out to him. "Take this," she says, "and run." His eyes go wide. "Ivan Sarka will kill me." "Then do not let him catch you." She presses the bundle into his hands. You know where the records were meant to go. The lower wards, the mortal quarter, every house that will listen. He stares at the bundle, at her, at the water around them. The ward bell, he says. The whole city heard it. They will be waiting for you. Let them wait. She turns. Behind her, the boy hesitates for one heartbeat. 2. Then he is gone, splashing back toward the way they came, the records pressed against his chest. The current drags at Liora's legs. The water is rising. The passage ahead bends into darkness. Tamsin is watching her with an expression she cannot name. You just gave him the truth, Tamsin says. The full truth. I gave him a choice. And if he fails? Liora looks at the dark water ahead. Then we will be the truth. They move. The passage narrows again, the ceiling dropping until they are crouching, then crawling, the water lapping at their chins. The stone is slick with mineral growth. The air tastes of salt and iron, and something older. Something that has been waiting in the dark since before the bastion was built. Ahead, a grate, iron bars crusted with salt set into the stone. Beyond it, the river, black and wide and moving fast toward the lower wards. Liora reaches for the bars. They are warm. Someone is on the other side. She presses her palm to the grate and feels the pulse of the city beyond, the river ships, the mortal quarter, the iron bridges and the sealed gardens and the towers where the houses watch each other with patient, ancient hunger. She is almost there, almost free. The grate shifts. Someone is opening it from the other side, and behind her, in the flooded passage, she hears a voice she recognizes. Even Sarka. Close the gate, he says. Drown them in the dark. Chapter 65. The water is at Liora's chin before she reaches the grate. Behind her, Even's order echoes off the stone. Close the gate, drown them in the dark, and the current shifts as something heavy begins to move in the passage behind them. The great bars are warm. Someone is lifting from the other side. Liora's hands close around the iron and she pulls, feeling the mechanism give, hearing the old salt-crusted hinges scream as the grate rises inch by inch. Go, she says. Now! Tamsin goes first, the satchel raised above her head, slipping through the gap as the water surges past her. Emeric follows, one hand on the stone, the other reaching back for Liora. She does not take his hand. She turns. Even Sarka stands on the dry ledge at the edge of the flood stair, 6 retainers arrayed behind him in the torchlight. His face is stone. His hands are empty, but his eyes are fixed on Emeric. I gave you a choice, he says. You gave me a cage. I gave you a future. He steps forward, the water lapping at his boots. And you chose a man who cannot even protect himself. Liora's hand finds the grate. She chose herself, Emeric says. Even's gaze snaps to him. Something in his posture shifts. Not anger, calculation. The traitor speaks, he says. Tell me, Emeric Drosselmar, how does it feel to be the reason she will drown? Emeric does not answer. The water rises. Liora feels the current pulling at her legs, the weight of the river beyond the grate dragging at the passage. The gate is half open. The gap is wide enough for a single body, but the stone is slick and the water is climbing fast. Even sees it too. He gestures. 2 retainers move past him, stepping into the water, hands free, eyes on Emeric. Liora moves. She is between them before she knows she has crossed the distance, her palm driving into the first retainer's chest, pushing him back, sending him stumbling into the second. They recover. They spread apart. Behind her, the grate creaks. Liora, Tamsin's voice from the gap. The gate is rising. We have seconds. I know. She does not look back. Even watches her with something that might be respect. The records are gone, she says. Scattered through the bastion. Every house will know what Belisar did. Belisar! Even tilts his head. You mean what your grandmother helped build? She built the key too. And you think that absolves you? She holds his gaze. I think it makes me the only one who can choose what comes next. The water reaches her ribs. Behind her, Emeric is still waiting. Go, she says. I am not leaving you again. Emeric, no. His hand finds hers in the dark water. Evan's retainers shift, ready to close. And then the current changes. A surge from the passage behind the retainers, a wall of black water that lifts them off their feet and drives them into the stone. Ivan staggers, catches himself on the ledge, and for one heartbeat his composure cracks. He is wet, disarmed, mortal for a moment. Liora sees it. She lets go of Emeric's hand. She plunges into the surge, using the current like she used the furnace draft in the glassworks, reading the force, letting it carry her forward. Her hand closes on something strapped to Ivan's belt. A satchel, oilcloth, heavy with documents. She pulls, the strap breaks. Ivan's eyes widen. She is already turning, kicking back through the surge, the satchel pressed against her chest. The documents, the evidence, the proof he was collecting to use against her. "Liora!" His voice cracks through the flood. She reaches the grate. Emeric pulls her through. The iron grill drops behind them with a crash that shakes the stone. On the other side, Ivan Saka stands in the rising water, empty-handed, his retainers scrambling around him. His face is stripped clean of charm. "You will not make the lower ward," he says. "I already have. This is not over." She holds up the satchel. "It is for you." She turns. The river takes them. The current is fast and cold and dark, pulling them past stone walls and rusted iron through the underbelly of the city, where the bastion's foundations meet the river's edge. Liora keeps her grip on the satchel, keeps her grip on Aramic's hand, feels Thompson's shoulder against her back. Above them, the ward bell is still ringing. Behind them, even Sakara is drowning in his own failure. But ahead, the grate, open, waiting. A silhouette stands against the torchlight on a far bank, arms folded, watching. Liora cannot see their face. She does not know if they are ally or enemy. But the grate is open, and the river is taking her forward, and the city waits with all its teeth and all its shadows. And there is nowhere to go but through. The silhouette does not move. The water carries her closer. And behind her, from the crypt mouth, she hears the ring of booted feet on stone. Aurec's pursuit. Reaching the flood stair. Chapter 66. The river spits them into a vault of salt-blackened stone where the ceiling hangs low and wet. Leora's knees hit a submerged shelf and she drags herself upright, the satchel still pressed to her chest. Emeric surfaces beside her, coughing river water. Tamsin finds the ledge with her palm and pulls herself clear. The chamber is wide, vaulted, a place where the underground water slows before feeding into the city's deeper channels. Iron rings line the far wall, old moorings. Across the black pool, on a dry ledge, torchlight catches a silhouette. Still watching, still waiting. Liora cannot make out a face. The distance is too great, the light too thin. She catches no heat signature, no pulse, just the shape of someone who has been standing there long enough to become part of the stone. Before she can speak, footsteps ring from the passage behind them. Aurec Belisar steps into the chamber with 3 elite guards at his back. His coat is dark with river water and dust. His hair is pulled back, loose strands clinging to his throat. The claw scar across his neck stands pale against his skin. He stops when he sees her. For a long moment, no one breathes. Then he raises his hand, and the guards fall back. "Dismissed. My lord, this ends between husband and wife." The guards exchange a glance. They withdraw. The chamber contracts. Aurec steps forward until the water laps at his boots. His gaze moves across Liora, cataloging. The gray, dark nails, the stillness, the absence of the bond's old signature. He is reading her the way he reads a war table, searching for the architecture beneath the surface. "You altered the seal." She does not deny it. "I can see it." His voice is quiet, not angry. "The channels are gone. You are holding new on architecture now. Do you understand what that means? I saved myself. You made yourself legally null. No house can claim you. No house can protect you. Every faction in Noctis Vey now knows a bride achieved self-directed transformation outside the Accords. They will come for you, Liora. Not to own you, to study you, to take you apart and learn how. Then I will make them fail too. You cannot outrun every house." "I am not running." She lifts the satchel. I have even us evidence, the bride records, the truth of what Belisar and Androsek built together. If they come for me, I will show them what their treaty cost. Aurec's jaw tightens. You sound like me. I learned from watching you. Something flickers in his eyes. Grief, exhaustion, something that might be tenderness if it had not been starved so long. I could still shield you, he says. Return with me now. I will tell the houses the seal was damaged in the crypt collapse, that you acted in self-defense, that your transformation was incomplete, and I am supervising its stabilization. And what would that cost me? Your freedom. He says it without hesitation. But you would live. You would have standing. You would not be hunted. I would be yours. You would be Belisar. He says it like the same thing. The offer lands, and Liora hears it for what it is at last. Not mercy. Authorship. His authorship over her fate, her body, her becoming. He will tell the story of what she is. He will decide what the houses believe. He will frame her transformation as damage to be repaired, a deviation from his design that he will correct. She sees him clearly in this moment, the Lord who has loved order so completely that he mistook it for love itself. Every kindness had a cost. Every mercy came with a tether. He did not want a wife. He wanted a world that obeyed him, and she was meant to be its finest instrument. I see it now, she says. Every kindness had a cost. Every mercy came with a tether. You did not want a wife, Aurec. You wanted a thing that could be made to matter without ever choosing for itself. I wanted you to survive. You wanted to be the one who decided what survival meant. A muscle moves in his throat. His composure cracks, a hairline fracture running through the stone. I could have let you drown, he says. I could have let Even take you. I came through collapsing stone to reach you. To offer me another cage. To offer you a future. His voice drops, raw. I loved you, Liora. The design, the treaty, all of it. I loved you through it. She shakes her head. No. You loved what I could become under your hand. You loved the design. You loved your own restraint. But you never loved the woman who arrived in that carriage, who burned her hand on the furnace and called it a day's work. You never saw her. The water laps at the ledge. Aurec does not answer. Emeric steps forward. He does not speak. He does not need to. His presence beside her is the answer. Aurec's eyes move to him and something hard settles in his face. You are making a mistake. I am making a choice. Liora holds his gaze. You taught me the difference. She turns. The silhouette on the far bank has not moved. But as she takes her first step toward the shadow, the silhouette sinks into the water without a ripple. The surface closes over it as if it was never there. Liora stops. The water is still. Then the silhouette rises from the pool before her, dripping, silent. A woman. Iron-gray hair pulled tight from a narrow face, eyes the color of winter river water. Liora Ven. Liora recognizes her from the Bastion, Havvig's Covenant scribe. The woman who channeled her grandmother's voice through a blood wound. You have reached the threshold, Ilara says. Your grandmother told me you would. She holds out her hand. In her palm lies a key carved from black salt, pulsing with Androsek sigils that beat in rhythm with the heartbeat from the chamber beneath the bastion. She says the door is not a prison, Ilara says. It is a birth canal, and you are the only one who can decide what emerges. The key pulses, the water trembles, and behind them, Aurec speaks. Liora, if you take that key, there is no coming back from anything, not from me, not from what you will become, not from whatever waits behind that seal. The key waits. The choice waits. And on the ledge behind her, Emeric's hand finds hers. Chapter 67. The key pulses in Ilara Ven's palm, black salt catching the water's reflection like a heartbeat visible through skin. Liora does not reach for it. She turns back to face Aurec. The water laps at her calves, cold and patient, and she feels its rhythm through the soles of her feet. The same rhythm that beats beneath the bastion, the same rhythm the Sister of Salt has kept for 3 centuries. You came through collapsing stone to reach me, she says. You walked through falling walls and broken wards. You put your guards at my throat and your offer in my mouth, and your love in the shape of a cage I was supposed to be grateful for. Aurec's jaw tightens. I came to save you. You came to own the story. She takes a step toward him, and the water does not slow her. Every kindness had a cost. Every mercy came with a tether. You would have let me believe I chose you if I had chosen the cage you built so carefully around me. I gave you boundaries. I gave you space. I gave you... His voice breaks, barely, a crack in the stone. I gave you the only love I knew how to offer. And you called it love. She shakes her head. It was architecture. You designed me a future where I could be powerful without being free, beloved without being known, safe without being whole. You did not love me, Aurec. You loved the blueprint. The words land. His composure does not shatter, but something behind his eyes goes quiet, like a door closing in a room he thought he had already emptied. Emeric's hand tightens around hers, and then the seal beneath her collarbone flares. Not the bond. She severed the obedience channels. This is older, deeper. The thing Chauveig placed inside her before the treaty, before the marriage, before Liora ever saw the Gloam Bastion. Heat blooms through her chest, spreading like a strike line through glass. Ilara Ven's eyes widen. The key pulses faster. And Chauveig's voice speaks from Liora's own throat. You were not made for his cage or his bed. You were made for mine. The sound is not Liora's. It is older, rougher. The voice of a woman who has been blind for decades and learned to see through stone and salt and the weight of what she built. Liora's hands clench at her sides. The voice continues, riding the seal's residual architecture like a current through old channels. I planted the Sever line. I placed the key. I chose you because you were strong enough to survive what I could not finish. Do not mistake my distance for absence. Every step you took was ground I prepared. Liora's throat burns. She opens her mouth, and her own voice fights through. You sold me. I positioned you. You signed me over to a house that would hollow me out and call it duty. I give you the blade to cut yourself free. The voice sharpens, weaving through the seal's dying light. I could not raise you in the open. I could not teach you what you needed to become. So I let them take you. I let them underestimate you. I let them believe you were currency when you were always the one who would break the ledger. Liora's chest heaves, the seal burns, and somewhere in the stone above them, the bastion's wards begin to scream. A high, thin shriek like glass cracking under pressure, traveling through the crypt walls, through the salt rock, through the water at their feet. Emeric's hand tightens, Aurec's head lifts. Liora Fen steps back as the key pulses faster, the sigils on its surface flickering in rhythm with the scream. Liora raises her hand to the seal at her collarbone. The heat beneath it is Chauveig's voice, Chauveig's design, Chauveig's claim written into her blood before she was old enough to refuse it. She presses her palm flat. The wards scream louder. I am not yours, she says. Chauveig's voice tries to push through again, but Liora speaks over it. I am not yours. I am not Aurec's. I am not the treaties. I am not the cage you built before I was born. I am not your heir. I am not your weapon. I am not your redemption. The seal flares white. Chauveig's voice rises. You do not know what you are refusing. Then tell me. Silence. The wards scream. The water trembles. And Chauveig's voice, quieter now. I cannot tell you. I can only show you. And you must choose to look. The seal dims. The heat recedes. And Liora is herself again, standing in the black water with the key pulsing before her and the wards shrieking through the stone. Aurec watches her, his face unreadable, but his hands are open at his sides, not reaching for her, not commanding, not offering. Emeric's fingers are still laced through hers. Liora Fen holds the key steady. She will not speak again tonight, Liora says. The seal cannot carry her voice twice in 1 hour without breaking. She has given you her message. Now you must decide. The wards scream. The key pulses. And Liora looks at what waits in Ilara's palm. The door Chauveig built. The birth canal she described. The threshold that cannot be uncrossed. She turns to Aurec. If I take the key, I will become something that owes nothing to any house. Not Belisar. Not Andrasek. Not the treaty. Not the bond. Not the design you both built around me. I know, he says, and you will have no claim. I know. She studies his face. the claw scar pale against his skin, the exhaustion carved into his posture, the grief he is trying to contain. "Why did you come?" she asks. "Because I owed you a choice made with full knowledge." He pauses. "And because I could not let even Sarka be the last voice you heard before you vanished." The wards scream, the key pulses, and Liora reaches for it. Chapter 68. Her fingers close around the key. The metal is warm, alive, pulsing against her palm like a second heartbeat. Iladaven releases it without ceremony, stepping back into the shadow of the mooring post. The wards scream. Liora turns the key over. The undersec sigils catch the dim light, shifting as she watches, rearranging themselves into patterns that hurt to follow, like looking at a knot designed to be untied only one way. Aurec stands motionless in the water. His hands are still open at his sides. He has not reached for her, has not spoken since she asked why he came. Emeric's grip on her hand tightens. She looks at the key. The seal beneath her collarbone flares, not with heat this time, but with recognition. The channels Chalvig planted, the Sever line, the architecture the old woman built inside her. They are not dead. They have been waiting for this moment to be completed. Liora raises her head. She faces Aurec directly. "You wanted to know what I would become." His jaw tightens. "I know what you will become. I warned you that is no coming back." "You warned me." She steps closer, the water dragging at her hips. "You warned me?" As if the door Chalvig built is the only door. As if the key she carved is the only way through. Aurec's eyes narrow. "I have been walking through doors you built my entire life." She lifts the key, not to use it, but to show it. "Your treaty, your marriage, your cage with its courtesy and its contracts and its careful lies. And when I broke that cage, Chalvig was waiting with another one, built before I was born, keyed to my blood before I could speak." She holds the key up between them. "I am done walking through doors other people built." She does not slot the key into Alara's waiting palm. She does not press it to the door Chalvig designed. She presses it to her own chest, to the seal. The seal that carries the last of the Blood Bond's legal architecture. The obedience pathways Aurec wrote into the treaty. The command channels Chalvig wove around her before she drew breath. The deepest threads that still wait in her bones. Quiet, patient, coiled for a master's voice. The key sinks through her skin like it was always meant to. Heat explodes behind her ribs. The wards scream, a sound that peaks and bends, metal and salt and stone all shrieking at once, and beneath it a deeper note, a crack that starts in the bedrock and spiders through the crypt walls, through the water, through the iron moorings that have held this chamber for 3 centuries. Aurec's hands move, not toward her. His palms press flat against the water's surface as the shockwave hits him, throwing him back, driving him against the far wall. Iladaven drops, one knee hitting the submerged stone, her face drawn tight, her teeth clenched. But Emeric does not move. He stands at her side, and when the seal's legal pathways tear free, when the obedience channels rip out of her like roots pulled from deep soil, the force that passes through her does not pass through him. It hits him. His body takes it full in the chest. He drops. One knee strikes the stone. The water splashes around him. His hand goes to his mouth, and when it comes away, the fingers are red. "Emeric." Liora's voice is not her own, not the woman who arrived in that carriage, not the bride who negotiated sleeping arrangements in a black stone chamber. It is something newer, something that has just cut the last thread that tied her to anyone else's design. He looks up. His honey-brown hair is plastered to his forehead. His lips are stained red. The blood at the corner of his mouth shines in the dim light. But he is steady. "I am still here," he says. The seal flares again. The key dissolves. Liora feels it breaking apart inside her, not dying, not vanishing, but becoming a door she did not know she was carrying. A door that does not lead to Chalvig's design or Aurec's war or any house's ambition. It leads to whatever she chooses to become. The wards scream into a new note, a note that is not alarm, not warning, but recognition. the Bastion's old Covenant machinery registering that one of its bonds has been terminated permanently, not by death, not by treaty expiration, but by the vessel's own hand, by a claim that no seal or sigil or blood debt can override. Aurec pushes himself upright. Water streams from his coat. His face is carved stone, but his hands are shaking. You did not use the key on the door. No, you used it on yourself. She meets his gaze. I used it on the last piece of you that was still inside me. The water around them stills. The wards drop to silence in a single cut, like a bell that stops ringing before its note finishes. Liora Fenwick rises slowly, her winter river eyes fixed on Liora. The seal is gone, she says. Not a question. The seal is gone, Liora confirms. The treaty bond, the obedience channels, the legal architecture that tied me to House Belisar under blood and salt law. All of it. Liora stares at her. Aurec stares at her. Emeric rises from his knee, one hand pressed to his ribs, his breathing shallow, but his eyes are on her, and they are not afraid. What did you just become? Aurec asks. Liora looks at her hands. The cobalt stain on her thumb is still there. The burn scars on her forearms are still there. The body she was born into still wears the marks of the woman she was, but beneath her collarbone, where the seal used to burn with Belisar silver and Andrasec salt, there is nothing. No heat, no pulse, no claim. She is empty of every architecture that was written into her without her consent. She lifts her head. I am no one's bride, she says. No one's weapon, no one's heir, no one's redemption. I am the first woman in 300 years to walk out of this city not bound to any house. Aurec's throat works. Liora Fenwick's hand moves to her satchel, slow, deliberate, like she is reaching for something she was told to deliver only if the seal truly fell. Emeric steps to Liora's side. His hand finds hers, and this time there is no bond channels between them, no treaty architecture, no seal or sigil or blood debt. Just skin, just warmth, just choice. The crypt walls groan. Somewhere above them, deep in the Bastion's foundations, something heavy begins to move. Not the Sister of Salt, not the door she guards, something older, something that has been waiting for the Andrasec seal to fall, waiting for the Belisar bond to be severed, waiting for a signal that only the destruction of both can send. Liora Fenwick's voice is quiet when she speaks. She is awake. Aurec's face goes pale. Emeric's hand tightens, and the stone beneath their feet shifts, settles, breathes. Chapter 69. The stone beneath Liora's feet shudders again. Not the tremor of a seal breaking, not the groan of settling foundations. This is deeper, slower. A pulse moving through the salt rock like blood through an artery long thought dry. Liora Fenwick stands frozen at the water's edge, her hand still inside her satchel, her winter river eyes fixed on something Liora cannot see. She is awake, Liora repeats, and her voice holds no triumph. It holds fear. Aurec takes a step back. His face has lost all color. The claw scar across his throat stands out like a brand. Which door did you open? He asks. Liora looks at her hands. The cobalt stain, the burn scars, still there, still hers. I opened the only door I had left, she says. Mine. The stone shifts again. Cracks spider across the vault wall, black lines skirting through salt rock like veins. Emeric's grip tightens on her hand. His breathing is too shallow, too wet. The blood at the corner of his mouth has not stopped. Emeric. Liora turns to him fully. Let me see. He tries to wave her off. It passed through you and hit me. I will recover. You are bleeding internally. I have had worse. She does not believe him. His pulse is wrong, thready, skipping beats in a rhythm that Belisar blood should not allow. The knowledge rises in her without instruction, the same way she knew how to read the furnace drafts at the glassworks, the same way she knew how to find the Sever line inside her own chest. Her blood knows how to heal him. She understands it as she understands her own heartbeat. Her transformed blood carries the power to knit torn vessels, seal ruptured tissue, pull him back from the edge of what the shockwave did to him. But the knowledge comes with a condition she did not expect. It cannot be taken. It cannot be commanded. It can only be offered. There is no architecture left to compel compliance, no obedience threads to pull, no seal that forces her body to answer another's need. If she wants to heal him, she must give freely, and he must accept freely. She presses her palm flat against his chest, over the place where the force hit him hardest. He flinches. "Liora, I can feel it," she says. "The damage. I know how to close it." His jaw tightens. "Your blood is all that is left of your transformation. If you spend it on me, it grows back. You do not know that." She looks at him. His honey-brown hair is dark with water. His lips are pale. The blood at the corner of his mouth has begun to dry, a rust-colored smear that she hates because it means he is still bleeding somewhere she cannot see. "I know," she says, "that I am not spending it. I am giving it." His eyes meet hers, no bond channels between them, no treaty or architecture, no obedience threads forcing her body to answer his need. Just skin, just warmth, just choice. "You cannot take it," she says. "You have to accept it." His hand comes up, slow, and covers hers where it rests against his chest. "I have wanted to protect you since the moment you arrived," he says. "Every choice I made was to keep you whole, and now you are standing in a collapsing vault, bleeding your own transformation into me, and I cannot stop you because the only thing I want more than your safety is to stay alive long enough to deserve you." The words hit her somewhere the seal used to be. She presses harder against his chest, and she feels the exact boundary of what needs to happen. Her blood must reach his, not through a wound she opens on him, but through the place where his blood already flows, open and waiting, his lips, the blood at the corner of his mouth. She touches her thumb to the smear, the rust-colored stain of his injury, and her blood answers the contact like a struck bell. "I am going to give you something," she says, "and you are going to let it happen. Understanding?" His eyes are dark, his pulse is still thready, still wrong. "Understanding," he says. She presses her thumb to the corner of his mouth, where the blood still shines wet and warm, and she feels the offer pass through her skin like a door opening. Her blood does not force itself into him. It waits. It waits at the threshold of his lips, patient as water finding level, and he must choose to receive it. He parts his lips. Her thumb slides inside, past the warmth of his mouth, and the moment his tongue touches the blood on her skin, she feels it take. His hand grips her wrist, not to stop her, not to pull her closer, just to hold her there while the healing passes through him like light through glass. She feels the torn vessels knitting, the ruptured tissue sealing, the skipped beats of his heart steadying into rhythm. His breath catches, his eyes close. The blood heals him from the inside, not because she commands it, not because any bond compels it, but because she offered, and he accepted. And there is no architecture in the world that can counterfeit that. When he opens his eyes, they are different. The same honey brown, the same warmth, but something new lives behind them now. The same thread that now runs between them, a connection that does not bind and cannot be cut because it was never forged by law or seal or treaty. It was forged by a single, unrepeatable act of choice. His hand slides from her wrist to her fingers. "Liora, I know." The stone shifts again. A crack runs up the wall and across the ceiling, shedding salt dust and fragments of black rock. Aurec's voice comes from behind them, quiet and urgent. "We need to move. Whatever she is waking, the entire bastion will feel it." Liora Ven pulls her hand from her satchel. "The lower ward. I know a route through the old salt vents. If we reach the mortal quarter before the ward's seal—" "What is she?" Liora asks. Ilara's Winter River eyes meet hers. "The last time she was awake," Liora says. "There was no treaty, no 7 houses, no salt accords. She is what the salt covenants were built to contain, and she has been waiting for someone to cut the last thread." Liora looks down at her hands. The seal is gone. The bond is gone. The key dissolved inside her chest. She cut the last thread. "Move," Aurec says. "Now." Aurec rises beside her, steadied on his feet, his color returning, his hand still wrapped around hers. He looks at her, and the thing that passes between them does not need words. They run. The vault door groans behind them as they hit the passage, the stone breathing in long, slow pulses that match the rhythm Liora felt beneath the bastion, the rhythm of something waking after 3 centuries of dreaming. Aurec leads, his blade drawn, his shoulders set. Ilara follows at the rear, her satchel pressed to her chest. Emeric's hand never leaves Liora's. The passage narrows, the salt walls closing in, and above them, through the stone, through the foundations, through every sealed door and buried threshold, the thing that woke beneath the Gloam Bastion draws its first true breath. The ground shudders. Ahead, the broken gate. Behind them, the sound of many feet, moving fast, moving in unison, and the clash of steel on stone as pursuit closes around the only way out. Chapter 70. The stone breathes beneath them as they run. Liora feels it through her boots, through her bones, the long, slow rhythm of something stretching after centuries of compression. Each pulse shakes salt dust from the walls. Each exhale narrows the passage a fraction tighter. Emeric runs beside her with no limp now, no hitch in his breath. The blood she gave him has knit every torn vessel, sealed every rupture. She feels the echo of that healing still moving through her own palm, a warmth that has nothing to do with fever. His hand finds hers in the dark. He does not speak, neither does she. But the thing between them hums at the contact, not a bond channel, not a command thread, just the current of 2 people who chose each other when every law said they should not. Aurec leads, his blade catching the faint luminescence from the salt walls. His shoulders are set, his pace relentless. He does not look back. Behind them, Liora Ven moves with the economy of someone who has spent decades in tunnels like these. Her satchel swings against her hip, and her winter river eyes scan every shadow for threats. The passage opens. They spill into a chamber carved from living salt rock, domed and ancient, with a pool of black water at its center that reflects nothing. The ceiling glows faintly with mineral deposits, casting the space in a light like diluted bone ash. Aurec stops at the water's edge. "This was never on any map," he says, "not even the coup-year surveys." Ilara steps past him. "Because it was never Belisar's to map." She points to the far wall, where a series of undressed sigils are carved into the salt, in a pattern that takes Liora a moment to read. The gate sequence, the same pattern she used to open the river lock. The floodgate beyond this chamber opens directly into the lower ward channel, Ilara says. "If we reach it before the wards seal, we surface in the mortal quarter within 100 yards of the old glassworks." Thompson's voice, sharp and strained. "And if the wards seal before we reach it?" Ilara does not answer. The ground shudders again. A crack runs across the dome ceiling, shedding salt fragments into the black pool. The water ripples without wind. Aurec turns to Liora. Something shifts in his face. Not surrender, not defeat, but a quiet acknowledgement that the architecture he built around her is dust, and he is standing in the ruin of it with nothing left to offer. "The gate will hold for minutes," he says. "Not longer. Once she is fully awake, every salt covenant in the city will fail. The wards, the seals, the treaties." He pauses. "You will be beyond any house's reach, but you will also be beyond any house's protection." Liora looks at him, at the claw scar across his throat, pale in the mineral glow, at the stillness he wore like armor, now cracked around the edges. "I know," she says. She turns to the water. Emeric's hand tightens around hers. "Together," he says, not a question. She looks at him, at the honey-brown eyes that held her in the dark when she was still learning to see, at the mouth that took her blood not as theft, not as ritual, but as a gift freely received. She does not need to answer. He already knows. She steps toward the pool, but the water does not move. The surface stays flat, black, unbroken, and for a moment the silence stretches so long that Liora can hear the individual heartbeats of everyone in the chamber. Then the water speaks, not in words, in pressure. A deep pulse that pushes through the pool and up through the stone, through Liora's boots, through her spine, through the place where her seal used to be. The new connection inside her, the one forged by choice, the one that is not bond but link, resonates with the pulse like a struck bell. She feels it. Emeric feels it. His eyes widen. "What was that?" Ilara's face has drained of color. She knows where you are. The entity beneath the bastion. She felt the blood exchange. She felt the seal fall, and she knows the one who cut the last thread. The water begins to move, not from any current, not from any wind, but from beneath, where something rising displaces the black pool in a slow, deliberate swell that climbs toward the chamber ceiling. Aurec grabs Liora's arm. "Run! Now!" They move. The passage beyond the chamber is narrower than the last, sought walls closing in until Liora's shoulders brush the stone on both sides. The water from the pool does not follow, but the pulse does, a rhythm that matches the one in her chest, the one in Emeric's chest, the one in the connection between them. They run until the passage opens again into a second chamber, smaller, older, with a single iron door set into the far wall and a series of Undresek sigils carved into its surface. The gate. Ilara reaches it first, her hands tracing the sigils, her lips moving in a language Liora does not recognize. "It is still holding," Ilara says, "but the sequence must be spoken in salt tongue, and I am the only one who—" "You are not." The voice comes from behind them. Liora turns. Shalvaig Ondresek stands at the entrance to the chamber, her blind eyes fixed on something none of them can see, her hands wrapped around a staff of black salt that pulses with the same rhythm as the entity beneath the bastion. She looks older than Liora remembers, frailer, but her voice carries the weight of a woman who has been waiting for this moment for 3 decades. "I built this gate," Shalvaig says. "I will open it." Aurec's blade comes up. "You sold her. You built the cage that held her. You do not get to claim the escape." Shalvaig's mouth curves, not quite a smile. "I built the cage," she says, "but I also built the key, and I placed it in the only hands that could use it." Her blind gaze finds Liora. "You chose yourself, granddaughter. Not Belisar, not Ondresek, not me. You chose yourself. That was the only thing I could not give you. That was the only thing you had to take." The ground shudders again. The iron door groans. Shalvaig steps forward, her staff striking the stone with each step, and she begins to speak. The salt tongue is older than Liora's bones. It resonates in her chest, in the connection between her and Emeric, in the empty space where her seal used to be. The iron door begins to glow. Behind them, through the passage, the sound of pursuit grows louder, closer, the clash of steel and the thunder of many feet. But Liora does not look back. She looks at Shalvaig, at the woman who sold her and saved her, who built the cage and the key, who could not finish what she started and chose a granddaughter who could. The final syllable falls. The iron door swings open. Beyond it, the lower ward channel, black water and distant torchlight, the smell of the river and the promise of open sky. Emeric's hand finds hers, Shalvaig's voice, quieter now. "Go," while the gate holds, while she is still waking. Liora steps toward the door, but the pulse beneath her feet changes. The rhythm quickens. The stone beneath the iron door cracks, and through the crack, dark water begins to seep, not from the channel ahead, but from below, from the deep, from the thing that is waking. The water is warm, the water is black, and it is rising. Chapter 71. The water is warm. It rises past Liora's ankles as she steps through the iron door, past her calves as Emeric's hand tightens around hers, past her knees as the channel ahead narrows into a throat of salt-crusted stone. Behind them, the chamber groans. Shalvaig stands at the door's threshold, one hand on the black staff, the other raised in a gesture that looks like a ward or a blessing. She does not follow. "This gate closes once," she says, "and I am too old to swim." Liora turns. "You cannot! I can! I built this path. I will seal it behind you." Shalvaig's blind eyes find nothing and everything. "The entity knows your face now, granddaughter. Do not let her learn your name before you are ready." The iron door begins to swing shut. Through the narrowing gap, Liora sees Aurec standing at the far end of the chamber, his blade still drawn, his pale, silver eyes fixed on her with an expression she cannot name. He does not move toward the gate. He does not call out. He simply watches her go. The door closes with a sound like a bell striking stone. The channel goes dark. Tamsin's voice comes from ahead, low and urgent. "This way. Stay close to the right wall. There is a drop on the left." They move in single file, water sloshing at waist height now, the current pulling from beneath, not from the channel ahead. The entity's pulse pushes through the stone, through the water, through Liora's chest where her seal used to be. Emeric's breath is steady behind her. The new connection between them hums with every beat. "Tamsin," Liora says, "how far to the surface?" 300 yards to the old cistern junction. From there, the service stairs climb to the lower ward. Tamsin's voice is tight. "If the cistern has not collapsed, if the stairs are still there, if the wards above us have not sealed the exits." 3 ifs, 3 chances to fail. The water rises another inch. They push forward. The channel twists, narrows, widens again, the walls changing from salt rock to dressed stone to brickwork that crumbles at Liora's touch. The torchlight ahead grows stronger, yellow and flickering, the light of the mortal quarter, not the cold blue of the bastion's lamps. Liora can smell it now. River silt, coal smoke, cooking oil. The familiar stink of the lower ward, the smell of the life she lived before she was sold. So close. Behind them, a sound, not pursuit, not voices, but a low, grinding groan that travels through the stone like a ship breaking moorings. The entity is moving. "Faster," Emeric says. They run, stumble, run again. The water reaches Liora's ribs, then her chest, and she has to lift her chin to breathe. The satchel of records is soaked through, the leather heavy against her hip, but she does not let go. Tamsin reaches the junction first. It is a wide chamber where 3 channels meet, ringed with iron ladders that climb 20 feet to a stone platform and a service door. The water here is only waist deep. The ladders are rusted but intact. "We made it," Tamsin breathes. Then the floor splits, not the floor beneath the water, the wall beside the ladders. A crack runs from floor to ceiling, black and wet, and from the crack comes a sound like breathing. The water in the chamber begins to swirl. Liora feels it through the connection, through the pulse that matches the entity's rhythm. She's rising. She's reaching. She knows exactly where Liora is. "Go," Liora says. "Up the ladder. Now." Emeric grabs the first rung, his boots slipping on the rusted metal. Tamsin follows, her wet hands finding purchase. Liora climbs behind them, the satchel banging against her hip with every rung. The crack widens. Water begins to pour through it. Not from the channel they escaped, but from somewhere deeper, somewhere the entity has already filled with herself. The service door is iron, old, fitted with a wheel lock that has not turned in decades. Tamsin reaches it first. She braces her feet against the platform, grips the wheel, and pulls. The lock screeches. The wheel does not move. "Help me," she says. Liora slams her shoulder into the wheel beside Tamsin. Emeric adds his weight. The 3 of them heave, the metal groaning, the water rising below them, the crack spreading, the entity's breath filling the chamber. The wheel turns. 1 inch, 2, 3. The door swings open. Beyond it, torchlight. A stone stair climbing toward a grate that shows the black sky and the distant gleam of Noctisvay's upper canals. Freedom. Tamsin shoves the satchel into Liora's hands. "Go!" Liora stares at her. We all go. Tamsin's face is gray, her breath ragged. "The wheel needs to be locked from the outside or she follows you through. Someone has to stay and seal it." "I am not leaving you." "Yes, you are." Tamsin's hands are shaking, but her voice is not. "I have been preparing for this since the day the carriage took you to the Bastion. I mapped the passages. I learned the schedules. I planned where I would stand when the choice came." Her wet fingers find Liora's wrist, squeeze once. "You are the one who needs to live, Liora. You and the records. Tell them what Belisar did. Tell them what the houses have been building on." Behind them, the water in the chamber surges. The crack splits open. Something dark and vast rises through it. Not a shape, but a pressure, a presence, a hunger that has been waiting 3 centuries for someone to cut the last thread. Tamsin pulls the door closed. Liora reaches for the edge, for the gap, for Tamsin's hand, but the iron swings shut and the wheel spins, and through the metal she hears Tamsin's voice, muffled and calm. "Tell the glassworks I died remembering the furnace." The masonry on the far side of the door gives way, a crash, a roar. The sound of stone collapsing into water, of iron buckling, of something that might be a scream swallowed too fast to name. The platform beneath Leora's feet shifts. Emeric catches her arm, drags her toward the stair, and they climb, the stone groaning behind them, the air thick with dust and river mist. They climb until the grate is above them, until Leora's fingers find the iron bars and push, and the night air hits her face like a blade. They climb out onto the stone bank of a canal in the lower ward, the water lapping at their feet, the lights of the mortal quarter scattered across the dark. Behind them, the grate is still, the passage is silent, and Tamsin is gone. Chapter 72. The grate closes behind them, with a sound that echoes through Leora's teeth. She stands on the stone bank of the lower ward canal, soaked to the bone, the satchel of records heavy against her hip. The air smells of river silt and coal smoke. Distant lights flicker through the mist, mortal quarter windows, the lanterns of night fishermen working the channel. Emeric's hand finds hers, squeezes once. She cannot feel it. The silence from the grate is worse than the crash, worse than the roar. The water laps against the stone without urgency, and Leora stands there, waiting for the sound of the wheel turning again, for Tamsin's voice calling up that she found a way, for the iron to swing open and nothing. Leora! She turns. Emeric's face is gray, his hair plastered against his temples, his eyes holding the weight of what they left behind. We have to move, he says. She knows he is right. She knows the entity is waking. She knows pursuit will reach this bank within minutes. She knows every instinct she has learned in House Belisar is screaming at her to run, to hide, to survive. But her feet will not obey. Tamsin's voice echoes in her skull. Tell the glassworks I died remembering the furnace. The furnace. The glassworks. Leora's hand goes to her hem. The blue glass bead is still there, sewn into the fabric, the last remnant of the woman she was before the Bastion swallowed her. Tamsin helped her keep it. Tamsin knew what it meant. Leora cannot breathe. Emeric's hand is on her arm, steady, insistent. I know, he says. I know. She looks at him and sees that he does. He knew Tamsin. He watched her map the passages, plan the routes, prepare the ground. He saw her choose. She cannot have done this for nothing, Leora says, and her voice is a blade. She did not. They run. The lower ward unfolds around them in a blur of wet cobblestones and shuttered windows. The canal bends north, its black surface catching the torchlight from the bridge ahead. They need to cross. The mortal quarter lies beyond the second channel, and beyond that, the river road that leads out of Noctis Bay. Behind them, the grate shrieks. Leora looks back. The iron bars are vibrating. Something is pushing against them from below, something vast and patient that has found the gap Tamsin sealed. It held, Emeric says. It held, but it will not hold long. They reach the bridge, a narrow stone arch spanning the canal's throat. On the far side, a service gate stands half-rotted, its iron bands rusted to ochre, its hinges weeping red. They are halfway across when the first guards appear. They come from the alley beyond the service gate, 3 of them, wearing Belisar colors, their blades drawn, their faces set. Behind them, more shapes move through the mist. Leora stops. The canal is too wide to jump. The bridge is the only crossing. The guards are already spreading out, blocking the far end, while behind her the grate shudders and the entity's pulse pushes through the stone. Emeric's hand goes to his blade. Not enough, Leora says. There will be more coming. Then we fight through. They will cut us down before we reach the gate. She is calculating. The distances, the angles, the water below, dark and fast-moving, and the service gate that leads to the mortal quarter, and the guards who are already raising their voices to call for reinforcements. Then the canal roars. The water at the base of the bridge surges, building from somewhere deep, not the entity's pulse, but something mechanical, something that groans and grinds and shrieks like iron waking from a century of sleep. The service gate at the far end of the bridge swings open, not from the mortal side, from below. Water pours through it, black and violent, slamming into the channel and lifting the bridge's foundations. The guards stagger. One falls to his knees. The others grab for the railings as the stone beneath them shifts. And through the roar, Leora hears a voice. Tamsin. Not calling, not begging, shouting a number, coordinates, a sequence, the same language she used when she mapped the bastion's hidden passages. "4th junction, 3rd arch, cross now!" The water surges higher, and the guards are scrambling, and the bridge groans, and Emeric grabs Liora's arm and drags her forward. They run. The stone tilts beneath them. The service gate gapes open, and beyond it, a stair climbs toward torchlight, toward air, toward the mortal quarter. They reach the far side. Liora turns. The grate at the far end of the canal is gone, swallowed by the surge. The bridge is collapsing, stone by stone, into the channel. And through the spray, through the shifting dark, Liora sees a shadow at the base of the service gate's mechanism, a figure pulling a lever that should not move, a silhouette in wet wool with a seamstress's hands and a glassworker's heart. "Tamsin!" The word tears from Liora's throat. Tamsin looks up. Their eyes meet across the distance, the collapsing bridge, the rising water, the guard scrambling for purchase on the sinking stones. Tamsin smiles. Then the masonry above her gives way. Stone falls. Iron screams. The service gate's housing buckles, and the passage behind Tamsin collapses in a roar of dust and water, and the sound of something that might be a name swallowed before it can be spoken. The way behind them disappears. Liora's cry is swallowed by stone. The dust settles. The canal runs black and quiet, and the service gate is sealed, buried, silent as a grave. Chapter 73. The service gate does not open. Liora's hands find the wheel lock, grip it, wrench it. Rust flakes under her palms. The mechanism holds, seized by decades of salt and disuse. Behind her, the canal lies still. The great Tamsin worked is silent. The water no longer surges. The bridge is gone, its stones settled somewhere beneath the black channel, and the only sound is the slow drip of moisture from the arches overhead. She tries the wheel again. Nothing. "Liora!" Emeric's voice is low, careful, the voice of someone who has learned to read wreckage. He steps past her and puts his shoulder to the gate, testing its resistance. "It warped," she says. "The collapse pulled the frame." He braces his hands against the iron, pushes, a groan, a shift. But the gate does not give. There will be another way. He is not asking, he is stating. She knows he is right. She also knows he is trying to anchor her, pull her forward, keep her moving through the grief that is already settling in her chest like cold water. They climb instead. The lower ward gives way to a narrow stair cut into the embankment wall, its steps worn to hollows by generations of feet. They take it at a run, the satchel slapping against Liora's hip, Emeric's boots striking stone in rhythm with hers. At the top, a street opens into a market square, shuttered and empty at this hour. The buildings lean toward each other, wood and plaster and tile, their windows dark, their doors barred. A few torches gutter in iron brackets, and above them, visible between the rooftops, the sky is wrong. It glows orange, not dawn, fire. Liora stops, turns, looks up. The Gloam Bastion rises against the night like a wound that will not close. Its upper towers are burning, flames licking from windows that have been dark for centuries, smoke curling against the stars in great black columns. Signal fires, she realizes, not accidental, deliberate. Emeric stands beside her, his breath steady, his gaze fixed on the same sky. "That is not the entity," she says. "No, that is the watchtower, the east garrison roof." "Yes." She counts the flames. 3, no, 4, a fifth, catching at the edge of the main keep. Each one marks a point of control, a reporting station, a chain of command igniting in sequence. "They are signaling," she says slowly. "Not pursuit, communication." Emeric's jaw tightens. The ward bell did not just alert House Belisar, it alerted every house with a listening post in the river quarter. And when the seal fell, Liora finishes, every house felt it. The black salt pulsing through her veins had not been silent, she had felt it as severance, as freedom, as the architecture of her captivity crumbling. But the city had felt it as something else, a treaty breaking, a bond dissolving, a null bride walking the wards unclaimed. Across the canal, another tower answers, A tongue of flame climbs from a distant keep, sparks against the clouds. Then another, farther north. House Verant, House Sarvek. Their fires are smaller, more cautious, but they burn. The city is waking. Emeric's hand finds hers, not gripping, just present. They will not come for you tonight, he says. Not yet. They are watching, calculating, determining what the fracture means and which side will profit. Tomorrow? Tomorrow they will have answers. Liora drags her gaze from the burning sky and looks at the street ahead. The mortal quarter stretches beyond the market square, low roofs and narrow lanes, coal smoke and laundry lines, and the smell of riverstone. She was born here. She learned to read glass, here. She became someone who could be sold, here. And now she is back, carrying a satchel of evidence and a body that no longer belongs to any house. Where do we go? She asks. Emeric does not hesitate. The river road. There is a smuggling shelter beneath the old dye works. If it survived the flood seasons, it will hold us long enough to think. Long enough for what? He looks at her. In the firelight, his eyes are shadowed, his mouth set in a line that is not quite grief, not quite resolve, but something between. Long enough to decide what comes next. They walk. The streets of the mortal quarter are familiar in ways that hurt. Liora recognizes the ironwork on a bakery shutter, the crack in a pavement stone where she once caught her heel, the tilt of a chimney that has leaned the same way for 20 years. The glassworks is 3 streets over. She could find it blindfolded. She does not go there. Instead, she follows Emeric into a narrow alley behind a shuttered tannery, where the cobblestones give way to packed earth and the walls close in until they are walking single file. The air changes. It smells of salt and rot and something metallic, a smell she knew from the canals beneath the bastion, but fainter, older. The dye works stands at the alley's end, a 3-story structure of dark brick and missing tiles, its windows boarded, its doors chained. Emeric finds the loose board, reaches behind it, and produces a key that looks as old as the building itself. The lock turns with a sound like a sigh. Inside, the air is still. The floorboards creak. Dust motes drift through the gaps in the shutters, catching the orange glow from the sky. He leads her to a cellar door, then downstairs that angle dangerously, the wood groaning under their weight. At the bottom, a room, small, damp. A cot in the corner, a table with a candle stub, shelves holding jars of pickled vegetables and a water cask. It is not a home. It is a hiding place, prepared by someone who knew they might need to disappear. Emeric lights the candle. The flame wavers, steadies, casts a small circle of light across the table. We are safe here, he says. For now. Liora sets the satchel on the table. Her hands are steady. She does not know why. Temsin planned this, she says. She knew where we would surface. She mapped the route. She stops. The words are not enough. They will never be enough. Emeric waits. When she speaks again, her voice is flat. She told me once that the glassworks girl was gone, that she had watched me change, that she was mourning me before I even left the bastion. She was wrong. Was she? He does not answer. He does not lie to her. She appreciates that more than she can say. The candle flickers. The cellar holds its silence. Above them, the mortal quarter sleeps, unaware that the sky is burning, that the treaties are fraying, that a woman who was sold and transformed and freed is sitting in a smuggler's shelter with blood on her clothes and evidence in her satchel. Liora opens the satchel. Inside, the documents are damp but legible. Even's records, the bride vault fragments, the true scope of what House Belisar did, written in ink and salt, and the testimony of women who did not survive to give it. She lays them out one by one. The edges curl. The ink glistens. We cannot stay here, Emeric says. They will search the mortal quarter by dawn. I know. Wherever we go, we leave a trail. The records, the transformation, your face. I know. She looks up from the papers. Then we make sure the trail leads somewhere they cannot follow. He holds her gaze. Where? She does not have an answer, not yet, but the question sits between them, heavy and alive, and the candle burns lower, and above them the signal fires spread across the sky like the first pulse of a heartbeat. Something shifts in the street above. Liora stills. Emeric's hand moves to his blade. Footsteps. Not the careful step of a guard, not the hurried stride of a night patrol. Something else, uneven, hesitant, a pause that suggests the walker is reading signs, following a trail only they can see. The footsteps stop directly above the cellar door. A pause, then a knock. 3 beats, deliberate. Liora and Emeric do not breathe. The knock comes again, the same rhythm, and then a voice, low and female, speaking words that make Leora's blood recognize before her mind can place them. I know you are in there. I am not here to take you. A pause. I am here to warn you. The candle flame leans toward the door, as if drawn by something the air itself cannot name. Chapter 74. The voice does not knock again. Whatever the woman said, she said it once, and now she is waiting. A silence that asks for an answer without demanding one. The candle flame still leans toward the door. The cellar walls sweat. Liora's pulse moves in her throat, and she counts it. 3 beats, 4, 5, to make sure she still can. Emeric does not sheath his blade. Do you know that voice? He asks, barely a whisper. Liora does. She does. Somewhere in her blood, in the architecture Javeg built and she broke, the rhythm of that voice is familiar. Not as memory, but as resonance, like the cobalt stain on her thumb that no furnace could burn away. She nods once. She is not the danger. The certainty surprises her. But it is true, like the heartbeat beneath the bastion was true, and the knock comes again, softer now, a courtesy extended to people who have no reason to trust. Liora moves toward the stairs. Emeric catches her wrist. His grip is light, a question, not a command. If we go up, we cannot come back down. She looks at the satchel on the table, the damp papers, the evidence that will mean nothing if they die in a cellar while the houses decide their fate. Then she looks at his hand on her wrist, the same hand that held hers through the drowning dark, the same hand that chose her when every law said he should not. Then we do not come back down. She climbs. The cellar door opens onto a narrow hallway, dust and shadows, and a woman standing at the far end, her shape cut from the orange glow that bleeds through the boarded windows. She is tall, her hair cropped short against her skull, her coat dark and plain. A messenger's build, a runner's patience. She does not step forward. The pursuit order went out at the last bell, she says, her voice the same low register that spoke through the cellar door. Aurec Belisar signed it himself. You are named traitors to House and Treaty, both of you. Leora's hands find the doorframe. And the bride? The woman's mouth tightens. Altered property unlawfully removed from Belisar custody. That is the phrase. You are not a person in that document. You are a stolen asset. Something cold settles behind Leora's ribs. Not grief, not rage. Something older, the same clarity that came when she pressed the black salt key into her own chest and watched the architecture burn. Where are they posting it? Every bell tower, every ward gate, the river quarter already has copies. The woman pauses. There is a posting board at the dye works gate. They will reach it within the hour. Liora is already moving. The street is empty when they slip out, the orange sky deepening toward true fire as the signal towers continue to burn. The dye works gate stands at the end of the alley, a rusted iron frame with a corkboard nailed to the stone, and on that board, still damp from the printer's ink, a sheet of heavy paper sealed with Belisar's signet. Liora reads it, standing still. By order of Lord Aurec Belisar, House Belisar, the individuals named below are declared traitors to House and Treaty, subject to lawful seizure and return. The bride, known as Liora Fenwick, is classified as altered property unlawfully removed from Belisar custody. Any house, faction, or person harboring said individuals shall be held complicit in theft of blood property under Salt Accord Article 14. The words blur at the edges. She reads them again. The ink does not change. Altered property. She was a woman when she entered the bastion, a glassblower, a debtor, a bride. She was afraid and stubborn and small in ways she hated, but she was not property. She pulls the paper from the board. The edge cuts her palm. The paper tears. She does not stop. She rips it down, the seal breaking, the ink smearing across her fingers, and when she holds the ruined sheet in her blood-wet hands, She understands that the houses will never call her anything else unless she makes them. The messenger woman is gone. Emeric stands at her shoulder, his breath steady, his blade still in his hand. "We need to move," he says. "They will post another." "Let them." She folds the torn paper once, twice, and tucks it into her belt, the blood on her fingers marking the fabric. "They are naming me property. I am going to make sure every house in Noctis Fae knows what their property did to their treaty." The first hunters appear at the far end of the street. They are not Belisar guards. They wear mismatched leather and carry short swords, the kind of men who take contracts from any house that pays, and they are fanning out in a loose formation, checking doorways, reading the ground. One of them points. They have been seen. Emeric takes her hand, the one still wet with blood, and pulls her into the alley before she can see how many more are coming. They run. The streets of the mortal quarter twist and narrow, the buildings leaning together like conspirators, and Liora knows every turning, every loose cobble, every cellar grate that could swallow a woman whole. The glassworks is 3 streets over. The furnace is cold. The girl who worked there is dead, burned away by a bond she never wanted. But her legs still know how to run. The hunters' footsteps scatter behind them, a pack working in signals, whistles that pass from throat to throat. They are good. They are practiced. They have done this before. Aurec pulls her left at a tannery wall, then right through a gap between buildings so narrow they have to turn sideways, the brick scraping against her shoulders. "There is a crossing," he says, breath short. "Old canal bridge. If we reach it, we can collapse it behind us. Like Tamsin." He does not answer. He does not need to. They burst onto the canal bridge, its wooden planks silver with age, the water below black and slow. On the far side, the warehouse district, more shadows, more roots, more places to disappear. Liora's foot hits the first plank. Behind them, the hunters reach the bridge mouth, 12 of them, maybe more. One steps forward, a man with a scar across his jaw and a voice like gravel. "Belisar pays double for the bride alive." The bridge groans. Emeric's hand tightens around hers. Liora looks at the ruined paper tucked into her belt, at the blood drying on her fingers, at the 12 men who see a stolen asset and not a woman, at the bridge that will burn behind them just like the last one. She turns to face them. "Tell Aurec," she says, her voice carrying across the water, "that his property is learning to bite." The first hunter lunges, and the candle flame that leaned toward the cellar door, the pulse that recognized the messenger's voice, the heat that has been building beneath her ribs since the seal fell, it all answers at once. A hunger that is not hunger, a fury that has never needed a name. She moves to meet them. Chapter 75. The door scrapes shut behind them, and the darkness settles like a living thing. Liora stands with her palm pressed flat against the wood, listening for footsteps. The canal bridge is 100 yards behind them, the hunters scattered across the water, the last of their shouts fading into the mortar and rot of the mortal quarter. She hears none of it now. Nothing but her own breath and Emeric's and the slow drip of water somewhere deeper in the walls. The safe room is narrow, barely 8 feet across, with a ceiling that forces Emeric to bend at the neck. A single shelf holds 3 rusted lanterns and a clay jar. The floor is brick, half of it submerged in black water that smells of copper and lime. The walls sweat. Liora's hands are still shaking. She looks at them, at the dried blood in the creases of her palms, at the torn paper still tucked into her belt, at the blue glass bead she finds between her fingers without remembering she reached for it. "Liora." Emeric's voice is quiet, careful. He is watching her the way he watched her in the crypt archives, in the fitting room, on the bridge, like she might shatter if he blinks. "I am fine," she says. He does not argue. He crosses the narrow space, the water splashing around his boots, and takes her wrist. His fingers are cold. He turns her hand over, inspecting the cut from the paper edge, the one she barely felt. "You are bleeding." It stopped. He finds a strip of cloth in his coat, dry. He wraps it around her palm, the motion practiced and slow, and when he is done, he does not let go. She looks at his hand covering hers, at the skin that touches her without a bond, without architecture, without any law compelling it. Your ribs, she says. Hurts. Heals. Let me see. He hesitates. Then he pulls his shirt collar aside, and the bruise across his side is purple-black, spreading from where the shockwave hit him when the seal broke. It is less swollen than it was an hour ago. His blood, or hers, is working. She touches the edge of the bruise, feather light. You took that for me. He catches her hand before she can pull it away. I would take it again. They stand in the dark water, knee-deep, bent under the low ceiling, and Liora understands that she has stopped running from what she wants. She does not know when it happened. Maybe on the bridge, maybe in the drowning dark, maybe when she saw the pursuit order and felt only rage instead of fear. 12 hunters, she says. The houses, the treaty, the entity. She lists them like stones. What is left, Emeric? Us. The word lands between them, simple and brutal. Treason, she says. Exile. Every house in the city naming us property and traitors. And us. His hand finds her jaw, tilts her face up. Then I choose treason. He kisses her like the world is burning behind them, like the water will rise and the ceiling will collapse and none of it matters because she is here, alive, choosing him back. His mouth is warm and desperate, and he tastes of salt and iron and the river they crawled through to reach this place. She grips his coat, pulls him closer. The water shifts around their legs, and somewhere in the walls the dripping continues, older than either of them. When they break apart, breathing hard, he rests his forehead against hers. I should have told you sooner, he says. In the Bastion, in the crypts, before the bond. I should have told you every day that you were not property, that you were not a treaty, that you told me when it mattered. Did I? She remembers the crypt archives, the way he bandaged her hand and recoiled from her blood, the way he never looked at her like she was a debt to be collected, the way he stood between her and Aurec, between her and Even, between her and the hunters. Yes. The word settles into the silence. She lets herself lean into him, her cheek against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. It is faster than it should be. Strain, or fear, or something else she does not name. Tamsin, she says. I know. She prepared that shelter, the cellar, the provisions. She mapped the canals. She knew she would not walk out. Emeric's arm tightens around her. She chose it, he says. The same way you chose to break the seal, the same way I chose to stand with you. Some choices are not about survival. They are about what kind of world you want to survive into. Liora closes her eyes. The blue glass bead presses against her palm, warm from her own grip, and she thinks of the furnace in the glassworks, the way the fire could make something fragile into something unbreakable. I want a world where no one else is sold to settle a debt, she says. Where no house owns another woman's blood, where, she stops, opens her eyes, looks up at him, where I do not have to lose the person I was to become the person I need to be. He kisses her again, slower, deeper, a promise without ink or seal. You are still her, he says against her lips, the woman who saw the furnace and did not look away, the woman who burned the tooth, the woman who told Aurec Belisar that his love was architecture. She is still here. I know. He holds her in the dark water, and the drip in the walls measures time she cannot feel, and Liora lets herself rest for the first time since the silver basin kissed her wrist. Then the air changes. It is small, almost imperceptible. A shift in the cold, a new current moving through the space between them. She lifts her head. What is it? She does not answer. She listens. Her new senses reach past the shelter walls, past the brick and the lime and the rusted iron of the door. Blood. Not hers, not Emeric's. Fresh, close, moving. She turns toward the door and her hand finds the blade at her belt. Someone is out there, she says. Emeric draws his knife without a word. They stand side by side, shoulder to shoulder, the water dark around their knees, waiting for whatever has found them in the black. Chapter 76. The door shifts. Not open. Not yet. Just a sound of metal scraping stone, a rusted hinge testing whether the weight against it will yield. Liora's blade is in her hand before she knows she drew it. Aurec moves beside her, water sliding around his legs, his knife catching the faint light from somewhere above, a crack she did not notice until now, a seam of gray in the ceiling. The scrape stops, then a voice, low, female, unhurried. "I am not here to take you." Liora's grip does not loosen. The water settles around her knees. "I am not here to warn you either," the voice continues. "I am here to deliver what someone else could not carry." Silence. Emeric's shoulder presses against hers. A question, unspoken. "Open the door," Liora says. The lock clicks. The door swings inward on rusted iron, revealing a narrow corridor beyond, and a woman stands in the spill of light from a lantern she carries. Cropped hair, dark clothes, a leather satchel across her chest, stained at the corners with river water and older wetness. The messenger woman from Tamsin's cellar. Liora's senses reach before her mind does, reading pulse, heat, the rhythm of the woman's breathing. No weapon drawn, no secondary heartbeat, no tremor in the hands that lift the satchel strap. "Fragments," the woman says, "from the bastion, from the wind shaft, from the lower wards where the papers landed." She steps forward, stops at the edge of the water, and lowers the satchel onto the dry lip of the floor. "Kalira Morn scattered the Bride Vault records into the ventilation system before the collapse," the woman says. "She told me to find you if she could not." Liora's throat tightens. "She lives?" "For now." The woman straightens. "She is in a holding cell beneath the bastion's east gallery. Aurec Belisar has not executed her. He's questioning her about what she did, how far the records spread, and whether you left a testimony." "And you?" "I am a river courier. I carry what needs to move through water, salt, and stone. Tamsin hired me 6 months ago to map the canal routes below the Belisar wards. She paid in silver and a promise I did not ask her to explain." The woman's eyes meet Liora's. "I delivered the last of her instructions yesterday. She told me if I found you alive, I was to give you this." She reaches into her coat and pulls out a folded paper. No seal, no mark, just paper, creased and water-stained, edges soft from handling. Liora takes it. The writing is Tamsin's. Tight, neat, the hand of someone who learned to write small so she could fit more truth into less space. "If you are reading this, I am dead, or close enough to count. Do not mourn me. The furnace taught us both that heat does not disappear, it only moves. The records Carrara scattered are not the only copies. I kept a set in the lining of my sewing kit, hidden in the dye-works loft above the cellar where you are standing now. The mortar in the east wall is loose. The papers are wrapped in oilcloth. Burn what you cannot carry. Take what you can use. Tell them, Liora. Tell them what the houses did to us." Liora folds the paper, slips it into her coat. "How many houses know about the records?" "All of them." The courier's voice is flat. "By dawn, every house in Noctis Vey will have at least a fragment of what Kalira scattered. The wind shaft carried records into the lower wards, into the kitchens, into the barracks, into the river quarter. The messenger boys who picked them up, they did not know what they were carrying, but they knew it came from the bastion, and that meant it was worth selling. And the houses? The houses are scrambling, but the Belisar is trying to contain what they cannot unspill. Sarvak is buying every fragment they can find. Verant is interrogating their own couriers. Sarka is publicly demanding an emergency quorum." The courier pauses. "There is a name spreading through the river quarter, the name the urchins and the wharf rats are using for you." Liora waits. "The Saltbreak Bride." The words land like stone in still water. "Not the traitor," the courier says. "Not the property. The Saltbreak Bride. The woman who broke the blood seal by her own hand. The one who walked out of House Belisar unchained." Liora says nothing. "The urchins do not know your face," the courier continues, "but they know your name. They are repeating it in the alleys. They are telling each other that the Saltbreak Bride is free, and that she is the one who tore the treaty open." Emeric speaks for the first time. "And the houses? What do they call her?" The courier's jaw tightens. "The houses are not repeating the name. They are repeating a different word." She looks at Liora. "They are calling you a method, a process that can be studied, replicated, and controlled. There are already contract hunters who are not being paid to kill you. They are being paid to capture you alive and deliver you to whoever offers the highest price. Liora's hand tightens on the blade. Which houses? All of them have bid. Belisar wants you back. Sarka wants you as evidence. Virant wants your blood tested. Sarvak wants your testimony. Ondrasek, the courier hesitates. Ondrasek is claiming you as a missing heir under Rite and demanding you be returned to your grandmother's custody. Liora feels the laugh rise in her throat, bitter and cold. Halveg sold me. She does not get to claim me as heir now that the debt is paid. Tell that to the salt courts, the courier says, if you survive long enough to reach one. Silence. The water shifts around Liora's legs. Where are they hunting? Everywhere. The river quarter is sealed. The trade wards are being watched. The courier routes are compromised. The only place the houses are not looking yet is the old market. Why? Because the old market belongs to no house. It belongs to the smugglers and the salt runners, and the people who profit from the 7 houses being too busy fighting each other to police their own borders. The courier steps back toward the door. I have given you what I was paid to deliver. The rest is yours to decide. She pauses at the threshold. One more thing. The messenger from before, the one who warned you at Timeson's cellar. She is not a courier. She is not a spy. She is something else. Something I have not seen before in Noctis Vey. Her voice does not echo when she speaks. Her pulse does not rise when she lies. If I were you, I would not trust her. She is gone before Liora can answer. The door swings shut. The lock does not catch. Emeric moves first, crossing the water to pick up the satchel. He loosens the strap, pulls out a folded fragment, holds it to the light. Bride registry, he says. House Belisar, year 3 of the Covenant, he reads. Name, Liora Ven. Age at induction 19. Outcome, silenced. Liora's chest tightens. Liora Ven, she repeats. Liora Ven's daughter. Emeric looks at her. The water drips. The silence stretches. And somewhere above them, in the old market where no house rules, a bell begins to ring. Not the ward bell, not the alarm bell, but a bell Liora has not heard since she left the glassworks. The bell that signals the night market opening, where the dead and the living trade what the houses cannot name. Liora turns toward the sound. Come, she says. We are not done yet. Emeric does not ask where. He simply follows. Chapter 77. The blue dark is thinning. Liora feels it before she sees it, a shift in the quality of the air above the waterline, a paling of the blackness that has held them since they crawled into this shelter. She has been sitting with her back against the salt-damp wall, knees bent, the satchel strap wrapped twice around her wrist, Emeric beside her with his shoulder pressed to hers, both of them listening to the silence where the night market bell faded. The water does not move. Neither does she. But something inside her chest is changing pitch. At first, she thinks it is her heartbeat slowing, the way it sometimes does after exertion, but this is different. The rhythm's not decelerating. It is spacing, widening. Each pulse comes farther from the last, and between them there is a stillness that feels like listening, like something in her ribcage has stopped talking to itself and is waiting for another signal. She presses her palm flat to her sternum. The beat comes. Then nothing. Then the beat comes again, but slower, softer. What is it? Emeric's voice is low, pitched to the space between them. She does not answer immediately. She counts. 14 seconds between the last pulse and the next, then 18, then 22. I think, she says, my heart is learning a new language. He shifts beside her. His hand finds hers where it presses against her chest, and he does not pull it away. He holds it there, over the slowing rhythm, as if he can feel it too. How long have you known? Since the bridge, she swallows. Since I turned to face them. The heat that rose in me, it was not anger, it was hunger. It was the first time my body chose what it wanted without asking my permission. Emeric is quiet for a long moment. And now? Now it is choosing again. The pulse comes again. 25 seconds. The gap between heartbeats is a dark room she is learning to inhabit. The sun, she says. It is going to hurt. He does not tell her she is wrong. He does not tell her it will pass. He simply moves closer, fitting himself against her side, and wraps his arm around her shoulders. "I remember my first dawn," he says. "I thought the light was peeling my skin off. I screamed until my voice broke. Aurec held me down so I would not tear my own throat open." Liora turns her head to look at him. "You remember?" Every house tells their young something different. In Belisar, they told us the pain was a gift, that it meant the blood was taking root, that the scream was the old self dying and the new self being born. His jaw tightens. "It is not a gift. It is a burn. And it does not kill you, which is the cruelest part." She looks at the gap beneath the door. The black water has not changed, but the air above it is growing visible, a faint gray where before there was none. "How long?" "An hour, maybe less. The first light will hit the water, then the walls. There is nowhere to hide from it in here." She nods. Her hand is still pressed to her chest, and she becomes aware that she is waiting, counting the seconds between beats, measuring herself against a rhythm that has been hers for 24 years and is now loosening its grip. She thinks about the furnace, the way the heat used to settle into her bones after a 12-hour shift, a warmth that lingered in her palms even after she washed the cobalt from her skin. She will not feel that again. She will never again stand at the glory hole and watch the glass bloom orange and believe she could hold it. "I am grieving," she says. Emeric does not ask who. He waits. "I am grieving the woman who thought she could walk through House Belisar and come out the other side unchanged. The woman who believed that if she was useful enough, careful enough, small enough, she could earn her freedom." Her voice catches. "She was a fool, but she was mine." The silence stretches. "I did not choose her," Liora says. "I did not choose to be a glassblower's apprentice. I did not choose to be sold. I did not choose to be a bride. I did not choose to be a weapon. Every life I have lived was given to me by someone else, and I said yes, because that was the only thing I knew how to say." She stops. "And now I am grieving her, and I do not even know if she deserved to survive." Emeric's hand tightens on her shoulder. "She deserved to survive," he says. "She deserved to choose." "Then why does it feel like I am the one who killed her?" He does not have an answer. Neither does she. The gray light under the door is growing brighter. Liora closes her eyes. The pulse comes again. 31 seconds. Between one beat and the next, she feels something open inside her. A door she did not know was there, and on the other side is not darkness, but a vast, patient stillness. It is the same stillness she felt beneath the bastion, the same presence that turned toward her when the seal fell. It is not hostile. It is waiting. "I can feel her," Liora whispers. "The entity. She is not beneath the bastion anymore. She is spreading. She is in the water. She is in the stone. She is—" Her eyes open. "She is in me." Emeric's breath catches. "Is that what the slowing heartbeat is?" "No." Liora shakes her head. "The slowing heartbeat is me. It is what I am becoming. But she is the thing that has been waiting for someone to cut the last thread, and I cut it. And now she knows where I am." The gray light is silver now. Liora feels the first pressure at the edges of her vision, a tightening, as if the air itself is pressing against her skin. She knows what comes next. The burn, the scream, the thing that does not kill her. She turns to Emeric. "Do not let me hurt myself. Never." The first ray of light touches the water. Liora's body convulses. The pain is not like fire. It is like being pulled inside out, every nerve ending reversing direction, the light not touching her skin but entering it, filling her veins with something that does not belong. She hears herself make a sound, a low, animal keen that she does not recognize, and then Emeric's arms are around her, holding her against his chest, his voice in her ear, saying something she cannot parse through the white noise of her own flesh rejecting the dawn. The pulse in her chest stops. For one endless second, there is nothing. Then it resumes, not as a heartbeat, but as something else, a vibration that runs through her bones like a struck bell, and the pain recedes, not gone, but distant, as if her body has accepted a new set of rules. She opens her eyes. The shelter is no longer gray. It is sharp, crystalline, every edge and shadow drawn in a clarity she has never seen. She can count the grains of salt in the mortar above the door. She can hear Emeric's pulse, steady and warm, and behind it, fainter, the pulse of the water, the stone, the city above them breathing in its sleep. The heartbeat of Noctis Vae. She has never heard it before. Liora. Emeric's voice is rough. Are you with me? She turns her head. His face is pale, his eyes dark with concern, and she can see the tiny vessels in his irises, the faint blue of the vein at his throat. She can smell the blood beneath his skin, not as hunger, but as knowledge, as a fact she does not yet know how to use. I am here, she says. Her voice sounds different, lower, resonant. I am still here. He exhales. His hand stays on her face. The light is full dawn now, and it does not burn. But above them in the street, footsteps stop. Not the casual tread of a market-goer, a deliberate halt. Someone knows this shelter exists. Someone knows they are inside. Liora turns her head toward the ceiling, and her new senses reach upward through the stone, through the packed earth and the mortar and the floorboards, and she finds the presence standing above them, the messenger woman, the one whose voice does not echo. She is standing directly over the shelter, and she is waiting. Chapter 78. When Liora opens her eyes, the light is gone. The cellar is dark, the water black and still around her thighs, and she knows before she moves that the sun has fallen. She knows it the way she once knew the furnace was hot without touching it, a knowledge in the bone. Emeric is asleep beside her, his back against the damp stone wall, one hand still resting on her shoulder where he held her through the dawn. His face is slack with exhaustion, the kind of sleep that comes after the body has given up guarding itself. She watches the rise and fall of his chest, counts the beats of his heart, and realizes she does not need to count. She knows the rhythm. She can feel it in the water between them, a faint pulse that matches her own new vibration. She does not know how long she was unconscious. Hours, a full day maybe. The cellar has no windows. The only change is the quality of the dark, from the gray of dawn to the absolute black of night. Liora moves her hand to her own chest. Her heart beats once, then silence, then again. The gap between pulses is longer now, 40 seconds at least, but there is no panic in the stillness, only patience, only waiting. She is still wearing the blue glass bead, still sewn into her hem. She touches it through the wet fabric, presses the small round shape against her thumb, and the cobalt stain on her skin catches the darkness like a memory of color. Emeric stirs, his eyes open, find hers, and something in his face relaxes. How long? He asks, his voice rough with sleep. Dusk, maybe later. She does not know how she knows. She just does. He sits up slowly, wincing at his bruised ribs. The water sloshes around his waist. The shelter feels smaller now, the ceiling lower, the walls closer, as if her new senses have made every boundary feel like a cage. We need to talk, she says. He goes still. About what? About what I said I would do. She looks down at her hands, the scars on her forearms, the cobalt thumb. When I came to the Bastion, I made a vow. Survived the year, remained untouched, leave still human. She holds up her hand. Touch me. Emeric hesitates. I do not. Touch me. He reaches out, slowly, and takes her hand. His fingers are warm. She can feel every ridge of his palm, every callus, the faint tremor of uncertainty he is trying to hide. His pulse quickens. I am untouched by Aurec, she says. That part of the vow is still true. He never had me. Not that way. She looks at Emeric's hand wrapped around hers. But I am not untouched by you, and I am not human anymore. She does not let go. So the vow is broken, every piece of it. Emeric's jaw tightens. You did not break it. The treaty broke it. The houses broke it. Does it matter who broke it? Her voice is quiet, steady. It is broken. I cannot unbreak it. I cannot go back to the woman who made that vow. She believed she could survive by being useful enough. She believed if she kept her head down and her hands clean, she would walk out of that house still herself. She pauses. She was wrong. The words hang in the dark water between them. So I need a new vow, she says, one that is not about survival, One that is not about staying untouched or remaining human. One that is true to who I am now. Emeric's hand tightens on hers. Then make it. She takes a breath. The air tastes different now, sharper, carrying the scent of damp stone, old brine, and above it, faint, the smell of the river. A heartbeat of Noctis Vae pulses beneath her. A slow, vast rhythm she can feel through the soles of her boots. I will not let any house own me, she says. Not Belisar, not Andrisek, not Sarka, not any of them. I will never again trade my body or my blood for safety. She looks at him. I will not lie to you about what I am becoming, and I will not ask you to lie to me. If the hunger rises, you tell me. If I frighten you, you tell me. If I start to become something that does not know you, you do not let me go. Emeric holds her gaze. I will not tell you or let you go, I swear it. She nods. And one more thing, she swallows. I will not run from the danger that comes with loving you. If the houses hunt us because we chose each other, we face that together. No more parting to keep each other safe. No more sacrifice dressed as mercy. You just described every reason the houses will call us traitors. Then let them. Her voice does not waver. I would rather be a traitor with you than a hostage with any of them. Emeric is silent for a long moment. Then he lifts her hand to his lips and presses a kiss to her bruised knuckles, where she ripped down the pursuit order paper and cut her palm. Then I make the same Vae, he says. No house, no lies, no surrender. The water shifts as he moves closer. His hand finds her jaw, tilts her face up, and his forehead rests against hers. What do we call this? He whispers. Ours, she says. He kisses her. It is not desperate like the first time, not frantic like the bridge. It is slow, measured. A seal made of breath and pressure and the quiet choice of two people who have already decided. When they break apart, the cellar feels different, larger, the water less cold. Now what? He asks. Now we find Tyneson's second set of records in the dye works loft. Then we go to the old market, and we learn who can be trusted and who cannot. And then? She does not answer, because the answer is too large to fit into words. Take down the houses, free the brides, burn the treaties, build a world where no one is sold, all of it, none of it, one step at a time. A sound cuts through the stillness, footsteps, not one pair, 3, maybe 4. They do not pause at the street above the shelter. They stop directly overhead, the same spot where the messenger woman stood at dawn. But tonight, the footsteps do not stop. More arrive. Liora counts them by the weight of their tread, the shift of leather, the whisper of cloth against stone. 7 now, maybe 8. Emeric reaches for his blade. Can you tell who they are? He asks, his voice barely audible. Liora closes her eyes. Her new senses reach upward through the earth, through the mortar and the floorboards, and she feels them, the heat of their bodies, the rhythm of their blood, the cold purpose coiled in their chests. Contract hunters. But one of them is different. Their pulse does not rise. Their blood gives no heat. They stand at the center of the group, perfectly still, and Liora knows without seeing that it is her, the messenger woman, the one whose voice does not echo. And she is not alone. Above the shelter, a voice calls down, low and clear, cutting through the wood and stone like it knows exactly where they are. Saltbreak bride, you have until the count of 20 to come out. After that, we burn the entire block. Liora opens her eyes. Emeric is already on his feet, blade in hand. She looks at the ceiling, at the darkness above them, and feels the new rhythm in her chest quicken, not with fear, but with the first stirring of something she does not yet recognize. Hunger, power, choice. She reaches for his hand. Together, she says. Together, he answers. The counting begins above. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 79. Together. Liora does not let go of Emeric's hand as she climbs the cellar steps. The wood groans under her weight, old grain splitting where the foundation has shifted, and she feels every fracture through her boots. The air above carries smoke and horse sweat and the salt-shop tang of the river. The count reaches 12 before she pushes the trapdoor open. The street beyond is empty. Lamplight pools on wet cobblestones. The messenger woman stands at the center of the crossing, arms loose at her sides. 7 contract hunters fan behind her in a crescent, blades half drawn, waiting. Their breath steams in the cold. Their hearts beat in rhythms Liora can count like clockwork. The messenger woman's heart does not beat at all. "You came out early," the woman says. "Smart. You said 20. Liora steps onto the street. Emeric rises behind her, blade catching the lamplight. "I am not your prisoner. You are not mine at all." The woman tilts her head. Something in the motion is not human. A pivot too smooth, a pause too precise. "But the houses think you are theirs, and that makes you dangerous to everyone who breathes in this city." Liora feels the weight of Noctis Ve pressing against her new senses. The river's heartbeat under stone, the bastion's pulse through the earth. 7 factions watching through 1,000 windows, and between them, the mortal quarter holding its breath. "The old market," she says. "We need passage." "I know what you need." The messenger woman reaches into her coat. The hunters shift, ready. She pulls out a folded piece of leather, dark with age, and tosses it at Liora's feet. "That gets you through the Salt Runner's gate. It will not get you out again unless you have something worth trading." Emeric picks it up. His fingers brush Liora's as he straightens. "What do you want?" Liora asks. The woman smiles. It does not reach her eyes. "To see what happens next." She steps back. The hunters do not move to follow. The message is clear. The shelter is burned, the count is over, and whatever protection the 4 walls offered is ash. Liora walks past them. Emeric matches her pace. Behind them, the first flames lick through the cellar grate. The streets of the mortal quarter are not empty. People watch from windows, from doorways, from the shadows beneath awnings. They do not meet her eyes. They do not call out. But they see her, the woman with the furnace scars and the hollow heartbeat, the man with honey-brown hair and a blade still wet from whatever killed the 12 on the bridge last night. Word moves faster than they do. By the time they reach the second crossing, a bell is ringing somewhere ahead. Not the ward bell, a smaller one, sharper, the kind that signals a message passing from tongue to tongue. Liora catches fragments as she moves. Saltbreak Bride, burned shelter, heading west. "They are tracking us through the quarter," she says. "They are repeating what they hear." Emeric's voice is low. "Not hunting, just watching. The houses pay for information. Then we give them nothing to sell." She turns down an alley she knows from childhood, a cut-through between a tannery and a shuttered fishmonger's shop. The smell hits her before the memory does. Old brine, lime, the rot of 1,000 gutted backs. Her body recognizes it faster than her mind. The glassworks used to buy lime from the tannery's discard heap. She stops. The alley opens onto a wider street. At the far end, a bell tower stands against the false dawn, its copper roof catching the first gray light. A printed sheet is nailed to the door. The pursuit order. Someone has been here before them. The paper is fresh, the ink still wet at the edges. A second sheet hangs beside it, written in smaller script, the river quarter's own hand. Saltbreak Bride seen on Bell Street heading toward the old market. Reward for confirmed sighting. "How many times can they print it?" Emeric asks. "As many times as it takes." Liora touches the paper. The ink smears under her finger. "They want everyone in the quarter to be their eyes." "Then we stop moving through the quarter." She turns to look at him. "Where else is there?" "The sewers, the old salt runners' tunnels, the river channel beneath the tanneries. I know a route." He says it without hesitation, without checking whether the plan makes sense. He has already decided. She sees it in the set of his shoulders, the way his hand rests on the blade, not ready to draw but ready. The same certainty he showed when he said, "I choose treason." "How long have you known about that route?" Tamsin mentioned it once, before the canal. She said it was the only path the houses never mapped because the smell keeps their ward keepers away. Of course, Tamsin again. Preparing ground even Liora did not know she would need to walk. "Lead," she says. Emeric moves. They drop through a rusted grate behind the tannery into darkness that swallows the lamplight. The channel below is wide enough for 2, narrow enough that Liora's shoulders brush salt-crusted stone. Water trickles somewhere ahead, carrying the rot of the river and something older beneath it. Liora does not need light to see. The bones of the city open before her. Brickwork from 3 centuries, Repairs layered over repairs, the foundation stones of a place built by mortal hands and paid for with blood that never made it into the ledger books. She can feel the weight of it, the memory pressed into the mortar, the echo of every heartbeat that has passed through these tunnels. Liora. Emeric's voice is soft. He has stopped. She catches up. The tunnel opens into a wider chamber, a cistern from the old days, its ceiling held by iron beams warped with age. The river seeps through a cracked wall at the far end, pooling knee-deep on the floor. But that is not what stopped him. An inscription is carved into the stone above the water. Letters worn smooth by time and salt, barely visible, but Liora reads them without effort. The first bride was not sold. She walked here freely, and the city was built to hold her. She touches the stone. The letters are cold, old, older than the Bastion, older than the treaty, older than any house she has heard named. The first bride, she says. Not the sister of Salt, someone before her. Emeric's hand finds hers. Hallvig told me once that the houses did not invent the blood bond. They inherited it. The Salt covenants were already in the ground when the first Belisar lord claimed the Bastion. Then who built them? The people who lived here before the houses came, the ones the treaties erased. Liora's pulse does not change. It stays steady at its new rhythm, once every 39 seconds, measured and patient. But something inside her shifts, a door opening that she did not know existed. The first bride walked here freely, and the city was built to hold her. She hears it then, a horn, distant but clear, cutting through the stone and water. A call, a warning. Hunters closing from two directions. Emeric hears it too. His grip tightens. That will be the Salt Runner's Gate, he says, or the Old Market. They are sealing the routes. How many between us in the dye works loft? I do not know. The horn could be Belisar. It could be Sarka. It could be all of them. Liora looks up through the cracked wall, through the stone and the river and the city above, to the sky that is barely visible, lightening to gray. The Bastion silhouette stands against that gray, black and jagged, a tooth in the throat of the city. She stood inside those walls as a captive, a wife, a treaty, a weapon. She walked out as a woman who chose herself, and now the city itself is a field of war around her name. She turns back to the inscription. The first bride walked here freely. Then we walk freely too, she says. The horn sounds again, closer. Emeric lifts the leather past the messenger woman gave them. It could open the Salt Runner's Gate, or it could seal their fate. Liora does not wait to find out. She takes his hand, steps into the water, and moves toward the sound of the second horn, toward the closing net, toward whatever waits beyond the cracked wall. The city is watching. Tonight, it will have something worth seeing. Chapter 80. The water is cold against her throat, against the slowed drum of her heart. The cracked wall opens into a tunnel that slopes downward, the current tugging at her calves, then her thighs, then her waist, before the floor rises again on the far side. Emeric is beside her. His hand is not let go. The tunnel empties them into a wider channel, brick-lined, old enough that the mortar has crumbled to dust between the stones. Iron rungs climb the far wall toward a grate that lets in a strip of gray light. Night, or near enough. The city above is dark and breathing. Liora climbs first. The rungs are cold and wet, and her hands find them without effort, without the tremor she would have felt 2 months ago. She reaches the grate and pushes. It does not move. Emeric climbs up beside her, his body close in the narrow space. He reaches past her and slides a bolt she did not see, a mechanism hidden in the shadow of the frame. The grate swings open. They emerge into an alley behind a row of shuttered storefronts. The river quarter. Liora knows this street, the third turning from the old glassworks, past the coopera's yard, down toward the water stairs where she used to buy fish scraps for the furnace cat. The city is silent, but not empty. She hears them. Heartbeats. Distant, but counting. A pulse at the bell tower, 2 more at the river gate, 3 moving along the wharf in formation. Hunters, waiting for a signal. The leather pass, Emeric says. The messenger woman gave it for the Salt Runner's Gate. If it works, we reach the old market before dawn. If it works. He looks at her. The street lamp behind him catches the edge of his face, the hollow beneath his cheekbone, the exhaustion he has not let himself show. It could be a trap, he says. She could have wanted us at the gate so her hunters could close from both sides. It could know, but we could open the way she said it would, and she meant what she told you. She wants to see what happens next. Liora turns the pass over in her fingers. Black leather, stitched with salt-bleached thread, a sigil pressed into the surface that she does not recognize. Not Belisar, not Andrasek. A third symbol, something older. The first bride walked here freely, she says. Emeric waits. The inscription was not a warning, she says. It was a map. The city was built to hold her, which means the city was built around her path. Every tunnel, every gate, every route the houses never mapped. They belonged to her, not to the houses. The houses only inherited the walls. You think the pass leads to that path? I think the messenger woman is not working for the houses. She tucks the pass into her belt and turns toward the river stairs, toward the salt runner's gate that she can feel now. A pressure in the stone, a seam in the city's bones that pulls at her like a thread. Emeric falls in beside her. No questions, no hesitation. They move through the alleys in silence, keeping to the shadows where the street lamps do not reach. Liora counts heartbeats as they pass. A sleeping family in the tenement above, a cat on a roof, a night watchman 3 blocks away whose pulse is steady and slow enough that he will not trouble them. The salt runner's gate is an iron door set into the base of the river wall, half hidden beneath a wharf that has rotted to splinters. The smell is thick here. Fish, brine, the rot of a century of cargo that never reached its destination. A figure waits beside the gate. Liora stops. Her hand finds the blade at her belt. The figure is small, bundled in a coat too large for her frame, and when she turns, Liora recognizes the shape of her face before she sees the eyes. The river courier. The woman who delivered Tamsin's final letter. You took your time, the courier says. Her voice is rough, worn thin by years of salt air. The gate has been waiting. So has she. She? The one who sent me. The courier steps aside, revealing the iron door. She said you would come when you were ready. She said I would know you by the way the city breathes around you. Liora presses the leather pass to the lock plate. The sigil glows, faint and blue-white, and the door swings open without a sound. Beyond it, a tunnel. Dry, lit by lamps that burn with a flame that does not flicker. Through here, the courier says, and you are beyond every house treaty, every salt covenant, every claim they have written in blood and ink. The old market will take you in, but only if you leave the bastion's name at the threshold. I already left it, Liora says. The courier's mouth twists into something that might be a smile. Good. She steps through the gate. Emeric follows. Liora pauses at the threshold. The city behind her is quiet, but she can hear it. The distant horn from the bastion, the answering call from the Verant tower, the ripple of heartbeats as the houses mobilize along the river road. They are coming, all of them. She turns her back on the sound. The tunnel is long, straight, and the lamps burn steadily as she walks. Emeric's pulse is beside her, steady, measured, and she feels the connection between them like a thread of heat beneath her skin. Not a bond, not a seal, a choice. Freely given, freely accepted. The tunnel opens into a cavern. The old market sprawls before her, built into the hollowed ribs of the river cliff. Stalls and awnings and fires burning in braziers that cast shadows across faces she cannot name. Smugglers, salt runners, people who have never sworn to any house. And standing at the edge of the firelight, watching her, the messenger woman, her pulse gives no heat. You came, the messenger woman says. I am not running, Liora says. No, you are walking freely. The messenger woman's eyes are dark, depthless, older than the stone around them. The first bride did the same, 300 years ago. She walked into the dark alone, and the city was built to remember her. And you? The messenger woman does not answer. She only steps aside, revealing a path that descends deeper, into a darkness that even Liora's new eyes cannot fully read. The door you opened, the messenger one says, was the first of 7. Every salt covenant in Noctis Bay is failing. The houses will tear each other apart before dawn, and when the dust settles, they will come for you, They will call you traitor, monster, method, weapon. They will name you everything except what you are. What am I? The messenger woman smiles. It is not a kind smile. It is not cruel either. It is ancient, patient, hungry. You are the one who chose herself, and that is the one thing the houses have never been able to control. From behind her, from the tunnel they just left, Liora hears the first sound of pursuit. Voices, boots on stone, the scrape of blades against the walls. The messenger woman does not look toward them. She only holds Liora's gaze. Choose, she says. Liora turns to Emeric. He is already watching her, his hand outstretched, his face lit by the distant firelight. He does not look at the tunnel behind them. He does not look at the hunters who are drawing closer. He looks only at her. Wherever you decide, he says. She takes his hand, and then she steps past the messenger woman, into the deeper dark, into the path that the first bride walked, into a city that is about to burn, into a war that has not yet been named. Behind her, the first pursuing lights appear at the tunnel's mouth. Liora Fenwick smiles. She is not a treaty bride. She is not a weapon. She is not an heir. She is the Saltbreak bride, and the night is finally hers to choose.